Dee 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 ba 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 bum 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 bum. Ciao, what's poppin'? What a beautiful day. What a beautiful day. Oops, that's a dead plant. What a beautiful day to cook KT alive. Chat, how's the F1 race going? Has anyone got a link? Where do I watch it? Oh wait, I got one. Wait, chat, wait, everyone shut up, wait. I'm opening up my subscription here. Wait, Ant is first place? How is Ant first place? Stroll last place deserved. Wait, Hamilton didn't pit either yet, right? Hamilton didn't pit either? Everyone shut up, else intro. This race looks kind of sleeper, I'm not gonna lie. It is sleeper. Yo, Lordo, thanks for the raid, much love. Thank you for the raid. Rally is better? What means rally is better? I'll run the ads now and then after draft chat. Chat, there's no way Tsunoda's in 15th place, 16th place. That is Wait, how is Tsunoda in 16th place? Chat, wait, is Liam Lawson actually in 9th or 7th? Is that like it? Bro, this race is a nightmare. This race is a nightmare for Tsunoda, man. This race looks sleeper though, not gonna lie.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. And some would say that we have saved the best till last for our very first week.
Oh my god, this week is such a today is such a banger.
Of a day that we have for you. First up, we have an Enigma versus a Mystery, and afterwards
an Enigma versus a Mystery. I like that.
Banger final of the LCK Cup as well. Like this is a huge day.
I mean, we had so many of these series between KT Rolster and D+ go to 3 games. these two teams play wild against each other. I feel like
Chat, will Norris catch Verstappen? I don't think so, right?
Actually go better than their best. It's what we're going to expect coming into this is just that it's going to be 3 games. It's going to be back and forth. It's not going to be the cleanest League of Legends, but I guarantee you it's going to be a lot of fun.
I think there's going to be between 2 and 3 games played, and one of the teams of either DK or KT are going to win. That's how it kind of works.
I think that's safe. Yeah, I think that's a safe bet.
Yep, and it wasn't a rematch of the final because, of course, T1 is the team that's going to be playing in our second match. But I was just testing everyone
good pace.
at home.
Is it easy to overtake on Suzuka?
Just leaks, and that's okay. It in fact kind of could have been though, because that first round probably shouldn't have been the first round. T1 were looking good in that tournament. But that is digressing. This is a look at the standings where DK, even though they dropped a game against BNK, that was because of a Senna Cho'Gath mistake. And we'll see whether they make any more of those as we move into this match.
Yeah, DK looking like the stronger team right now, but we haven't really gotten that much information about them. I feel like the series against BNK, they did not look their best. They did not look like the form that was the #1 team when we were in LCK Cup. So we'll have to wait and see if they show that tonight, but it's the KT series, so probably not. But we'll find out as the top lane here. Perfect's not a rookie anymore, but he's still
of course
young,
we're cheering for DK, of course we are.
He still does kind of hold on to that moniker. It does still feel like he's quite new, whereas Shu is actually literally a rookie. I'm looking forward to seeing how this matchup goes.
I'm looking forward to this one as well. Of course, Perfect
Okay.
has been playing for a little bit longer, but they still feel like challenger flavor. But now it is time to get into the teas. Let's have a look.
Get into the teas. Get your DK jacket on? Bro, it's way too hot for a DK jacket. Are you kidding? It's way too hot for a DK jacket. Man, Hamilton in the Ferrari looks so clean. Not gonna lie. Chat, how was the LTA? How was the LTA this week today? Was it good or not? That shit was ass. Wait, really?
KT 상대로 4연승 중이라는데 그 연습을 계속 이어나갈 수 있도록 해보겠습니다.
I find it so incredibly cute that
Quid's the
KT
best mid in the
always
league.
talk about striving for consistency.
I told you guys that he's fucking
and
goated.
what always happens
When
is
were
that
we
they are
talking about that?
extraordinarily inconsistent.
No matter what.
No matter what. And you can put whichever players you want on this team, but
KT
you
roster.
have a complete
Listen, there is
mystery of a
just
scenario
absolutely
every time
no
they take to the
way
rift.
They were
in
so close
hell
to hitting it in 2023.
the DK
so
doesn't
close.
slam them.
I couldn't quite make it to that finals.
That team
Ultimately,
is
with a
more
new
fraudulent
support
than
here
Caedrel
in
mid lane.
The bottom lane with Peter replacing away, at least thus far here in LCK 2025, looking like a big step up over the LCK Cup.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that already they have looked better. It was a very difficult first test that KT have had already here in the LCK. So now wanting to kind of right the ship, it isn't going to be an easy task, right? I think that most of us had DK as our sort of 4th place team in our power rankings almost unanimously. But KT are nebulously
before level
somewhere
6.
beneath them. We just don't quite know
Bro,
where.
what food do they have at Lol Park? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, exactly.
As D+, I think this is a team, it was discussed in the teaser there as well, that they are by far leading strategic team with Fearless coming to LCK Cup, and now that that's just in LCK as well.
Alright guys, don't
this team
fucking
has
troll.
A lot of strategy they can pull
Just
out.
2-0 them.
Backfired a few times.
Just 2-0 them.
Already this season, as you mentioned,
Anything that's not a 2-0 is a
game that
disappointment.
We didn't really enjoy all too much. But I think fundamental-wise, though, when you look at the mid-jungle of this team, when you look at Shiu's potential, his strengths as a player individually, how strong he is already as a rookie,
disappointing
this team has a lot more than just strategy and tricks up their sleeves, and I think that that's why most people favor them in this matchup against KT.
Yeah, and I also think that they have shown that they can play a diverse amount of drafts and compositions, right? Like we saw the Ivern comp come out. That's not something that I would equate to a Lucid playstyle.
Are you
Lucid
actually
is
British?
just
Yes,
so
I am.
Good that he can just pick this one up. We saw LM like colossally fail in probably one of the most draft utopia situations yesterday, because an Ivan draft requires you to play a little bit differently.
Yeah.
And DK, very good at playing very differently. And I think that they are kind of a jack-of-all-trades team, and that highly benefits a fearless format, right?
Absolutely. And Lucid he's just, it feels like he is the successor to Canyon in almost every way.
Yeah.
Plays AP junglers incredibly well. His early games are strong. He plays through Prio incredibly well. He has
Chat,
great
I'm getting
synergy with
added on
Showmaker.
Twitter by a lot of
And
Yu-Gi-Oh people
with
for the
the
Yu-Gi-Oh
strategic depth
comments
that this
yesterday.
roster has,
Did I
and
piss
a
someone
bot
off?
lane that
Oh,
now
for
has a
fuck's
robust,
sakes, man.
strong shot caller in it, in Barrel, with his return. We expect big things for this team. I feel like I've been let down a little bit, though, with how they performed in playoffs.
Did I piss
Cup
people
and
off
in their
with the
first
Yu-Gi-Oh
series
comments?
against B&K. I felt like they...
I stand by it.
I don't want to say they didn't take them seriously, but there was just a level of sloppiness that we don't otherwise expect to see from this team, especially with the dominance they had.
The
at the very
coolest thing
beginning of
about,
the year.
I mean,
I think
okay.
that we need to unshadow
I think I said
ourselves. We need
play
to
Karibo Pot of
just
Greed. Okay, I didn't mean it like that.
release
What I
feelings
meant
of
is like,
expectation
you know,
we have.
I
Not
want some
only
fucking
DK,
Future
but for
Fusion
KT
Cyber
as
Dragons,
well.
fucking
We can
Cyber End
be
Dragon
fans
kind of
of
bullshit, you know what I'm
these
saying?
teams. We don't
That was
need
my
them
era.
to
Not
win.
that
We
fucking
don't need them to
Karibo
do
dog
what we
shit
expect
Monster
them to do.
Reborn.
And I just hope that there's
I need
more
that
grins
fucking
like that
Future
on the
Fusion.
faces of these players. Dr. Arm and aiming that we're seeing right here, aiming a
I'll
little
never
bit more
forget seeing
business,
Future
but
Fusion. That was
as
the
long as
coolest
they're
thing
having
ever.
a good time, maybe the results don't actually matter. And in fact, that's what I hope is the case, because otherwise they're just going to give global heart attacks like they have for, you know, the last X amount of years.
At least for both of these teams, it's a long season, it's a long year. You will have, obviously, halfway through it, the cutoff point for Rise and Legend groups.
Yep.
Chat,
but
tell me
there's a
if
lot of
Norris
League of
catches
Legends to play,
Red Steppen.
So a loss here in a close matchup against one of your closest
My
rivals
goat.
that you're competing with for playoffs would mean a lot more in our normal format, but it means a little bit less here, so a little bit less pressure. You're gonna have a lot more opportunities to make it to that big play-in stage or playoff.
He's
stage
closing?
when we
Wait,
get to
really?
the
Is he
season
closing?
Playoffs. It's a long way away from now.
It really is. One thing, as we get into draft, that I just want to point out that is so incredibly cool is that we have Bengi versus Score in our coaches battle, and Hachani's
Is
there as
Verstappen
well.
winning the
So we
championship
have,
again
like,
this
the
year?
Power of the Rocks Tigers.
Oh, let me turn the
against
LEC plugin off.
KT
Yeah, you're right.
And KT all together facing off here as far as the coaching stuff. It's just, and Pumandu's there as well. I mean,
Yeah.
much longer ago, and of course he's a support, but still, it's
Okay,
just
it's off.
reading these names. It gives me goosebumps, as does seeing
Lock
a
the
Nefiri
fuck
left
in,
up and
Lucid.
available. Seeing a Gwen left up and available. I
think-
believe the Gwen is probably going to go.
Yeah. Don't have to ban it necessarily in the second spot.
Lock the
and
fuck in,
may-
Lucid.
That may be able to get them a Rumble ban as well. See if they want
What
to
is
go for
this?
that. Azir going to get taken away from BDD. Do you think that makes a lot of sense?
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
because
hell
he's the most
yeah.
consistent pick, and you're the only guy
Oh,
who
hell
can
yeah.
consistently get gold.
Damn! Oh my god!
Failing on that
Wait,
pick.
you're fucking jacked!
We just need
Wait,
to get rid of
average
any
Lost
champion
Ratones fan, what the
champion, and
fuck?
it's fine. Like, oh,
What
he's a
the
phenomenal
fuck? Average
Ariana,
Lost
that doesn't
Ratones
matter.
fan.
He requires teammates to play
Damn.
that. So we're just gonna let him have it if he wants it.
I think they're gonna.
That's the
take
weakest Lost
Gwen away
Ratones
here,
fan.
And unless Shiu plans
Holy
on playing
shit,
the Rumble
bro.
into
That's
it,
cool as fuck.
and that will leave the Nefiri up and
Wait, that's
available
cool as
if
hell.
Fellas would like to lock it. It hasn't been very successful here in the LCK.
Guys, ban
My
Gwen, are you
takes on it
fried?
have been pretty clear. I think it's not that strong.
Yeah.
But
Wow.
still not completely solved. As down it will go. So they are leaving Perfect the Gwen. But he could also just first pick Rumble.
Yeah,
if
the
he wanted to.
You
Rumble
better have a good
is
answer to
the
Gwen.
answer, and it's very, very possible to just pick that one up now and feel comfortable.
Or
Jace.
Okay, unless we just take Jace and
Yo, what up, Papa
I mean,
Schmidt?
do that too.
Jace was one of the old counters to Gwen back when Gwen first got released, just because you outrange her, and it's one of the best early game matchups you're ever going to get. They'll grab the Sejuani
They
to
trade-
deny
they-
that
I mean,
from Cuz as well. We've already
the
seen
Sejuani
Gwen
takeaway is
has
important.
Great synergy,
Yeah.
and it works decently well with Jace as well. So
I mean, Hammerform with the ranged attack speed that you can give it really does stack
Oh
up
my
well for
god,
us
the
very
Gwen
quickly.
Xin man.
This is
I'll
a
never forget the
powerful
Gwen
1, 2,
Xin Zhao.
3
You
coming
can't
out of
hit
KT,
me, the
though.
top
We've seen
jungle.
Xin Zhao
I think
be
it was like
very
2022 or
successful here in
2023
our
people
first
played
week of
Gwen
the
Xin Zhao.
LCK.
And you go into a
And
fight,
Aurora,
you
no
can't hit
slash
either of them.
either. Doesn't feel
Because one's in their ult,
necessarily like a 1v9
and the other's in their W,
champion,
and neither one are
has
hittable.
had some ups and downs. But still, I think this is
You
a
can't
strong
touch this
core,
top jungle.
especially if Dr. Arm's on something that can do a lot of physical damage. That's an Ezreal for aiming, though.
Yeah.
And DK, I think, feeling pretty comfortable.
So Varus is already gone, of course. The Ashe, I think, will likely
Just go
follow suit
inside,
here.
bro.
Kalista
Shut up.
is gone as well. So can try to protect this Ezreal in the lane a little bit. They'll take away the Rakan, actually, from Peter. A little bit surprised to see that.
Was one of his favorites. Peter was known for
Rakan
Yuumi
ban
and
first.
Rakan, kinda. They were sort of his picks, but I do think
Stop
that Peter's
Sire
just
Rakan.
been good. Like his Nico was fantastic. His Alistair, he was making
Norris
loads
is
of plays
1.1 behind
around the
now.
map.
Wait,
The
is he?
Rumble ban, I mean, Jace is still
Varus gonna
absolutely
be-
flexible. Can be a good matchup into the Aurora as well. I think that's a very safe and good call here by the side of KT Rolster. And
Oh,
they
my bad.
may opt to ban Leona as well, but I don't think you necessarily have to in this case.
No, I don't want to open up
Plus
Epic
they grabbed
Games
it
Launcher.
here,
Fuck that. I
blinding it.
want to open up Epic Pen.
Nautilus, very strong into Ezreal, obviously.
Rakan Nautilus.
Weirdly,
What are they
pretty
looking for?
strong into LeBlanc as well. We've seen in the past, and that is a pick that Showmaker has pulled out a lot already this
I mean,
year,
they'll match
so
mid first.
I'm
I guess
not
they have
saying
counter
he's
pick.
necessarily going to lock it here, but could be a sign
It's
of that.
weird to me that
For
they
some
ban
reason, I just think he's going to take
Nautilus,
Talia,
though.
and then we're going to counterpick for Beryl. And
It
he's
is
gonna
weird to
play
me that they ban
something weird.
Nautilus.
That's
Because
sort of
Ezreal, Braum,
where I'm at
Sejuani
right
is
now.
crazy.
The Braum going to be
So the
taken
Nautilus
away,
ban feels
so not going to
wasted.
see
If they're
some
going to do
early
Kai'Sa and
audience
Naut, you just get
synergy
Braum into
there.
it.
But Doctom can play basically anything. His Ashe was
Now with the Braum
pretty
ban, they can
decent.
do
I think
Kai'Sa
if
Alistar.
I could put Doctom on utility, then KT are going to be
Showmaker,
feeling
what
good,
you got for me, baby?
especially when they have Gwen Aurora already locked
Do you see the
in. That's a lot of
OnlyFangs raid?
firepower
They
that
finished
already
Blackwing
have.
Lair, right?
Yeah,
But
I like him on
is
utility. I like him
OnlyFangs
on
done
anything
now?
that
That's it?
scales,
Finished?
safe as well. Even something like Azeri, I would be down to trust, but
Yeah.
see what this is going to be, because this is going to tell us what the rest of the draft
Until
is going to look
next
like here
year?
for D+, and the way down to the last spot.
Rise.
And it's Rise.
but
Okay.
why don't they do
And
fucking
Rise has seen a
Next
bit of a
Remus?
resurgence.
yeah.
Too hard or what?
So
Or
not
AQ
too
640?
surprising. Does fit into, you know, a Showmaker champion wheelhouse, right? Semi-global availability, things like this. He can get around the map very quickly.
Oh, they have to just wait for it
And,
to be
we know
released?
that he has played this to pretty good effect in the past, but it doesn't make me go, oh, so this is what the draft is doing. It's more just he picked right.
Yeah, I mean, he has great side lane power and pressure. He has global
Could do
threat
Lucianami,
as
could do
well with
Kai'Sa
his pick.
Alistar, could do
Jhin is
Jhin,
going to be the
yeah.
option. I was thinking it was
Jhin
going to
Rel.
be Ashe or Jhin,
Yeah.
given the draft, and they banned the Braum themselves, so made the Ashe a little bit less likely. The Jhin will come through. Could be Jhin and Leona.
Jhin Alistair, I think, would be fine as well.
Yeah, Resort, thank you,
It's
10
pretty
months
good
much
into the
love.
Leona.
And
Grab that Alistair here.
Nelly,
Peter's
thanks for
Alistair
the
didn't end up
3 months.
being successful, but I feel like he was very comfortable on the pick. So it's a pick he's done well on in the past too. A lot of discussion
Pay that,
about
talk
it,
to
though,
me.
and they will
Yeah,
opt
Jhin
for
Rel.
Rel instead, which
Beryl,
will
what you got for me?
hurt
You got your
his
Poppy or your
fortune
Alistar?
in future drafts as well.
True.
Alistar
But
is
it
just
does
solid
give
here,
them
isn't
a
it?
whole lot of engagement.
Solid champ.
There are so many circles that you need to worry about as well. I mean, BDD is going to throw down a circle, Cuz like lives in a circle when
Yeah.
he presses.
Okay, chat, everyone adds, you can
Perfect
add
has
you need to
the
to
old
try and have some
immunity
channel
circle
back to the game
situation,
slash
and then
because
they got Magnet Storm. There is a
After the
lot
ad
here.
showing,
As
get the
that
ad
is a
showing
Poppy
game.
from
Yeah.
Beryl.
Man,
We've
I feel
seen
like
Poppy
I
banned
don't
so
like
much. We just
DK's
haven't really seen her
draft.
picked that often.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be just based on how Koreans normally
I mean, I
are
do
five,
like it,
and
but I
Rel
don't like
is
it, you know, like,
100% an Alistair.
Yeah,
they
was
gave them
every
Gwen.
time, but he is
And
gonna opt
I
for
just
the
look at
Poppy
DK's
instead.
comp and I'm...
And this draft here
They'll
for
probably
D+
win.
has a lot of objective control because it has insane poke with Jace and Ezreal. So if you're not on the objective first, you can kind of force your way
They'll
in. if
probably
you can
win.
chip away at those front line
But I feel like
health bars a
Rise
little bit.
doesn't have an
The
easy time this game.
immobile
There's 2
Jhin as
champs
well is
jumping on
gonna
him
be a
that
great
he has to hit in
target
melee
to,
range who one-shot him.
layer CC onto.
And then there's
then the
Jhin
fact
ult
that
and
they have
Aurora ult, so
Beryl on
Rise
this
is a bit
Poppy to
stuck
just
this
knock
game.
people
Ezreal's
out
pretty
of
strong.
The Drake pit, the
Chase will
Baron
win his
pit,
lane,
just
and
stop
Sejuani
them
to
from setting
denial
up
pick.
entirely gives you so much
But something
agency.
about this just
And
doesn't
if you
feel
get
right.
map control with this Rise, D+ are just not, the train isn't going to stop. They're going to have insane side lane pressure, rotational power, collapsing power. So I think for KT, you really need to get through this
Bro,
early
some
game
of these
without
drawings
a hitch.
are crazy
Otherwise,
good.
it just becomes so difficult, becomes so oppressive what D+ can do.
Oscar is
Yeah,
catching
I'm
Lando.
really worried about what
Yeah, but
Beryl can
there's
get
a
done here as
difference
well.
between
Keeper's
catching and
Verdict can
overtaking.
really make
It's like
KT's
me when I
life
play mid lane.
extraordinarily
You
difficult.
can go
Their
even in
composition
CS with me, but
basically
you're gonna
just
get
says
solo
pile
killed
on.
and you're gonna lose.
And
It doesn't
they're
matter
not
how
gonna be able to
even
do
you are
that
in
if
CS,
half of
it's
them
the
are
same
sensitive
here.
to the area,
He
except
can
for
keep
BDD,
up with
who's
him,
walked in there by
but he
pressing his
can't
R1,
overtake on that
and then
track.
he
It's
may
impossible.
just be the only one there, which could just spell the death of a lot of their damage. Still, if KT can avoid that, if Beryl's not necessarily playing
Plus,
on
even
form,
when he tries to,
then,
his
could
teammates,
be that KT
his
will be able to get the
team
roll
will
over the top.
radio
We'll
in
have to
being
see what
like,
happens. We jump to the rift, game one.
Oscar, let's avoid any mistakes. Let's not do that, Oscar. We don't want you to race in a racing in an actual race. I would prefer if you didn't race.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of KT versus DK. We have no idea how this one's going to go. We might
It's
get
gonna
a
go
bit of
absolutely
a clue
ill.
in our first couple of plays. Who is on form? Who woke up and had their Wheaties this morning? And who perhaps is ready for some shenanigans in Game 2. I don't know. And if DK
He's only
wins
0.6
this,
behind,
I
he can
almost
overtake. Yeah,
guarantee
he
that we're gonna
can't
see
because
something weird.
his team will tell him
I
not
also
to.
feel like with, you mentioned the LM loss on the Ivern yesterday. I mean, that was
We
probably
need
the
these
biggest
points,
gap
bring it
draft,
home.
Or draft gap. Finally got there.
There we go.
Words hard, as Ox has said multiple times this season.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like draft doesn't necessarily matter. I don't ever feel like I could say it is 100% going to be a reason why we should give a team an edge, especially not in this matchup.
Who will win today,
I like
Man
what
City
D+
or
have
Man
put
United?
together here,
Bro,
as we will
they're
see
both washed.
2v2 begin momentarily.
Yep.
The Jhin has a lot of frontline. Like, there's a lot. There's a Rel with hard engage with a Rel with the Xin Zhao as well. So I like the Jhin in this draft. I think it's actually a good angle. It has a
Man
lot of
City
setup,
was never
and
relevant,
Dom should
and the
be
last
pretty
time
safe,
United was
and we'll be able
relevant
to
was
follow
when
up
Rooney was there.
incredibly easily on KT's setups.
Fact.
Yeah, I would agree. I actually think that this is a pretty even draft, and both of them wanting to do relatively similar things. You know, playing for side lanes with Jace, Gwen. Ryze, of course, going to feel a little bit better than an Aurora, but you can still be very sneaky as an Aurora.
It's 7 a.m. and we're
Sepia
already
mode is
rage
going
baiting.
to
Oh
start.
my god, I
We
love
get
it.
to, you know, have a little bit more of a discussion about this. I think the bottom side of the map is where things are going to really become problematic for KT, just because aiming is on his favorite champion of all time and has just been better than Docdom. I hate to say it, but it's just, he's been another weapon that they've been able to utilize. Whereas Docdom's kind of
10 more laps.
So
Chat,
far.
we
It's
can
only a one-match
live view the
sample
F1
size,
real quick.
But we do also have the LCK Cup
Piastri
where
is
he
gaining on Norris, but
didn't,
did
also
they
perform.
radio
I've said
Piastri
it
yet and say
before
don't
already
catch
this
him?
tournament, but I feel like he was the most criticized individual player across the board. I think that's because people wanted to see hype on this
Bro,
team.
these cars have so
and,
many
obviously
sponsors.
Docdom
What is
has done great things in the
Vuse.com?
past,
What is
so
that?
the standard we hold him to is still quite high, actually. And I do agree, though, especially when you consider that aiming, like you said, he has a ton of mastery on this champion, and it's extremely mobile. So while there is great engage with this Rel, it's hard to lock down the Ezreal specifically. The Ryze,
Bro, Piastri is capping on a stack saying he has the pace to catch Max. No, he doesn't.
Jace is gonna
No
be far
chance
away.
he has the pace to catch
you
Max.
know, it's hard for the Rel to find those angles.
Bro,
Just have to see whether they can. Right now, as you can see, no one has an advantage. There is a slight audio issue though.
why don't they just let him pass?
So
Let Piastri pass, let him cook for
hearing
8
your
laps and you
teammates
give him back.
going to be very important, so we're going to make sure that that one is sorted out before we get back in.
Bro, what is McLaren
this
doing?
match.
Let him
But
fucking
now,
cook.
Get to sort of go through
Lando, let
exactly
him
what
pass.
we expect to happen. When do both of these teams need to fight, Wolf? Like, that's maybe going to be the first port of call, is to work out, like, who's going to be winning Grubs fights, who's going to be
Bro,
wanting to start
Piastri is
things off
in
early.
his fucking
I think,
ass cheeks.
with the Jace Prio early, it played well.
Sorry,
which,
there's a
you know,
pause, so I'm
that's
going to be
where we
yapping about the
paused. We were
F1 race because
zooming
it's
in on
almost
it.
at the end.
And the fact that
But it's
you know,
it's
they have
McLaren,
this
is
Ryze,
it
they have the
McLaren or
ability
is
to
it
run
Norris?
more.
Who's being
I
a fucking
do
rat?
like
Just let him pass.
the fight for D+ around Grubs, and I think they should set up for it. But the Aurora is a combat ultimate. The Ryze ultimate is not really an ult. Obviously, Gwen has a combat ultimate. Jace doesn't. Like, there are some really big spikes for that first Grub fight that, with those level 6s being hit, that KT has an advantage to. But I think if the setup is there first for D+, they should be the ones who are favored. So that's what I'll say there. And then in terms of how we fight later on, when you have the
DK, take my energy.
Ryze is going to be a little bit stronger later on. 2-item spike for Ezreal is going to be the big one there.
Okay, we're back.
And
Nice.
so keep your eyes on that. Like, how far ahead does aiming get, or
What the
does he just
fuck,
kind of
Aurora
have an
trading?
average 2-item
Ow.
spike? It gives KT potentially some angles because their ability to fight is pretty simple because they have that robust engage I was talking about, and they have the follow-up with the Jhin, so they can kind of force things on their terms.
One in the
a
chat's
lot of
called
the time.
Humanoid is better than
Killing the
Chovy.
AD carry or mid laner first in a fight is a little bit trickier, but front to backing, I think that's something they could definitely look
Showmaker
for.
movement,
Yeah.
nice.
And we can see
BDD
in this mid
Aurora.
lane
Why do I
already,
feel like I've
BDD
not seen
has found
BDD play
himself
Aurora
a
much?
Pretty nice trade onto Showmaker. Showmaker trying to answer there just a little bit, but I think mid priority is going to be a huge deal in this game, and we know that Auroras can really brute force that if they play effectively. BDD not going for the electrocute version of the Aurora as well for those really snappy trades. Going for a little bit more consistent damage with the Comet. It's kind of cute. Aiming, looking for a little bit here as that grenade dances a very long way to eventually land onto aiming. Docdom is looking a little worse for wear though, but so is Beryl.
Beryl taking some hits here for sure.
This bot matchup must be so
Does
good for the
have
Ezreal, isn't it?
Aftershock, but that's not proc.
Ooh, there's a flash to get out of the way. The Shattering Strike. Peter really putting the fear of God into him right now.
That was
The
just
Ezreal's chilling though. He has Poppy
Great
next to him
movement
for
there
Rel
from
and he has
Peter.
mobility, right?
And that was a good reaction.
How many
there from
games
Beryl,
does
'cause he could have been
BDD
in some
have on
serious trouble.
Yeah.
And that landed.
Still had to use
Aurora.
the flash and doesn't have Hex Flash.
Yeah. So
I don't know why. You know, it's
Zero.
gone
This is his
for
first ever Aurora
just
game.
no
in
inspiration,
pro
I
play.
guess.
Yeah, just
Makes me
didn't
a
go
bit
for it.
sad.
I was gonna say, I swear I've never seen him play Aurora.
And, you know, that's a move that can give you a lot of safety as a Jhin. The fact that a Poppy can't flash, push into a wall in the lane, but even going to stop it back here.
That was blind. Nicely done there from Doctor. As Beryl is now going to look to go back home, re-up on some potions, and he's not even
When
allowed
this item is purchased on jungle,
I
you
do
know
think
that
Beryl could've
your
just taken
jungler
a
is
safer
full
bet,
items.
but,
This item.
thought he wasn't going to be
Absolutely fed.
stopped the first time, and then as they push up, he will definitely be stopped the second.
Yep. Probably doesn't want to go back now, so
Yeah, no.
can grab a bit of experience here. Isn't under too much threat or anything like that, so should be totally fine. So far, everything
When he gets 2 of them,
completely
GG.
even. Jungle is also
You know,
What the
similar
fuck
spots
is
on
that damage?
we haven't watched this too much, but in the past, Jace would crush this matchup. But obviously, some of the stats in the early game for Gwen have been changed. That's the main reason why she's super strong right now. But looking pretty even here, dead even CS, and actually things getting a little bit awkward for Shu. Will take the
Chat,
first back.
last
so
thing about the F1
maybe
race.
kind
Is
of the
Stroll on a
past
different
way we
track?
looked at this
How
matchup
is
might have
Bro
to
so
rethink
far
it a little
behind?
bit here, as it's not
Is he
going as
just
well for
fucking
Shu as
dog
I
shit or
think
what?
I expected it to.
He must be on a
the
different
wave
track.
looking a little bit doomed, actually, as we've got Perfect now making his way in. Shu not going to be able to,
I like this move from Well.
back now,
And it
but
ganks
also
you.
may not survive.
Oh,
As
Siwoo's
this
just fucking
cannon,
dead, isn't he?
that's going to go to the wayside. It's already a disaster.
Why
as
did we
Peter
drop the
comes
cannon?
in, looks for something here, wants to boot back
What the
Perfect,
fuck
but he
is
didn't
Siwoo
pick up
doing?
turret aggro. Finally, he
Why-
does,
why is it
and
working?
Shot plus, he gets the
Why is it?
trade
How is
back.
Perfect dying
It's
there?
still a full
How did that
wave
work from
that is
Siwoo?
gonna only go to Beryl, maybe Lucid as well, as they're looking for a bit of an angle. Beryl wishing that he had his flash available still, but still Arctic Assault going to come in. No heroic charge stun as Dr. Arm's able to flash
He's
out
a red.
of the way as the stun didn't actually come in. No connection with the wall, and 1-for-1 in the end.
Yeah, just that
think
one extra
Perfect
turret
misplays
shot that
here. He just has
actually
to
is
wait
the
for
difference
Jhin.
maker here. As Shu is about to hit level 5. Flash is expecting
Doesn't even
Peter
have to
go
hit
for the
him.
faster crash down, but Peter doesn't pick up turret
Oh my god, he
aggro. It's that
oh
extra
my
shot
god, he
there that
clicks the
actually
minion
he
to
wanted to
out.
have, that he
What?
doesn't. And that's
He could have
what,
just
ends
ran
up
out of
being the
tower
trade here.
range.
Obviously, like you said, a ton of lost CS here. He's now 11 CS down, but he is able to pick up a kill. I think that most people did not expect him to get. I think with a better execution, he
perfect.
would not have.
Yeah, that was looking real dire. In the end, still going to be fine here for KT. DK with a bit of a gold deficit off the back end of it. So still going okay. Could have been way worse. As now we've got a little bit of a face-off. Lucid moves on in, able to get himself out of there as well. As you can see, 3v3 for now.
Yeah.
Mid lane is moving up.
Shu does have teleport, but I don't think he's
There's
interested in
triple
joining
tier
this
on
fight.
DK.
He plus have
Holy.
enough control here. And, you know, you can see Showmaker looking for an angle.
Deadly Flourish comes down, aiming, able to arcane shift.
Japanese
to avoid
Grand
the stun,
Prix is a
but
snooze
Lucid
fest?
still
No,
has
I
to
know.
flash.
It looks like a bit of
And
a
that
snooze
should
fest.
be 2 grubs going over to KT in this first round. BDD moving back himself. And Shu here towards the bottom side, just waiting for Perfect to make his way down. KT just being
Hysterix,
way more
why are you
proactive
awake?
in this early game.
That was really carefully played from KT too. They were so careful about it. They knew that BDD has a better ultimate than Showmaker would have to turn that fight. Showmaker could look for an angle, but you know, he just dropped the wave for a second there. Still comes back and catches all of it. Also, Perfect rotated up just in case, and then came back down. Isn't losing anything there either, knowing he has a teleport disadvantage.
Well, BDD taking a bit of damage here, but Showmaker as well. Taking the first salvo from this Aurora is always difficult to deal with. And the one big benefit for DK is
I
the fact
kinda
that
like
they have
Ryze
an
as a
Ezreal
champ.
with a 20 CS lead. And that is sort of a third of the max CS of Ezreal right now. So that's not going too bad.
Going very well.
Why am I awake at 7
for
AM? I went to bed at 4
as
AM
we
to watch this
expected.
strange human
A
being.
lane swap come through
You
here
slept
with
3
that
hours
dive,
so you could
but
watch this
they were
degeneracy?
back.
Oh,
Showmaker.
there's the flash forward,
Beautiful.
and that's a very dead BDD.
I think
Nowhere
DK is
he
just
could
out of
go.
KT's
Sometimes
league,
flash
let's be
through
honest.
prison is all you need.
Yeah.
Team-wise and individually, they're
sometimes
just
your jungler
better.
takes the kill, but you're okay with it because best friends, and it's fine.
Well, Beryl looking for a bit of an angle. That's a lot of Q damage, actually. Wasn't expecting that. As now Peter being pretty thankful here.
That's
for
facts,
the
chat.
after
That's
shot.
facts.
Yeah, I think Beryl went cheap shot with this rune selection. Maybe that's part of the reason why he's doing a little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, I actually maybe I'm okay with not having Hex Flash.
Pretty big hits on this Poppy, and
Yeah.
I mean it allows you to pressure this Jhin so much more, and it's going to lead to a plate here. You know, Ducktom's already so significantly behind in gold, so significantly behind in CS, despite having that kill from earlier. But aiming has really just continued to put on the pressure.
Yeah. Is Ezreal
Donald Trump
still
showed
doing
the-
What is this?
exactly what we have come to expect? and that is just kind of win throughout these games. We'll have to see, though. There has been some sporadic play from both of these teams as we move towards
Aatrox video on the Reddit.
late game. So I don't think this is giving us all the information.
Someone says Caedrel should watch this.
Well, full level ahead.
Yeah, it's
not just 6 to 5, but a full level, and they'll get the dragon here as well.
And Beryl is also level 6, so it's not that aiming has been left alone. It's that Dom hasn't been there to pick up CS.
Easy Drake.
I think a lot of that to do with the fact that Xiu was, you know, did give them a full wave. But you can see Xiu's actually ahead of Perfect as well. So as far as navigating the experience in the early stages of the game, DK certainly winning out on that front. As Showmaker moves up, does have Peter here in his lane. Beryl is going to assist, though. And that means that he might be able to get this.
Is anyone not slept in EU?
So there we go. They're fine.
Has anyone in EU just not slept?
A bit of a wraparound here for Cuz, but he is on vision. Showmaker very aware of this. And it doesn't
You're so fucking ill. It's crazy.
Punished,
oh, it's a Saturday night. I'm gonna stay up all night. What have you been doing all night? What are you doing?
Unending Despair, the rush item here for Lucid as well.
Yeah,
you haven't seen that one too much.
He's also rushing right up to the top lane here to try to defend
Gaming.
the potential dive. They're very
what have you been playing?
Utilizing the vision they have so incredibly quickly. Dom 1v1.
Holy Poppy.
Not having a great time into the Poppy here. True Shot Barrage also going to be helping out, but here on the top side of the map, Lucid has made his way in and loses a bunch of his health bar. Xiu trying to deal with the wave as best he can.
Big rise ult.
Showmaker turns up with the realm.
Big defense from the boys.
Is the one that takes
Peter
prison there, as Peter does have to flash to get himself out of the way as well. Xiu wanting to take that
RuneScape,
pot shot.
Minecraft.
The 3 bullets from that empowered auto attack not quite going to work out. Peter is able to go home.
Just such good reads from D+. The whole way through,
I
they
slept
knew where
during
Cuz
LEC.
was. They had the vision. They send Lucid topside. He's able to buy enough time. They have Realm Orb, so they know Showmaker can get there at a moment's notice without expending his teleport. And that leaves alone in the bottom lane Dom, who's getting 1v1'd and zoned off of his farm and experience by Beryl as aiming gets more plate gold down there. D+ are winning on both sides of the map. It's just not fair. Yeah, it's just great macro.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. Like they've put aiming in a good matchup and then isolated it so effectively. KT is sort of playing into their hands, and it's not working out. The phenomenal, like, understanding where you're playing
has a bounty.
defense
Yeah, it's
and
25 gold though.
Actually,
LCK normally shows bounties from 1
very
gold
difficult for some of
1
our
gold
teams.
upwards.
DK are navigating it really, really nicely, understanding where they need to be reactive, and that
but
was
the
top
Jhin
side
is
of the map,
on
and
70
where they can
CS,
play
which is not good.
which is absolutely this bottom side. Lucid, able to take away one of the grubs, is actually okay with giving away the remaining 2 by the looks of things.
I mean, with Showmaker
It's a
having
DK diff
Cryo
this
as well
game.
for so much of this game, he's got a ton of agency, and punishing an Ezreal is just
Papa
so much
Smithy,
harder
Papa
than punishing
Smithy.
a Jace, so the Jace is the
Papa
option they go
Smithy.
for.
Papa
Really
Smithy,
backfiring
Papa
twice,
Smithy.
and that's going to be the whole turret
Papa
here.
Smithy.
First turret as well for Feats of Strength, going over to D+, and it's suddenly a 1,200 gold lead. Yeah, solo gold, and he's 40 CS up.
Papa
Man,
Smithy.
this is a
Papa
big
Smithy.
aiming Ezreal problem.
Papa Smithy. Papa
KT
Smithy.
are
Papa
facing,
Smithy.
and KT know a lot about aiming Ezreal problems.
Just know if Lost Tones in LTA, you wouldn't get a free win like you do against TL.
In seasons past.
That's all I'm saying.
They're not going to be surprised when he comes back with a couple of items completed and is an absolute menace. Now has that Trinity Force done. He's 1,000 gold in the lead. The only real notable lead that we have in this game so far.
I mean, KT fans will remember his
climb
insane
to NACL,
Ezreal
buddy?
lead in the T1
Nah, we'll just take
series
you on
of the lower
first.
bracket finals, which then he threw away.
Yes.
KT fans will remember, but he's now beating KT in this early game himself, and Dom is just not allowed to play the game.
Yeah, sent home with a empowered
Dodge
shock
does in
blast there.
Korea. How the
And I
fuck
think
were we
that he is
supposed to
going
get to
say,
Korea?
Yes, I will. In fact,
You know, it's the
go home,
TP
because this is looking a little
for
rough.
like 2
There
days.
might be an outer turret
The
that
fuck?
can be taken here by KT as
Where
well.
the
because
EU
of
must
course,
has.
Clip's done for Xiu is a bit of a different build option here. Kind of like it though, a bit more of a battle Jace option.
Yeah.
But we'll be doing a bunch of damage to this turret as Beryl does have access to his dead.
So you can't get the Poppy W off from the stun.
There's the Magnustorm from Peter as well as Beryl's in trouble. He's just trying to walk it off. And it's going to work out.
Oh my god, it actually worked. What the fuck?
Says, I'm flashing for it. Picks
Did that
one
Aurora
up.
Q actually hit? It looked like it
Finally,
missed.
the Aurora is on the board. Malignance is just done, and he just
Next
shows
year,
what it's
LEC will have a
capable
guest
that was
slot.
a very close, narrow
definitely won't.
snatch of Beryl. He was almost able to get out, held his flash a really long time there, but ultimately BDD does snatch him up. Showmaker trying to get some advantages down here, isn't going to be able to get too much more.
Yeah, needlework actually coming out here from Perfect.
Is
but
Perfect
Showmaker
okay?
just walks away.
And You know, when we were at the beginning of this game and we had the pause and you were asking me about when are we going to fight, what's
Why
going
did
to
you do
happen,
that then?
and I was like, well, let's see Aiming's pace on his 2 items. He's pretty ahead as Showmaker does get another root here, and Perfect is now pushed out of the lane. He's stacking up these small
How was
advantages,
yesterday's
knowing
LEC games?
That Cuz wasn't anywhere nearby.
I mean,
It's
the
actually
Rogue
just gonna
series
force
was
him out of the
fucking
lane.
great.
So side lane pressure already real for this Rise into the Gwen. Gwen, normally the champion you talk about.
Every other series was
for
fucking
KT's
boring.
Team that would be incredibly strong in the side lane, but so far in this game, just not happening. It will later on be more relevant, but I'm not sure how much more relevant if Showmaker's tear does continue. He's got his rod.
But it depends what you want from a
And,
game, you
I
know.
mean, aiming is really
Like,
just gatekept
my
by his
version of a
tier
fun
stacks at
game
this
is
point.
no
He's
one can
well
end and everyone's
truly
inting.
on his way
Maybe
to
your
that
version of a fun
online.
game is
Yeah,
like
we're gonna be seeing like Manamune
clean
for a
game.
while,
Yeah.
is what it kind of feels like.
If you like
But,
clean game,
it does
then
stack up
KC
once
and
you are
G2
completely
were
at it
pretty
pretty
clean.
quickly. First Drake going to be going over to DK here as Feats of Strength 1 away for both kills and for the objectives. And it's going to be an Ocean Soul this game. Not the most exciting of the souls, but
If you're a hate watcher, it was probably
a
pretty
Jace
boring.
and an Ezreal, you're pretty happy to play that poke game, and the extra regen certainly going to be helping out there. But I was going to say before that Showmaker got his catalyst, and then he's like, all right, I'm brawling everyone. I'm just totally happy with it.
Yeah,
Just turns out that that item is pretty good for the Rise.
absolutely.
Now has, okay, Magnustorm to deal with.
Nice
Cuz is
reaction
moving
from
on in.
Beryl.
Says, no, you're moving on out.
Don't even
as
try
turns
it,
out.
Peter.
And that is going to be the end of that.
It just feels like KT have some really decent setups. You know, they're playing the map as their comp should, but D+ are just one step ahead.
Why
at
are
a
you writing
time, and
final
they're
nap-
always
final
just
lap
kinda
nails?
Too slippery to catch.
Nothing's
Too
gonna
slippery
happen.
punish, where they turn on the fight and end up winning out on it, or at least trading even, as we saw that first gank on the Shiu. As Lucid's looking for play.
Oh dear. Aiming picks up turret aggro for a moment, but it looks like DK just happy to take this turret instead of killing Doctorm. Not something they're going to be able to do with Cuz in the vicinity unless...
Well...
Oh, never mind. Aiming just does a lot of damage, and he is able to take this
Okay,
one down.
nice
Doctorm
damage.
is now in trouble.
2 grubs, and he just pushed his Duck Dom away, and it just ignores him, frankly, to be honest. It just
Max
kills
won.
the turret.
Bro, Max winning probably makes Honda very
This
happy.
is- I mean, the gold lead is 2,000.
Honda
but it
probably
feels
loves
like
that
it's so
shit.
much more, just because we know what's coming. We know the scaling of this composition, and we know that this Ezreal is a ticking time bomb. It's ticking quite quickly at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
As we'll watch this.
I really wonder what
replay.
happens if Max ever
well,
left Red Bull.
Shiu not
Does
quite
Red Bull just
finding
become like the
the,
6th worst team?
The engage. Now looking for a bit of revenge here, as Perfect did put his ulti on cooldown and used the Ghost, but got the flash out from the Jace.
They just become Haas?
You could see that Beryl was looking for a little bit of an angle, but does
No
not
way.
quite find it. Him and Cuz now going to be facing off in this jungle, although Cuz looks
crazy,
like
that guy.
nothing to do with this Poppy, understandably so.
My biggest fear for KT is, I mentioned that they have a lot of engage. They have a lot of tools to fight on their terms if they can group. But with this mid turret down so early, and the lack of vision and lack of map control is going to come with that. You see D+ trying to clear some of this vision right now. They need to take these fights when they can find moments where D+ are not grouped. And this is one of those potential angles.
Yeah,
you
Lost
know, if they
Ratone's
wanted to
F1
fight
team.
for this Rift Herald, but they're giving D+
That
so
would go
much time.
crazy hard.
He's heading back. He's got his Monomoon completed at 264, and I mean, this is just the spikes.
If I ever
Good sidestep on the Whimsicon's
dead.
Lightning, but I don't know whether that's going to exactly keep him safe. True Shot Barrage going a completely
the Lost
different direction,
Ratones
and that is
F1 team
Beauty
would have
picking up a
one
second.
lead driver,
Okay.
and it would be
Nice play
Kimi
from KT.
Räikkönen.
That's a good angle. You know, you end up isolating one target, take them down. Now you can look for this 4v5 or 5v4, that is to say. And D+ are just simply going to give this up and try to push mid instead.
LR Kimi.
Ooh, certainly a possibility is.
That's a big
Perfect.
pick for
Not gonna
KT.
get stunned up this time. Beryl trying to move him out
Losing
of the way.
Herald
Fear
and
is
top
here
tier 1.
once again.
But I guess bot tier 2
DK,
instead.
they were looking to try and trade for something, and Lucid also realizing that they don't quite have as many members up here as they otherwise would. 10 seconds left on Showmaker as Beryl getting rid of the Jhin, but Cuz is still there with the smite. And he's going to be able to pick up the Eye of the Herald. Shiu, though, answers with an inner turret on the
Okay,
bottom
Shiu gets
side of
that,
the map.
nice.
So they get
something had to give.
Yeah, they had
Chad,
to-
how much
I mean,
gold is Krugs? It's
they lost the
104,
inner,
isn't
they
it?
lost most of their inner in mid lane as well. Or
No,
half
it's
of it, I
more.
should
How
say.
much gold is
And
Krugs?
that was a really scary situation. I think KT fans can have a sigh of relief at least
100
because
something,
when Lucid
120.
came over there, he's like, "There's nobody here." If Beryl comes up, if that keeper's verdict hits Cuz, then that's just the Herald to D+. You know, the jungler's gone. You hold that down. You lock it up. And that would have just been a disaster. They still lose the inner in the bottom lane.
Bro, how is it
At least
easier for
KT
me
got
to
the
find
Herald.
how much
Maybe
movement
they
speed
can
the Krugs
look
have than
for
it is to find how
dropping it for
much
this
gold
next
they are?
dragon in the mid lane, try to time that one out so they can have the setup they want here.
Yeah.
Best case scenario, I'd say.
Yeah, that could be the opportunity. 55 seconds on said Dragon. Will be third here for DK if they're able to lock that one down. Still looking for feats of strength. As you
I
can
think
see,
it's
KT
about
with that pick on the top side of the map
126, but I
will lock
can't.
down the warfare version of it. So that's helpful for them, but still, these objectives, just one more for DK. And KT, because they weren't able to get 3 grubs ever, it is still only the 1 objective lockdown with that Herald.
Yeah, it's a little rough. It's not unplayable.
Chad, how
but
much
it
is a big krug?
Oh yeah. And it's only 2,000 gold. Make it 3,000 gold. As
40, no?
the outer turret on the top side does fall down. It's a lot of standing gold though. As we do like to say, 4 turrets to 1.
Or is it 20?
KT
I can't
need to
remember.
get a few more of these. Peter crashing down in the wrong
chat's
direction.
too ill.
Is
It's not
Lucid
gonna
able
help
to
me.
get himself out. Showmaker and Beryl pushing here in this top lane. Heroic charge pushes perfect towards Showmaker, and Beryl is the one taking the damage.
Riot.
The slow is good from Showmaker, and Beryl with a nice flash, but that's a
What?
1v2. And Perfect is doing really well. KT going to take this opportunity now as Aiming says, no, sorry buddy, you are dead.
I love that.
Wait, I just saw Showmaker try something. I don't know if it works though. If you're Rise ulting
second attempt there with Aiming coming over is gonna
and you
guarantee them
start
the kill and
recalling
that
in your
hero. So
Rise ult, does it
fifth
cancel your
turret,
Rise ult?
and
Does it
while
stop you from
KT
going?
Get the Dragon, it's pretty quiet on their side of the crowd with a big clap for D+ as they get that turret and get the kill. Because
I saw Showmaker trying to channel recall there.
In exchange for more
But it
and more
didn't
map
work.
control here is, you know, this was a bit of the outplay by the turret to Beryl.
You did take a lot of damage from that one.
And then Realm Warp comes through. As you, while Aiming is doing this, Showmaker is
tried to recall
there's
there.
no way he can run out back towards the base, so that was kind of cute as well.
Yeah, kind of like the check.
Do you have to just press B once, or I guess you have to channel it,
A
right?
lot of resources used for that, but
He didn't cancel it? Yeah, I know, but he did press recall.
Way more valuable than the solo non-contest on the
He pressed the recall button.
Dragon, like that
I'm not
KT
saying he
got.
tried
I
to cancel, I'm
think,
saying he pressed the
fighting
recall
for
button.
that with a bad position would have been way worse for D+. I think they're very happy with this exchange.
And we've got the evolution now for Aiming. Does complete that Mirror Manor as
Needs to be
Beryl's
recalling
under a
while
little
it
bit
procs.
of,
Okay.
fire here. The curtains have been called as well as the Magnet Storm pulls him out. Oh, the last bullet, and Doctarm's finally on the board. They take down the Poppy, but are they out of the woods? That's the question. Peter's in so much trouble. Arctic Assault going to connect.
Peter.
Aiming. Yeah, he's got enough damage.
Tatakan,
Arcane
thoughts?
shifts over and gets the auto into the air. So it's a 1-for-1 trade of both of the supports. DK with control of the area.
You know, after he played Senna earlier on, or they played that Senna draft, you know, I thought Aiming would be, he's going to be looking at this going, rough, man, I'm not going to get Gold King. But now I'm kind of feeling like maybe he's got a chance.
Yeah, I think he's doing okay this game.
Yeah, that was...
Man, DK
lot of
KT
money
used to bang,
given
but
to
now
this player
KT is just
early
not
on,
competitive
and now
enough.
He's using it. He's using it against he used it against the turrets. Now he's using it against the champions. As pretty slick moves here from Peter to try to keep Beryl in. Does get caught by that last shot, but then when Aiming shows up, it's just done. It's just 100% done, and they can just front to back this. Peter gets caught. Look at this damage. It's unreal.
I feel like it could have been worse. Oh, this is not great either. As Otacon is just going to be taken here by DK. It looks like KT, not a lot of options to get up here. And so that is just going to be it secured. A whole bunch of flowers on the floor.
Feats of strength as well.
Yeah. Feats of strength
Yo,
and
Happy, much
all of
love.
the adaptive
Appreciate
force
that.
and
What the
the
fuck?
experience.
Crazy.
My God.
Happy
They were
Sunshine,
already
much
in the
love, man. I
lead, and
appreciate that.
this is really not helping.
Yeah. Unfortunately for KT, it's
Are you
going
gonna
to
watch
take a
BLG versus
real
IG?
big
Yeah, of
mistake
course.
or
Are
some
you
sort of
crazy?
crazy angle and engage
Yeah, of course.
to get them a one-team fight to get back into this game. You can see second item is.
Chat, what's
on the
better, a
way here for
cappuccino
Duck
or a
Dog.
latte?
We'll
Which
eventually
one's
be
better?
able to have some of that
Oh.
tread
The second item armor pen just
Yeah.
feels so not okay.
into this Sejuani build.
Yeah.
And,
the
like-
collector was already feeling bad, and then you're like, well, I guess I can't.
Which one
build an
has less
Infinity Edge or
coffee in it?
anything. I'm just gonna have to try and build Lord
Or caffeine.
Lord Doms, and he does finish
Yeah,
that.
he does have it, so that's a spike, but Herald is also just not utilized. It just timed out.
Same.
They didn't use it to get the Ocean Dragon. They could have, when they saw that D+ was going to index on the top, tried to go for mid-turret
Wait,
at
what's
the
the
same time,
difference?
but now it's just going to maybe get them
Wait,
bottom
cappuccino is really
outer.
foamy,
It
right?
looks
And the other
likely,
and the
although
latte
D+
is not,
are
right?
grouping. I don't
Yeah.
know. It's looking hopeless, Atlas. I don't
Yeah, they
know.
know exactly where it is, so because it was cast so early, they can just move on down. That is going to stop any sort of charge. Should be able to keep this turret alive. Still, only that one turret is perfect. He is in the mist,
Nice
but
ult.
there is the ulti from Beryl.
But
Might
Beryl
still be
is
a
dead.
sacrifice of the Poppy, and there is the first bullet to lock that one down. Cuz with his ulti is also really helping him stay. Oh, never mind, he's not staying alive at
I might.
all. Showmaker says no to
Is
that.
Rice?
As there's a charge on the Rift Herald. Peter comes back. BDD locks down a kill. Peter does sacrifice himself, but BDD is doing so much damage. Aiming 1 versus 3. Is that going to work? I don't know about it.
Is Rice a
Captive
champ
audience
that is
comes
slept on
down,
right now?
Dr. We'll be able to
Like, I
say,
think
no,
he's
please,
picked
just
now
stop
and then, but is
chasing
he
us. The
actually
2-for-2 trade in
pretty
the end,
fucking
Shelly
broken?
doesn't get a charge.
I mean, we often say
I think
when
he has
game states like
a
this,
few
you get an even
matchups that are
trade is a
tough.
huge
Like
win,
playing
but
Rice
this
against
feels
Azir
like it's
Syndra is
one step forward, one step back
not
in
the
this
funnest,
exchange.
but
I do
I
appreciate
feel like
how
right now
quickly
Rice
the teleport
seems
comes
like he's
through
in a
from
pretty
BDD,
strong
because he has
state.
an angle here with this controller to get straight into the thick of things with his
Obviously, he gets
ultimate.
one shot in this
and
fight,
then when
but
you see this curtain call come out, it's not doing enough to actually finish
I feel
the
like
fight
Rice
for
has
them.
slept on a
But
bit in
Peter
terms of just a
returning
blind
with
pick.
the Rift Herald here is actually super clutch, bounces out of it and gets the double Magnet Storm. Really aggressive sacrificial play though, but I think plays like that are pretty necessary.
But I feel
here
like
for
solo
KT
queue win
Wolves
rate on
because
Rise is
Herald does
misleading a
not
lot.
charge
A lot
right
of
away
mid lane
either,
champs that
so
are good in
that
pro
is
play, their
still
win
sitting
rates
at
just
half
suck in
health.
solo queue.
Yeah, and of course,
Cause-
because he drove it into a wall.
'Cause the
it's
champs
not
are
going to be doing
scalers
any
and
charging, but I think it was good
then
use
in
of
solo
it as
queue they
that's
just
a solo
fucking
kill.
lose games or
perfect,
people
just
play them and
lying on
not
the
good at
floor.
them, or they just don't have like
Yeah.
the assassin, whatever the fuck's.
Not quite what Gwen is
Like, I
supposed
think
to be
Azir
doing.
win rate in
His
solo
assault,
queue has
there's
always
Permafrost
been
as
pretty
well.
low
Does
recently.
take a fair bit of damage. Holds onto the ult button. Eats honey fruit, he'll be fine.
Right now, Shiu is just bored. He's like doing Gromp because there's nothing to take. He's got a whole set of 2 waves pushing into the top. Inhibitor turret. He's finding any
Rice
gold
has a
he
good win in
can.
solo queue? Wait, does he?
As D+ have full prio on this dragon. They have control of all 3 lanes. Baron spawns in 10 seconds. And you can see that Peter is trying to get in there and get some vision. Group up from Cuz as well, as that is
He
where
has
the
a
next fight will likely
50.7%.
break out. Dragon
Bro,
taking
what
easily.
happened to Mel?
Gold
Mel
King
is dead
still,
in the
1,000
water.
gold ahead of his next competitor as far as money is concerned, and the other 2 are his solo laners. So things going fine.
He's asking D+ to drag the game out a little longer so he can start stacking it up.
I need to make up for the center game, please, guys.
Yeah.
It's not looking great. Bloodthirster
Ari
is
in
completed
solo
here
queue?
for
Bro,
Sir
Ari
Gold King.
has always had a high win rate in
Warlock's
solo
kinda cool
queue.
here for Lucid
Always.
as well.
Always,
Use his
always,
health, pretty
always has a high win
aggressively,
rate in solo
throughout
queue.
a lot of these
Always.
little skirmishes that they might be having.
Scuttle being
I don't
D+
remember
also
a
means
patch
that
where
even though
Ari
the rest
was
of the division was taken away, they
below
knew that
50%
KT
rate in
didn't
solo
start
queue.
this.
Barrel face checks these.
She's always been like 51-ish.
Wow, look at the
Oh,
discipline.
He doesn't. What is?
Look at the discipline.
My boy's grown up. Showmaker, he might though. There's a Magnet Storm.
But it's
from
actually such a
Keto.
mega play
Shattering
by
Strike's
KT.
Beautiful, and there's nothing Showmaker can do. He does a fair bit of damage on his way out, but now Lucid is the one in trouble. He's gonna have to try and
Wait,
get
hold
an
up.
Arctic Assault, but it does not work. He's just held in place.
I think
and that
it's
is 2
time for a
beautiful kills from
JSTP and a
KT.
Now,
and a
Shiu's
poke
gonna-
them,
might be
or
able
it's
to
a
get
push
themselves a
angle, I
Baron.
guess.
Shiu's gonna try to rush to get this inhibitor turret. Teleport coming through from the Gwen as well, straight to the Baron.
I don't know if I like
Baron
inhib.
to Nexus.
Yeah, and I mean, aiming, getting that push.
I guess
in
they have
mid
no
as well.
choice.
So yes, you did get the Baron, but it took so long to do so that the value is just arguably even better here for D+. Barrel is looking for some
There's a
shenanigans.
keeper's verdict around here. He's not going to use it. That is bounty gold though, going over to KT.
You could stop some of these backs though and deny them from
2
returning.
inhibitors should be the sacrifice here. As
Oh,
there's a keeper's
Gwen
verdict.
W.
Gwen is immune.
That Gwen champ is
And
absurd.
that is going to be the kill going over to Cuz.
The
aiming
thing is,
on Vision
I
now,
don't
but they
like
do manage to
trading
get
double
2
inhib
inhibs
for Baron.
price of
I hate
Baron.
that.
They
Because
just
Baron stalls the
really
game and
snap
double inhib
called
is
that.
free
The
farm.
second the pick came
So you
through
actually,
from the party bush, they were like, all right, we just push for the inhibs.
it's like
It was Such a
counterintuitive.
great decisive call from D+. Now, let's see if the punish comes through.
Oh well, shoot. He's
I
done
hate
this
that
one
trade.
before. As perfect.
The only thing
Missed
that's
right
good
now.
is it'll
Showmaker's
help
moved
them
down, does still
for
have the realm warp, man. If
soul
they want
points.
this fight, they could take it.
OKLS,
They
what do you
can
mean
just get it any
OKLS?
position that they want,
I've
but
been in
not
the
going to
States
push
many
the
times
envelope.
before, where you take double inhib,
And we do
you
have
can't
Lucid
siege
coming
top
back at
inhib,
the same time. So DK
because you
back
can
on
see
the
their
map,
pings
back
already, they gotta
feeling
push
good.
out top.
But KT
And they
now
have
with
Nash
Baron
to
for a little
stall.
while.
The only
Look at
good
where
news
they
is
are on the
Drake
map right
should be
now,
free.
Both the Ezreal and the Jace.
But you'll see
The
that
aiming
blue side will
push
get a
on the
lot of
second
gold for
Showmaker
this.
gets caught.
A lot of gold.
And this actually forces the back to come through from Perfect. So while he backs, he pushes the mid turret. Like, yes, we know that the CC chain happened, these 2 players die, but what happens on the map next, and the instant push, the instant call to make that happen and to grab those 2 inhibitors from D+ was the right move. Barrel goes over to the Baron pit as
So
well.
what's the
to
gold
try to
difference
slow
right
them
now?
down on their
It's
return.
4k,
So what looks like a win for KT
plus
is
2k
really
Baron
not,
play, and they haven't gotten a
unfortunately.
single
Like,
tower.
the good news,
Chilling.
For KT
Time to
is a
farm
blank
some
piece of
minions. This
paper,
Baron
it
power
feels
play
like
is
at
gonna
this
go
point in
up
time.
because
I
of
mean,
minions.
There's a death cap for BDD, who once again is the biggest member on KT Rolster. Shocker, I know.
Well,
Why is KT fighting?
We do have Glacial Prison going wide
Oh,
here.
Barrel's
That spells
one
the
shot, that's
end
why
of
they're
the Poppy,
fighting.
But still, look at this AoE. This is absurd from Showmaker. The needlework not quite doing enough.
Peter's
There's a
dead.
teleport from Shiu. Says Peter, there is no
Oof,
way
this
out.
is-
Cuz
you
is
don't wanna
flashing,
fight.
but Shiu's diving on top of him.
Well, they just
Perfect
lost the
there as
game.
well. The flash forward, and there's the realm
Did they
warp
just lose the
to
game?
make sure that this Gwen
That's it?
is dead. Aiming not going to be
They
helping
just
out
walked
here.
out their
Showmaker moves
base
on over, finds the
and
Red Prison,
fought
should be
on
able to get
top
the
side
combo.
over a pink for
not
air.
quite able to get in there as BDD
Oh my
just
god,
kills
BDD
aiming.
saves it.
That's what that death cap is for, apparently. And Showmaker,
Oh
you
my
don't need
god,
to tank
Showmaker
two
died
Nexus
too.
turrets.
Yeah,
Buddy,
no.
that's not what
Well,
you
they
need.
saved it,
Not
KT.
necessary to make that
Bro, KT's
move.
getting
But
so
look,
much gold, man. They're getting so
wearing
much
down the
gold. It's
Baron
crazy.
timer, Atlas.
There you go.
They're getting so
Those
much
Baron
gold.
minions are getting a lot of value defending the Nexus turrets with
Oh man,
BDD.
This was so much of like a beautiful back and forth macro game as we have a look at this replay, but now it's turned into absolute chaos, and that is precisely what
Disgusting
we wanted
from
out of KT
disgusting
versus
from
Yeah, I was
KT,
trying
and then
I was trying to
counter
get a little
disgusting from
disappointed. I'm glad at
DK,
least
but
D+'ers sticking
I
with
actually
the
think it's
theme of
BDD who
today,
actually played it well.
to at least make the casters seem
But
like they
BDD
really
does have
knew
4
that they
items.
didn't-
Look at his aiming's
they made
HP.
us
That
look
was
like we
one
knew that we
BDD
didn't
combo.
know
Yeah.
What we were talking about the series. Yeah, this is cool and all. Looking for perfect. Yep. But then, yeah, BDD. He's
BDD hit 2 buttons.
Actually, aiming, you're such a
Perfect
criminal.
doesn't die, and then the root
Showmaker,
comes
you're
through
also
and-
such a criminal.
Showmaker, why?
Oh no.
Yeah. It's okay.
Guys,
You
you're
can
gonna
see
lose
they're
the
not
game.
feeling
You're gonna lose the game.
hyper-serious about the
Hello,
whole
hello,
situation.
DK.
That was a,
You're gonna
"Oh,
lose
I'm
the game.
dead" type scenario instead of, you know, feeling the catastrophe or anything like that. 3,000 gold the lead for DK. The Rebel Baron power play was about 2.5k. Is now Beryl going to get engaged on yet again?
My Poppy's
Perfect.
level 10.
Can't be milling about taking free damage though, as you can see. Oh, these Mystic shots really do hurt. Shiu clears out the ward as BDD gets over that wall.
I mean, BDD and Peter can shape this fight if they can get grouped here. She was trying to block BDD from the
All
flank. He's gonna have to
that
wrap
Beryl
all
has
the
to
way
do is
around
charge
to
his
the
R
front.
button and fire it
Remember,
at
this
anyone.
is Ocean Soul as well. Lucid looking for an angle to
Is
try and
DK
get
giving
himself
this?
in there, and Showmaker says,
For
well,
what?
maybe we'll just win the game instead. Could be the
Big
angle,
steal,
and it's going
Lucid.
to be the soul
Big
picked up
steal.
by Lucid. Good smite. As Peter
Big
pulls
steal,
him back.
Lucid.
He's not going to be able to get away scot-free, as DK might just use this as an opportunity to win the game, but Perfect gets his teleport off and will be able to get himself out of there. Deadly Flourish doesn't connect onto Barrel as the Shock Blaster coming in. That's
What
an
the fuck was that
aggressive,
TP?
teleport there, Mr.
Showmaker?
Showmaker, as Cuz is also going to be
Showmaker,
going
what the
down.
fuck was that?
There are different ways to engage. That is one of them. Not sure whether it's the best, but it's working out. Aiming.
Beautiful,
Trying to
Beryl.
get his revenge, or at least
Beautiful.
Beryl is, as he takes the kill onto BDD. Now they're looking to chase.
Nice,
looking
Siwu.
for more. Aiming.
Still nothing to do
takes some
though.
Jungle camps.
This-
And KT, they get to breathe another day.
I mean, these inhibitors are going to respawn. This situation here is pretty smart from D+ because they have the ability to threaten the end, but Perfect isn't actually locked down, so he can teleport back and actually end up defending the base. Showmaker comes in seemingly to die to try to clean up this fight as well, because it looks pretty winnable here for KT.
Wait, hold
They
up,
have
what
to
the
back
fuck
away
is
as
this?
They realize the teleport's coming through.
Showmaker's
I
laughing
think
like
if
a
Duck Dom
gremlin, is he?
on a traditional AD carry and not on Jhin, maybe they actually could clean this fight up, but he's actually kind of split here, and BDD, he is just going to get shoved
Showmaker
in,
the
and
gremlin.
aiming rips him to shreds. Duck Dom running around reloading, and that's the end of that.
The classic Jhin situation.
The 503 Jhin, who's not in a position to carry that fight.
Yeah, wow, I hadn't actually looked at his scoreline. These his curtain calls have been good this game.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it's just you're not doing nearly as much just in the course of a team fight that Aiming will be doing on this Ezreal.
You're not really the cleanup type. I mean, there have been moments. There are
Okay, I got
scenarios
it.
in which
Big.
you can do that, but
Yeah.
this, unfortunately, was not one of those scenarios.
Well, you can see the undulating gold
Chat, I went
difference
with
over
Lati.
time here, as it is
Look at the gold
gradually
difference.
moving back towards KT, unless we have another dip coming up.
Yeah, but I
We'll
think-
just have to see.
I mean, they got a
as
little
the
bit of
Baron
gold
up again
recovered,
in 5
3K.
seconds time.
Not the
That's
worst.
why everyone's here towards this top side, and there is so much vision for DK.
Yeah, it's the Showmaker happiness meter. The more KT there is, the more fun Showmaker's having.
Yep.
And,
Still think DK
he
with
is
Soul is
trying
not-
to
it's not
eventually
one
get
yet.
This top push through. Like top lane has been mostly ignored since
That
those two
Gwen
inhibitors,
champ is fucking
came
demonic,
down.
even though her late
Now they
game's
have
a little bit
Cryo
worse.
for this Baron, teleport for Shiu, and he could also just threaten this inhibitor. So KT need to act fast and to make a decisive call here. And they're actually just going
Also,
to
his Rise items look
watch
so
D+ walk
bad.
away.
Well, it is going to be True Shot Barrage getting a fair bit of information here, as Perfect and Peter both get chunked by that one. 4 items completed for the Ezreal is real scary. Beryl, don't know about this position as the rest of KT crash
Beryl
in
just
on
a
top of
walking
him,
free
mainly
kill? Is
Peter
that
because he
all?
has an ability that he's kind of called that. Curtain calls come in. That is a 6th kill for Dr.
I think D+ can team fight. They just really don't want to. They just keep threatening these split pushes. The backdoor, you could almost call it. I mean, it's not quite a backdoor.
Oh my god, this game is going to be an absolute degenerate game, isn't
instead
it?
of just grouping on Baron, taking a Baron,
It's
and
turning
pushing
into the
these
degeneracy
open
game.
inhibitors. But again, a pick on the barrel means a little bit more reprieve here for KT.
Owie.
And they are going to now get a little bit of Baron Prio themselves.
They're just going to walk on up and start it. That seems to be the answer here. Doctom's still relatively low. On vision right now, as you can see, there is irremovable vision. And Showmaker now moving over. Captive Audience not going to quite find aiming there as the Deadly Flourish
KT, just flip it.
Taking a fair bit of damage. Cuz down to 50%. Teleport in from Shiu as they're looking for the team fight now. Cuz with that ulti running is so durable. And now Shiu
Oh my god,
God,
Rice
the AoE
and Jace.
is absurd. Perfect
That's the
goes
boys
golden,
right there.
but that means
Easy
that
clap.
he just has to watch
Easy
as
clap.
the rest of his team dies.
Easy
It's
clap,
an
wasn't even close.
trade
DK, baby.
forward, and DK are going to realm warp their way to the base.
You know, a bit of an anticlimactic end for what looked like KT may have been able to finally find some semblance of
They
footing in this game.
overturned into
It was a
Sedge
nice
way too much.
try. It was a good ult from
Overturned.
Cuz, but they're unable to secure the Baron. They look for the ensuing team fight, and they do not get it done. And as these waves come through, D+ will
Man,
finally
I think,
at
like,
33 or 34 and a
I don't
half
want to be
minutes
too
end
hard on him,
this
but
game.
perfect
Little bit of
to
happy
me.
gaming there towards the
He
early
just
parts of
hasn't
the late game.
found
D+
his
still
stride
gets
in over a year
beautiful
now.
macro game from Lucid and Barrel, to be totally honest, just outclassing KT in the early game and building.
And I hate being
such
a dick
phenomenal
because
lead.
I know
so
by the looks
impressive
of his
that Beryl
facial
gets
expressions
to
and the way he
int
like
and also
approaches the
have
game, it
great
feels like he's trying his hardest.
in the
Like
same
it
game,
feels like
in the
he's
same
really
moment. It's
trying.
the epitomization of what makes,
But I just
this player who he is.
against
That
the
is
top
beautiful thing
teams,
to
he
see.
just doesn't have it.
Showmaker as well, big grins on his face. He took his hands off the keyboard at the end there and was like, I just got to run around and do a fair bit of dying on the rise, but also putting the pressure where it needs to go. Shiu with some beautiful solo kills in that game. The Jace in the 1v1,
Shiu,
looking fantastic.
I feel like this is like peak Shiu, what we saw in this game. Not only great laning and great solo kill opportunities and stuff like that.
You know who
but
he
also
reminds
just
me of
really good side
perfect?
laning. And
He
putting all the
reminds me a
pressure,
little
knowing
bit of
when to
Life.
TP, when not to TP,
When he
how
was
to
on
absorb
Gen G.
pressure, when to really hard
When
to
Life
apply
joined Gen
pressure,
G
no
and he
good
was like
decision from this
he
guy.
was such a
Looks like
good
veteran
player
already.
Yeah.
if he
I
wasn't
do
playing
wanna
versus
say,
top
though, on
teams.
the KT side
But
of
when he
things,
goes against the top
Peter
team,
is such a good
he just
addition to this
crumbles
squad.
and
I
like
don't care about the results
makes
of
silly
this
mistakes,
game.
starts
KT still
inting a
kept
bit,
it
and then he like
competitive.
after the game it's like really
And I
emotional and
think
shit
a
like
lot
that or
of it
whatever.
was to do with Peter
I don't know
finding
why he
so
reminds me
many
of him.
these catches. That catch into Baron, it's the second time they've managed to make a play like this, and even though it hasn't worked out in either time,
Holy Siwu.
having these moments is what
I swear,
KT is
Lucid and
desperately
Beryl
needed.
were
So,
fucking passengers
despite
this
the result,
game.
I think it's still definitely a good call. They just need to play together a little bit better, and I think Doctor's going to, like, being on Jhin makes things more difficult. Being forced to build armor pen second item is difficult, and in game number 2,
Alright, so
he's
ready
not
to
going
check.
to be able to play Jhin. It's going to have to be something else. We'll see whether
Absolute
he can
passengers.
join in the carrying as we move into it and bring us to 3 games. Time to go to a break. When we get back, Space going to break it down, and we'll have game 2.
Lost Ratones representing LTA.
Yeah, Varus
Yeah, we
gonna
saw
be,
this.
Locked in. Got the,
W Lost Ratones fan.
let's go. Nice. And a good okay.
Guns right there, nice.
W Lost Ratones fan.
We'll
Maddie representing LR at the Diving World Cup. Bro, Maddie the GOAT. Maddie is the GOAT, man. Maddie is the GOAT. Maddie is the GOAT. She's rocking the Lost Ratones t-shirt. I saw it on her Instagram stories as well. She was at the Diving World Cup. She's rocking the fucking LR jersey. The GOAT. Our medal. Caedrel bold if she gets gold deal. If Manny gets gold, I'll go bold, yeah. I'll go bold. Laura appreciation bros. For me, Laura made amazing progress in joining the LEC. She was always great, but now she's amazing with unmatched energy. And for me, her World 2024 finals was peak. True. Laura's peak. Goated. Laura's peak. H-Rock sympathizer for tariffs. Okay, we'll check that out. I made Sally and LR rug. We saw that. First night together, her, me. What the fuck?
They are. I'm coming.
I'm arrowing. I'm arrowing, okay? Straight to the search here.
Okay.
Yeah, I miss.
Ult in 10, ult in 10.
So, it's bad for them, just delay. The flash. And that's still good.
Shielding too.
Out against damaging.
Can I get shield?
That's shield now.
Penta! Oh my god. Who the fuck stole my Penta?
Sorry, my bad.
Reckless, was it you?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Spanking after the game.
Then I'm not sorry.
I have a receipt for you, Red. I'd go in the sidecar across an entire continent, count me in. Okay. I was in Ludwig's stream yesterday and yapping, saying like, thank you for the series, it was great content. They were fucking... They said if I was... They said if I could be in the sidecar, would I say yes? For the next one or whatever, for like... I'll say yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. You can kill a man, but not the idea. Bwipo checks LEC game one time.
Behind him. I'm hoping he doesn't get basic attacked from the bush by a fucking rel. Like, my lord, we are dog shit or what? Just like, reportable offense, really. Like, actually reportable. Oh my god. And then he gets W'd, bro. What has happened to my region? It makes me want to cry, bro. What the fuck am I watching?
Hey, they are one of the bottom tier teams. Yeah, they're one of the bottom tier teams.
What in the actual fuck is that, bro? This
G2 is one of the bottom tier teams.
This used
True.
to be me watching NA. I was like, I'd watch NA and be like, no, they're so bad, lol. And now I watch Europe. I'm like, holy fuck, you guys are trash.
Well, you're a traitor! You're a traitor! Yeah, I'm upset. I'm upset. Let's imagine EU still had players like Bwipo and Inspired. Oh my god. Oh my god. EU would be crazy. Crazy. Imagine Sven was here and shit as well. What is this?
Is more of a supportive mid jungle.
Oh yeah, I was there for this. I was there for that. Bro. Dom said it yesterday on stream. He said all Caedrel does is wake up in the morning, turn his stream on, sit there, eat foods for 45 minutes straight, go AFK, have an empty chair for 2 hours, watch another game, bring his meal back, eat, and then go to bed. And bro, that is not true. That is so not true. I haven't even eaten yet. I haven't even eaten yet. My food's still on the way yet. Why the fuck did Faker choose Yone instead of Galio Silas? Here's the results of a poll that Faker took on November 26, 2024. Apparently the Korean fans liked Yone, but international fans preferred Galio Silas. I mean, Yone is an edgy-ass motherfucker, and a T1 Yone skin is gonna go crazy. Valorant casters attempt to cast like Caedrel.
Alright.
Bro, I don't know what I'm...
12-4, the way of crew. I want you guys to cast this round without using any Valorant terms. No utility.
No agents.
No agents.
No
nothing.
maps.
No, like, common Valorant lingo.
Okay.
Alright?
I can chill with this. I've
You
done
wanna-
this
you
before
wanna-
on the co-stream. No,
Okay.
you're doing it with me, but
Yeah, but you wanna start it off for
I call
us?
it's the Caedrel.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, you're so right,
Yes.
Caedrel. Yeah, shout out
Yes.
Caedrel. If
Wait,
you don't know who Caedrel
It's
is,
the Caedrel.
y'all are trolling. But League of Legends streamer that very famous for not knowing what's going on in Valorant.
What is this? I can see. I can't. Shut up, you red!
Letter of the alphabet right now.
So the red team, they've got 5 people ready to do some serious damage over here.
Yeah, at the pointy letter.
The pointy letter. Oh wow, look, we're gliding on
The
forward.
green goop and the red
The
explosion.
oobleck, I think is what they call it.
Yeah.
The what?
The oobleck. Bro's never read Dr. Seuss.
Gosh.
You have kids.
He's got the big flower gun that one shot.
Oh my goodness, he's going for his toes.
Oh my god, the board
going for his
turned
toes.
blue.
There's circles on the ground where we're running around. Recon ball. Sorry, it said it on the screen.
Water
Oh, you're
everywhere.
cooked, bro. You said recon. It's done for
It
you.
said it on the screen. I'm just reading.
We're jumping in the water. We're
Hold on.
jumping out
How
of the
does water go like that? There's a gap in the water.
Bro, what actually-
Physics does
Like, I'm gonna keep it real. What actually is fucking happening?
doesn't make
Is
sense.
approaching backside.
Yep.
The green in his eyes. More green. He's turning around. He's walking through the green. It's so green.
What is this shit?
And the game is up. The jig is up.
Yeah.
Yep. As
Wait, that was a round? Everyone died? How? How?
Some serious damage. On forward.
Replay that.
Letter. Oh wow! Look, we're gliding on.
So they 3-man attack the upper balcony.
red
The
explosion.
oobleck, I think, is what they call it.
Yeah.
The what?
The oobleck. Bro's never read Doctor.
Bro, how is that fun for anyone? Why is there a big fucking blue wall in the front?
They really want to trade it side here, but I think DK, the way
What's
how
happened to
they
the water?
played
Why
the
is it
sequence
water?
was so perfect.
What does that mean?
So
You take
first of
damage?
all, they denied Doctam to farm on the bot side, and
What angle do you even cover? Like, what does this guy do? What does he do? He looks this way in case anyone walks through the wall. Little does he know that while he's looking there, this guy can TP through the wall.
And I don't think Doctam has had the best performance, but this legitimately wasn't his fault. What's happening here is that DK is
Bro,
reading the map so much better, and they're playing towards shield.
This
The
guy,
trust that they have in
this
this
guy
game
is like,
really
okay,
also ended up paying
okay,
off
let me try and play this. I can play this.
but
Turns
you
around,
have
okay, no one's
both
behind me,
Lucid
fine.
and Showmaker
Ooh,
covering
I'll go pick
for
that
a
gun up or
4-man
something.
investment
Dead.
which doesn't end up working out. They even have to invest in summoners. DK don't really lose anything for this. And Doctam ends up being super
Bro,
fun as a result of
this
this play.
guy
Aiming gets further accelerated. And it's an interesting highlight because I think these type of moments are really easy to be like, oh, well, dive didn't work. And Doctam is just getting
Oh
gapped,
my god.
which, again, I think Doctam hasn't had the best performance yet. But this is a team difference that we see here between the way that DK play the map
I can't
and the
believe
way
it.
that KT do, which leads to this.
Brutal.
Which is not. It's a full item up, right? And obviously, yeah, you have steel.
Oh, I didn't
caps.
run ads after the
So
game.
how are you
Oops.
gonna play the objective? How are you gonna play the fight? You know, when you see
Bum,
these
bum,
item gaps,
bum.
and you cannot really blame your AD carry. You gotta play on him, and also you gotta protect your AD carry.
Chat,
to
I'm gonna
farm
run
around.
downstairs and
But
grab
I
this
feel like
delivery
DK
food
was
and breakfast.
a lot better on respecting enemies' play.
I'll be back in
and
2
that's
minutes.
why they could actually predict their plays, so they could actually defend the play on the top side.
And the reason why I want to highlight this is because you look at the score line, it doesn't tell the story at all. Great team play here by D+ in our first highlight. Then down in the bottom side of the map, it then switches on over to giving over Drake.
So yeah, this outcome, like this kind of macro, comes from the DK early Drakes. So they got already 2 Drakes in the early game, and then for the 3 Drake, I think KT kind of forced to come over to the Drake and take the Drake. And I just wanted to show that this kind of macro is what we needed for this kind of meta, because I feel like Grubs nowadays, do you really think it's a kind of valuable objective? Yes, of course, you get the early experience advantage on the jungle, but I feel like you don't really get out of those things, you know? Like maybe you can be ahead a little bit, but I think it's more valuable to get the early Drakes.
And I do really want to highlight in a game where particularly Showmaker and Beryl took a lot of liberties with how they played out a lot of the fights. And by liberties, I mean they just kind of stood there, tanked unnecessary skill shots and died a lot. The biggest difference between these two teams for me was actually how much more cognizant DK was of where KT was going to be in the map, and then immediately had a response ready, right? And even with moments like this, which I think was highlighted nicely by the casters, KT kept looking for opportunities. They find great plays like this, they just can't actually execute on it, because getting this kill is great, or these kills rather. Great trap set. Again, I think Peter has been a breath of fresh air for this team. They look so much more vibrant, but they get the Baron, and then watch what happens, because these inhibitors are always going to go down. That's kind of a no-brainer. There's not really too much you can do about it, but you will see what KT ends up doing. I don't think it's the game decider, but this could have been an angle back for them.
Yeah, they could actually bounce back. You can actually speed up from here. I think they could actually just kill Beryl here and reset and bring the wave and push mid. But instead of that,
Push mid.
Yeah, push mid.
Push mid.
Push top?
You have Baron
push
tempo.
anything?
There's 2 people still dead.
Yeah, so they're
Push
gonna
mid. We
waste
have bounties.
a lot of tempo. And also you said we have bounty on the turrets, right? So they could actually push mid and then get the tempo for the next place, but instead of that, they're actually losing tempo after getting Nash, after getting cut. So I think that was the worst part. I mean, I think KT, I think they really played well after the game was already decided, you know?
Because the big thing here is that if you don't base immediately after Baron, that's fine, but then you do actually need to make use of your time on the map. Because now, basically a full minute of the Baron that might have been your one angle back into the game is just gone. Didn't end up to leading to anything. It was Jace with Sums as well as Ezreal, so actually getting them is so hard. And again, this was one in many decisions, but we felt like this was a good way to highlight KT really still struggling where they have to be on the map.
Yeah, great example of tempo later on and ways that KT could get better. And one way you can do that when you have a great roster full of talent are substitutions. We have a big one here for KT. Perfect, who has been given time on this main roster for several splits now, on out, casting, coming on into the top side of the map. How does this change things here, Wadid, for KT?
Probably this is one of the necessary change for KT because we already talked that it might be KT or Nongshim or DK who fights for the last spot of the legend group, right? So I think this kind of change is needed, and I think this is one of the chances that he can prove himself in LCK.
All right, debut time for casting for KT. Will he be able to show up against another young face in Shiwu who's proven his worth over the time? Or will D+ go 2-0 on the week?
We'll just have to find out, Digon. I absolutely love the looks today, by the way. Super Degrassi high vibes. I'm really enjoying it, especially like with Wadid with the extra, like the denim.
Wadid's just killing it with the fashion.
Yeah, no, actually nailing it 100%. But let's talk about casting because he's making his way in, and we didn't see him throughout all of the LCK Cup. Did see him in Casper Cup, but that was, of course, basically their challenger roster.
I think, while I do think Casting is a very strong player, he's proven his worth in challengers and even in the LCK a little bit. He's played a few games for KT Rolster. I don't like this choice because I think if you were going to make a choice like this, especially if you're making this to be a performance-based choice, maybe just start Casting at the beginning of the season and like give him his full
What's my fault? What's my fault?
Or
what's
just
my
say,
fault?
all
What's
right,
my
perfect. Like, let's shape it up. If he doesn't shape it up in game 2, you move into the next week and pull him in. Pulling him into a series like this might be good for Casting, but it might shake some of your team synergy and it might.
What do you mean? Dom was right
some
about
additional pressure to Perfect. A lot of
Wait,
players
Perfect is out.
do well when they're subbed out. Suddenly, they end up losing a lot of their momentum.
Yeah.
So let's see how he performs, and maybe he'll be starting for the rest of the season.
How is that
I
my
don't
fault?
expect that to be the case, but it's a very risky call from KT Rolster's coaching staff.
Yeah,
I can
not every
understand
team
why the
gets to
coaching
be
staff did that.
CFO, that can just
I can
freely
see it
sub
too.
between
Something's
their two top
off.
laners and everyone's happy and it's all fine. This
Has
could be a
casting
different
started
story.
before?
Casting not necessarily playing any different champions there towards the top side. Has played 4 games so far in Challenger this
feel like he
season,
has.
but none of them really standing
How
out.
did he do?
Played some Gwen, some Rumble, some Renekton, and an Ambessa. Like it's not really anything to write home about.
Casting is also a player who's improved so much over the last 2 years. Spent some time on Genji's Challengers roster and really wasn't looking great there, but after he moved into KT and that team was basically the Challenger super team,
Oh, it was
he
in
just
Casper
leveled
Cup,
up
was
a
it?
ton. So I think he is
Casper
a very,
Cup.
very strong player, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he's going to play here.
It's 8
as we have
8
a lot of
a.m.
big
cook an
picks
egg
gone,
on
right?
toast,
The Gwen
rat.
is gone, Jace is
No.
gone, the Ezreal's
You
gone.
suck my ballsack.
So maybe something like a Rumble pick for him could be something that KT Rolster are fishing for.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't mind the Rumble ban away here from DK as well, because there really aren't a lot of sort of big ticket top lanes that you can lock in right now. And with the Galio banned, the Rumble becomes even more dangerous. So obviously a good ban here
Yeah, I
for
feel like
DK,
Perfect
but what has
casting
been left
started
up?
before, I feel like.
Nefiri has been left up, Wolf.
That's true. I'm
You know,
not
I think
100% sold
Perfect
on
would
a
do
Nefiri
really
first pick
well.
here, though.
Aha, the buy. Love
feels
it.
much
On
better
DRX.
because you can use it with a lot of different
I
comps.
feel like if
It's one that causes
Perfect was on
stronger
DRX,
picks,
he would
and
do
it's
well.
strong into Nefiri, which
I
is
think
up,
that team
but
would
now
suit
Lucid
him.
is less inclined to play it.
Well, it's going to be
Ari
Ari
denial.
Wow,
Yeah,
Ari
the pick
1-2.
away Ari. And now Ari Nefiri
That
might
could
be
be
the
a thing.
answer. Who knows?
I feel like DRX
Could
is
be
like
a
the
thing.
epitome of
The
low
other
stakes,
pick
high
that
clutch.
is known to be used with Ari is
Rich
the
is good.
Viego,
I'm not
but
saying
has
Rich
not
is
been
bad, I'm
very
just saying
strong
that
or very
team would suit
popular
him.
as of late. So we'll see what Lucid wants to go. We know he's got that dog in him.
Yeah, he does.
Oh
He's got one
my
of the
God,
only Naafiri
Lucid does got that
I'm
dog
sure
in him.
Since he's on D+ Kia, he probably drives a Kia K9.
Are we up to K9? I saw a K8 in the shop yesterday and was like, wow. I remember it was just a K7.
Did Atlas get the joke?
And now we're up to a K9?
I've been sitting on this one for a while. Like, I
Yeah,
saw a
you did.
K9 when I was driving to work, and I was like, you know what?
Oh. And and the joke is like right there, right as Naafiri comes into Meta Wolf. It's so cool.
Yeah.
I need to look that up. That sounds like a fun car. But okay, let's have a
Talia
look
classic.
now at what KT are going to be putting
What's
together. Because that is
casting
a
going to do? Is
Talia
you're
for
going to come
BDD.
in and pick Cassante on 3?
There are Talia players and there are Talia players, and BDD, he be a Talia player.
Very strong into the Ahri, and, you know, has great synergy with Vi too. And so I'm really liking this rotation here.
Shadow,
for KT
Strawberry's
roster.
good for you?
Will we get an 80 carry for Duckdom at this stage is the question. You know, something like an Ashe, which is still available.
Yeah, I'd actually love just lock in Ashe. She does do some DPS, but she also has the utility. Instead, it's going to be Rakan for Peter. Peter's like, all right, I need it. I need my best champ. I need to be able to dictate the pace of this game. There's no Poppy to worry about, no Talia to worry about.
What is the
I don't care
worst
about rocks.
fruit for
Let's
you?
go.
Is there any fruit that actually is like you should avoid?
Pretty bold lock-in here, but it was, I think, on the mind of D+. Remember, they banned it in the first game when it was available, even though it didn't necessarily make the most sense as a pick at that time. It just feels like
not because of taste, but because it could be bad for you.
We'll skip that second ban phase as we get the
Aatrox on
lock
3
in here. So Gio, the
Ben
rookie,
Camille.
up against casting here, will blind the Aatrox, but it is going to be a test for casting into one of the strongest top laners that we do have.
But Blueberry is
he's
the
not gonna be able
healthiest
to
fruit,
play
right?
Very many of the champions that he already has this season up against it. As already the Ambessa, the Rumble, the Jace, the Gwen, all taken away.
I like this Xayah ban because you already have a pretty dive-focused composition.
I actually
They
kind of
pick
thought Xayah
Aatrox
would be
with
just
one
picked
top
away
ban and
by
Jace out.
DK because so many players, aiming included, like playing it into Vi.
Right.
But deciding not to.
You don't want to take away Gnar or Camille.
So weakening some of the other picks that you could have in the bottom lane with that Lulu, the Jinx, the Zeri, more commonly used. And what this final ban will be, it's got to be an 80 carry ban. I mean, Ashe seems pretty obvious here, even though it's not. Ashe Rakan is not a lane that sounds too wonderful or anything like that, but works well with their comp.
Ooh, Cassante going to be the takeaway instead, just
Thinking
trying to protect
Cassante away
you
from
as much as
casting is a good
possible,
idea.
not allowing
He is
casting
a big
to dodge the
Cassante player,
lane.
right?
Yeah, and playing Naafiri into Cassante is very frustrating because he's very tanky. It's very difficult to set up resets onto him compared to other top laners.
Yeah, I like
trying
that.
to front to back, so makes
The
a lot of
reason
sense
why
for all the reasons you mentioned as well.
I personally
Now
wouldn't
Aiming
have
has his
subbed Perfect out for
pick
this
here.
series.
I think just pick Ashe.
It's
Or
because
yeah,
I
away
think the
from
series is
Duckdom
lost no matter what.
and lock that one in for yourself.
I think it's pretty simple. Or just go Leona here and counter pick for Aiming.
I guess that's an option.
I mean, the Alistar is banned away, so it's the next best
Unironically, I think
option.
the
Ooh, Kai'Sa.
DK looks a bit too strong,
Okay.
so I would have just
really
let him play the
indexing in on
series
the dive. Kai'Sa's in a really good spot right now. I think
and just do something about it next
in a
week.
lot of other drafts, I'd be like, well, this is a little bit risky, but I think it is
BD
quite
wait,
smart
Doc
here.
Time
We'll see the
Tristana?
Tristana to get locked in with the Gnar counter pick for casting.
An oldie but a goodie as far as the top matchup is concerned. I don't know necessarily who wins it at this point in time. Aatrox feels like he's doing a bit better these days.
I think it's going to be, you know, pretty skill-based up there.
But
It's a
Tristana
Nautilus
in
on
the
5.
bottom lane, Wolf.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chairman
A lot
von
of
Ant
all-in
van Ant
potential
to
with
try and
these two champions,
the
but
game slot
Nautilus going to be locked away as well.
That's a
We've
good
seen
Nautilus
Nautilus
pick.
Kai'Sa many times in the past.
So much
That is a
easier to
good
lock
Nautilus
down
pick.
the Tristana with the Nautilus than it would be with the Leona, even though Leona's super good into Rakan. And
Man, I think
suits
DK's
the
comp,
dive
is it just
style
me? Is
composition
DK's
that they
comp just
have.
looking fucking
the Nautilus
crazy?
just presses R and can lock
Kai'Sa,
down the
Naafiri,
Rakan
Naut.
as well. If he's looking for an engage, might not be able to get his way out. And can just be good into Rakan in general if you can hit those roots onto him.
I am confused
I
by
like
Showmaker
what KT Rolster put together, though. You know, they had the
one-twoing
Vi,
Ahri
which is pretty good into Naafiri. You
away
can lock
from
her
Vi
down.
first pick when
You
the
can
enemy
lock
team
down
has
the
Talia,
Ahri. You know,
BDD
there's a lot
Talia.
of mobile champions that you deal with in this meta that
Feels
by just pressing
unnecessary.
R as Vi.
Yep.
And even the Kai'Sa, when she goes in, if you're the first to engage as D+, you find yourself, unless you crush the fight early, you're kind of stuck in with the comp there on the side of KT Rolster. I think a lot of this game for me is going to come down to individual laners' performances. You know, you have a lot of budget on this Tristana coming into the Kai'Sa early. Will Duckdom lane well there? Will we see
a casting sign?
You know, win out on the Gnar versus Aatrox.
He just
we
debuted
space
in
well
it
on
as a
the Gnar
casting
and
sign.
try to build some advantage up there. Be self-sufficient. those are the questions that KT Rolster have to answer for us, because last game wasn't about the draft necessarily. It was about
Holy
the
shit,
macro,
all the Praetors are
early
crazy.
game leads that
Wait,
D+
the KT
built
fans are
up
staying
quickly, and we have to see a better performance in lane, and also just with the synergy and the communication of KT Rolster moving into the second one.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, Wolf. I think that we need to see an upgrade when it comes to identifying where to be and what to do on the map outside of having some good individual moments. They did certainly have those. I think Peter found some of these great engages, and I think if they just go a little bit further, then they'll be able to get an angle for us. I think Doctom on this Tristana as well, so much more carry potential and consistent damage in these team fights. But Aiming's Kai'Sa is legendary. We know that he's thrown games entirely away, but he's also hard carried them as well in the past. Let's dive under the rift here for game number 2.
What is Zeus playing solo queue?
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the rift for the second game of this series. It's almost guaranteed in our minds that it should be a KT win because we deserve 3.
I told you!
You never really know
I
where
told
the
you
coin is going
the Shy
to
is the
land.
GOAT.
And once again,
and I
feel
told
like
you
we're in this
Zeus is baby
position
the
where
Shy.
a lot of the
I said
picks,
this 2 years ago.
Like both of these compositions
and it just
are looking
came
pretty
true.
even. I think, like you were saying,
Holy
a lot of
fuck,
it does
Zeus
come
on
down
the
to how
the
these
Shy
lane
arc.
matchups go. And
It's
also,
beautiful.
I think this is going to be a really good test for this Vine of Fury, is it a counter pick type question that we've been getting.
I think both teams have pretty good initiation, but I would argue that KT's is just simpler to pull off. You have the Vi, Talia, then you have the Rakan on top of that.
That scream
and
just
because
woke
you have
up.
a Talia,
Just
makes
woke my
the
girl up.
setup
She told
for
me to
D+
throw
a
on my
bit
headset.
trickier.
Okay, buddy.
They have good
Okay.
lockdown, but it is
Okay,
not
now wake up.
guaranteed. Whereas
Okay,
KT just kind
sure
of
she
press
did.
buttons,
Sure she did.
and it gets pretty easy. And
Sure
if the
she did.
Tristana gets a jump reset off of the first pick of whoever gets shoved / Vi ulted, then Duckdom can pop off in the fights. He has not been doing a whole lot of popping off thus far.
Yep.
But I agree with Chronicler's assessment of game 1. It was not his fault. It was really just his team left him on an island, and it was an unfavorable position for Jin to be in.
Rock, paper, scissors for a permaban? Okay, go.
It is kind of
3,
and it was DK
2,
kind of revolutionized
1.
it, right? Put a Jin in the bottom lane,
Go!
and he will
3, 2.
Ghost dealt with that as Beryl's flashing in,
What
looking
is
for
Beryl
some
doing?
opportunities here.
Rock!
I
won
win
again!
Here of the Kai'Sa is looking pretty huge as well, as Jiu with a couple of victories on the champion, as that is some scuffling in the mid lane as well. Jonas Strong's got his work cut out for him today. With the amount of fights that we have.
Electrocute here for Showmaker versus BD's Phase Rush. And he is going to grab a ward on the Raptors, so we'll see the pathing of Lucid off of that trade, so well played. Level 2 advantage here for Beryl, so he gets from that exchange earlier, otherwise not
Does that
really
mean
a
that
win
Aiming and Beryl
for
are going to
him
base
D+, but
and run top?
getting this push is going to feel nice.
Yep. And not having Flash means that I think a bit of this aggression is going to wear off. But you can see it was Ignite Flash in trade for just the barrier. So KT, there's probably a return punch available here, as Shiu not going to find the second Q. Casting able to space that one out quite nicely. Will be completely even when it comes to farm after this wave.
A callback here as they swap lanes. I actually really like this from D+. And Shiu can teleport to the bottom lane to catch the bottom wave, and they'll have the faster rotation there. Let's see what Duckdom and Peter do.
This is like right on the line for lane swap protection as well.
Yeah, really early.
Yeah, really going for it as quickly as possible.
Fuck.
And you can see KT, they're a bit wise to
That
it. They're
lane
going to be
swap
heading
timing
back,
is disgusting.
allowing this wave to crash, but Shiu going to have to teleport down to make sure that he catches a few of these minions that are coming in, because securing his blue buff. Let's see whether this is actually going to work out here for DK. Already they are falling down a little bit when it comes to the farm that they've been able to pick up, mainly to do with the top side of the map, as you can see, casting with a fair bit more money from the minions.
Yeah, as Shiu catches this wave, though, and will even things up. And this is just the new standard of the LCK. If you have any tempo advantage whatsoever, you always take your opportunity to swap lanes to the top side. If the enemy top laner ended up having to use their teleport for any reason, you end up having a massive advantage.
What
In
if
this
you
case,
brought
though,
back Twisted Tree Line?
Casting actually just gets back to lane for free.
And you
it's not
turned
gonna be a
and
massive
you like
lead or anything here for
optimized it.
D+, but
And you
grab the
turned it
call.
into a pro game mode.
And
Okay, yeah, in goes Doctom.
So
Hook going
League
to
of
miss
Legends
there from
esports
Beryl
teams
as Peter
had professional
picks up a turret
Twisted Tree
shot,
Line
so not
teams.
exactly optimal on that front. Beryl going to have that dredge
Like the
line up.
3v3s.
There it is. And able to hook up Doctom, who rocket jumps
That would
his
be
way
kinda
out.
crazy,
and the
bro.
trade
I would
gonna
watch
be
that.
won here
That
by
sounds
DK
fresh.
in the end, but I like the gusto from KT.
Yeah, and it was could have been worse actually for KT. Beryl missing that.
It's just
red
that
line
would be a game that's
did them
not
a little bit of a
solved.
favor there, but still.
No one would have
hard to
any
actually
idea
make
what to
all-ins
pick
happen
or
in
how
this
to play.
lane matchup.
Yeah.
Just a slingshot in the inventory of Duck Dom.
I think they really wanted to get Aiming's flash or something.
Yeah.
Instead, KT invests nothing when it comes to the summoner spells, as casting taking a lot of damage.
Okay, Sivu is throwing him.
We'll have Meganar coming up relatively soon as BDD's
Nice
turned
knock,
up,
BDD.
and that should be Aiming going
Nice
down.
roam from BDD.
The Ignite ticking and Duck Dom grabbing first blood in the
BDD
top
Talia
lane.
is a classic.
That's kind of peculiar. I have to go back and look and see how he just got up there. I mean, he didn't Weaver's wall his way in there. He just dropped the wave for a second, went up. As down here, everything's going to be fine. But, yeah, I think Aiming just didn't expect this. He went all the way around. He had that control ward in the brush. Actually wraps all the way
Casting is getting
around
kinda
here.
bodied.
Peter is ready for it, and Duck Dom is in there to sweep up and grab the kill.
it's okay,
Fantastic
I think.
play there from BDD, utilizing that one controller, a little bit of vision. Does the long wraparound. Doesn't really lose that many minions either in the mid lane. So clean. That's first blood.
Beautifully done. We know BDD, fantastic on the Talia. Part of the thing that makes a Talia player a good Talia player is utilizing your ability to get around the map because you move so much faster. As Lucid, he's going to get punched, going to need to
I don't know if these
his
grubs
way
are
out.
yours, by the way.
And Cuz just going to, I really don't like it when the doggos get punched by Vi. It just feels very violent.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah.
Vi
Still,
stands for
grubs are
violence.
now going to spawn. DK back out onto the map once again. Not end of the world or anything like that, but it's really good to see KT playing through Duck Dom a little bit more in this game. Just a few carry performances might be enough to get this guy's confidence up to where it needs to be as well.
Some guy in chat
100%
says,
agree. They're setting him up for success
coin
this time.
flip.
Where they abandoned
If
him
I
last
win
time.
permaban, if I win end
Straight into
stream.
barrel, which is suboptimal, I guess. Gets the flash out though as Peter goes in
If
with the
I
grand
lose
entrance.
permaban
BDD,
me.
as
No.
always, is
Nice
ready.
hook.
Great buffer there on the dredge line there from barrel.
Maybe Showmaker can cook here with Lucid though.
Far. Okay, not quite. I was a little bit worried.
No, top lane is still doing top lane
Lucy
things.
gets
As
6 on
Shu
the
with
crab.
this electrocute Aatrox
Neferi
is
level
making
6, look.
casting's life hell down here on the bottom side. KT have started up
No,
the
he
grub, though.
doesn't.
And Showmaker.
He's 1 XP away. He's trying to leech
does
from
take
mid.
a crab for himself.
Oh, he got it.
Lucid rotating over. Yeah, does manage to get that level 6.
Oh, he hooked him out the air barrel.
Start up this fight. Let's see whether they
This
can
could
get
be a really
in
good
there.
fight for DK if
Charm
they
is
can get
going
one
to
target.
connect
What the fuck just happened to
beautifully
Lucid?
onto this Tristana, and Showmaker is right there for when he lands. Looking for a double here as the flash comes forward. It's actually the bleed that takes down the Rakan. Both of the bottom
Did he
lane
get Talia
members are dead,
W'd
and they
mid
only
ult?
have to sacrifice Beryl. They'll even take more grubs for the trade.
Yeah, a very, very thin margin that D+ was able to find that success with, but they do pull it off. And, you know, the Deferi ends up grabbing a kill.
The level 6 diff on
off the
jungle there
play.
won the fight.
Go back and watch this again. First grub gets taken, and the setup here for Duck Dom is not great. You know, he's not able to do a lot of damage here, and even though he has the
nice
shield,
W by
this
BDD.
rocket jumps, Showmaker's already there on the chase, blocking of the retreat. This is beautiful positioning for Showmaker so they can guarantee the eliminations there. Because, you know, he knows that the fight is won, but if I position this way, nobody's getting out. And
Man.
unfortunately, Duck Dom just wasn't really in a
I really
spot
wish
to where he could
BDD had,
actually
like, a
offer
good
any
team.
damage there, just engaged on right away.
Oh.
Speaking of.
Oh, dear. We know that there is a Big Daddy from Bioshock lurking.
Greedy.
As Amy's coming in. Doesn't have level 6 just yet.
He's like 1 minion away from it. He gets his cannon, he hits it.
And then the Killer Instinct is going to be up and available, and so just a concussive blows. There it is. Aiming doesn't even need the Killer Instinct, and now he's going to use it.
Oh, he missed the W.
Does miss the Void Seeker, but gets the passive, though, as the hook is going to go wide, and Duck Dom does get himself out, but did have to invest the Buster Shot in that play.
Close call there.
Still, it's a trade of like ult for ult, right? And Barrel's not level 6 yet, so couldn't actually use his.
Exactly, and
Still
they get the
fine for
dragon.
Duck Dom.
Yeah, they get the dragon off this too. So feeling pretty good about that. Well, it was a pretty long con play there. Good reaction from Duck Dom.
Yeah, will mean that there is a fair bit of spare time here for DK on this top side. This whole wave is going to be taken down.
I have a
So
riddle for you.
Despite the fact
Actually,
that there
I'm
are
kind
2
of down
extra
for a riddle.
kills on Duck Dom,
Hit me with the riddle.
this farm advantage should
Both are
remain for Aiming, and the plate money coming on in is certainly good for him as well.
Yeah, that was a pretty fun little exchange there that we saw on the top side. Like, I like that type of play. You know, Beryl knows Aiming is hitting 6. Duck Dom hasn't like been able to necessarily calculate what's going to happen, but he knows he's Tristana. He knows he has a long, you know, kind of leash he can be on. Has a pretty big escape range. Has the Buster Shot. So that was actually really cool to see how both sides played that one out.
Yeah. And so Duck Dom able to pick up this wave.
There's
Crash
an
that one
island
towards
with
the top side.
monkey.
Barrel is going to meet it in time.
And then
Should
1
be able to
mile
grab
away,
level
there's an
6 from
island
this
with
moment
monkeys.
as well. Peter also looking for that.
How can a
As
monkey
Cannon
get
Money
to bananas?
over to the Nautilus. You love
What
to see
the
it.
fuck?
Depth charge now online. We'll see whether KT are going to be able to fight around it or not.
Are you
Here on the bottom
fucking
side,
high?
Casting did hit level 8 earlier and has actually been kind of chilling after what
Not
was
double
a
island.
difficult time in the lane, as we saw.
My bad.
It's only about, like, what?
Bro.
8 CS or something like that?
It's such
understand
a
what you
volatile
said.
matchup into the electrocute Aatrox because the Gnar is like, I'm spacing, you can't touch me, but if she was like, if I ever do touch you, your health disappears.
Yes.
So it's super volatile. It
You
looks
fucked
like,
up the
oh,
riddle.
Gnar is doing
We'll
fine,
put you
and
on
then
a.
suddenly, you know, the
We'll
chains
put you on a
connect,
wait
and then
list.
boom, half
Come
the
back
Gnar's
soon
health
and
bar is
we'll
gone,
get a
but
good.
when he
We'll
spaces perfectly, it's
get it
hard
out
for the Aatrox to
properly.
actually do anything to him. As a bit of an opportunity potentially.
Oh dear.
Ooh, casting.
There is a big ol' Gnar thrown out here by Casting. Misses the wallop and misses the statue. Shout out to Cuvée there, as we are seeing his skin utilized. Often it's houses that are thrown around, but unfortunately not able to find the solo kill there towards the bottom side.
And not quite. She was not forced to flash either. Just a trade of ultimates, but still gets a little bit of extra pressure down in the lane, and she will likely have to teleport. Lucid
Oh,
is
Chad, I
at
got
the
my
bottom
coffee
side.
and it's the
They
perfect
could actually try
temperature
to make something of this.
for me
Looks
to
like
drink
that's what
it
they're
after
looking
this game
for.
ends when
Yeah,
DK
be a bit
wins,
of a
so that
cheeky
it's
one
lined
here,
up for
as
T1
he's
Genji.
gonna
Oh
be
my
mini
god,
now for
yes.
quite some time. Still not going to opt in for
Oh
it.
my
Didn't
god,
have
yes.
information, so they are just going to back away.
Yeah, they didn't know.
It's about 1,000 gold the lead here for DK at this point in time. Seismic Shove is going to go wide. That last team fight really made me feel like Showmaker's having a good day. Feel like he played the Ahri really, really nicely, managing to find the angle onto Doctan's Tristana with his charm. Very good to see. We'll see whether we get more of that as this game goes on. I do think that DK are the team that have a bit of that timer on them, right? Tristana's range is going to get absolutely
Chad,
absurd.
did Signs
DK are
get
gonna be the
fined
ones
for not being in
having
the
to
National Anthem?
be playing on the front foot in this game, and Lucid is going to slowly but surely just not have the same amount of lethality.
Yeah, it feels like, weirdly enough, the Aatrox is the one that scales the best here, based on what we've seen. Some big healing so far here in the LCK. You know, traditionally, sometimes an Aatrox that falls behind can't do anything, but an Aatrox
Lucid
is
has
sitting
Eclipse.
even.
He's so strong.
With a decent amount of setup, the comp can actually be a huge
But
threat
Kai'Sa
later
needs
on.
the base for
People
item,
just don't
so
have
they're
any
gonna
control
lose
here,
Grubs.
though. And this is just going to be the Grubs going over to KT Rolster. Because they have so much damage here, Cuz
I'm
can hold a
surprised
smite. Should be able to guarantee all
DK
three.
don't just fight it. They had
Lucid
Eclipse
might
Roa.
be able to get in there to try and go
Level
for a smite
7
steal,
Nautilus
but that is probably
versus
certain
this.
death. And so they're not
Tristana
going to
just
risk
has to be
it.
their focus. They just gave them
4
Grubs.
to 2 in favor of KTs, similar to what we saw in the last game. As Shu here towards his bottom side takes a boomerang to the noggin.
What's a
That is
joke
a,
called that always lands
objective
and never
for
gets
the feats of
old?
strength.
Yep.
So that's a pretty
What's
significant
a
advantage for
joke
KT on
called
top
that
of
always
already having, like you said,
and
the
never gets old?
4 Grubs.
Yeah, the next kill is actually going to
And
be
a
pretty
loot.
important, as then it is only first turret after these objectives do go down, and KT with a couple of extra opportunities there already built up. It's going to mean that it's likely that they can collect that.
It's a much closer game than last game, you know? It's a 1,000 gold to lead here for D+, but they don't have complete macro control. They're not just running KT around the map like they did in game 1. Very different draft, of course, so that's part of it, but still.
Oh, this is still danger, but still the hop going to get Casting out of the way.
The next fight, potentially just going to be this Dragon, and it's valuable for KT Rolster because it'll give him a 2 Drake lead and that objective feat of strength. So I imagine that they'll take the opportunity.
Okay, chat, I just gotta do this last one.
Yep. And I imagine that they were also paying attention to
There's
the
an
space.
island with
We
monkeys,
did
and
tell
1
us
mile
that,
away there's
these
an island
dragons
with
are
bananas.
extraordinarily important.
How do
Early,
the monkeys
DK
get to the
definitely
bananas?
wanting to even that one out.
And they have BDD already sent up to the top lane. He has
They
teleport,
swim.
so he's going to be able to catch the wave. And they could just easily set up for
They make a
the
monkey
Dragon
bridge.
take here. D+ also, this isn't necessarily the best time for them to fight. See what they do opt for here.
They can't.
It's going to be KT having to clear this first, but if they just
Okay.
grab this Dragon for free, you know, it doesn't
So they
feel
all
like
just
D+
died.
are going to have a cross-map opportunity
So they all
either.
just died
That's the awkward
of
thing
starving.
here for D+. You can see Showmaker's ping, he's going to push top lane.
That's a 30-minute timeout. That is the worst joke I've ever heard.
Does he actually manage to lock down a turret if they do forego this Dragon? That's going to be part of the question mark.
Yeah, Casting and BD have swapped, so Casting can defend the turret for now.
Oh, Cuz.
Yeah, there's the Vault Breaker. Cuz managing to get the engage off as he does kill some doggos here as well, which is somewhat distressing. Now going to
Chat,
start
your
off this
jokes
Dragon.
are so bad, by the way.
I don't know whether DK can actually make their way in time.
Yeah,
Got Showmaker rotating down, now teleporting in. They
It's very
desperately
fightable
do
for
not
DK.
want this to happen. Casting holding onto his teleport for the moment. We need to get Lucid in here to go for the smite, but it is going to be the Vi locking it down.
Nice from
Already,
BD.
though, Cuz is getting
What?
very, very low. Great knockback as Shiu going
Oh, Doctam's dead.
bananas, gets over that wall as they take down the Tristana. BDD just trying to create
Casting
the
Mega
space
Gunnar.
for himself to be able to throw around these rocks, and he does do so. The rest of DK getting very low, but you can see 4 versus 3 in the
Holy
flash
Siwu.
forward from this young top laner.
Oh my god,
Lucid
casting
diving
just
on in
inted.
as BDD does create the room to get him out of there with a seismic
Oh,
shove, but
BDD
Peter
is
and
so
BDD
1v9.
are running the wrong direction. Shiu umbrally dashing towards this Rakan, and BDD gonna have to ride a wall to get out. That turret
It's
shot
crazy
not
how
quite
1v9
enough,
BDD is.
and he does escape with his life, but that's about it.
Pretty cinematic there from BDD, but he's not going to be telling any happy stories to anyone on his survival here. His positioning is great here, though, to stop the entry. Has the rocks set up really
Doctam
well.
W'd
He's able
in.
to avoid this engage here, and even when
I mean,
Shiu
Doctam
comes
did
through,
pretty well.
BDD
Oh
is
my
actually
god, that
just killing.
second W
Like, when
was
you watch BDD in
disgusting.
this fight and the collapse
What?
goes on to Doctam,
Oh my god,
BDD
the
actually
first
does so
part of the
much
fight
work
from
and
Tristana
positions
was
really
great.
well.
The second
Helps
part
deny
was
Shiu
vile.
The follow-up here onto Peter as well. Like, BD played this about as well as he could have, but once
don't
Doctam
look
is
at
gone,
casting
there just
here
isn't
either.
enough
Oh my-
longevity
oh
in
my
this
God.
fight, unfortunately, and Shiu did all of the heavy lifting.
Uh.
It looked like KT just thought, okay, one set of Unraveled Earth will be
It's a
enough
mess, it's
to
a
keep
mess.
them out. And I think also KT thought, because
It's
it
such a
didn't look
mess.
initially like D+ were going to contest, that they could kind of just sit on the laurels there and be like, BD puts rocks up, they won't commit, surely.
Yeah,
But D+ commits to those.
And when they saw Showmaker's teleport, they needed to get casting teleporting in. But I think he was building Nabar as a charm is going to
BDD, I'm
connect here onto
sorry.
BDD.
I'm sorry,
He has
BDD,
the
I'm
Seraph
sorry.
Shield, but he
I'm
doesn't
sorry.
have the
That's
seismic
all I can
shove.
say.
And Showmaker with this extra
Showmaker,
little
just leave
portion
him.
of
Let him
essence
live.
should be able to take down the Talia. Does do so. And now DK with so much extra tempo on this map, they'll be able to get the Herald, but can they get even more? As casting is at least trying to grab this turret
Oh
as
my
an answer.
God.
I mean, Showmaker, he gets that kill. He has 10 dark seals.
This is going to be feats of strength, though, over to KT
It should
as
be.
casting takes this down. So that is important. Upgrading some shoes, that's certainly good.
That's definitely a step in the right direction for them. But I'm starting to worry about the snowball that is starting to roll down the hill here on this Ahri. This almost feels like a Showmaker Maji's game, you know? And
oh yeah.
Had he gotten all of that turret, I think he'd really be thinking about it. But it is defended, of course, by the jungler, of all people. Going back to this exchange here.
That was a nice hook by Barrel.
Strange hook from Barrel, and the follow-up from Showmaker super easy. BDD tries to shove him, he avoids it, and then just kind of teases him here as waits for cooldowns, knowing there's no way he loses that one.
Yep. Showmaker being very frustrating, as you do have to aim your threaded volley, and
Yeah,
it's very
KT
hard
is,
when you're sharing pixels with the champion. So Doctor
They'll
now
probably
with a
finish
little bit
about
of a shove
6th or
here in
7th.
this mid lane. Peter shadowing to try and make sure that he's going to be okay. And you can see the gold leads starting to get pretty absurd.
Yeah, they're
Some guy in chat
the
says,
Showmaker one is the biggest
I wonder
one,
what the best
but
secondary
also
rune page is.
Doctam no longer has a lead. And unfortunately, you know, I feel like the ways for KT to win this
Yeah,
game
me too,
are
actually, huh?
going to be, again, single target pick. But now, after that last fight, they've lost so much map control. And then you see all these wards in their jungle, and the entry points for BDD to make a play, for Peter to look for a flank, just becomes so much more challenging. That this is where
Riot
the
need
comp
to
that
bring back
otherwise
this.
can play well from behind struggles without vision. Herald is dropped here, and a mid turret will likely drop with it.
We'll see whether they do actually manage to take it down. This charge is not quite going to be enough.
Damn.
Yeah, so they're just going to
Damn.
buy some time, allow them to get back to the other lanes as casting down
That
towards this
looks
bottom
crazy
side.
cool.
Lucid is lurking as Cuz gets over the wall. Full information here over to DK.
2109,
the
baby.
daggers fly, but Cuz not going to get tagged. It looks like DK are looking to back out of this.
How is
how
Vi
you use
good into the
tempo,
Fury?
Ladies and gentlemen, D+. Could they have committed,
I guess
maybe
you
even
just have
try
to
to
wait
dive
for a
from
W,
mid-turret? No,
but she could
just
wait
push
your ult.
bottom, force all of KT to rotate her. If they don't rotate perfectly, somebody dies and they get the bottom turret. If they, if they show up, then you back away. And there's threatening.
Dear. Yeah, you can see Showmaker and Barrel making their way down, and now DK looking to collapse, looking for the angle. Charm going to connect onto Peter, but he's able to battle dance towards his
Peter.
teammates. Not an optimal
Peter.
target there to hit.
Peter,
with the
get
CC
in here,
because he's so
Peter.
maneuverable.
So many top minions, excuse me, are going to the wayside as well here, as D+ had that one pushing in. So they don't get any kills. I think KT handled that very well, but still small incremental advantages stacking up here. And both that mid and bottom turret are basically dead. The top turret along with it. D+ are just ready to go. They get the free reset here off of that tempo as well for the next dragon. which would be Hextech's sole point for KT. It would be massive if they could pick it up, but I just don't see any
I have
way.
a question. Caedrel won NEC, MSI, and Worlds. Which players did he play with?
Is a full item ahead of BDD. BDD, I feel like, hasn't even had a bad game, right? He had that early rotation. He managed
I played with no one. I did it myself.
Facilitate a bunch of extra kills for his team.
He's a whole level up, too. He's about to be 2 when Rod completes.
Yeah. And unfortunately, Showmaker came up and picked up a whole bunch of kills for himself. He has 100% kill contribution here for his team. It's just a really good day if you're Showmaker, and BDD cannot keep up with that level of dominance that we're seeing here.
DK, just get this straight.
Now being flanked by almost every member of DK.
KT looking to give it the old college try, you know, grouped up, trying to make it happen here, and Dog Tom's gonna push that bottom wave out. They actually do get an opportunity here. I didn't think they were gonna be able to wrestle that Pry away, and they're now pushing Shiu back.
Well, there's an Otacon up here towards the top side of the map. I actually thought that Showmaker was hitting it for a second there, but I don't think he is. He's now going to look for this top outer turret. They should be able to take that.
He's going to get that and then can teleport in.
Whoa, there's the flash forward. All right, they're looking for Shiu, who does use the flash to get himself out of the way, and there is not enough to actually take down this Aatrox. So that was their shot that they took.
And nobody's doing the Dragon either, so they don't get the Dragon off of this huge advantage they had fire-wise.
No, Forbidden Book is now completed here for Showmaker. He'll use that to help take down this outer turret in the mid lane after already securing the top lane. And Cuz is now going to get depth charge. There's the hook to line it up, and the
Fury damage
from everyone on DK. They'll take down the jungler. That will be the Dragon over to DK as well. And it's with just this pressure, with the understanding that KT desperately wanted to get this soul point. And DK used that in order to take the rest of the map.
DK uses their tempo incredibly well. They use KT's tempo against them. In all fairness, though, I think KT, instead of trying to Weaver's Wall and chase Shiu, probably could have just started the Dragon and looked for a turn off with the positional advantage they had. There was a razor-thin window for it because Showmaker obviously has teleport, is going to get that top turret, but you're losing the top turret no matter what. But that chase meant that they got nothing.
Man, Siu has been growing into a strong player.
I mean, this is a disaster here for them now. 5,000 gold behind.
Are you done eating?
Didn't get that soul point. I don't think they're ever going
to
have an opportunity like that again for the rest of this game.
I like to munch my food every now and then while I'm yapping.
Yeah, Shiu also going to be able to take down this bottom outer turret as Peter
is
on that ward. So not going to be backing right now.
I don't like standing there and eating 10 minutes straight and not
shield,
talking.
So he'll be fine. KT going to need a whole lot more. They are 6,000 gold behind. Yeah, close to. It's kind of crazy that DK have been able to do this. Of course, winning some team fights certainly helpful, but a lot of it is just playing the map better.
Now, you know, if Barrel gets caught a few times, and BDD picks up some kill. I mean, there are ways, like we have seen bigger throws from D+ in D+ versus KT series than
don't
what
say
this
that, don't
would
say
be.
that.
Oh, yeah. It could happen.
I mean, they did just lose a game to B&K.
Yeah.
That happened recently. Although B&K did also just win. Maybe B&K aren't quite as bad as we thought.
But, I mean, right now,
Chat, I'm
the
done
game plan
eating.
for KT is to, you know, hope D+ take a risky Otacon. So, like, stay around the area, you know, let's see if some of the magic resistance shred comes through, and then BAD pops off in the fight. Somebody overextends. Barrel gets caught on a ward. You know, these are the types of things you're now praying for if you're a KT Wolster fan. When you had so many other avenues, so many other win cons before this, I mean, the comp can work from behind. It's just a question of how far behind is too far behind.
I think the Dragon situation is the only thing that KT can really lean on here, because they're not going to be losing souls. Cuz
boys, help Barrel, yeah, he's fine, right? Big hook. Guys, we can fight this, no?
Through the rest of DK, unable to collapse in time, though.
Barrel is being fucking sent to the wolves.
Showmaker level
Get it, because
16
Nefari's a wolf.
towards the top side, now looking for a bit of a reset himself as Casting,
nice
looking
dodge,
for an
Shiu.
angle, but doesn't get the wallop. Does get the Gnar into the wall, though, as Shiu. Still, there's the wall coming down, and with the World Ender, I think Shiu should have the movement speed to try and get out. But you can see the rest of KT are now collapsing on the situation.
Showmaker's
is moving in, Yeri, you're exactly right. Can Shiu survive for long enough? That's the question, as he gets stunned up by the rocks and will get taken down. 4 members going to be enough to deal with the Aatrox as the rest of DK shove these waves in.
BDD is trying his fucking hardest to win this game.
For KT, but at least they get their mark.
Yeah, they at least get that kill. And it's not as disastrous as it was in Game 1 in terms of cross maps. It's not like D+ got Otacon for Shiu, you know, which they might have actually been able to do had they realized how many members of KT were really going to show up there. But it's a small victory that doesn't lead to anything else. You know, Shiu was going to be up in 20 with teleports, so KT can't rush Otacon in the interim. It's a small victory, but
fill in the blanks. If you get it right, you can perma me. Okay, write it out. Check it out.
This game.
Well, 10 seconds until Shiu's back up again, but he does have teleport, so we can be
time to
anywhere
force
at
it.
a moment's notice.
If KT win a fight here, miraculously, they get Otacon, they get Baron, they've got Tristana, maybe that's their way back into the game. One more chance, one Hail Mary, that's all they got.
Well, Peter taking a bit of damage from the doggos, but not too much more here. Showmaker on an angle, cuz he thought he might have had it, but they didn't have quite enough backup in time. As casting has Meganon now. If they wanted to actually teleport him in, he might even be able to get an angle. He's going back home first, though, as we can see. And this wave pushed all the way towards the top side.
This is dire. This is very dire.
Yeah, Beryl, no Hex Splash, does have his Flash available, as Cuz is going to find Beryl as the Baron does spawn.
Actually, it's a mega play by Beryl. Stood in the pit and baited fight, I think. Is he a free kill? No, he wasn't.
Shiu could be in trouble here, though, as he does have the
What the
shield, but
fuck
it's
did
not quite
Siwu
enough.
just
He's
do?
going to be taken down as the dog's getting these resets, and Doctorm out of position and destroyed. That should be an Otacon. That should also be a Baron, and DK not messing around in game 2 today.
Yeah, Beryl looked like a juicy target there. They thought that D+ had backed away further, but they were still close enough to turn on a dime. Shiu shows
Beryl
up
hook.
with teleport.
Hook into charm.
And despite dying, absorbs so much pressure, heals so much, shields himself.
Oh, casting, looking for a bit of an angle, but he just splits the Red Sea here as the hook does come forward. Beryl happy to sacrifice his life as the Baron is going to be taken
Beryl
here by
lives
the
those.
Naafiri.
Beryl lives those easy.
And they can get themselves over the wall here. Beryl actually can't. Casting could possibly have a bit of an angle. Looks for a boomerang, but does not get it.
I mean, that will deny the Otacon, so small victory here again for
Baals
KT.
giveth,
Yep. It's always
Baals
the small
taketh,
ones, sadly for them,
Caedrel
but-
what?
And when it's
Baals
Voracious,
giveth,
I
Baals
think
taketh,
getting the
Caedrel
Baron
what?
was the right
Baals
call.
giveth,
Because
Baals
Voracious, I
taketh,
feel like, is a bit of a
Caedrel.
win more button. Baron should be able to like lock down
Break
a bunch
it.
of these turrets and give them
KT
full dragon access forever.
In live,
Siwu's
taking the
TP was
dragon. That is
disgusting.
going to be Hextech Soul Point. I mean, this
Cancel.
is just, I mean,
Okay,
Lucid plays this really well.
Wait
Gonna
a have to try and get in here and go for a steal. Doesn't manage to get it.
Well, they have
That's
soul
Cuz
points.
Grabbing soul point, I believe.
It is.
For KT, there it is.
Yeah, and that means that, you know, 8,000 gold behind if they can do it one more time. There's a real good chance they could win some later team fights. You know, unfortunately, though, the stacks in the Death Note are reaching maximum very quickly.
Wait, is that Red Otacon? That's a 27
He's
minutes
on
Red
right
Otacon
now,
with
and
Baron.
They are going to be able to start this Otacon
That's
again.
going to be actually a pretty strong one.
Ooh, Beryl just
Can
slightly
use that
seen
quite
here.
effectively.
As Control Vision is going
Shiu
down.
on the flank.
Shiu on the back of the pit, yeah. As Lucid holds on to the Otacon, keeps him interested.
Hey,
Orbit
BDD.
Deception flying in, casting not taking too much
I know
damage
it's
from
rough
that
on
one as the
KT,
full wraparound here
and you're
from
not
the
winning.
Aatrox is so scary.
What if you
Beryl
came to the
just
LEC?
careens over the top of KT
Huh?
and then finds
Nice
the
hook
flash
from
hook
Beryl.
onto BDD. The seismic shove is good, but it's onto
Didn't
the
get good
Aatrox. They'll
chain
just
CC though.
pile it on
BDD's
top
still
of
alive.
this Tristana. No option at all there as Peter looking to try and get out, but he's not going to.
Hater.
Double already
Hater.
for aiming, and it's also a double for Shiu. The young player, an absolute monster in this game, cuz nowhere to go. Outside of into the
Did Lucid
Raptor
DC?
pit,
Oh, no.
where Lucid is just going to dive on over. I think they may let Vi live for now, but I don't know whether the same thing can be said for the Nexus.
Showmaker maxing it
BDD and LEC would go crazy.
And the crazy thing was the turn onto Shiu in this fight. It looks like initially like, oh, he's messed up. Like, that's a Talia. Hold on. Shiu he can't pull off myself, but he's Aatrox. And watch this moment where they actually decide, okay, we're going to turn onto Shiu, and they chain CC him. And look at his health bar. It's just not going down, is it? It's really just not going down. No, it's not.
He presses World Ender and then like auto attacks a couple of times, and he's back up to half health. It's all fine. Cleans up the rest of these kills.
I mean, if it was almost any other top laner, maybe you actually punish and you can turn that one around. Peter has the re-engage, but unfortunately not to be, and that's Otacon.
I don't know whether DK necessarily needed to get Otacon there.
Save
They
the
could have
line.
possibly just broken most of the base off the back of that play, but definitely feels like the smoother choice, you know, the easier choice.
I think if they had some more pushing waves that were better set up, I think they probably just ignore it and look for it. But there was only a little bit of time left, and I guess this way they figured they can kind of push this into a bigger advantage and look for you know, some dives on this bottom turret, for example, that's still out there standing gold. I mean, Showmaker, there's not much more he could do to Showboat in this one.
No,
well, they're trying to keep it safe, extending the game a little bit, arguably, but keeping it the safe extension.
Well, DK with full control of this Dragon Pit that's not going to be occupied for the next couple of minutes. Just instead trying to get these waves in order. It's the classic mid-bot push. And the inner turret going to be the first thing that needs to be under fire. Aiming Shiu and Beryl not quite able to get too much damage onto it just yet. But they're just making sure that Showmaker has a safe way forward. I say that as Beryl throws out an anchor, but Peter not going to get hit by that one.
Yeah, this is the siege I was
Then
talking
can't
about.
even beat SK.
Turret. It's
Okay.
really
What do you mean DK?
quite tough to defend here for KT, but they clear it one wave. Here comes another.
Yeah, Aiming does have his arm guard as well, so he can play pretty aggressively here as they do just walk up to it. I think this inner turret's going to have to be given up by KT. Nothing they can really do about that one.
They bought some time. Only a minute left on these Otacon buffs.
Yep. No Baron, remember?
Yeah.
That's worn off a little while ago. As Beryl is moving in, he wants to take down Cuz. Shiu just over the wall, but Anchor is just going to barely go wide. And the rest of DK now find themselves in an awkward spot. Great double knockup from Peter as the
I swear, when people
coming through for both support and
when
top
people
lane.
have the
A third
Atakan
one
GA,
now
it
is
actually
KT.
mind controls
They're
them
looking
to
for their
play like
opportunity.
fucking
The Weaver's
idiots
wall
for no
comes in.
reason.
Lucid's the one that's now in
It
trouble.
happens
Has
to
go on
everyone.
target. Well, gets over the wall.
Everyone just walks up
DK, that was
like
a
they don't
slight
care.
overstep.
Yeah,
And it's like, I get it, you don't care, you're gonna die.
They didn't have the
Cool,
false life,
you have a
but,
GA, it
I
doesn't
mean,
matter
at
if you
this
died.
point, 20 seconds left
But we
on it.
could
It's
have at
gonna be
least taken their
down, but they
inhib.
all respawn. They will be able to contest this dragon.
Like, why are you
This
even
was
standing
so
there?
well played by KT. They used their incredible wave clear to just constantly clear these waves, look for an opportunity. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Like, I don't think they stand like this. I don't think they push their way into the base if they, you know, didn't have those Otacon buffs. But still, KT also using a lot of tools here that won't necessarily be available for that dragon contest. So, yes, it looks a little bit silly, and D+ players
25
do
stacks
withdraw,
on the Ari.
but I think they're still looking to come over here, deny that soul,
25
and
stacks
continue their
on
advantages.
the
Baron is up in
Ari.
40 seconds, so if they end up winning the fight here, and get even if it's a wipe, they probably just end the game. But if it's not a wipe, they can go take Baron and continue their advantage. So they're feeling pretty good about how that went. KT survive, but I mean, 11,000 gold behind. I've been talking about Hail Marys all game. I don't even know if we can call it that at this point. It'd have to be a big, colossal throw, I'd say.
I would agree. Dr. Ahmet, 3 items, has a cheeky Vamp Scepter as well, but this is going to be denial.
Cheeky.
Of course, KT not too worried about a second Hextech Dragon, but does mean that they're not getting Soul anytime soon.
It's so unfortunate for them that the Baron didn't spawn, 30 seconds earlier. Maybe they could have tried to trade for it or force a fight that way, but can't even do that.
Yeah, and I don't even know whether... Do they want to be forcing fights? I feel like DK just win those.
Yeah.
They need to get picks. They need to find someone straggling.
Well, they need to have Prio on an objective to win a fight, and they just don't ever have that. So, the fights are unwinnable with this deficit in gold, but even in an even gold game, I think it would be tough if they are fighting into all of this vision for D+, all of this control. You see the lack of information they have. There's just one ward in there.
That's a cheeky one, though. It's giving them a fair bit of info.
Yeah.
Now,
They don't
does
have Rabadon,
Peter just
so-
go for it? I mean, he could just go for a grand entrance. The hook is just going to barely go wide.
Are they going to make the same mistake twice and engage on that Aatrox? That's the question.
Yeah, Peter avoiding a bunch of skill shots here. Maybe there's an angle as there's the quickness, dives in.
Okay.
They do get the Gnar onto 2.
Oh, Talia's
The
not there,
health bars
though.
are just lasting for so long, though.
If Talia could combo on top of that, it would be great.
And they take down the Tristana.
But BDD's been left to get blasted by an Aatrox.
And Lucid on a nice angle here, dives on top of Cuz, predicts the Vault Breaker, and casting nowhere to go. Decent
I think
attempt
DK is just so
there
much
from
stronger as a
KT,
team.
But DK,
As a team, they're
they
so
read
much
it
better.
in the end, and they should be able to end this game.
Yeah, as you have
Nice
coined,
try by KT,
the
but
wallets are
DK is
heavy,
just
and unfortunately, even
so much
with
better.
a miracle engage there, it is just not enough.
I love it that once again, though, we get proven that Peter's a good addition to this team. Unfortunately, they fell too far behind in that mid-game. DK just looking so much better.
Look at Lucid dancing with his dogs.
To their first outing here for the LCK for
Dancing with his
2025. This
dogs.
was way cleaner for D+ Kia. Showmaker going golden, having one of his best Ari performances that we've seen.
You're in the
quite some
World
time. He's always
Finals.
been good at
You're
this
playing
champion,
against
but
Prime
man,
ZOFGK. What
that was
role
a
are you
showstopper.
playing, and which 4
It
players are
certainly
you
was,
playing with in
and
their
it kinda
prime?
Crushed our dreams of the wild and wacky 3-gamer where nothing makes sense.
The Shy
and
top
it's
in
not
his prime.
What doesn't make sense is the fact that
2018, the Shy.
I guess they got us in the end with
He
that
will
one.
deal with Zeus.
There we go.
He will deal with
On one
Zeus.
hand, I'm disappointed we didn't have that wacky D+
In the jungle.
KT 3-gamer, but on
I
the other
want
hand, D+ with a big bounce back. Like you said, not looking, I think,
Canyon
anywhere close to
2020.
their peak form we've seen from them in 2025 in that series earlier this week. Looking a lot closer
I
to
want
it in
Canyon
this one.
2020.
Two
I want him to
relatively
fucking
weaker
blast them.
opponents. though so far. But
In mid,
think
I want
what we've seen
Caedrel.
here, especially from this guy, I think against
2018,
top opposition,
prime
this
Malzahar
team could
cancel
definitely
year.
make waves.
Yeah, 100%. So
In
many
the
Sheer
bot lane.
fans in the audience here as well, here at
In the
Lolpark. This
in the
guy, as
chat,
far as,
he
like,
said I had to
debut
play. He said I had to
fandom,
play.
is the
He said I
highest
had
that
to play.
we've seen in such a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Look at that little
really
dog.
close to
He's
Zeus,
cute.
level.
Yeah, right.
In the bot lane.
I mean, I'd say Zeus is the one who's above
I
him,
want-
but I wouldn't say he's close to Zeus, but he's getting there.
Who could beat Guma
It's hard to
Carrier
top
and bot?
Zeus' debut, man. Him and Viper, I think probably for me like the big standout debut players over the last
Chat,
few
I can,
years, last 10 years.
I can
Viper
handle
as well, had to
Faker.
do
I
it
can handle him.
alongside Chovy and, the
We
rest
might
of his
need
teammates.
Viper.
They were all pretty good at the time.
2021,
I think
Aphelios
that
God.
KT Rolster definitely looked
And
like they're
for
ramping up a
support,
little bit. You know,
I
this
think
was
we
a
will need
disappointing
a
loss
bit of
because
flair.
lost two
I want
one-sided
Beryl.
games, but you could see some angles.
Worlds
I feel like they're
22.
just not on the same tier as D+.
I want
They
his
work on their
psychopath
macro
picks.
and their
I think
communication a
that
lot.
is the
I think
answer
playing
to
casting it was a
Guma
risk to
Carrier.
probably
It's
further
Beryl
hinder
Worlds
their ability to
22.
communicate a little bit. But
That
at the same
roster would
time,
win.
it's much better than we saw from most of
TCCVB
the LCK
would
Cup,
beat
and
Zeo
Caedrel, like you
FGK.
said, gives them this kind of X-Factor engage angle where he's playing confidently at least, which I don't think we could have really said about his counterpart earlier this year. So it's a 0-2 loss that you're not happy about if you're a KT fan, but at least you're feeling like things are moving towards. Maybe you'll be happy about it when we reach the middle pack of the season. There's some growth.
All right,
that you
chat.
can
Time for T1
visibly
versus
see.
Gen G.
Yeah, and remember, strength of schedule is a big deal here. The fact that they're up against DK, who are leading the LCK Cup for the entirety of the tournament, and HLE, who just won the first stand tournament, like that's some tough opposition
time.
for the very first week when you've got a new player making his way in to try and give them some more direction in these games. So I think if you're a KT fan, don't judge too harshly off the back of
Chat, what is this?
in particular.
They have T1 coming up.
He pushed me off.
In for stationary on the road, as it were, are all making their stops, and this is where the pit crew can make a huge difference with a speedy stop. And that looked a little bit unsteady for Lando Norris, but it was a second faster than Max Verstappen.
Chat,
when
whose
he
fault was it?
stationary. Oh, and there's Norris onto the grass.
So bad.
Max Verstappen stays ahead of Lando Norris. He gained a second.
It was
Did
Lando's
Norris
fault.
on Verstappen in the pit stops. Norris for one moment thought, you know what, there's an overtake chance here, but it all went a little bit wrong for him. Fortunately, for his sake, he is still ahead of Behrman.
He forced me off.
Okay, we're on it.
This is what happened now with Lando Norris and Max Verstappen. McLaren at the end of the pit lane, really good stop. And there's Verstappen just coming into view. Oh no.
What? You mean he forced him off? What? What?
Did,
Max was just driving the car in a straight line.
was it ever going to work for Lando Norris? Verstappen keeps the same line here, doesn't veer over to the right, and he's looking in the mirrors.
He drove himself into the grass.
Yeah, but
we know the game, Max. As you are.
he didn't do anything wrong there. He was on his line. I think Norris was hoping to get a penalty, but ultimately Norris should not have been released because
McLaren at the end of the pit lane, really good stop.
But you can't overtake in the pit lane.
And there's Verstappen.
So can't overtake, can't overtake, can't overtake, can't overtake. When you cross this line, you can race again, right?
Just coming into view. Oh no.
I mean, it's just complete in. Wait, you can overtake in the pit lane, wait, really? Oh, but you're on a limiter, aren't you? So it's a bit hard.
It's going to be Sheer that takes it.
Oh, see who gets
Congratulations
the
there to Wolf.
poke.
No one else having the same idea as me with the barrel thought. Unless they did, and that's going to be revealed later as we head over to the space. I'm kind of hoping it
Oh, that's sweet.
a little bit of it.
I'm putting in my palm comment.
All right, what is it? Oh, no, wait, we're going to find that out. I'm going to keep that one as mysterious as possible. We do get the interview now with Shiu, though, which I imagine most of Lolpark is extraordinarily excited about because everyone basically comes here to see Shiu play when DK fans file into the room. So that is going to be fantastic. And DK,
Joke,
I
no
was
jokes.
worried after game 2 against B&K. I was. I thought that maybe
What is
this
shorter
was
than
gonna
the
be a
space
disaster.
between
I
the
thought
legs
maybe
of
they
an
could even
ant?
lose, but
they made it
What
look
is
impossible to
shorter
lose
than the
against
space?
KT here today.
You just never know what
What
you're going to
is
get with this team, do
shorter
you?
than the space between the
Well, that's why we
legs
love
of
them.
an ant?
Yep, that's just the way that it goes.
career.
We've got a banger coming up after this as well. We get to hear from Shiu, we get the space to break down that series, and then we go straight into HLE versus T1. See whether the big test for T1 is going to be passed or what's going
Chad,
to
you know what I
actually
need?
happen. It's actually
I
absolutely
need
huge.
someone
Time for us
who's
to head
good
towards the
at
interview, though.
making
Let's hear from Shiu.
Instagram clips or TikToks. I need someone
Thank you
to
very
make.
much, guys. This is
I thought
Sierra
maybe
for
I
the
should do
QM
some
interview
Instagram
session,
clips.
joined by Shiu on the side of D plus Kia.
I feel like
Congratulations.
Onapixel has. I was watching Onapixel's one, bro. Onapixel's clipper is so fucking good. It's so funny, his clips.
It was the first matchup against
Where's my
KT
phone?
this year. You took the victory and get to continue your winning streak. How do you feel? You know, in CL, I feel like I remember getting bullied by KT a lot, so it makes me happy that we're able to win today. And it feels like our performance has been great lately, which makes me even happier. And in game 1, you gave away Gwen, a hot pick lately, and took Jace. Was Jace playable against Gwen? I feel like in terms of the laning phase, I feel like Jace is playable when you pick the right rune.
He looks so nervous.
And I think this is a good, it gives you a good reason to actually counter Gwen with. So the enemy invested so much in top lanes. What was the team's plan to deal with that? Yeah, I think there's a lot of action, especially during the Void Grubs and everything. And I think just being aware of their lane swapping and being ready for their tower dive allowed me to sort of prepare and get a good sustain throughout the game. And after Jace handling so much pressure, your bot was able to get a pretty smooth game. So how did you manage to survive and stand strong like that? Jace has a really easy time getting CS. I think while my teammates were able to skill, I think I just tried focusing on CSing and maybe taking some jungle camps. And in game 2, the opponent swapped their top player. So did your team have any data on casting at all? Obviously, casting someone that I had to face in the finals in CL twice. So I think that's why I was pretty experienced and we had some data on casting. So what was the game plan to face casting? Casting has really a lot of support, provides a lot of support to his team. So I think just being aware of his playstyle helped a lot. And in game 2, the Aatrox and Fury synergy was on point. So would you rate it highly from playing it out today? I think right now, this meta calls for a really top-side heavy comp, so I feel like the Nefuri Aatrox comp
He's either
is
shy or
actually
he's
pretty
lagging.
good. Yeah, I would rate it pretty highly. And your next match is against OK Savings Bank Freon. What is your resolution to keep your winning streak going? We'll try to win the next match to keep our winning streak going strong. Thank you so much for all your support today. And we will look forward to Shiu making another solo kill in the next match. And
Bro,
that's the
he's
end of
so
the
like.
interview with Shiu
Why
and
is he so
Backflip
like
Space.
wholesome?
Thank you.
I don't know why he's so sweet.
Thank you very much, dear. As yes, we got the tickets to the ride. It
Baby
was
Siwoo.
D plus Kia.
He's fucking
Get
good,
the
that guy.
victory here against KT.
I'm happy. I'm happy.
Against,
DK.
You know, like some different
DK
top
Showmaker
players,
will
and
pass
DK
the mantle
will
to
win
Siwoo in the
Worlds.
next few years.
Yes, I can see that. DK's gonna win Worlds. Yes, guys, book a ticket for DK Hype Train. Let's go. DK's gonna win Worlds. I mean, we know it's April, but DK, man, they already showed up some good performances.
Chronicler,
like
bro, I rate Chronicler. Me and Chronicler share. Me and Chronicler share a love for DK.
We're trying to figure out what
He's the only person who also shares love for DK.
Sugar flavored
Everyone
or
else
lime
just a
flavored.
hate top.
It is lime flavored.
Substantially harder to actually eat, so I will warn you with that. I got kind of caught off guard.
Hater.
It's good.
Chat, we were gonna check out
thinks
something,
it's
but
melon,
I forgot.
So I guess.
What were we gonna check out?
That's what it is. Jeez.
Oh yeah, someone's TikTok that they made. Let me see it.
A moment to breathe. No one used smite yet. It's on Vel yet to get the smite with York. He doesn't get it. It's bouncing. It is always bouncing.
Oh, this edit. Okay, what else is this? What is this?
What did Dash say? Wanna find out how Pepsi meow tastes like? Whoa, 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 whoa,
Bro,
whoa,
what
whoa,
is he
whoa.
saying?
Bro, what is that? I mean, bro, I refuse to answer on this one. I don't know what does that mean. If you can elaborate a bit in my DMs, it would be nice.
What is he doing?
In both games, but for me, Shiu, even in the Atrix game where his KDA wasn't as good, his team fighting was crazy.
Oh man, that's kind of aggressive.
It might need
toxic.
I mean, after that,
that was Chronicler cosplaying, role playing as Shu. You know,
Why don't
Chronicler
people play
would never say
Rek'Sai?
that. He's missed
Because Rek'Sai is a champ, does
There
3
we
camps,
go.
gets level
That's
3,
the sound
presses flash
effect
W,
from Hugh.
and then he falls off from that point onwards.
He was actually bonking and dunking around, you know, like every top laner. He doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what top laner you're putting against.
I'll do your clips ready on my resume. I don't know, I need to find someone who's good at like doing clips.
Top laner. We were actually
If there's someone who's good at doing clips, can you just DM me on Discord? Yo, instantly next to the things, stuff much love. Anyone who's like a good clipper?
The top tier list.
Let's keep rolling through some of the comments as
A
we
rush.
still try to decide
What is
between
this?
lime and melon. Shoo! I'm pretty sure that's how Wolf would say it, you know, because he's a wolf, and so wolves howl, right? Already looking like better.
and that to me is the big thing, and I want to kind of emphasize that. Being good in lane is one thing, but his teleports and his map awareness, it's crazy.
Yeah, he actually got survived from like forming ganks on the side lanes, you know, and I think that gives him a lot of tempo, a lot of advantage for the team. So,
Not watching that.
Like, yes, it's really important to get ahead in the lane, but also the side lane. I think he looks like definitely a veteran player.
All right, let's take a look.
This is a question from Alex, who asks, what if a Richter magnitude 15 earthquake were to hit America at, let's say, New York City? What about a Richter 0? Or 25? Well, given that a magnitude 25 quake would destroy the sun if one happened there, it would certainly destroy New York City. But we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Destroy the sun? How
The
can
Richter
the Earth quake on the sun? It's in space.
Scale, which has technically been replaced by the moment magnitude scale, measures the strength of an earthquake. Since we usually hear about earthquakes with ratings somewhere between 3 and 9, a lot of people probably think of 10 as the top of the scale and 0 as the
If it happened then it wouldn't be an earthquake, it would be a sunquake.
bottom. In fact, there is no top or bottom to the scale. But even if 10 isn't the top of the scale, it might as well be. A magnitude 9 earthquake already measurably alters the rotation of the Earth. The 2 magnitude 9 plus earthquakes this century both altered the length of the day by a tiny but measurable fraction of a second. In order to get to magnitude 10, you'd need a ruptured fault line 3,500 kilometers long, and a magnitude 11 quake would require a fault that went halfway around the world. A magnitude 15 earthquake would be 1,000,000 times more powerful than that, and involve the release of enough energy to evaporate all the water on Earth. Though if that happened,
that's impossible though, right? It can't go over magnitude 10, right?
We could rest easy knowing the earthquake couldn't cause any tsunamis. Going a few steps further, a magnitude 18 earthquake would release nearly 10 to the 32 joules of energy, which is roughly the gravitational binding energy of the Earth. To put it another way, the Death Star caused a magnitude 18 earthquake on Alderaan. You could in theory talk about a more powerful earthquake on Earth, but in practice all it would mean is that the expanding cloud of space debris would be faster and hotter. The Sun, with its higher gravitational binding energy, could have up to a magnitude...
Chat, what happens in a magnitude 10 earthquake? GG or what?
Magnitude 24 quake. This is about the energy release you would get if you packed the entire volume of Jupiter with hydrogen bombs and detonated them all at once. The most
What's the point in theorizing magnitude 24? It's impossible.
powerful quakes in the known universe, which occur in super heavy neutron stars, are about this magnitude. A magnitude 25 quake would explode the Sun. Hold on, we're spending a lot of time thinking about things that are large and violent. What about the bottom end of the scale? Is there such a thing as a magnitude 0 earthquake? Yes, in fact the scale goes all the way down past 0. Let's take a look at some low magnitude earthquakes with a description of what they would be like if they hit your house.
Does the -1 just stop building things again?
The same energy as dropping a partially loaded cement truck from 10 meters onto the street in front of your house. A magnitude 0 earthquake is equivalent to the Dallas Cowboys American football team running at full tilt into the side of your neighbor's garage. A magnitude -1 quake is like a single American football player running into a tree in your yard. A cat falling off a dresser would have a magnitude of -2. A cat knocking your cell phone off your nightstand would have a magnitude -3. Magnitude -4 is like a penny falling off of a dog. Magnitude -5 is a key press on an IBM Model M mechanical keyboard. -6 is a key press on a lightweight keyboard.
What?
-7 is a single feather fluttering to the ground. A fine grain of sand falling onto the pile at the bottom of a tiny hourglass would be a magnitude -8 quake. And let's jump all the way down to magnitude -15, a drifting mote of dust coming to rest gently on a table. Sometimes it's nice not to destroy the world for a change.
True.
KT
All right, it's gonna be about 10-minute break. Is it gonna be a 10-minute break, chat, or 20-minute break? How long is the break gonna be?
You gotta think about it. The Legend and Rise group and KT, man, they really need to fight for the last spot. Otherwise, they'll be fighting in Rise group, which means that it's gonna be really rough for them.
All right, that was a pretty good appetizer for the Sunday match, the last one of the week.
Is that an icy
now
pop?
we've got some T1 Genji, the classic over the last several years. They will close it on out today. Genji plays the first match of the day, or first match of the week, and then the final match of the week, and a huge, huge test here. Don't go anywhere. We've got the big one for you after the short break.
How much time do we have? I need to know that. Yeah. I can spit bars on this chat. You want me to do it? Yeah. Yeah. Watch LPL. What's happening in LPL? It's over. It's over. JDG won. GG. Can they do that, Baron? Is that Baron doable? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that Kai'Sa building? Did anyone else see the Kai'Sa items? Did you see that?
This is just Aki getting caught out.
Am I the... I've never seen that build in my life.
Even though this is a 5-man Pop Blossom, and the fact that they're able to find Pays is nice, or find Scout and Pays is great, I am still very worried, especially with how they are executing from the side of NIP.
I don't know. Something about this feels...
Umbral Glaive, Essence Reaver, Shadow Flame, Void Staff.
What? Yeah, like if they're winning, if they're going even or not that far down. Hang on, PP God, another 2-man Pop Blossom.
They found him.
Not caught in it, but Scout is caught.
Wait, JDG is throwing.
Reset the revive, not this time. Okay, now it's all
or
on
are they? Pace Bow.
He finds an opportunity to go into the backline. Aki popping the crest.
Pace Bow. Oh my god, the Observer is tweaking. What? What? Did Kai'Sa get one shot there? What?
There it is.
The fuck?
The Void stacks coming on through.
What the fuck?
And that objective lead that we had for JDG, the fact that Pays was
Wait,
up
this Kai'Sa build is
gold.
completely psychotic. What is those items?
Gold on Doinby, completely gone here. Missing in the replay now is going
it's
to be
zero attack speed Kai'Sa.
Themselves the Cloud Soul. Thank you to our picture-in-picture. And it is all of the plasma procs being applied. Shun missing the Impale on the side there. Not great here for JDG, but the fact that Leave gets to fly in all of this damage onto Scout, onto Missing. The carries of JDG have been getting picked out time and time again here.
Full
NIP
HP.
are on the verge of potentially coming back from one of the worst early games that we have seen in the LPL.
It looks so doomed.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking at a Kai'Sa that was Omega fed.
This Kai'Sa has 0 attack speed. It's just a walking fucking missile.
We have almost 5-item Kai'Sa here.
Alec, I think you need to try this build after this game is over, bro. I'm not gonna lie. There's something.
I think if I recreated these games with our team, we would have already FF at 20 minutes. You would have been on the Xin Zhao.
They have Cloud Soul though, JDG.
Oh, my mental would have been cooked. Yeah.
You would have already. You would have been asking us for us to go net game. There is no possibility of us playing.
You know what?
Vision control Kai'Sa.
NIP. You know, their mental fortitude stronger than mine. You know,
Umbral Glaive, suitable the wards.
There in Shenzhen.
Real type. Yeah.
Are you gonna watch IT versus BLG? I am.
No.
Hang on.
No.
Ooh, the W damage hurts.
Scout can make his way over. He did push the top.
But we're gonna watch T1 Gen G
we're gonna
first.
get a fight and a bout over the Baron. Now, I will say, Cloud Soul here, very important for JDG. Think about the amount of movement speed they're going to be able to get with something like Allah, who's able to kind of spam his ultimate. Even the Impale. Is Doinby getting caught?
I mean, they're just trying to burst down Doinby. He's pretty still durable. Leave is going to all in on the Shun, but he gets the blast cone and gets to escape safely. Aki, the handshake catches him back. Crescent Guard blocking a lot of damage on the entry and flashes the seismic shove just in the nick of time. JDG doing a good enough job, though, to force NIP out of the jungle. And now it's time to rip this Baron before they can get a chance to respond.
All right, but Aki can still walk over. Leave can still fire prey-seeking missiles over the walls. And now we're getting the teleport here from Doinby. JDG need to win this very decidedly.
Aki has no flash. If he gets a chance to get in there, Callista, Ren secure on the Baron, and nicely done for JDG. I thought that Void Seeker might have made this game even more interesting. But JDG are able to avoid the disaster scenario.
VOD is unavailable,
All right,
is it?
So, in the same way that we were saying this 20 minutes ago, JDG are 5,000 gold up. But it doesn't quite feel like they're 5,000.
6-item Kai'Sa.
The last 10 minutes have been going. All right, Mark. So, we're in a position now.
You say
JDG,
Mark?
Despite all the early game shenanigans, despite what we were seeing, still find themselves in the lead. They have an item advantage in some of these lanes. And we are looking now at a Callista. Oh, my God. Callista who, Callista typically talked about as, having 1 and 2 items and then, kind of falling off thanks to her range. Now with 4 items completed, almost 5 here, there's a very strong possibility that Pace can still carry this game, but it is all about the range. We'll see how NIP are going to be able to play against Baron and 5 Grubs here. The next 2 minutes here for JDG are going to be so important.
I think the game is a horror.
That's true, but Leaf just bought a hat, and that...
Wonderful. True? Wonderful
that's
analysis.
Awesome.
Got the hat, guys.
Hey, man. Hat.
Look at Xin Zhao's items, man. He's so broke.
I mean, this guy with this build is pretty much sending out nuclear warheads and is a dive bomb. And if that can make the difference, maybe NIP have a chance. But this is a big siege to overcome.
This Kai'Sa is just farming
from
BPM.
the side of NIP. And JDG using the Weaver's Wall. It's like impale on the 2 people, and hostile takeover is occupying the front line, but PP God for the Pop Blossom, but Paze is able to sidestep it this time around.
Oh my God, he pulled out his flash.
Paze, and Paze gets a thrive
in this Kai'Sa build is useless, I've decided.
He's stacking the
spears.
Lead on the AP Kai'Sa won't do a damn thing, and this time around Paze
big play by PlaySpell.
Through it all, another quadra for
big play by PlaySpell.
JDG,
that was a good play.
And they will clean out the first game.
He just clapped them.
Dude, what are JDG doing? Why
just
do we keep stealing pentas from Paze? It's been twice from Allah. Now
clap their ass.
게임을 끝낸 그 순간이었어가지고 S 정도는 다시 들어가야 되지 않을까. 근데 이제 또 S
6 minutes till T1 Gen G. Big.
일단 S에 한번 쓰도록 하겠습니다. 일단 민경훈님을 제가 엄청 광팬이었고 사실 엄청 좋아했던 가수기 때문에 그게 더 떨렸었던 것 같고요. 사실 롤드컵 같은 경우에는 어느 정도 나가기도 했었고 또 수많은 사람들 앞에서 이제 본업을 하다 보니까 그래도 자신 있었던 부분들이어가지고 자신 있게 플레이를 했는데 또 이제 노래 같은 경우에는 제 본업도 아니고 또 예능도 첫 예능이고 제가生麦生米生卵なんもないからお店に買いに行こう赤パジャマ黄パジャマ茶パジャマぐちゃぐちゃのまま置かれててめっちゃ邪魔買えるぴょこぴょこみぴょこぴょこ買えば増えて今の15ぴょこぴょこ祝新春ジャズシャンソンショーまず3周回って優秀賞生麦生米生卵なんもないからお店に
song goes crazy hard. Wait, this song goes crazy. This owner video? Yeah, we already saw this owner video. This owner video is really good. Good song. I like that song. I like that song.
오늘 잡을 생각이었다면 아마 제가 잡지 않았을까라고 생각이 듭니다.
They're all tongue twisters.
이런 실수들이 제가 초창기이기도 했었고 좀 많이 나왔었던 것 같아서 다시 생각해 보면은 와 너무 아쉽다라는 생각을 좀 하는 것 같습니다. 이게 그래도 제가 이 안타를
Chat, here comes his best play of his career.
높은 점수를 주고 싶지만 그래도 나름 저희 실수들이 명백하게 좀 나왔었던 경기인 것 같아서 그래도 근데 또 A는 주기 싫기 때문에 또 S에 제가 한번 놔두도록 하겠습니다. 뭐 그런 건 없고 사실 뭐 이제 엄청 다른 팀들 상대로도 제가 많이 했었던 걸로 기억하는데 G2가 굉장히 유명한 팀이고 잘하는 팀이기 때문에 이렇게 또 더 각인이 됐다고 생각해요, 사람들 눈에. 그래서 이렇게 좋은 플레이들을 많이 기억해 주시는 것 같고 또 G2도 잘하는 상대이기 때문에 이런 명장면들이 나온다 생각해서 정말 G2를 할 때마다 재밌는 것 같습니다.
Legendary play.
렐 보니까 렐 정글을 하고 싶은데 또 렐 정글을 한번
Legendary play.
롤백 해주셨으면 좋겠고요, 라이언님들. 사실 이 장면이 굉장히 이게 제가 제일 많이 리플레이를 본 장면 중 하나였던 것 같고 사실 용 스틸도 저만 이제 900 강타였고 하나비 선수가 1200 강타였는데 이 300 차이를 뚫고 제가 용을 또 스틸했다는 것만으로도 굉장히 잘했다고 생각하고 또 장면으로 인해서 역전이 된 경기였기 때문에 아주 훌륭했던 장면이었던 것 같습니다. 뭐 하이라이트 같은 경우에는 뭐 당연히 이제 애쉬공을 이제 앞으로 뛰어넘고 이제 애쉬랑 탈리아를 이렇게 무는 건데 사실 이제 제가 피 관리가 안 되면서까지 이제 상대방들 앞에서 조금 까불라 걸렸던 게 제일 포인트였던 것 같고 그래서 애쉬가 궁을 쏠 때 그게 저는 실수라고 생각을 해서 이렇게 플레이를 했던 게 가장 중요했던 포인트지 않았나 싶습니다. 사실 그것도 저도 유튜브에서 한번 본 것 같아요. 뭐 양코스 선수나 뭐 약간 그런 해외 선수들이 하신 것을 조금 봤었던 것 같아요. 저도 이 장면을 굉장히 많이 봤기 때문에 그런 반응하는 것도 봤는데
It's the XDD guy.
또 이렇게 많은 사람들이 기억해 주시는 것 같습니다. 사실 뭐 티어 같은 경우에는 이거는 그냥 SSS에 넣도록 하겠습니다. 가장 기억에 남는 거는 아무래도 이제 21년도 썸머 이제 다이애나로 다시 한번 복귀전을 할 때 그때가 제일 기억에 남는 것 같고 그때부터 저의 오너라는 닉네임으로 진짜를 시작한 것 같아서 그때가 처음 느껴봤던 그 감정들이었던 것 같아요.
That was a good play.
그때가 제일 기억에 남는 것 같고 그리고 최근에 또 롤드컵 우승을 했기 때문에 그래도 결승전이 좀 많이 기억에 남는 것 같습니다.
Okay, let's finish the song, chat.
여기까지.
Jam. Is this a band? I've never heard them before. Oh, that's it. Do they have any other songs? Bro, they go kind of hard. I fuck with that melody. What is this one? Which one's this one? It's a cover. Wait, hold up. We got the intro. Listen, music's great, but I gotta listen to something real quick. Hold up. We'll be back in a minute. We'll be back in a minute, Haku. Something more important to listen to. Oh my god, my intro. Ah, haha, yes. I don't fuck with the song that hard though, I'm not gonna lie. I said it. I think there was other songs that were better.
Makes me strong. Makes me stronger.
Where's my fucking thing? This series is gonna fucking slam. Is T1 competitive with Gen G or not?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf for the final match of the week. And man, did we save the best till last. Gen G versus T1, an El Clasico that has been so many of our finals here in the LCK over the years. And this one, it's feeling pretty auspicious, Wolf. There's something in the air, and it's not just fake.
There is something in the air,
which is super dope. There is a lot
something in the air.
I think, riding on this match than what it could have been as just a first match of the season between the two teams.
Well, I think in part due to the fact that both teams won a very dominant first series.
Yeah.
They're both sitting at 1-0, 2-0 wins over their opponents. Gen G toppling
winner gets first place.
Just like they did at the beginning of the LCK Cup. T1 crushing DRX.
Now, normally Gen G wins these series.
Right now. And Hanwha Life bounced back
normally
with their
Gen
second
G
win as
in
well,
regular
but
season is just
Gen G
unbeatable.
Win over
No
Hanwha,
one can
we were
beat Gen G in the
wonder,
regular season.
Who will be our
apart
second
from
best
KT.
team?
That's
T1
it.
have a lot to prove tonight. Of course, the winner could go up and tie Nongshim for first place for the end of our week one here for LCK 2025. And I gotta say, you know, coming into this, I was the lone solo T1 predictor.
Yeah,
I felt pretty nervous about that prediction after watching Gen G's win over Hanwha Life.
Why does Kerry look so small in the back?
Play, I do think this could be an interesting series. If I could switch my prediction, I would. But, you know, we don't have that, so...
Oh man, this is so cool.
11 days.
Yeah, Gumayusi versus Ruler has been a very long time. Last
17
time was...
to 17. Wait, what?
Was
really?
it actually the match against JDG?
I guess he did get
Yeah.
I guess his
Oh
win
my,
rate
and
versus
that
pace
brought
is
it to
probably not
17
high.
and 17. Oh god, the shivers.
2023.
The
Yeah.
shivers down the spine, ladies and gentlemen. And Gumayusi had a
17.
brilliant
Faker's
performance
12th
earlier,
LCK
but this guy
debut
is taking all
anniversary.
the limelight. Faker's
What the
12th
fuck?
LCK
It's
debut
been
anniversary.
it's been 12
The
years
Ghost,
since he started in the
debuted
LCK.
in 2013.
12
ladies and
years!
gentlemen. We need to cast our minds quite
12
a ways
years!
back on the 6th of April with a certain Italy performance against Ambition.
Sometimes we do these 12-year, 11-year, 10-year, you know, some players like don't get to 5, like 3-year anniversary kind of thing, but it's actually the day. Like, it's April 6th today. It's not like, oh, it's April 8th, but we're still celebrating, so love to see let Faker have such a long career.
Well, let's have a look at Keen as well. First to 400 wins on the top side of the map. And this guy has been good his entire career. The rest of his team has only just caught up, is what it kind of feels like for Keen. It was kind of the case on KT as well, but he's had a long career before that of really trying to figure things out.
Nearly 56% win rate. He has really turned it around.
Oh, yeah.
Since he's moved into top teams. Ruler as well, 600 games. And he's been in the LCK for a long time. Debuted himself back in 2016.
3,237 days since he debuted.
Yeah.
And of course did spend some time over in the LPL, but not that long. And wow, what an incredible achievement for all of these players. And let's have a look at the tease between these two squads.
Tease me.
젠지라는 팀은 동굴에서 많이 만났던 팀이기 때문에 항상 관계된 팀 중에 하나라고 생각합니다.
Oh, I remember that intro.
T1이란 팀은 좀 제 정말 좀 되게 잘한다고 생각해서 늘 견제가 좀 됐었어요.
룰로라는 이 네임드 때문에 더 압박감은 있다고 생각하는데 작년에 젠지전 때 가장 중요한 경기에서 저희가 역배를 끊어냈기 때문에 이제 저희가 연승을 해나갈 타이밍이라고 생각하고 있습니다.
계속 리그 우승을 하던 젠지라는 팀에 들어와서 중압감도 있고 부담감도 있는데 할 수 있는 걸 다 쏟아 부어서 좀 잘하고 싶어서 이번에 T1이랑도 좀 굉장히 좀 좋은 경기력으로 재밌는 경기 했으면 좋겠습니다.
또 오늘이 상혁이 형의 데뷔 12주년이기 때문에 꼭 승리해서 기쁨을 같이 만개하고 싶습니다.
It really does feel like a pick your poison, doesn't it, when it comes to like what you want to hype up about this matchup. I think the bottom lane, Gumayusi versus Ruler, is so huge, but Faker
Bro, the
wanting
jackets
to
look
win
kind of nice.
on the anniversary of his debut here, which is, like you say, on the day. Not a lot of players get to play exactly on that same day because we've changed the dates around so much over the years. T1 going to be making their way to Lol Park now, and if this goes like their first match, this could be just the jump start that T1 needs to launch back towards that dominant state.
It absolutely could be a team
What's
that
your prediction?
got knocked out of LCK Cup early, wasn't able to prove themselves on that higher
I would
stage,
say,
wasn't able to
realistically, right now, I would say 2-1 Genji, I would say.
But looking confident
I would give
tonight,
T1 a game.
Guma in the
I think
starting
T1 could probably get a game.
Here,
and I think if T1 gets a game, that's
crowd,
already good.
Owner takes his jacket off.
If they beat Genji, that is fucking crazy.
Today. Doran
if anyone
beats
beats regular season Genji, then something is fucked somewhere.
Talk a lot about the Zeus Doran trade, but he used to be a Genji player himself.
Yeah, and in fact, Doran and Keen have played on a lot of similar teams as on their way through. And we're going to welcome Genji now.
But Duro did look a little bit
so good against
was
HLE.
It yesterday, the day before?
I think a lot of the discourse around that series, though, was about HLE and a potential first-stand hangover.
T1's got a gap bot. They got a gap bot.
Haven't necessarily looked the most clean in this first week of play for the LCK 2025. How much of it was just Genji being amazing? Because they did
if T1 loses bot game, so he lost.
Duro looking better. Chovy absolutely in form. You know, after having what was a very heavily criticized LCK Cup. Man, people were saying he's fine, but we hold Chovy to a higher standard than the way he was playing.
That Genji shirt glowing, what the fuck?
In that Hanwha Life Esports series.
Chovy do got that aura though, holy fuck.
This team is definitely the favorite coming into this one tonight. They were able to bring Hanwha to 5 in the LCK Cup Finals. We're almost our first stand representatives. and they're looking to just pick up where they left off, as they did against Hanwha in that first series. An extremely tough strength of schedule for Gen.G as well, facing Hanwha and T1 in the first week, but they were the first teams to play, of course, on day one, so they've had several days to continue to prepare to study T1's matchup as well.
Yeah, exactly. And T1, they started on the third day, and so a little bit of a difference there. I think playing more recently can actually help you as well, though.
Bro,
really
someone in chat says Rage Faters lock in.
Whereas Gen.G have certainly had some time off before this matchup did arrive. Hopefully, they've done a bunch of their homework and they are ready to perform here today, because this could really set the tone for what teams are going to get the most expectation moving further forward. Because if Gen.G just dispatched of HLE and T1 in the first week,
Faker meditating, GG.
I mean, we have to have them as the top dogs pitted from the get-go here in the LCK.
And it just leads to an incredibly strong standing for them. How many games do they even lose becomes the question at that point. Weren't able to get the plus 36
what the fuck?
The last time they were close, but perhaps maybe they can break a streak if they can win this one. Arguably, it gets easier from here. Guma and Keria taking on rookie Duro in the bottom lane as well. A player who looked a lot better towards the end of the LCK Cup, but still someone...
Yo, the Gen.G jerseys without the gold with the black and white looks nice.
Keria's synergy. They played together so long. They've won so many incredible championships together. They've won so many bottom lanes together. They were on average, and probably still are on average, of any duo, the highest duo kills in the LCK.
Duo.
And lane swaps being removed means that you're going to have to go head-to-head to them at least very beginning of the game, and I'm curious to see what these drafts will look like as we head into this one. Gen.G not having side selection here as well.
No jokes during the game. Yeah, no jokes. We're locked in for the game only.
Pretty good so far.
We're here just
week,
for the game.
Although, I mean, there are teams that have bucked the trend. I think that DK, for example, are a team
that have
like 3 wins on the red side and only 1 on blue.
Let's get the draft.
That is largely because they were just placed onto the red side. So let's see as we dive into the draft here for our final series of the week. Mata is there. There you can see behind T1 actually swapping over from Gen.G to join this squad that he used to play for.
Okay, locked in
2019.
Kalista bet on red.
His time as
nice.
Well.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of trade arounds throughout the LCK here. But already we're seeing the
Viban, I like that. Could be a good Azir ban angle. I think a first pick Azir would be good. First pick Gwen, first pick Nafiri. 3 champs.
Emphasis
Nafiri,
in this draft is not going to be about bottom lane for a first
You're not ready for this?
It's going to be maybe a Gwen,
You're not
maybe
ready
a
for
Rumble.
This.
Yeah, that's
maybe a Jace.
Jace, I think, could be that final ban.
Yeah, Jace, I feel like at this point, you're
the
trading
Rumble
Jace and Rumble, unless they force ban.
Have
So
to
if they were to
imagine
ban one of
so
the
they can
two, like
get
Jace,
Gwen
ban
ban up. They
Jace,
will opt for
now
the
Rumble ban value
Jace
goes up, but if you
instead.
think about it, the Gwen's open,
Do we
Azir's
leave
open,
the Rumble up?
Skarner's
That's
open,
the
and Rumble's
question.
open.
Doran has already played it.
So how would
this
trading
season.
go?
He's played many games on it.
You can
Wouldn't
match
say that
Gwen
it's necessarily
Rumble,
his best champion, but he
take
has
Skarner.
been able to facilitate team fights effectively
I mean, you
on
could
it.
do
I
Skarner
think when you
Azir
look at the
2-1-2.
matchup of the players and you put the nameplates in front and center,
So I would ban
think Gen.G
nothing.
was
I would
one
ban
of the only
nothing.
teams you
I would
could trust
random
to
ban.
leave Gwen open and maybe get an advantage over.
Sejuani ban,
there
good.
it
So that
is.
can't
So
match the Skarner now.
playing the Rumble
So if you first
into
pick
the
Gwen, they can't get
could be
Gwen
what they're
Sage, and you
looking
get
for here.
Skarner and Azir.
If Doran does lock that in first,
Would be kind of
and
good
it feels
cooking
like
from
a
Gen.G.
huge error to let Keen have it, so they're just gonna have to
Could just
it.
take Rumble
I
as
think
well
Keen
if you
will
wanna be
have to play
safe.
the Rumble into this.
Yep, I wrote it
I
down
feel like
immediately.
Chovy should take Azir, though.
I think it was the expected lock-in. The other expected lock-in should be the Rumble in response. The
Yeah, but the
LPL
thing is,
has showed us that does
Rumble
seem to be the most popular
is matched into
answer
Gwen.
to the champion.
So you don't have to pick it now.
That's banned, of course.
You don't have to. You can
And
pick it on
so
3. They
the
can't really
question is,
take
what
Rumble.
do
What are
they
they
get
going to do?
with the
Gwen jungle,
really
Rumble
more than
top?
anything
It's kind of
else.
mid.
It looks like the Azir
Okay.
is going to
Azir
be the
Skarner.
angle for Chovy.
Yeah, I
And
think
actually
Gen.G already
grabs
won the draft a
Skarner
little bit.
over the Rumble here, knowing
I think this
that
Jace ban
with the
was
top
a
laner already
fucking
locked in,
was a
they
bit of
don't
a
have to
blunder.
grab it right now. Look at 2 prio picks
A
instead.
bit of a blunder.
We did used to see support
Now,
Rumble.
now T1's a little bit of trouble.
The carrier is ready to cook quite
Maybe they can
that
fix
hard
it.
just
They
yet.
would have to do like
Skarner
Ivor and
certainly
Yon,
a
I think.
very big one,
Or
though, for Gen.G.
I think
Does
Ivor
give
and
them
Yon
a
actually
very
cooks.
powerful team fighting core in both the Pigeon and
What
the
else
Scorpion.
cooks? Some
Let's see
Talia
where
game.
T1 decide
Sinzao
to
Talia,
go
Pantheon
here
Talia
with
cooks
this
a bit
draft.
as well.
They could take away a bottom lane. They could lock in a
Sinzao,
jungle.
nice.
And
Gwen
the
Sinzao's
Sinzao
a
has been
classic.
very strong. Owner in particular.
I think a
behind.
Talia
He's
here
been
is
the
what
best.
you need.
Yeah, like easily.
Maybe not
had
actually.
the best
I don't know.
performances on this pick out of
Faker,
anyone
I
in
trust you.
2025.
Pick whatever you want.
Faker could grab Talia here if he wants to play that matchup into the Azir. It's been a matchup he's been very comfortable
Cook.
with, but he didn't have the greatest laning phases against DRX. If we're
Now the
honest,
beauty
had
of all of this is they
fantastic
still
plays
have
later
Rumble
in
on
the
3,
game.
right?
Laning phase didn't
Gen.G,
matter
like
as
their
much.
draft's not done.
So
They
if
still
he
have
wants to
Rumble on
lock
3.
that one away.
Yeah, plenty of things that he can take as well. But
Ari,
as it
Faker
ticks down,
Ari,
it's gonna be
nice.
the Ari a lot
Ooh,
more
I don't know if I would pick
Rumble now,
in
actually.
the 2v2
Gwen
matchup,
Ari,
and I think
it's very
with
mobile.
the Azir and the
I would be very careful if I was Genji.
Does make
I think
a lot
Rumble's
of
still OP.
sense to try and go
I'll be
a
very
little
careful if I was
bit
Genji
more
here
early
of giving
power,
them
'cause there is
Xayah
that Rumble
Rakan.
that we were talking about, obviously needing
Like
to be
T1
locked
getting
in.
Xayah Rakan is just
In the past,
criminal.
you'd think about Ahri with some of her best pairing junglers, the Vi.
Even though it's like
Xin Zhao
not
is
the
definitely
most
up on
OP,
the-
I just
towards
would
the
not
top
give
of the list,
Gumakari a
but
Xayah
with the new
Rakan on
Ahri
4-5.
build, she's just so
Nope,
tanky,
not
she's just so difficult to deal with. I think a top tier pick that isn't as reliant on having one of those S tier jungle pairs.
So let's see
And
what
I
they
think
ban.
that with Owner's fantastic performances on the Xin Zhao, this does feel
Ash ban
like
is
a
good.
strong
I like
mid
that.
jungle synergy. Ash will be taken away.
Nautilus ban is
here
screaming
by
Rakan.
Gen.G.
That is
And
already
Ezreal
screaming
is
Rakan.
another one of those picks that's still out there, works incredibly well into what T1 has.
I think Rakan
so I
ban
feel like
here
T1
is just
should consider
solid.
a ban of that.
I think
Really
it needs
solid.
to be Ashe Jhin bans, and then you can pick away the Ezreal if it's left up.
I
and
think
otherwise,
Rakan ban and take
you
the
can head
Jhin.
towards something else. They could even take
Jhin Rumble's
like
really good.
a Xayah if they want to.
And then I think he has to go Ezreal.
Better champions there. Taking him away from utility that he's so incredibly good at is
Elise
a
ban.
decent idea, but instead the Elise going to be banned away
Maybe
from
they're
carrier.
taking
I feel like
Rakan.
this has got to be an Ezreal ban. It's just so insanely strong with what Gen.G has.
If they ban Poppy last, bro, I
buy
think.
so much
Oh
space,
my
though,
god, they did,
and
bro.
Poppy
Rakan is.
instead.
Rakan is like
Poppy's
everyone's
pretty
thinking
strong.
about
They've
Rakan.
had some pretty good performances
Rakan,
in it, but I agree
Rakan.
with you. I think that,
What do you do? Do you take
the Ezreal
Jhin?
is a
Do you
powerful
take
option.
Rakan? Bro, they're gonna go Xayah Rakan. Like I'm
Aura's
telling you,
gone,
man.
Kalista gone, the Ashe is gone, and they banned the Elise. It just feels like there's not too many tough lane matchups you're gonna have left. But they'll opt
Ooh,
for
MF
Misfortune
Rumble. They're gonna go
instead,
MF Rumble
which
Rel.
is good into the Ezreal
Skarner.
as well in lane if Guma wanted to pick
That
that
is kind of
himself.
scary,
I
actually.
do feel like it's a difficult MF game, though.
Yeah.
Doran and Owner can both
Maybe
just
Ezreal
put down
Rakan is better.
circles and say no if the damage does start to come in. Of course, with good timing and good positioning, you can work around that. But
Yeah, MF
already there are
Rumble,
a lot of
Skarner,
difficult
Rel
angles
is gonna be painful.
For the MF.
That is a
I
Rel on
don't
5.
think this is a great Kai'Sa angle.
Maybe it's
Guma
not a
has,
Xayah angle.
You know, avoided playing Kai'Sa for reasons we all know. They
Jhin,
will
yeah,
go
I
for
like
the Jhin
Jhin.
you were talking about instead. This
I would
makes
go
way more
Rakan.
sense
That's
to me.
great.
I like this pick.
But
a
I think
lot
they're gonna
more.
pick. Yeah, they're gonna pick
and they have
Alistar
so
because
much
they.
power elsewhere,
So
right? Like,
okay,
I
I
think
see
that
what's
they
happening.
can do this.
They're
Yeah,
banning
they're
for
gonna get
Rakan.
shoved in a little bit, pushed
But
around
because they pick
perhaps,
MF and they need
but
Rel on
I
5, they
imagine
pick
carry is gonna
Alistar
get
because
unlocked
Alistar is
from
good
the
into
lane as
Rel.
early as possible.
So now it
Gucci
hurts
then
the Rel
sits
on
down there
5 a
and
little
tries
bit.
to absorb pressure,
I think he'll
and
still
they can
probably do it.
start running the map, which
Or
is
he could just
exactly
take the
what
Rakan
rest
himself.
of the champions really want to do early.
I mean, you also know
He
Rel
takes
is
Rakan
the
himself.
expected
Chat, I'm gonna run ads.
player
If you want to avoid
with
ads, you
the
can use the tier 1 on Twitch
Misfortune
Prime.
to
You'll have to
come
sub the
through,
channel if you
and
want
the
to. Back for the
Alistar's
game.
great
Chats to
into
the kiss.
that.
I'll see you in a
This
second.
actually does, I think, cause
Yeah,
Gen.G to pivot a little
bit of a
bit
strange
away
one.
from the Alistar, rather
MF
from the Rel,
Skarner
go for
Rumble
this
is a classic.
Rakan. Great
That is a
follow-up
classic.
on
The good news
Skarner
is,
Impale, and
the
can
way
help set
Xin
up
Zhao Gwen
equalizers.
works is Gwen W
Some of
Xin
this
Zhao
game,
ult
to me,
in
for
fights.
T1,
They
if
have
they're
so
gonna
much
win it, it's just going
uptime
to have to be
because,
won through
well, not
the
uptime.
solo
They have so
lanes.
much like
Faker's
damage
gonna have to perform
mitigation.
well, and Chovy here, he and Owner are
Like
going to have
MF
to have
can't
great
ult
synergy
on a
as they
Gwen
have
W and a Xin Zhao
over
ult.
the
Like he
years.
just does know
And
that.
Doran
Like, you just can't
into
hit
Keen
them.
here, he cannot
Ari
mess
is
this
quite
matchup
mobile.
up. The
Alistar is
Gwen falls
Alistar,
behind,
and
the
Jhin
Rumble
is
gets
quite far
accelerated with
back.
the
So
scaling
the
this comp
MF Rumble
already
doesn't
has.
have
It is so good.
that
And
many
one thing
good
we've learned
targets.
about
I think.
Misfortune throughout this tournament is, even if it seems like a bad angle because there's so many dive champions that can get on top of her, sometimes when you dive onto the Misfortune, she keeps that channel going.
I have
By the
ads
time
mods.
she dies, the damage has been done.
Where's your
and you can
prime?
fight
Where's your
with it,
prime?
especially if you have that battle Rumble who's just going to come in there, be that battle mage, and help clean up the kills with an Azir as well. I do really like what Gen.G have put together here.
I like it as well, but I think the T1 got kind of exactly what they wanted, right? I think this is like the perfect way to start this series is by seeing T1 on full comfort.
Yo, that
Gen.G
bucket
as
hat
well,
goes kind of
with
hard, actually.
What looks to be exactly what they were angling for. So much team fighting power. The one worry that I have for Gen.G is we saw basically the same comp completely flopped
You are
by
a
KT
pleb.
a couple of days ago. And I want to see it, and it's
Okay.
it's full glory,
Okay.
what it's actually
This is
capable
gonna be a good
of.
game.
Because
Good
otherwise,
drafts.
T1 are just going to run them over
Good
like
drafts.
a freight train. This composition can snowball so extraordinarily hard. Gen.G going to have to play some real good League of Legends here.
Do agree?
Let's get into it. Game 1, T1 versus Gen G.
Is Aphelios a good champ? Maybe late Fearless. No skin Ari. Plus 500. Holy fuck, the Genji fans are loud.
Man. Fans out in force on both
Damn.
sides of Wall Park here today.
There are a lot of bums on seats. Let's just say that.
This guy writes.
Don't know whether there's too many
lawyers
that are missing
Bro,
at
shut
this
up.
point in time.
I can't believe you would say
Doran's
that
being
about fans of both of these teams.
cheesy.
I think everyone has bums, Wolf. That's just how it goes.
The problem is Gwen doesn't have any
Canyon
CC here, so she'll just right-click him a bit.
Here by Doran, running with scissors, very dangerous, and you can see actually wounded Canyon there. So if this was the hallway of a primary school, someone was getting in trouble. Thankfully, it's League of Legends, so no one is. It's fine.
You think about all of the champions of T1 and how the
so this is very
together.
common.
One of the reasons we were
I saw this before.
Kind of
Rumble's going
Ezreal
Ghost into
so
Gwen's. Obviously, Gwen sometimes takes Ghost, sometimes takes Exhaust. I also saw Rumble go Phase Rush in this matchup.
That and Ezreal does not.
He's going
a lot more
Comet.
lane power. And when you have this lane, you have
just
the
fucking
Azir
headbutts
lane,
the
and
MF.
you have the Rumble lane. Gen Z are not going
Took
to
a
be
lot of
falling
damage
behind
doing
early.
that.
And I think one thing we've noticed about our top teams of the LCK is if they get a
Both
lead,
junglers starting
they
bot.
never let it go. And so lane
Both
pride
junglers
is
starting
something I think
bot.
we're seeing a lot more teams that
Like
are
Skarner starting blue is kind of,
more
or
than
bot side is kind of
necessarily
meh.
how AD carries work
Gen G will
into
just
and
base
dive pump
at minute 344 and then they'll
and
just
this
go
has
top.
actually been T1's
Classic.
bread and butter throughout,
It's also pretty good to swap with
It's
Rumble.
been win lane, win game. A lot of their drafting in previous seasons has been all about let's make sure that we have the best lane.
They have lane prio actually,
as
quite
possible.
nice. Alex level 1 there,
And
push.
That's not necessarily what they have here, outside of a fair bit of power on the top side of the map. We're having a
9
look into
inspiration
that now
trees.
as Doran does get
Oh
the
yeah,
shot
there is
forward.
9.
Chovy
There's
and
8.
Faker
Oh
here,
yeah, there's 9.
Faker able to get a fair bit of damage down onto the Emperor
Why didn't his
Shurima.
electrocute proc there? Didn't he get
so powerful.
the auto attack in there with W?
With the new Ahri build, she is going to be a force to be reckoned with when we get to the mid to late game as well. Chovy opting for lethal tempo.
This lane looks kind of nice for Faker.
Damage.
Ooh, that hurts though.
Some sustained damage when we come to later on team fights with his Leandries, Nashers. And no real punish on the level 1 Alistar. Guma Keria got level 2 first, played this lane really well.
Oh, that was a good auto W. Oh, that was a really good spike, Gumyushi.
Unable to actually interrupt
No heal.
on his way in, but Ruler is still standing his ground. Able
Does
to
set up the
offer a
combo
fair bit of
nicely.
damage back still. One trade there by T1. And with an Alistar lane, if you're still being able to come out on top in these early trades, you're going to be feeling good about it.
Absolutely. It's that lane prowess. You know, you and I both are talking about. He's going for more.
Well, another Pulverize comes in. Another
Okay, a bit of damage.
Is
He hits
obviously
MF,
going
nice.
to land as Gumyushi going to set his attention towards the
I think
misfortune.
T1 can just stack
And
this
as we
wave
can
now a
see
bit of
here,
but it's not going to
T1
really
with
stack, but
full
yeah.
control now of this bottom side. And Carrier already feeling
gonna
like
really
he's
stack.
unlocked. Double up going to be able to pick up that cannon, which was very
Faker is
satisfying.
fake basing? No,
I
he's not.
needed to mention it.
Yeah.
Faker could get ganked
Was
here.
reloading and missed 2, but still had a CS lead at the moment when that happened.
Oh, the flash charm gets the
Ooh.
flash immediately out of Chovy.
Ooh.
And I don't even think, so he walked over a ward. So
Yeah.
Carrier did walk over a ward, making his way in.
Worth.
So Chovy was ready for that one. Canyon gonna
Look
have
at
to
Rumble
drive
pushed
over
out
this
top. Look at
wall to
MF
get out
caught
of the way
bot.
of Ona.
I wonder
Thankfully
what's
for
going to happen
Canyon,
when both side lanes
his whole
base at
top
4
side
minutes.
is empty.
Carrier
Cancel his ass.
around.
Uh-oh, cancelled.
Keen. Have to be a bit careful
Now
here.
if Keen's
As the
cancelled,
knockup
this
does
is a lot
come
harder
down.
to
He
swap
has
because
Ghost
they're going to
Dragon,
lose a
but
bot wave.
doesn't actually have the flash. As the
Ooh, Owner!
Owner
Nice
is
W
able to
flash
pick up
auto.
first blood.
Nice.
Keen just caught
They're going
Nap
to
in
bleed
a
the
bit in
whole
this
bot
early
wave for
game.
this swap though.
2 aggressive plays early on here for T1. Carrier spotted on the ward. Traded flashes in the mid lane. Chovy reacts quickly as he knows the Alistar is there.
His
but
TP
Keen
won't get there in
won't
time.
be so lucky as he's way too far up in the lane. As you mentioned, no flash.
Nice by Owner.
And is actually opting to back here, get seen
Did Doran
by ward.
flash? He
Owner
did,
comes
right?
over
He
here to
flashed
check.
cute or what?
This is a very likely place
He had
where
no
this
stacks though,
Rumble
right? So
is.
it didn't do that much
And
damage.
he comes through and gets the punish
He
here.
completely missed.
Very easy follow-up.
He missed. Did he even get the assist?
And I believe took the Ghost because he was expecting Ghost
He
to be
did.
taken by
Did
Gwen.
that hit?
He's
Am
a
I
lot of
blind?
Ghosts on Gwen in the past. Of course, the exhaust,
fuck?
another
How
thing
did
that
he
has
get
been
the
pretty popular. As Ruler up here towards the top
Alright,
side
so the
now as
swap
they
is
have
matched, but I think
elected
the
to go
swap was good
that
for T1.
trade.
Yeah, Flash Gwen
Both
quite
waves were
rare,
good.
in fact, these days.
Yeah. Just have a lot of mobility inherently on the champion, so being sticky has been important.
Being
We're swapping
sticky
to the
has
top
been
lane,
important.
but no huge advantages either way. Keen, of course, with that death, did have to TP, so Doran has TP advantage in their matchup in the bottom lane now.
Yeah, might actually help them as far as getting towards some grubs or something like that, but otherwise not too much more to be gained here as Chovy trying to offer some damage back.
Faker's
And
going
the
Roa
top side
Ahri.
2v2 that we now have, protecting some grubs that are going to be up in 30 seconds time, is going okay here, as you can see, for Ruler, is very, very close to that of the money that Gumyushi's put together.
finishing is clear at the top.
And I think Duro feeling a little bit better
And it's grubs
now
time.
at how this matchup is going.
The Ruler grabs a cull. Just happy to farm this one out. out now. Not going to be playing to this duo, very likely. And so he's just looking to get that Bloodthirster as soon as possible. Get that first spike, which gives you so much safety. And it's, you know, Misfortune's main
-0
because, you know, she needs a little bit of durability in order to actually get the most value out of her kit.
And also to be able to walk up to a
So they
mid-wave,
can't fight the grubs,
if you
so
do take some
Skarner
damage,
is
it doesn't
right-clicking
really matter.
Drake.
Yeah, exactly. You have a bloodthirst.
Very nice.
Super useful item. One of the best for any AD carry in terms of what it means individually on that first item spike.
Well, it is going to be a back coming in for Duro. I think trying to anticipate when Carrier is going to be leaving as the grub's just going to be taken by Ona.
Cannons on Team Wadid on this one. Just going to be looking for Dragon over Grubs in this early game.
Faker not risking anything, just going to come over and grab the honey fruit.
Grub's feeling incredibly powerful for both teams with the Gwen and the Azir here.
Someone in chat said, we want the first end HUD. No, we don't. I will speak. No, we don't. He's lying.
T1 definitely going to be happy to take them. I think it is going to be a very high value triple grub take, and if they can turn that to 4,
so what does Genji do now?
Do
they just base and go bot?
We get,
or are they just going to stay here?
Really kind of what this dragon means for us later on for Genji.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Help.
That is a lot of damage onto Duro,
Clean.
who is just caught.
How did Carrier get there? What the fuck was he doing?
And T1 grabbed their second
Even
kill of the game.
Duro is question mark pinging that area like, what the fuck? Why is there an Alistar on our red buff? Hello? Maybe he thought they based.
To get back to the lane, and they just instantly punish him so quickly, he can't react on this recon.
It feels good, doesn't it, that we just watched like the Owner Ultimate List episode in the break. I feel like it's sort of perfect timing.
Why is there an Alistar on the red buff?
Once again on
That's
his
crazy.
But really, it's Owner coming here to follow up, but actually Carrier was the one who really set this play up, wrapped all the way around, captive audience, keeps him there just a little bit longer. Had he potentially flashed instantly towards his AD carry, maybe he lives there, but doesn't know that it's going to be a 3-man party on top of him. Doesn't flash, but dies.
Ooh, oh, he interrupted his dash.
As the curtains have been called.
Oh, and he sidesteps the ulti.
Gets rid of Carrier, but
oh, and he pulls back the Q2. Oh, and he's not going to die or what? Oh my god, where's the damage, man? The 0 AP Ahri, no damage, man. The Ruby Crystal Sapphire.
Yeah, really well played there on the defense, but also a great opportunity found once again.
Oh my god, the Ahri does no damage.
In this incredibly
if he had one amplifying tomb, he would kill him.
Chovy does not have teleport. He's low on mana here, but we'll
also
be able to
biscuits.
Catch this wave.
It's true, biscuits.
Luckily for him.
It is a biscuit diff.
Man, this has been a great early game for T1.
So why did he Q to the side?
Worse for Genji,
Must have
obviously,
misclicked,
if that protection didn't come through, but Guma just sailing through this early game.
I wonder whether he's going to do the same build as before, with the Ghost Blade into the Rapid Fire Cannon. It's so much utility early, and then he transitions into Infinity Edge plus Lord Doms or some sort of armor pen after that. It's kind of cool.
You have other ways to break through that Skarner's health bar. So, you know, you're going to have your Leandries on the Ahri eventually.
Why is Duro not canceling him? What? He's not walking up to check for canceling anyone? That's it?
And he can just try not to hit him.
Yeah, I mean that's the real game plan. Obviously, in most scenarios with this type of composition, you want to be hitting the prio targets, the Azir.
I know he's freezing, but he can just run through the lane a bit while he's pulling away.
Them up, and then killing the Skarner later. But if you have to, you know, the Jhin isn't going to be your best way of killing it with this build. But again,
maybe he thought he would
not
die.
The primary option he's looking for in most cases.
Well, Chovy has flash coming up.
Out here is farming up quite nicely.
So he's super safe.
Going to be able to grab that cannon. There we go. As he really waits till the last second.
Oh, he really wants that range creep to go down.
But of course, wasn't under any pressure at all. Gumyushi, pretty capable of tanking up a make it rain, so he's going to be totally okay.
Yeah, just dodging the knock up there as well, casually.
Yeah.
No flash, no boots.
Yeah, it doesn't
not necessary.
It looks like he's building steel caps this time around as Doran going aggressive on Keen, but Keen does have a friend here. And Doran could now be in trouble. He's looking for some
TP from Ahri.
Onto this rumble.
Doran flashed. Oh, W flash was good.
Turns up, and that's going to be a very comfy kill from him to answer. Faker getting in here though.
In comes the Azir. Knock up. Where's the charm? Dash 1. Dash 2. Dash 3. No damage! No damage again! No damage! This Ahri does no damage with these items.
Oh, so close.
Where was the charm?
I was really surprised to see Chovy on the late TP there. Extremely risky move, but he's just tanky enough. Faker does not quite have the damage.
Did he miss it? I thought he threw. Oh my god, Carrier.
Oh man,
I thought he would throw it on the knockup.
Year to the day anniversary. I thought we were about to just have one of those hashtag.
I thought he would throw it on the knockup.
Moments. Was not quite enough. Was not meant to be. Those turrets hit a little bit harder than they did back in 2013. But watching this play eventuate, I think Doran goes in here knowing that his teammates have that TP. Like he has a TP from Faker.
I mean, Doran, whatever. It's a 1-for-1 with him.
He does end up dying here, but with 2 players coming over, he feels feels pretty
and then
confident
Sinzao has
they're
Q2
going
right
to be
now.
able to turn this into a W, but Skarner is
Q3 rather.
tanky. Chovy is the target they
Oh,
then
we tried to
turn
time it on the
onto,
TP.
but he has Emperor's Divide, pushes Owner away, barely flashes to
Is
survive
he eating
it
a
up,
biscuit
and
again,
Canyon's
Chovy?
trying to block here for Faker,
Plus
who doesn't
32?
have enough damage, then gets caught by the E. Such a sick guard play from Canyon here. And it's Duro who gave him the bodyguard earlier, and now it's Canyon.
Actually, clean Skarner mechanics.
I watched Willer guard Chovy for a long time on Hanwha Life back in the day, but this is something else.
It certainly is. That was so beautifully played there by Canyon. Having a look now, some more attention being paid towards his bottom side as both supports have turned up, but it looks like Keen will be at least able to clear out this minion wave.
Biscuits are OP and need a nerf now.
And
Fact.
Ono looking for 6 grubs. He should actually be able to get them here. The Dragon going to be spawning in about 17 seconds time. Duro with some vision control towards this bottom side, but that is 6 grubs to nothing. And that is going to mean a lot of extra pushing power. Gen G really going to have to pay attention to where these lanes are going to be sitting to make sure that they don't just lose a turret in the blink of an eye.
Chovy narrowly escapes twice, but doesn't die. Finds himself, you know, the only one with a real gold lead here for
6 grubs
Gen G.
Gwen, 6 grubs Ari, quite nice.
It is going to be a real force to be reckoned with this lethal tempo build, or rune choice, I should say.
Yep.
And we'll even do a ton of damage to this Dragon on the take here for Gen G. Mountain second, looking for a 2 Drake lead, have positional advantage.
See Ruler walking over that switched off ward. Is Chovy going to get
Oh, that flash combo doesn't have much follow-up. Ari's not there. Good Skarner ult, good Rumble ult. Too early by Keria. Faker. He needs a reset. No one's dying. They get one reset. The backline dive is working though. Charm hits. Guma's here. 3v2. Canyon. Heartsteel procs. Keria. Q's. King. Overheat. What the fuck? They won that? T1 won that fight? What? That's a volume increase. How the fuck did they win that fight?
The Dragon goes Gen G's way, but they're able to further a massive gold
I feel like Keria goes in, but there's no follow-up.
It could be. It's not as huge as some of the
dies.
we've seen, but for this matchup, I'd say
I think
2K
Doran
is a
and
lot.
Faker completely
Chovy the
carried
first one
that.
to get engaged on, but again, he lives for so long, part due to his ultimate, part due to Canyon's ultimate as well. They end up taking out the enemy jungler, which allows them to secure the Dragon, but there is just so much damage done in this fight by Doran. His needleworks are huge. Look at that Q damage stacked up onto Chovy, and Faker is just following up. Keen
Doran
overheats,
carried
can't
that
really
fight,
offer much
not gonna
damage
lie.
back at this moment, which is where the fight is really won. He tries his best to turn things around at the end of it.
Faker
but
stayed
Guma
alive
gets
for a
that
while
final
and was
shot,
like
and
with him.
Faker has enough damage to help clean him up
But
as
Doran
that
did
reload
big
comes
damage.
through. A close fight to be sure, but a huge injection of gold to T1.
I swear, Gumayushi's Jin just does more stuff than other Jins.
He just is super good at it.
Yeah,
he
the
knows how to
Roa was
space.
working
He knows how
pretty
to
well there.
maximize his damage. Very rarely gets caught.
It might just be the Ghost Blade. Maybe the Ghost Blade is the thing. That's the difference, all right, that I've seen this week. And
in terms of items, sure.
Yeah, there we go. So that must be it. As T1, they retain themselves a gold lead. It is not insurmountable, as we do like to say, just yet. But still,
And
you're
they're
going to have to rely on some scaling and some dragons.
It's Hex Tech Soul, so the question we had about what that 2 Drake lead could mean is definitely answered now. It means a lot, and with a comp that already scales incredibly well with this Azir, the question becomes, is this enough of a lead?
Dangerous.
I think if T1 can continue to snowball this, it's a bigger lead than I expected to see this early in the game, but it's exactly the one they're looking for. As Owner is here.
Yes.
What's he sniffing for?
Does get spotted
They can't
here as
dive top.
Canyon was moving a little bit dangerously close to that brush.
But he wants to go on him.
Looks like both top laners are going to be safe for now. Gumayushi
He's
is
pulling
rotating
everyone
up,
top,
does have
Owner.
that curtain call available, so we'll see whether they do decide to go for something anyway.
He really wants to dive this Rumble.
In the meantime, we do have Ruler also rotating towards that top side. Some mid laners clashing as Ghost is going to get popped here by Keen. Needlework
confused by what they're trying to
being
do.
avoided by the Rumble pretty effectively.
They just lost 2
the
ults
shield as
before
well.
Herald.
Curtain call dropped as well for Guma. They really wanted to make something of that. Unfortunately for them, and will come up empty, realizing some big tools there.
I mean, the XP diff in mid is quite big. Like, Azir is a full level up.
But
But
gold.
Faker has Roa, so it's fine.
We don't have any shoes put together yet. No feats of strength done. But we are one objective away for both teams, as well as just the first brick. Where that's going to go is the big question mark, as right now Gen G are playing defense everywhere except for mid lane.
Yeah.
That is where Ruler is going to be heading towards now.
So many close calls for Chovy this game. Has really been under so much pressure.
Yeah, I think Azir
still
carries
scaling
this
up.
game. MF doesn't have
Doran,
that easy of a game, I think.
You know, in this last fight, did a ton of work. Is going to be a
right,
really
Herald
big
time.
threat in the late game, especially in sides too. And even though I think Gen G on paper have the better scaling, there are aspects of T1's comp that work really well in the late game too, and an even game state. Especially the fact that Ahri has so much longevity.
I feel like T1 should
with
get
this
this
new
Herald
build too.
Yeah, and I'm also seeing a cow here. Keria can always change the state of a game with a huge headbutt pulverized play. Possibly looking for an angle here, as he does get some information.
Great sweep there.
Yeah, eventually does put the ward down. But was thinking about going ward headbutt pulve to see whether he could just
How much
catch
gold
two
does his ear
people
have in
off
base?
guard. It is possibly Canyon getting... No, he's not.
He got cancelled, I guess, or he stayed.
He's very tanky, so
he's probably trying to get Nashor's.
He almost lost one of his bars.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. He almost lost and health, everyone.
The problem is T1, like,
Not
Herald's up,
priority
but Drake's
target.
spawning in a minute now. These timings are a bit cooked.
There's a TP from Doran back to the top lane.
I feel like maybe they should just stop fighting around this Herald and just
for
move
this
towards
Herald
Drake.
fight. Baker has teleport as well, looking to interrupt
I think
Chovy,
losing
but
that
actually
Drake is
unsuccessful there.
it's fucking horror.
Chovy just
I need to get it
behind
done
the
quicker.
Otacon little mini wall, and is going to be able to escape. Ruinous Otacon today, as sticking around and picking up all of those flowers is going to be pretty important.
Definitely.
Yeah, he went
also
Seekers
great to have a Dragon lead when that
Azir.
is the Otacon of choice.
Oh yeah.
Especially if you're looking to turn that into a soul point here. Gen G have, we haven't had that fight over the Herald just yet, but they have been able to slow it down enough to where both objectives are up at the same time here. And they have their kind of pick of the litter here.
Yeah, carry a
where they
base,
want to go.
refresh his wards.
They feel ready to take a fight. Chovy opt into the arm guard. So looking for a big fight here. Very expensive item to pick here, slowing down that 2-item spikes substantially, but can be a make or break item in this huge, really important fight here.
Drake time.
Gen G could secure a soul point.
Level 11s for both
If
of
Gen
these
G win this
carries
fight,
as well,
or
with
like go
Purple
even and get the
bullet
Drake,
time, very
T1 are in
important
big
as
trouble.
in goes Ona. Duro not going to be in too much danger because he does have all of that added mobility. As Canyon has started up this
He
dragon.
just starts
Ona is in
the
the
dragon.
area, and Chovy has
No
rotated
fucks
down.
given.
Control ward in
he's
place.
just on it.
Teleports at the ready as well. Keen doesn't have his, but he is already down here towards this bottom side. The rest of Gen G need to wait for these solo lanes to collapse in.
Chovy going to clear this mid wave.
Oh, they were thinking of the turn. You can see Faker wrapping around. Emperor's Divide going to push the
Nice
kill
play.
underneath the
Is he
turret.
gonna die?
But Chovy's in so much trouble. Curtains are
Movement.
being called.
1,
1-2, and
2.
he's gone. Pick
2
the
shots
shoot
dead.
There. Did Gumayushi.
40
Down
seconds on
goes for
Chovy, big pick.
Pigeon. And now T1 5 versus 4, feeling fantastic going
Faker.
into this Drake fight.
Nice try.
Oh man, Chovy feels like in this game he had 9 lives.
Are they going to play the 4v5? Alistar no flash, Ahri no ult?
Not this time.
Oh my
I
god,
don't
they
know
are.
about fighting for this, but
He's dead, he's dead, he's dead, he's dead, he's dead.
out of position. He'll be taken down first.
Doran,
now
on the back line. First Ruler, nice flash from Ruler. Doran over the wall as well. Oh my god, Gwen! What?
Where he stands. Keen trying to get in there, and the harpoons are doing some work. As Canyon's so
Gwen just
durable, gets
one-shot the
another
MF.
crash into the wall. But Duro is not
Jin
offering
W.
any damage back. It is only Keen.
Bro, this
that's
Gwen
able to
is
do any
frying
work,
everyone.
And he is just pushed away. Low health bars on T1, but they juggled the aggro beautifully.
That was such a greedy call. To
They
continue
don't
to
go
stay
Drake,
there.
they just want to push.
Catching Owner though. Maybe the
Charm flash.
ball ended up with
Oh, we hit the minion.
Pesky minion getting in the way.
Don't you know it's his 12-year anniversary?
Hit the minion.
Read the room, minion.
Yeah, the custom
It's not over yet though. Everyone's going to go back to Drake right now.
Oh boy, but it all goes back to this Chovy pick. Look at Faker's flank. They're
Oh,
so
he
ready
sees the
for
cannon.
this.
It was
And
the
even
cannon.
though he
Chovy
has
wants the cannon.
Perfect, picture-perfect, immediate reaction to go for the Emperor's Divide to push Keria in. There's just so much follow-up here with the Jin ultimate. And then this pick onto Owner.
Hey, go back to live, go back to live, go back to live. We don't got time.
Actually, just barely puts it off, but he still dies
Doran one-shots
here.
Ruler, that's all that matters.
The follow-up fight is just so difficult to pull off here for Gen G. Sure, you ended up taking the jungler away.
Go back to
but you
live!
went to fight into Guma's fantastic positioning and also a Gwen offering so much
Drake
damage.
is still up.
Huh. Gwen Jin synergy seems really
Oh, Jin
high
W
in this
hit.
game.
Into
Chovy's
the
dead
nice
again.
stopwatch.
He's gonna break
He has
his
ult as
arm
well.
guard, as Emperor's Divide
Gwen
does
W
at least
just out of
try to
range
get them
of the
in
ult.
position
Chovy's
as
caught
Sundays
again.
does a bit of work, but Doran's going to be able to lock down the kill. There was just no way that he was getting out of that
Why do I
one.
feel like all these Jin Ws are hitting
And
everyone, even me? I feel like I'm fucking rooted
we
in
are
my chair
still
right
in a
now.
position where we don't have any of the feats of strength locked down just yet.
Although
Good from Canyon to go to
Whoever
Herald.
wins this race is going to be it, and it is going to be Gen G that upgrade their shoes first. Very random selection of shoes as well, everyone with different ones.
Yeah, it's a quite a nice variety.
In fact, it's going to be all different
TP
ones.
bot and
It's gonna
dive
be
him.
Berserker's Greaves.
I don't know if you'll have a
Yeah.
wave. Oh, they're going to Atakan. What am I saying?
T1 just going to go for this Otacon. It's a very T1 move. They'll drop their mid turret for this. And, I mean, Chovy's still down for 3 seconds, no TP. I just don't think Gen G could stop this. They're going to have to just try to get as much as they can.
Not bad by Gen G, you know, even though they lose Atakan.
Here. I mean, 2 turrets is pretty good.
They have Alistar, so they can just send it or what.
Keen at the same time, it could be dangerous as he gets under the turret and he's still dead. There was no way out of that one. Carrier is just, he's able to pick a target and kill a target every time.
T1 very happy with what they get out of this. Remember, Faker already having the Rod of Ages level advantage, but gets to have that extra experience as well. And any Hextech Dragon they pick up is going to be more valuable.
I feel like
this is
Chovy getting caught
commitment.
twice,
All
lost them Drake, lost them Atakan.
Are looking for Chovy here.
Lost them the fight.
Meanwhile, Keen's on blue buff. You know, nobody's pushing topside, nobody's cross-mapping here. Chovy is just on his own, and I think he should not have been anywhere near that far up the lane with no support and with no
Alistar can just cheat the dive, always.
So that was quite bizarre, and then Keen gets taken out here as they secure the Otacon. So yes, 2 turrets for 1, as that one falls in the bottom lane, but the Otacon buff is going to be super permanent. Double, over double, the blood petal stacks here.
I was actually expecting that to be worse for Gen G, so I guess there's that one. They also are still like 1.3k gold. Like, it is nothing. And there are 2 dragons here for Gen G. So with
Gen G got mid
sort of
Tier 1 and Tier 2 and top Tier 1 for the Atakan, which is not that bad, to be honest. Oh, that's a red buff.
He is going to find Ruler once again. The rest of T1 looking
no flash, no cleanse.
Him up. Duro playing some defense.
Nice block by Canyon.
As Ona just finds Canyon, but gets impaled.
Wait, this could be bad for T1. Going in a choke against MF Rumble.
Nope, you shall not pass.
Gwen W though.
Emperor's Divide onto Doran, but he kind of likes that the gap got closed. Duro trying to get himself out of there. The bullet time will
big
take
shutdown.
down the Gwen.
Chovy's gonna die.
Goes golden just to buy some time.
Faker gets a reset. Level 15 Ari.
Now flashing the wrong
2v3. Faker and Guma. Misses the charm.
The sidestep from Keen as well. Absolutely fantastic.
Ruler
on
cooking
that
a bit.
charm.
I don't think they can take it.
Still looking to go further forward. It's a 1 trade, but the curtains have now been called, and Keen could be in trouble. Another charm going to need to connect, and there it is. Faker locks him down to even this one up.
Yeah, could have been Faker, could have been that last shot there from Guma, but he was dying no matter what. Faker will secure that kill.
He doesn't miss that guy on fucking Jhin, does he? He doesn't miss.
I think needs to be taken a little bit of a closer look at here.
Look at MF in this fight though, like what can she do? Can she hit Sinzao? No, because Sinzao presses R. Perfect. Alright, she'll wait. Okay, now she can hit Sinzao. Okay, now Gwen's there. Can she hit Gwen? Nope, she can't. Gwen's in W. Okay, well I guess she'll wait. Oh, now she's in Zhonya's. Okay, I got her now! It's like, they're not that tanky, you know, but it feels like there's so much time where you just can't do anything against those 2 champs in a fight.
As Keen chases very far forward, and then once this turn comes through...
Yeah, I think that as soon as they couldn't get to Gumayushi, it's like he sets up the curtains, there's just nothing you can really do. Like, the defensive wall that the curtain call provides is just huge.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out the best way to say it, but it's really just kind of a slight misjudge on the potential kill threat there onto an extremely long-range AD carry who can slow and then set up Faker in that situation. It's a relatively even trade of kills, but T1 grab a turret after this. Doran is massive in this game, and he's already doing so much work in team fights, and he's just going to be a bigger and bigger problem. And I feel like T1 do have enough of an advantage that even though the scaling is coming through for Chovy here, they can continue to win team fights straight up, as we've seen.
Yeah, and Chovy hasn't
crazy.
had the
25 minutes, Ari will be level 16.
He had a brilliant series against HLE.
I feel like if you get the black Atakan and you have Roa, you're just
in the LCK Cup.
You're
right?
like 2 levels up by default. It's so crazy. This game, Chovy got a lot of XP on side lane, but in normal games, if you have Roa and black Atakan,
targeted too, you know.
True.
And when you're playing greedy and T1 is after you, you know they're gonna get you. Yeah. You know, you live twice, pretty incredibly, but since then it's been, you know, he's 1-4. And he bought his Zhonya's, used it in that last fight, wasn't able to turn the fight with it, wasn't in a great spot, was kind of cut off from the rest of his teammates. And it also means he doesn't have Nashor's Tooth, which he will have.
Yeah, it's coming in pretty soon, but probably not as soon as he would like to
have.
It. 30 seconds until the Dragon, that is going to be the next big point of contention. The gold lead is still a flat line, guys. It is nothing whatsoever. No one's really broken this game open. The Baron has just spawned.
Faker, he hits level 16.
Oh, big deal.
He has the Otacon for any Hex tech he picks up. He also has, of course,
Guma
the Lucidity
Guma has IE
so
soon, I think.
His cooldown's going to be low.
Uh-oh, Jhin recall. Oh, Gwen just pulled Zhonya's.
And
Jin's about to buy Infinity Edge.
And he's had a phenomenal performance in them.
And Drake's up.
And when you pair that with Guma, who has such a robust front line,
Jhin is going to get a pentakill next fight.
You know, basically do whatever he wants with a Gwen running through Gen G. T1 are set up in a fantastic position here, but the lead is not so big that one miss in the team fight, one over
Crazy Ruler is still up 1k gold on Duma.
So
even though like I feel like Jin's positioning and kills have been really good.
Looks like. Yeah, looks like Gen G just a
and
little
there's
bit
a team
late
is
on this
ahead.
rotation.
Ruler is still up 1k gold.
Over, but I think walked on a trap, spotted out the ward, and realized that there was no way that
Shut
they could
down
actually get through. So the Drake going to even things out here between T1 and Gen G. And T1, this is like already brilliant equalization as far as these Drakes are concerned. If they get the next one, that is like Quadra.
I feel like T1's
X-Tech,
comp
Drake,
makes a lot of
X-Tech
sense.
Soul, which I don't think we need to explain is absurdly powerful.
Plus Otacon.
Plus Otacon, yeah. So everything about it is just kind of nuts.
Why does Jin have a 570 gold bounty and MF
really
only 100 if she's
Gwen
up 1k gold?
now has the Zonia's completed.
Bro, I don't know.
So
I don't know how bounties work
Doran's in a
properly.
position to where killing him
it's
is
to do with like
impossible.
team gold
Crescent Guard makes
or
killing owner
recent
pretty
gold
tough.
or
Baker
something.
put together
I don't know,
Majai's, so he's following in Showmaker's footsteps on this one. This build is super difficult to kill
deaths,
Yari
total
with
deaths.
anyways. He still has his arm guard.
Oh, Duro might be in
Is
trouble
Duro
here.
caught in
Is
the same
Trophy going to
spot?
move over? Battle Dance gets Duro out of
Ooh,
there.
Jin ulted.
And the curtains are under the ground, and that can be quite confusing.
If I know T1, they might just turn this into a Baron opportunity. They push away the support. They have full vision control.
It's a bit
of
hard
this
to do
pit.
Baron.
Baker's rotating up.
Ruler is on vision right now as well, as Kerry is going to move out of the way. I was
Need
a
to
bit
catch
worried
spot.
for the Misfortune there, who was somewhat by herself. Chovy, though, is going to be able to complete that Nash's Tooth now.
Yeah, and they don't opt to start the Baron. They had a decent amount of vision control, but without the Ahri fully being there, and it is a Jin, of
Level
course,
16 Gwen
the
is
speed
big.
at which they could take this Baron
T1
is
have big spikes.
not the greatest, even with a Gwen there on
How
the
do you
top
use them
side.
though? It's still 3
Well, they
minutes
don't want
till
to throw
Drake.
this game on a bit of a Baron
Maybe you
attempt
could,
when they already
Ahri
have
could
such
push
a
out bot
fantastic
now,
position.
press B,
On the other side
open,
of things,
and
though,
I think
if
they could
Gen
probably
G
start
ever
it,
get a
maybe.
moment, the Baron explodes.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, with this build for the Azir, with the Rumble, and this Misfortune, as IE, and his 1,400 gold ahead of
I don't know, the enemy
perfect
team
80
is not
Super
weak, you know, it's
10
actually...
Jin here.
The
things are
game
quite
state makes
scary.
it feel like T1's ahead, but
Indeed,
it's pretty
and
even.
I also think their siege is pretty incredible as well, should they get that Baron.
Like one MF ult on a Baron and they're all dead.
Getting some vision control around the area. T1 were on a reset, so they will now go back and complete their homework
Baron
as
is maybe
well.
a bit too hard to do.
Man, I just want this gold lead to be like change, like at least like a little bit. It hasn't changed a little bit.
I think T1 fans should be the most concerned about the fact that it hasn't ballooned for them with the advantages they picked up. They still were able to get 2 dragons in a row, but haven't been able to turn this into a massive objective or any of these inner turrets worth of gold. So, like I said, all it takes is one win for Gen G. They're in the driver's seat, and then they've got the scaling to back it up.
base for a crit cloak or what?
They still do need to play out the fights correctly, though. There can certainly be some miracles here for T1. Doran can run amok in these fights. The Gwen scales so beautifully. Gumayushi, if he
That MF
manages to
auto
get
attack sound
that
is so nice when the
captive
passive...
audience, the deadly flourishes that can pick off these single targets. He's been doing it so well throughout this game. It may not even be a team fight, right? Like someone might just die before anything really starts. And I think that that's what T1's going to be looking for in this game.
Yeah.
Baron's still definitely the focus.
Absolutely.
For the next 2 minutes.
And that's why you see this constant battle, almost feels turn-based over the vision. Keria gonna come up here, try to get some deeper vision. We'll back away as the rest of Gen G group up. Keen is backing, has teleport, and he has Hex Gates as well, so he can get to this Baron very quickly. Kind of non-committal to show up here just to contest. Keria really not taking too much damage. So he's Alistar, he's got his level 11 ultimate. He is happy to be the guy who walks out in front and gives the information.
Holy fuck, Ruler is getting really strong. He's level 16 on this wave.
Team fight for either of these teams might be the game. You can really feel the tension around this Baron. Faker with an angle potentially.
Who took his XP?
He is on a ward. He is a difficult
Someone in
target.
that bush took XP.
If they do
He's
want to
1
take
minion
him
from
down
level 16,
instead,
and he probably has his
get out of there. And Keria
mortal reminder in
realizing that
base.
there might be some health, some
Ooh,
abilities
Ruler's
on
4
cooldown.
items, level 16
You can
MF.
see, I mean, just
I wonder if
Faker and
T1
Keria
know he's
walking at
basing.
4 people is enough to get them to back away.
Oh, the cows.
What?
Gary gets the flash
What?
override
What?
onto Chovy,
What?
who will be eradicated before the fight even starts. It's an impale, but it's only on to 1.
That's it,
The
GG.
curtains
Or
were
what?
called. Canyon's going to get headbutted back and snipped down.
What?
Bullet time does next to nothing, and Gen G
They didn't
with
see
2
that
on the
ward,
floor,
Gen
they'll
G.
lose the Baron.
They'll lose the Baron, and
They
there's
didn't see
no
that
way
ward.
for them to
Bro,
try
Chovy
to turn
has
this into
been-
a Drake take or anything
Chovy's
like
been
that
getting
either. This
caught
should be
by
T1
Keria like
getting
3
Baron,
times
and
now.
their third
Every
Hextech
time they catch
Dragon
him,
of
it's
the
blowing the game
off
open.
the Baron itself. The follow-up engage range for T1's composition
I want to see
is
that
just
from
so
T1's vision.
high when they have this Jhin.
You can't really
Gen G
blame
were playing
Chovy
so
though, because there was a
respectfully.
ping
As soon as they
here.
see Keria and Faker together, they backed
So he
away, but
probably
they didn't
thought
back
he was
far
fine.
enough away, and Keria
And that
finds
distance
the
of
angle to
engage
get the
is so
flash flash onto Chovy. Owner is there for the follow-up. Hits level 16
Uncommon,
as well.
you know, it's like not something that happens
so
at
massive. There's the Baron.
Yeah, Carrier going to get slowed down by the red carpet as Dura's making his way over as well. I really
They
like
get
this.
soul
Was
point
cheeky
as well
from
here,
T1,
T1.
where they were all trying to get into position for this dragon so that they could get there before Canyon is able to do so. Gen.G understanding that, they get that wave pushed out. Akeen already teleported towards that bottom
Maybe
side.
they don't. Maybe they don't. Ruler.
Owner is here,
But they don't have
and
MF ult
Jedi
or Skarner
this
ult
is
or Rumble
real
ult.
rough. There
All of their
hex
ults are
gates
gone.
as Battle Dance gets Dura
Who's
to
hex
relative
skating
safety.
there?
Is
Oh my
Doran
god.
Getting in there. Don't know about that one. It's a little bit scary.
I think Gen.G need to
This
delay a
fight
little
for the
bit for
Dragon
Skarner ult.
feels
A little
like
bit. They
the
need to
real
delay a little
battle.
bit for ults.
As Faker with the charm, it's going to go wide because he was on vision.
Okay, they got
Canyon
Ariel. Not
looks
bad.
for the
That's a trade.
opportunity, not going to be able to get it. It's going to be a smite
Guma
fight.
can,
We'll see
can
who
play his ult
is
here a bit.
going to get
TP from
towards
Faker
Soul
to
Point
join
off
the
back
team.
of this one.
Faker TPing back to his teammates here.
He has one ult charge for a charm.
Canyon
Hits
goes
Canyon.
in, but he's unable to
Engage
get
is
the
a miss.
dragon.
Owner
Owner
ults.
going to get quickness up. Now gets
Flash
out
out.
of there immediately.
Chovy! 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 Is it worth it though? He has Zonia's.
This time he's able to make the big play. Doran.
Oh, the charm was good timing.
Chovy is dead again, but this time he takes two with
Keen
him.
has Ghost on.
Keen looking for the harpoons.
T1 gets soul point though.
Gen.G, I guess they still got
Like
some
Gen.G
fight
win
left
the
in
fight,
them.
but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They can't.
This extended dragon fight. We're going all
Chovy,
the way
I can't
back to
blame
this.
him.
Look
He
at
looks
this
safe
board
there.
here.
Oh, Carrier fakes it as well.
So where Chovy is,
He runs like this. Like he runs up and he goes a tiny bit to the left, so it doesn't actually look like he's gonna engage. And then bang!
As Ruler is just too
Was
far
the
away
pathing
to
was so
offer
good.
A real relevant bullet time.
That
to
ward was
Beal.
beautiful.
Then this moment here, it's super close on the smite setup. Faker goes and rejoins his teammates.
That's
but it's
impossible to
Chovy
react to.
Who finds the
Right, it
angle
is
here.
possible, but it's
Level
hard, you know,
16,
if you don't expect
sees
it.
the angle, goes in, grabs Owner, and is
So
able
this
to
was
get
cool
more
by
than he
Chovy, and they
bargained
get
for.
two
Grabs
kills,
Faker
like
on the
Doran
edge
will
of it
die.
as well, takes a ton of damage, and all Guma can really do here
They
is
can't
heal,
really
help
do
take
anything
him
with
out.
it.
Charm was absolutely beautiful there from Faker just to make sure that Chovy did eventually die. I think if there were 4 left alive, maybe they lose more.
Yeah.
But
20
still a
stacks
huge
on the
win for
Magi's.
T1. Yeah, like Gen.G, they win the team fight. But that's 3 Hextech Dragons.
He's going
Yeah,
more.
Faker, he is doing a lot of, he has no cooldowns basically.
That's
He has
20
stacks of Magi's, a death cap, and he still hasn't broken his arm guard.
Happy 12th anniversary, Faker. You're doing pretty
Oh,
well. Okay,
Pick from
never
Gen.G is
mind.
good.
Crash into
Doran,
the wall,
Owner's one shot, sorry.
And I don't think that Crescent Guard is going to be saving him.
Chovy,
in a
Faker,
little bit of trouble here as Faker
Faker.
looks for the
Oh, he's gonna kill them both.
He'll be able to get off the back end.
Oh, and he still has the charm. Wait, is it a pentakill for Faker? No joker.
Forever with
No,
all of
Guma
these
stole it.
resets, and Gumayushi's flashing forward.
Guma stole it.
T1 are going to take this game off the back of the GOAT. Happy 12th, my friend. I was a little early on it before, but my God, this Ari performance is
Man,
absurd.
Chovy had a really bad game. But Carrier has just had him. Every single time Chovy tries to make anything happen, Carrier is in his face. Mid lane, top lane, bot lane. He's just permanently caught by Carrier.
And I need to now remind everyone as Keen goes
It would have been a
down
pentakill for
underneath these
Faker.
Nexus turrets that this is game 1 of
But
a
Guma stole
regular
it.
season best of 3.
9-1 and 9, 25 stack Magi's. Wow, good
because
game
it's
from
Gen.G
T1,
versus
really good game.
T1. They often are
Chovy got
quite that
smoked this
high,
game, holy
as there
shit.
goes the Nexus, and T1 they're going to take first blood in the
Chovy got
series.
smoked.
What a performance from mainly Faker, but I also want to say that Owner's Xin Zhao is always phenomenal, and Gumayushi, he's the only one in my mind that's allowed
Chovy
to
got
play
smoked.
Jhin in any game ever.
I feel like it was a real strong, solid team effort from T1. Even Doran had a huge role to play in those team fights in the mid game. And also, even though Chovy had some ups and downs, his ups were pretty huge. You know, he was able to escape from some wild scenarios, had some really good engages.
Okay, he's done it once,
was
but you
playing
gotta do
his
it
part
twice.
out,
You gotta
but
do it
just
twice.
wasn't enough. And I think Gen.G were so far behind on tempo that they often weren't able to actually 5v5 the way their composition is designed to. And part of that is, of course, because T1 just had such great vision setup and they were so incredibly punishing with the long-range follow-up their comp has for single-target blow-up. Chovy was absolutely targeted in this game, and he was shut
Faker
down
top damage.
critically enough in most of those major fights to where T1 could clean it up. What a great start to this series.
Yeah, just an incredible game. I don't think that Gen.G are going to be slapping themselves too hard after that one. T1 played a phenomenal early game,
was a
but
good
then
one.
it was still close. Gen.G, I think, was still
Player
able to
of the
make
game for me is
cross-maps where they
Carrier
needed
there,
to.
though, I think.
And I just want to get into game number 2 and see whether we can have another game that's that close, possibly even a third, even if that might be greedy. Time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the space going to break that one down, and we'll have game 2. We'll see you soon.
Bum, bum, bum. Man, that was a fun game. That was a fun game. Did T1 have side selection? I guess they did, right? They chose blue.
아직 이브 천천히 들어가고. 문은 아직 없어. 40초. 여기. 하나 와 있고. 여기 걸렸다. 여기 아질. 아질을 봤어? 아질 봐봐. 죽긴 했어. 아질 잡았어. 야, 필. 내가 잡을게. 가만히 볼만해. 야, 다 동공이긴 한데. 여기 다 잡을만해. 여기 다 잡았어. 리퍼. 가져야 돼 이거. 내가 가고 있긴 해. 노플. 더블 아래.
I've watched Faker for about 10 years now, and every time he does something that's like really intense, his mouth he always has this thing with his mouth where he like, I don't know, I think lots of people have like different, I don't know what the word is, tics, you know? Like for example, I think Bwipo, he like goes like this, he leans in a lot more when something important's happening. Or Peanut, for example, Peanut just starts shaking, you know? Faker's mouth just kind of goes to the left a bit, and he's like, I don't know if he's like biting his cheek or something, or I don't know. But people have these like things when they lock in and they're super focused. Is that solo leveling? Yeah, Bin shakes, Peanut shakes. I haven't seen many people other than Faker who have like a mouth, they have like a thing where their mouth opens. I wonder why that is. Like shaking, I get it, because you're probably smashing a button maybe. I wonder why the mouth opened. I wonder if he's like chewing his cheek because he's like stressed, or if I don't know what it is. It's like the adrenaline, you know? Like, I would love to know the biology behind it, you know? Not that I'm judging anything, just the biology. Like, your body gets pumped with adrenaline because you know you're about to do something crazy, or like you're stressed. And like the body reacting in different ways is like super interesting. I wonder why the jaw like opens. You know, why is it the jaw that like... Ask him? Bro, he probably doesn't even know why either. Bro, he doesn't even probably think about it. He's just locked in, man. He's just doing his thing. See what I mean? See how it's like... I don't want to be weird about it, you know, but I'm just thinking about the biology side, you know? He's talking, and now he's going to make a play. He's like... That always happens to him in big games. Big games, that always happens. Maybe it's his way of releasing stress because his jaw is like tensed. I don't know. Anyway. If anyone has the biology of it, I would love to know. Because shaking I get, but that one I would love to know why that happens to people. Like, I remember this clip. When he made this play versus JDG, and they showed the replay of his face reacting to it. You see what I mean? It's the same again. He always has this like when he's making a mega play. That's why you know he's super locked in. He's like pre-pogging his play. Here's another one. Here's another one where he's like pre-pogging his play. He's like super locked in. It's crazy. I would love to know the biology behind that. It's similar to like Michael Jordan when he had the tongue out in his play. How does your face look when you're doing a big play? When you cancel the Miles Harold? Bro, I don't know. I don't know. I never made a big play. No, I'm kidding. But you, when you're locked in, Caedrel, you're doing the freaky? Wait, am I? Do I do that or what? Wait, my one is rubbing my nipples? What the fuck?
How about that for a game number 1? T1 and Gen G come out swinging like it's the finals, but it's actually the first meeting between these two squads in the regular season. Digon here alongside Chronicler and Wadid. Last time we saw these two teams, it was LCK Cup. There was lane swaps. There was 1v2s. Not here. Doran on Gwen getting to show off that he can play carries into a rumble. Like, these guys were fighting from the jump.
That game was intense.
Yeah.
That was not a game that felt like a simple best of 3.
No.
First of 2
Not
in
at
a
all.
round robin. That felt personal. And my God, it's so cool when you come out of a game like that and there is so much stuff you want to talk about. The main token point, spoilers, it's going to be Keria, right? Like, and Guma, incredible. Faker, old man hands, still got it. No problem for him. Still was able to have a big impact. But Keria, his Alistair.
Some guy in chat says, you do the same thing. Bro, it's not me doing the same thing. This is just me realizing, oh shit, I've accidentally blast-coned my jungler in their tier 2.
It's actually a pretty hard game for them to win because Gen G still showed so much resilience and the classic Gen G macro to always stay relatively close in gold.
And then me using everything to try and save him so he doesn't blame me afterwards.
It was really close game, like according
that
to
was in a
goals,
competitive
right?
game we did that.
Highlight as well.
In a competitive game.
There was a situation
I bet you the Lost Ratones
Keria
missing me on support.
and
Oh my
Chovy
god,
did
my
the mind
Lulu.
game.
Ooh,
So
look
here's
at
the
that.
thing, a situation of mad, I would say. So you have the nuclear bomb, I have the nuclear bomb. So we do not shoot at each other's, right? That's basically how it works. But this guy, Keria, he doesn't care. I have the nuclear bomb, so I have to press
Misclick, misclick.
And for me, if it's just Keria, Chovy lives there. The real
That was
magic
a
in that
misclick.
play is that Faker is on an angle that I don't think they initially saw. Even though the wards are there, if you see Faker there, there's no way that Chovy would have stunned that far up. Or he thinks he can outplay it, clearly couldn't. And this sets up for a fight that initially it looks like Ona gets taken out, but a lot is invested in trying to take him down here. And Doran on the Gwen. I know Gwen's kind of busted, but his consistent threat meant that Ruler didn't get split again, and I think Ruler actually did a great job trying to pilot this MF.
I agree. I think also the flash choice on Gwen was also question mark, but we could see the reason why he picked the flash over Ghost or Exhaust. And I think, yeah, again, it's really hard to choose those kind of moments to pull the trigger because you know that Chovy knows everything, that Alisa is here and you have the trigger, but he also has the ultimate and flash, but you know what, this Keria, man, I don't know, like he's always best at the moment.
It was a game of chicken there. All right, I got him. He thinks he got me. All right, he thinks that he's going to think that he's got me, so I'm going to step up here. And Keria says, yeah, I got you. And it wasn't the only time that Chovy got picked on here, as again, it felt like that was the consistent theme of this match. Shut down the best player in the opposite team, and T1 did it comprehensively here.
And I look at this vision. They feel so safe. They have two control.
I liked
wards
Keria's
here,
pathing
and
a
that's
lot
the reason
here
why
because he
Chovy can
clicks
be
to
in
the
this
left
rush
once.
Is because he thinks
See, that's
that
clicking
T1
to the left,
doesn't
and
know,
it's a
and
boom.
then Keria actually walks up to Rakan to bait him into a false sense of security. If they don't have vision in the brush, they can't do that because if Skarner and other people are stacked up there, they just end up dying.
Always good to do that. Always good to do that.
Ward just around
If you're
the
like,
corner,
as you learn
they get to
League,
go
you'll
for this
realize
play, and this is the
when
play
you
that
know someone's there, but they don't know
finally,
that you
what
know,
is it, almost
you fake
30
it, right?
grueling
And then you
minutes,
engage.
T1 find a decisive lead and are able to actually break Gen G.
Yeah, that little 30 gold of worth ward just managed to win the game for T1, and also you already mentioned that small detail moves. You know, he was like actually faking towards the Rakan, but actually flashed towards the Chovy right there. So I think it was really great performance overall, but especially Keria. And also I want to mention Doran again. I think this guy was the reason why Keen was kind of invincible in the game 1, because as a Rumble, I think you should able to win through the laning phase, and you should be impactful in the team fight as well. But he was kind of doing nothing in the game.
I also truly believe that T1 is the best team in the world because of years and years. We'll think back to the Jin Yumi with Dread. What's that, 3 years ago now?
Yeah.
But playing around Jin W, so many.
Oh yeah, Pobelter has it as well.
Set up where like Duro just gets taken out, right? We saw Chovy get taken out a bunch of times, and the Jin W actually was so instrumental in.
Bro, he's so locked in.
Actually setting up so many of the plays. It was Keria that went in. Immediate Jin W. Never.
Well, it's not the same, but it's similar.
Point. And it's that consistency that meant that even though Gen G was getting way more turrets, still in a lot of lanes actually up in farm, they never were able to kind of grab pace of the game and choke it out the way no Gen G can do. And credit to T1, man. What a performance.
Yeah, not all Jins created equal. Guma's absolutely perfect in that first game. Gen G, though, they switch on over to blue side, and a little glimmer of hope, a little copium for Gen G fans. Despite being down so many kills early on, Chronicler, you brought up in the mid game, they weren't down that much gold. They still found ways to generate some ways to find gold around the map and still stay in touching distance.
And we'll have to see if they can actually turn it into a meaningful lead, because as long as T1 sets the tempo of the game, they are almost impossible to deal with.
Yeah, I feel like you really got to do something on the bot lane. I think you should
BLG
not
versus
let
IG,
them
of course.
have priority. I think whenever Keria gets priority, he goes mid, he goes top, he goes in the jungle, he's going to ruin your game. So I think you really got to do something on the bot lane. I think that starts from the laning phase. I think they should pick something that you can actually pressure really hard from the
something,
laning
let's
phase,
go.
And I think it should be the key for the Gen G side.
Well, it's a packed house inside LOL Park, outside as well. The lobby is full of fans for Gen G and T1. Let's get into game number 2 between these two titans.
Is it just time for a Faker Galio game? Wrap it up or what?
Let's see whether we also get a game 3. That is what we desperately want. 600 games here for Ruler in the LCK, and he even, you know, took a bit of time off in the middle there as well. So impressive stuff. 9th as far as most games played, and I remember after
his 1000th LCK game is soon.
Our players were trading
if they
places,
hold up.
Hens was climbing up
if they lose this game, T1, he's on 1000 on game 3. He's on his 1000th game in his 12th year debut.
It was discussed a lot during LCK Cup. Faker has also almost hit his 1000th. He's 12 years in. Obviously in LCK Cup that didn't count because they were not LCK games, but he's on the edge of this. If you add it up with Keen's history, Chovy's history, the amount of games all of these players across these squads have played, I don't know if you could actually get a higher number. If
you include coaches as well, it's kind of crazy at the same time.
I mean, this is like the core of competitive League of Legends.
1000 games. Oh my god.
One group of people on stage.
If you guess every league game is
Coach Kim and
30
Koma
minutes.
haven't had that many LCK games, but
that's 30,000 minutes.
Has. But let's dive into it. Let's get into the draft.
That's
for game number
15,000 hours on stage.
With the champions that have been picked in the first game, this is going to change a lot of what we're going to see as far as the bans are going to be concerned. Outside of the Varus, which obviously is going to remain the same.
Kalista as well.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I think a few of the priorities do need to shift around with the fact that there's no Gwen, no Rumble, and things like this.
Yeah, I do think the Ezreal priority is really high in this game as well, since it wasn't played in the last. It looks like we're going to have a redraft.
Wow.
At least
they banned the draft.
500 hours, yeah, that's what I meant.
We need to just remind everyone that you're not allowed to ban the draft. If you ban the draft, then we just have to do another draft. We're going to check out exactly what happened there. Doesn't look like it was
500 hours on stage.
I tried to ban this champion and it didn't actually work type situation. Seems to be something
I think
else.
That sounds way more underwhelming.
Something. We'll let you guys know if we get any updates.
Let's stick with 15,000. That sounds way
cooler. Like I said, luckily it happened early in the draft, so nothing too crazy.
I hope it's not the Jonas Strong's TV computer blue.
It's not 500 hours, chat. That is cap.
Sad face
your math is so bad.
That wouldn't be good. We need Jonas Strong.
If it's 30 minutes a game and 2 games is 1 hour.
Was an absolute banger. He's going to have to be on
Wait,
form.
it is 500 hours.
I know Keyson's here as well here today. Another one of our observers, and I think they got their work cut out for them because there is so much that you cannot afford to miss in these games.
Why does that sound so low?
That was illustrated.
I have like 500 hours on H1Z1. Doesn't feel like much.
Absolutely pivotal at being able to understand exactly why those plays were happening and why Carrier finding that angle was so incredibly important there for T1 to break open the game.
It's just T1 looked like they had
500 hours is
synergy,
20 days.
They had control. They never let go. And getting an early lead at this highest level.
It's actually 22 days.
You know, the highest level League of Legends you're watching right now around the world. And this is, it looks like been our highest level.
Why does 500 hours sound so low?
All of LCK. It's that when you don't let those leads go and you play so oppressively. I mean, you could see the lack of vision for Gen G, how they saw Carrier, they saw Faker, like, we got to get out. But now we're safe, we're good, we're far enough back. But that controller didn't reveal the ward.
It sounds like
that was there on the right side. It was just out of range. And, you know, it's a
is that
very,
Chovy
very
from solo leveling?
What T1
Is
was
that
able to
solo
get
leveling?
in that first game. Ari seems to be so incredibly strong right now, Atlas. I think.
Yeah.
Moving forward, obviously in Fearless,
he is the main character of solo leveling.
The rest of this series, but it's definitely
that is Chovy from solo leveling.
Isn't getting enough attention. I know in solo queue and on Reddit, everyone's been talking about this pick is broken, but it almost feels like it's replaced some of these bans we're seeing on red
Owner
side.
Pom.
I like this to-do ran list. That's cute. I haven't seen that pun before.
To-do ran.
As here we are. We're back into it one more time.
We're back in the draft?
I have a prediction. I think the Varus is going to be the first ban.
Okay. I have a prediction as well.
What's that?
I think Callisto will be the second ban.
Ooh, that's a real prediction though, Wolf. That's dangerous.
I'm putting it out
Varus
there.
Ben, and then Callisto
we
Ben.
had some of the
Callisto
stats
Ben.
for Ruler's most played champions. Callisto is pretty low on the list, which seems weird, but he's
Jace
usually not
Ben,
allowed
good
to
Ben.
play.
Yeah, it's because it's banned all the time.
And my pred wasn't correct. They went Jace first.
Well, they do have 3 bans.
I think Vi,
so
Kalista,
it's
and the
likely
Fury.
that it'll still be able to be banned if they would like to. I think Vi is probably another one, as the Varus Vi on blue side just seems to be very popular.
If T1 beats Gen G, that means they can win Worlds again. I mean, sure. If that's what you want to say, sure.
We'll see what comes through here. A little bit of a wait on this one. There's the Vi on red side.
This doesn't matter in the long scheme of things, but yeah.
We've gone with
I think it'll help them
Vi
win the regular
champion,
season.
Which
not
may
Worlds.
mean that we're going to do another draft. I'm not entirely sure.
Ash is open, right?
That
I wonder if T1 don't give a fuck about Kalista. Maybe Gen G gives a fuck about
Jisun was trying
Kalista.
to talk to me, but I was talking over her. Can you repeat that for me, please, Jisun? Just a graphic glitch. So it was, in fact,
Sejuani Ben?
banned away, and the Sejuani to follow up.
Okay,
I would be careful
gone.
giving them Kalista on red.
One of Owner's best, as it feels like
What's OP?
Kalista
Do you ban the
has
Fury?
a lot more value to me than the Fury.
I feel like
in this
Canyon the
slot,
Fury
even though
sounds
they
a bit
banned the
annoying.
Vi.
I think ban neither of them.
Well, you can go for the trade, but I personally favor the Callisto more.
Is it a
And to
Galio
give
game?
that to Ruler, one of his iconic picks, just feels like a risk I
Fury
would
or
take
Kalista?
myself.
Yeah. The Callisto will still be
Kalista.
banned away. Okay.
Do we get a Canyon
I
the
like
Fury?
that.
What are you
I
thinking,
like that,
Canyon?
you know?
What are you thinking? Talk to me.
Not just because I predicted it to be banned second.
What else would they pick?
Hey,
Fury,
you did
I think it
manage
is
to
just
get
Nefiri, isn't
Fury,
it?
I think, is a pick that doesn't offer
Ooh,
any CC.
you know what I would
right?
love
It's a
here?
pick
I would
that
love a
does
Poppy
lot of
flex
burst
from
damage, it
T1.
can take over team fights, is incredibly powerful at
I
getting
just
access
don't
to
want an
backline
owner in
targets,
Italy.
but
Don't do that.
Without its CC, has often fallen flat on his face.
I feel
in
like
the,
Ashe is a
the
good
tanky
champ right now.
compositions that we've seen, or
Poppy's
in
a good
compositions
champ.
that can lock her
Talia's a
down
good
after
champ.
she goes unstoppable, and then she's kind of useless in the fight because she can't offer much utility. So I think that's part of why we haven't seen that much success. I'm curious to see what the Vi band, what T1's
Ambessa?
response
Okay.
to this will be.
I really like the
Borat
Ambessa. A lot
Ambessa.
of power there towards the top side of the map. What will Owner put alongside it? I think something
I
tanky
doubt it's
has
a flex.
been what we've seen into
Corki is
Nefari's
probably a
before,
flex,
but
though.
instead, it's going to be a Corki lock-in, which is
I feel
telling
like
me that Lilia is
Chovy should just
coming.
take a Talia here.
Lilia or the
They
Maokai.
should just pick full
Another
top
choice.
side.
We've seen a lot of the Leandri's Maokai crop up overseas,
Talia
not
Renekton?
necessarily here in the LCK. We still stand by the tanky version.
I like the Maokai more in this situation, but we'll see what else this comp has to offer. Since Lilia is so squishy into the Fury, feels like a bit of a risk. But we will see.
Yeah.
As moving forward here, the Corki is a flex.
Gnar, nice.
Going to be a great
Also
option
fun.
here for Keen into this Ambessa.
I mean, you
the
could
top
pick
lane.
AD here like Ashe or whatever, but I
that
think
this will be flexed to mid.
I think taking
Very
mid
low
is
chance.
pretty solid.
So it feels like a really nice, safe lock-in here. And you could go for something like an Ezreal right now, but the Corki is a bit of a threat.
Yeah, I think an Orianna angle is what I'm kind of expecting here. The Orianna Nefiri is something we saw out of KT.
Or they could just pick AD
BDD
carry.
and Cuz actually
or
managing to
Natalia
nail
or
the
just an
combo
AD.
over and over again. But instead, the
Ezreal,
Ezreal
pretty
is going to
safe.
be locked in.
As the drop for a bit.
Yeah. Trinity Force versus Trinity Force. If that Corki
What's
is
Owner playing? Please don't play
lane.
Maokai. Please don't play Maokai.
That,
please cook something else.
Going to be the Maokai feels pretty strong here, you know, in terms of locking down these big threats.
No Owner Maokai, please.
Can be one that's trying to look for a flank, trying to build up that Gnar bar. Can deny him entry
what do you mean, says me?
into the fights.
I want to see a carry jungle.
They have left. I mean, the Sejuani is gone. They
Nocturne.
So that is basically telling us that.
But Nocturne is supposed to be good into the Fury, right? Because the fear doesn't break on the W.
Something like an Orianna, which means.
Okay, this Corki might have to go bot though.
Because T1 have identified that Gen G
unless they can get like a Kai'Sa on 4, I feel like this Nocturne, this Corki needs to go bot lane.
We've got a jungler
can
that would
Puma
also
play
really
Corki?
like an Orianna. Are you going to ban it? Because we get the first cab off the rank if you decide not to take it away.
Okay, they banned the Talia that they could have picked on 2-3, nice.
I think Orianna stocks are up, but Gen G will likely just ban it here. Just simply because
I feel like they need Corki bot in a mid, like a mage mid.
Do
you ban Orianna here?
It's too high
of a risk
Orianna
ban is pretty
especially
safe.
if you consider how much other follow-up there is
see
with
what
the
else they ban.
Zambesa,
Yeah, good ban.
onto anyone who gets caught by it. So down it goes.
I feel like it does double duty, forcing that ban on the Gen G side.
And we're losing.
I wonder if the next ban is
could be a strong
Galio.
ban for T1. So losing a lot of these consistent damage
from
AP mid laners right now with Talia gone, Victor's gone, you know.
But then I think Faker would probably pick up Aurora on 4.
So Ryze stock's pretty high at the moment in terms of AP damage dealers.
Nico support is good, yeah.
There's not a lot of just control mages,
Leona
I guess,
takeaway.
Still up and available, especially with that Orianna banned
play
away,
Braum
like
or
you
anything.
say. I think Ryze needs to be banned also from
Rel is
Gen
still
G
open
to consider, because Faker, I hear, is pretty good at the champion. Has been
I think
for
Galio
some time.
Aurora on 4 are pretty
I
solid.
wonder if that'll just be the ban there as they go for the Elise instead. With the
or
Leona
just pick
ban.
Rel and get counter mid, but
another pick that we haven't really seen but would kind of fit the bill here would be the Hui.
I just hope they don't pick like Ziggs or some shit. I think this Corki has to go bot.
But again, a little bit more niche right now. Ryze gives so much rotational power when you already have the global of the Nocturne, so
you don't have a lot of range, and you're going into an Ezreal, so
that
might be
solid.
a hindrance, but it's still going to be locked in here as Faker playing Ahri and Ryze already on his 12th anniversary.
Does Anivia just cook their whole comp here?
Probably needs an Azir game if we were going to be real about it, and kind of would prefer to have 4 games so we could also get an Orianna game in there. But feels like we're getting treated to some classics from
I feel like Chovy Galio game here is really
There's
good.
so many different angles.
Nefiri,
here.
It's so good that Galio pick,
Galio is one of them. I was going to say you could go hyper scaling and go for an
Rel.
Aurelion Soul, which he's loved to play in the past. But it doesn't really suit the composition as much.
You will get met by Poppy from Keria.
Follow up on the Gnar, can follow up on the Nefiri.
Nautilus,
and Nautilus will be the final lock.
Does Keria pick Braum? I feel like Braum is a good champ here with Corki, Nocturne, and Bessa.
And now the question is,
into Nautilus, it's very good.
Here in the bottom lane,
the engage is
Keria.
I feel like a bit more engage is good. I feel like he could also just take the Rel himself now.
I don't think this is the Pike angle.
That doesn't feel like a good one. There are some pretty burly members of Gen G, not to mention the fact that Nefiri can go untargetable.
It's not a Renata angle either.
Poppy support.
Up?
Okay.
My God.
Chat, I'm going to run ads. If you know what ads, you need to tier 1 on Twitch Prime to support the channel and get no ads for a month. You don't have to sub if you want to back to the game starts.
Either
ads run the ads during the ads during the game
his
at all.
shift is a blink, and he can still follow up and push out this Poppy pretty well. As well as, yes, she can be good into Gnar, but that's pretty situational. Can be decent into Nefiri, but that's also quite situational. I think the bigger value is what it does for objective fights. The Keeper's Verdict is going to be super strong here when T1 can already out-rotate you on the map pretty easily. The Galio feels good here, too, because while it's decent into the Ryze and the lane matchup, also can follow him to a certain extent with his ultimate. So
I don't know if I like the Poppy.
Lock in here for Chovy. You're going to sacrifice a little bit of damage.
It's really good against the Fury Galio, though.
Galio's
like really good.
Overtuned, I would say, in a lot of ways right now. I feel like
also,
you're
they have a very
much happier with the utility.
They have a very like niche champion overlap that works really well.
His career, so
they have like Nocturne ult, Poppy ult, which actually
lean very heavily
could make objectives very easy at finishing objectives and getting out.
I do think that T1's comp has a slightly higher ceiling, though, and what it can do around the map, especially if they get a lead like they did in Game 1, it becomes so oppressive.
I do think that T1's composition plays into the hands of Gen G just a little bit with their short range, but I think the Poppy is such a masterstroke. I think that if you get that Keeper's Verdict charging while the gargoyle's falling from the sky, you're almost always a victim, no matter what, right? And so Keria is going to have so much control of this game with this Poppy wielding this big old hammer. I'm really looking forward to getting into it. Game number 2 right now. Oh man, it is deafening here in Lowell Park. As already Doran and Keen scuffling momentarily. Two of our, like, it's so interesting because I remember when Doran was that guy on Griffin, you know, back in the day who didn't really get a shot earlier on and then moved to DRX and sort of had his moments. But he has really become a veteran here. It's been 7 years since that moment. Him and Keen really some of the mainstays here in the LCK at this point in time.
I mean, looking at the names, Duro is obviously the youngest player
let's
that
see
we
it,
have out of these 10. But then it's Owner and Guma. You know, it's like, wow. What year is it? Like, every single player on the besides Duro has a massive history.
I don't know, man. I feel like I actually favor Genji's comp a little bit. But I'm favoring it because of nameplates. Like Canyon Neferi sounds fucking dangerous with a Galio Nautilus next to it.
Trophy and Faker also a tale as old as
time. The problem is the Neferi is playing into Poppy, which I feel like is fucking annoying. And they have Nocturne Poppy for objectives.
Rookie versus Faker with
but I feel like Genji can run the map early if they want.
Was, some of the best Galio that we've seen.
I just don't know how Nocturne versus Neferi is. Does Nocturne
wasn't even a very good
E goes through the interaction, but does Neferi just still win the 1v1? Because Nocturne wins 1v1 very hard against some AP junglers, like Brand and Talia jungle just get one-shot by Nocturne.
Afterwards.
But Neferi, I feel like,
here on the bottom side of
even though the interaction is good,
a little bit far up, gets ignited immediately, and a flash
maybe
forward
Neferi
from
still
Carrier
wins.
looking to try and lock down the kill. Duro thinking about turning, and I don't know about that one as Gumayusi moves forward. Level 2 gained here by both bottom lanes, but Duro looking a bit worse for wear.
Yeah, he does have Hex Flash, so down a Summoner, but at least he has that. Didn't use his Ignite either, but I just don't think there's any way they could turn this one back around without some additional time and some healing to come through. She is looking for now.
Is this Guma's first ever Corki game in pro play?
That's just gonna shred that resistance.
Feels like it.
Down
Not that he's playing it bad, but I'm just saying I feel like I've never seen him play Corki.
Those trades so incredibly difficult to pull off, especially when Carrier
I don't think I've ever seen Gumayusi Corki.
And push you into a wall.
Yep. Oh, Duro thinking about trying to find an angle as they're defending their wards. Titan's Wrath comes in. And with that now on cooldown, could be an opportunity here as a Justice Punch into the taunt from Chovy, but Faker says, okay.
Yeah, I don't care. Nice try, buddy.
And this time, instead of T1 just having the natural lane leads,
yeah, this is Gumayushi's first ever Corki game in pro play.
Largely to do with the Nara on the top side being able to farm very effectively. This bottom lane's also having a decent time as Ruler Arcane shifting
no
forward.
Flash.
Dangerous Duro.
Oh God, Guma!
As Gumayusi is the one that goes low in first blood, goes to the Nautilus. Carrier doesn't have Flash. He's likely to go down as well, wanting to take Ruler with him, and he holds the barrier.
That's I don't even know the limits on Corki. Why is he Wing like that? What the fuck?
A frowny face, a little bit of a, you know, colon slash type face from Carrier there after that one. A little bit frustrated with how the end result came through, but that W connecting from Ruler, getting the empowered hit there, actually took so much health away from Gumayusi.
Oh, Doran going aggressive onto Keen here, wanting to charge that Gnar as best he can. Remember, if you do start walking away from the Gnar, it can be a bit of a problem, but it is just some biffo here towards the top side, and my goodness, it's 1,000 gold, the lead for the Gen G bottom lane.
Jungle is completely even, but the only difference is Canyon got a base off.
Doran doesn't seem to care. As we'll go back to this play, this W here connecting.
It's very strange to W in there.
And then Ezreal's able to get out.
Very strange.
Nautilus, interestingly, so he's just tanky enough that allows Ezreal to do so much more damage. And then here, like you said, there's no flash for Carrier. He doesn't have enough damage. Looks for this play. Yep, gets the barrier at least. It was very close. But
it was really nicely played from Ruler.
Well, they swapped, they match.
I have barrier, it's going to be fine. Yeah. We can kill him. Minions do so much damage at that stage of the game. As you can see, Ruler took a lot of his health bar just from that. But man, this is really going to set the tone for how this game is going to look. Doran is still here
Carrier
on
just
this
ran
top
top
side.
to help Ambessa.
Ruler gets a ward in as he's looking to actually put the pressure on his Carrier.
No
Shows
E on
his
Ruler.
Position. Remember, the Arcane Shift has already happened, but
he's not going to
die.
Oh, he is going to die. Doran! Oh my God, no! Oh, that's so unlucky. Oh, it's a horror. It's a horror. Now Ezreal can push out before Corki's here and just take a base.
Fantastic plays back to back. The bottom lane play there where he gets the punish.
Just a little more damage than they had it.
Unaware, but doesn't care.
Now Ezreal takes his base. Oi, oi, oi.
and gets the kill. His second of the game, third for the duo.
Oh, I think it might be just a bot gap into game 3 here.
When you see Carrier show up on Ruler's
I see what T1's looking for here. Just overstay, Ezreal no flash, bait into E. Actually, he did have flash. Okay, now I don't see what T1 was doing here. Ezreal had flash up. Maybe they thought Ezreal didn't have flash. Because this play is psychotic if you know he has flash up.
This Ezreal is accelerated. We've had 2 early Ezreal leads today. The last one went a certain way, and I think this one might go the same if something doesn't change soon.
Oh, it's beautiful for Gen G to have Ezreal ahead this early.
The very end of the last game. It's kind of crazy. As Kane going to try and put some pressure on Doran once again, throws a rock at him, and has a minion wave here to push forward. Will be able to get himself a crash. And one good thing to note is the fact that Kuma isn't behind in farm or anything like that. The bad thing is that he's 750 gold behind. As Gen G looking to get some control over these grubs. Ona moving in, Carrier in position as well.
Faker, he has Prio. Can come over here, could even look for a Realm Warp collapse, but doesn't necessarily have to. It's going to be much tougher for Gen G to break their way through, but they get away with it here as Ruler pushes out Guma. And that alone, it looks like it's going to be enough because Chovy can join with his ultimate. They want to respect it.
Yeah, I think having topside control here for Gen G was enough to be able to grab that for them, as public execution is, in fact, pretty private there from Doran.
Ooh.
Fortunately.
What the fuck was that then?
Owner is going to turn his attention to this dragon, so it will be grubs for Drake, the trade. Gen G getting all 3 grubs, and Ruler continue to push his advantage here.
Owie. Oh, goodness. Okay, Arcane Shift. Gumushi down to 300.
This is not looking good.
With a barrier at the ready and a carrier to try and
Guma looks a little uncomfortable.
Carrier needing to get a little bit of experience, I'm pretty sure, although he's very, very close to level 5. As Canyon does hit that level 6 mark, and the Dragon will be going over to Ona, no worries. Of course, this is a composition that does really want to hit level 6 on the side of T1.
So,
but Shot Barrage now going to get flashed here by Carrier. Steadfast presence as Dro's going to
okay, Jesus, man. Carrier, calm down.
If he had taken that last turret shot, pretty lucky there for him, as Gen G really pushing their limits on this top side.
Right before this happened, I didn't think they were going to go.
I think Ruler will just run this game.
I was going to say Carrier is not going to be able to stop Ruler from getting plates. Not really in this situation.
Why is he running bot right now?
Guma not really being that far behind in farm, but he kind of is.
Why is he running bot?
Getting pushed out there, and Carrier
is he just calling for a 3-man dive?
He's a whole level behind
he's going to lose a whole top wave.
5, but
oh, he's calling for a dive on Gnar.
Feeling that Kane could be.
Look at Chovy though.
Ladies and gentlemen,
oh my god, Guma just lost a full wave top for this.
Pretty good spot as Chovy looking to try and see what Faker's up to. Faker is walking around, as it turns out.
Yeah, this Cork is useless.
He's going to live for now as the rest of the team is going to turn up. So backup arrives. There is feats of strength completed here for Gen G, largely off the back of this 2v2 on the bottom side.
He needs a lot of time now to come back.
I mean, entirely.
And now he pushed the wave and is basing again. Is he going to run top now?
More objectives if they do want the feats of strength.
Okay, well, Guma just said, I am not laning versus Ezreal. I'm fucking out of here, Doran. It's on you.
In the top lane as well, in terms of farm.
I refuse to play that. That is not happening.
And
in his little rocket ship.
Farm advantage. It's only 200 gold, but it's something when you add up all the other pieces. You know, the bottom lane.
Sacrifice Doran to
Faker's had
the fucking 2v1 gods
himself throughout this early game, but he hasn't been able to utilize it just yet because the top side has been so lopsided.
Yeah, and
it's Rod of Ages Galio.
Now they know what they're supposed to do. It is just all aboard the ruler train.
Yeah, Guma
just don't
hearthed out.
Keen, you can see, is just sort of messing with Carrier and Guma as they do push towards the top side. Canyon has been very quiet this game, just trying to keep up with Ona as far as farm is concerned. A difficult task against the Nocturne.
He doesn't commit to it. Looked like for a second perhaps he was going to try to go down.
I think it's the skin, Guma. You got to change skin. This Corky skin is Corky skin is vile. What are we doing? Go Corgi or Earth Rider. What is that Corky skin? How can you play with that skin? I would just I would int as well. Like what the fuck is that skin?
That Ruler knows he can keep pushing those advantages. Knows that even if Faker decided to realm warp down, catching him was just not really likely.
And he's the strongest on the map right now.
Yeah.
So even if Doran was to try and go for anher 1v1,
so he's going to push out top and he's going to recall and he's going to click bot now, Guma. He is fucking out of there.
Faker is leading as far as that is concerned. As Chovy
no, he's staying.
Doro both here. Wanted to try and take him down.
You would int on any skin?
That there is a lot of vision here for T1. Duskbringer. There's the flash in though. As
the Galio ulta.
Ulti comes through from Chovy.
Poppy
They get the knock up on
gets
the carry,
W'd
but
from
he's
the
pretty
Fury or
tanky
what?
as this Poppy, and the rest of Gen G just going to back away. Good defensive play there from T1.
Yeah, very good defensive play. Looked like a big mistake there from Owner initially, just really playing with fire, trying to bait something, but you know, Rise does do a lot of damage even
they got Owner
with
flash
no real combat items
for
here,
Nelt
only has
flash,
Catalyst, but
or
will stack up that damage quite a bit if they did go for the extended fight there, so Gen G eventually do have to leave. But Owner loses his flash.
Yep, that's the one advantage that Gen G managed to pick up for that play, is collecting that flash. They do sacrifice a fair bit of Chovy's health bar, as you can see here. But he should still be able to just grab this wave, no worries. As Ruler just walking away from Gumayushi, getting more and more difficult for him to stay in this lane, as we can see.
Grubs here
still farming.
Looking like they're going T1's way. Gen G, even with this topside prio, very late to show
crazy
up.
at T1 against Grubs
Cannon
here.
coming in, doesn't have
they got
smite.
one.
Yeah. This should just be T1 locking one of them down, though. I think that was almost best case scenario based on the game state right now. So still fine for T1, but 5-1 is going to be the Grub advantage here for Gen G. Yeah.
Rod of Ages
Only
Galio.
getting the experience, I think, the biggest deal.
Absolutely.
What do you go, Rod of Ages into the fucking despair item, or what?
Does have the ult back up again, as Keen is just going to chase him out, finds the boomerang damage.
Yeah, Keen is having a lot of fun with this matchup so far.
And then Riftmaker?
The lead is, yeah, you know, actually
Or
has
you
now
just go
doubled
Roa
400
Riftmaker.
here that he has, 20 CS the advantage. And Faker, you know, he has had prio this entire game. Like I've said before, he's got arranged into melee matchup here into the Galio. It's hard to kill the Galio, but
Ruler has Triforce in base. This is where the Ezreal will start to take over a bit.
Because Ruler, wherever he is, he has
And
the
he'll just
advantage.
get
And because Doran is losing to Keen, when he's laning against him and when he's laning against Ruler, he's not going to have any prio, obviously. Just nowhere for Faker to go to make an impact. I thought perhaps we'd see a fight on the Grubs there when Genji showed up late, but T1 just weren't willing to do it. And, you know, with the Nefiri showing up there, Smite coming back, like,
he doesn't have Triforce yet.
Risking falling further behind when Ruler
broke.
has that wave pushed in,
What?
and he is so big.
How does he not have Triforce yet?
Carrier moving down here towards this bottom side. It is Dragon O'Clock, as we will have an Infernal as our second. I'm sensing a Cloud Soul this game, but might be getting ahead of myself.
Could be.
T1 tend to have more Cloud Souls than any other team. It's just sort of been an observation of mine. Not for any good reason, they just tend to.
Yeah.
So that might give me some hope, as Ruler has now parked himself in this mid lane, and with the Dragon now up, let's see who manages to get the control.
See Carrier gonna clear some of this vision here. Second Dragon would reveal, of course, what that soul is going to be. It's too valuable. Solo Elemental Drakes. And both of our global mid laners come
Whoa, there we didn't get the stun from Carrier, but doesn't get the stun. There's the paranoia. They decide to go on top of Duro first.
Rise ult is on top of them.
Is going to deliver Faker to the mid lane. And Chovy holds the ultimate. I kind of thought that he would just pull the trigger. Maybe he was out of range on the Duro. But now we'll have that
they still have Poppy
potential
ult though,
Dragon
but
fight.
Nocturne
Carrier's
is
going to
super
get his
useless.
ult up in just 3 seconds as well. Can redo it.
I think they're just going to have to give this Faker
fully
goes top.
complete it.
Yeah.
If Ruler got stunned, would he die though?
At the same time.
I'm
So
not
his
sure
health
if he
bar
would
is
die.
relatively low, but we'll still be able to just hit someone with that button.
I feel like Luma also panic
W.
Faker in the top lane here, and let the Dragon go.
I
Not
think it's
gonna
going to be
commit any
so
further.
hard. I don't think T1
I
can
think
win this
Carrier
game.
thought perhaps he had an angle
I just
there
don't
to
see
set
them.
for the keeper's
Like,
verdict
this
to win
dive
the
won't
numbers
kill
game,
anyone.
as Faker showed up there with a
This
realm
guy will
ward,
be too
but wasn't
tanky,
able
too
to find the
tanky,
angle. He
too
didn't like the
tanky.
angle,
W
and they
will
don't
have
actually
so much
commit
peel
further
around
to
him.
the fight and actually end up giving
And it's
this
too
one up. So
mobile.
it's a
I
drink
just don't
apiece.
see
It's
T1
Mountain
being able
Soul.
to win this.
Fortunately for you.
But that is a very
Only way I see
powerful
T1 winning
soul,
this is like
especially
Rise
for
Nocturne on
Genji.
side,
I feel
killing
like
Galio.
Genji, the extra
Somehow.
tankiness will make them
Or
nigh
Gnar.
impossible to take down. What with
And like
Mega
winning
Gnar
through
and the
side lane.
Gargoyle
But
running
even
around
then,
makes the
Genji have
Nautilus
5
even
grubs.
more tanky than he otherwise would be.
Faker's going to have to carry
T1
so
would
hard.
value it a lot as well, though. Absolutely. So
Gnar is
just
beating
high
Ambessa.
value as far
Corki's
as
fucking
the,
useless.
Dragon is concerned.
Yeah, every single
And
one of these
Nocturne has
dragons is
one
gonna be
load, and it's his ult.
important moving forward.
So Faker has a
We're
Nocturne
tied
ult to
up
work
on
with and a
a
Poppy.
piece.
That's it. He's going to have to carry with that.
Voracious
I don't think
Archon
it's
as well.
doable.
So Ruinous this time around. Not going to have to worry about flowers everywhere.
The
and
game
stuff
will look like
that,
this,
but the
right?
extra lives
Corki will be
going
here,
to be a big
Ambessa will
deal.
be here.
Feels very good
all
for
game.
T1's
And
comp.
Rise
They're
will be
able to get
here.
it, but we're
And Rise
a ways
is
away
going
from
to
that
have
now.
to do a lot here, or he's going to have to shadow bot
Yeah, Canyon
and like
should be able to
cover an
stop that
ult.
if he wants to, but not actually
gonna be
going
very
to
hard.
do so.
Happy to take the tempo advantage here instead. Faker's coming down to actually catch this. If they see him, maybe they make a play here.
It's hard to
Maybe
make a play on
Snarbar?
Rice.
Yeah, it looks like Keen is instead just going to go for a bit of a reset as
Oh, that
Canyon.
recall.
Okay. I think Ona, he got the idea that Canyon was there because his Grump was
I
gone.
guess they're trying to match Rise
pretty
into
close to
Gnar, but I
grabbing
guess
the
if
strike
Gen G
breaker
wants,
there.
they could
Yeah,
just
close, but not quite
send
able
Gnar
to do
top
it.
here.
close, but similar to Graves.
And Galio just runs across the whole map into bot. Like, they're so committed on getting the right lane assignments that Galio ran from here
it kind of just plays itself
to here.
So you don't really have to try to catch Faker there. You don't really have to go for a play on the door, and you don't have to take these risks into difficult to lock down champions.
Run
you can
across the
simply
whole
just
fucking map.
continue to compile your lead, wait until Ezreal gets that second item, and then kind of go ham on these upcoming objective fights. You got the last dragon essentially for free, so...
Keen is continually just pushing Doran in over and over again. 30 CS the lead here for the Gnar, who's really crushing the side lane.
And with the timing
now in hand,
he knows he could just set up his Mega here if anyone's there, and he has support as well to keep pushing this advantage, look for a Demolish proc.
And look at both teams just watching, as that was a Gnar
wow,
that went off. I don't know whether it actually
wow.
connected onto Doran as Chovy
Okay, Faker,
able to clear
kinda
out
cooking.
these minions under the turret.
This does not look fun for Galio to play.
Able to really soften him up.
I mean, sure, they're not making a play with this Mega, they're not looking for a dive, but they get the push, and they get the prio for this objective, as well as they're wheeling down that turret. So
wow.
sure, T1
just
don't
by
end up
himself,
losing
Faker's
anybody, they don't
pushing
pull
out
the trigger
Chovy or what?
themselves, but Genji just continue to push these advantages. This is what they're so famous for, is getting everything with just a small advantage on the map. Faker trying to take out a turret here on the bottom side.
Yeah, you can see actually trying to take out Chovy. Does tank up the turret for quite some time, as Chovy does at least eliminate the minion wave.
Should get the tower on the next wave.
But not going to be able to do that again on another wave. As it is going to be another objective
Chovy
as the
could
Rich Herald
TP
does
back.
go down, and Canyon locking that one up gets them the feats of strength.
Just a really good play from Genji to group up topside, knowing that
first tower to
this
Faker.
objective gets them feats of strength, is going to get them that turret eventually, and if T1 make a play to try to punish, you're already there to catch them and then take the objective. If they don't go, then you win anyways, and Chovy just holds bottom as long as he can.
Oh, Fury going to get caught out here as Canyon trying to go untargetable to keep
Flash
himself alive, but it's getting so difficult. He flashes, he gets over the wall, but the realm warp
the Rise ult may be too much.
Is not actually going to get taken, and Fury goes the right direction and will survive.
A little too much that Rise ult.
Fortunately, a bit of a whiff there for T1. Not quite able to lock him down. The Fury very mobile.
I mean, Faker is pretty fucking strong.
So a
he almost
tricky
has
target
Seraphs.
to catch there. And with not a ton of information about the jungle of Genji there, I think it was the right call to not take the Realm Warp there as Faker.
Yeah, I think any other jungler would have died there, but it's the Fury, so...
2,200 gold behind. Feats of strength are up.
Jump.
And you know, they also have a Herald that they can use to get even more gold in this next play. It's been, you know, in game one, it was Chovy the only one who had the lead for Genji. Was trying to make some plays to save the game.
Fizz jungle
didn't
lives
always
there,
work
so
out,
true,
was
King.
often caught. Now it's the Rise that has a lead over Galio, but it's Rise that's not fully able to take over the game just yet and isn't really given any opportunities to pressure sides.
Yeah, we'll have that Seraphs pretty soon, and the Rise, of course, going to scale pretty well as we get later into the game. I do think that Genji do have a lot of tools that can deal with a shorter range mage, but this game has once again stagnated to the point where the gold advantage is only creeping above that 2,000 mark. Genji have not been able to find any extra sort of leg room in.
Can Faker still blast him on
to
side?
extend this snowball.
Yeah, I think he can, right?
T1 playing some good defensive League of Legends to make sure that they stay in it.
Slowly getting through his health.
They managed to take definitely important here as Gumayusi takes
5 seconds on Mountain Drake.
There's a real strong Herald angle here as the Dragon spawns here for Canyon. He can just drop this down.
I think this is also just a give angle for T1.
To get some damage done
but
to that
Faker's
turret
basing
as
for
they
Seraphs
take
and
the
has
Drake.
TP, so
JP's going to go up and do
I
that
think
right
that
now.
will be
True shot
cancelled.
doesn't land, but you know, for T1,
I think whatever Faker does is whatever T1 does, right? Like, that's the game state right now.
Keen, which he will not do.
Oh, perfect hop angle there for Keen to make sure that he doesn't have a back against the wall.
Okay, spacing.
So Carrier not able to find
Maybe
any
they are
joy.
fighting the Drake.
You can really feel it though. I think even
Nope,
Genji
staying.
understand that this Poppy is so important for T1. Every time Carrier shows up, he's shown the utmost respect, and it is absolutely deserved.
Chovy will complete his tier 2 boots, so he's got his feet.
Sorcerer shoes on Galio.
And still not starting this Dragon yet, still not dropping the Herald. Like you said, super cautious about the Poppy and what it could mean for a fight suddenly getting warped because Faker has TP, and it's not really possible for Chovy to interrupt him with the prio that he has right now.
One more wave, he has it.
Keeper's already hits even one.
I'm surprised Genji haven't started Drake yet. I guess Ruler had the base.
Dragon fight. I think that's where the Herald might come in, though. If they
just haven't started it.
Drop it.
I feel like they could have had Drake already twice.
Oh, yeah. I think, like, we need to see this Dragon actually started at some point. As Canyon does complete his second item, that might have been what they were sort of looking for here. As you can see, Owner on a back, he might also be able to just complete Black
Chovy's holding on well, yeah.
But doesn't
Archangels
quite
for
have
Rise.
the same amount of money. He's only 250.
I wonder if he Rise will top or not.
Of Canyon, so should
on the
be
wave.
pretty close to getting there.
Pickaxe picked up
when he sees
what
them.
He's going to get, at least for this one, but...
Because losing this top
Genji
wave sucks.
just tracking Keria constantly here. Now starting up this Dragon, trying to block any entry. And, I mean,
he lost the top wave, though.
From a long ways away, but Guma is going to take some time to get down, and he's very late to show up to this objective. It looks like he's not going to show up at all. They're just going to simply give this one up.
Yep. So that's going to be a second Drake going over to Genji, the first mountain
now
of
Herald
the game.
Mid. Yeah.
Now they can just drop the Herald since they're all grouped, and they got the Dragon for free to maybe even get this turret. The charge alone won't do it, but they have a lot of members here.
Yeah, and with Ruler able to take these pot shots, get that extra damage with his Sheen. That is going to be the outer turret in the mid lane going down. First turret for Genji as well
move
to help extend that gold advantage ever further. Second charge with the last
top tier one should
scarab
die.
Of health.
Ooh, Faker taking too many tower shots there.
He's in turret range there as well, as he wants to just take down
the tower.
Yoinkies. That's what he was looking for.
Scary.
Oh, okay, over the wall goes Canyon, looking for a little bit of a biffer against Doran here, but Doran's able to get himself out. 2v2 is now set up here as well.
They may...
He might lose his Seraphs,
For a moment, they were going to look for a dive down that bottom side, as Faker is playing with his range advantage very flirtatiously here.
Yeah,
flirtatiously.
Get a little bit scared or worried, but
I think
Faker has no Seraphs. That top tier one is dead.
I mean, with Ezreal here...
Well, Keen does have a Mega Gnar on the way.
I feel like Genji should force
They'll
Atakan.
just take the free money.
Yeah, if they leave, then we'll just take the money, and now we have
a great timing.
And no one's anywhere
I think they
near,
are trolling a bit, though. I think Galio should have moved to mid wave, and Ezreal should be hitting it.
I mean, this is the closest thing that division
they had
have
a shift for Atakan there,
Nocturne who knows.
Now Ezreal's going to get caught maybe between the lane.
Down there, where we can't see.
Does Ezreal get caught?
Well, speaking of can't see,
they
don't exactly know where Faker
top tier one instead.
Just yet. He's going to be moving up this mid lane, as we can see, and Chovy is not in heroic entrance range. So the Atakan is dangerous.
Yeah, they back away, and they pull T1 around the map a little bit. Faker leaves the top lane, and now Chovy's got some additional free push there, using the Atakan for some additional tempo. It's not like this Galio is going to be threatening this inner turret right now, but still, we'll force someone to go up here and deal with it, and then they could potentially start up the Atakan again. It's pulling T1 around, playing tennis, and T1's the ball.
Faker's gold lead is bleeding away.
You know, once again, setting up for looking for any pick they can get while Ruler naturally scales. He's got 2 items. He's got his tier 3 boots. And eventually, you know, we'll get to that Baron spawning, and they could start putting on the vision pressure there.
Yeah, this game, I can't believe that we had such an exciting early game, right? With 3 kills, you know, Ruler and Duro doing some pretty amazing things, but then nothing. I think it's been 20 minutes of basically nothing, maybe 15 if we were to be
His
more
Rod of Ages
realistic.
is going to proc soon, so
it's
I think they kind of need to wait for Rise Rod of Ages level 16, and then
Genji respects what T1's
I think they're
do
still going to lose.
what this Poppy can do, and how this lead can, because it is still, I mean, it's 3,000, that's nothing to shake a stick at, but it's still not an insurmountable lead. One big mistake, one overzealous Atakan attempt could put T1 right back into things, so they're just going to play a little bit slowly, play through the map like they're so
Smash
famous
for game 3 doesn't make sense unless they're going to play like Kai'Sa.
Yep,
because Ezreal and Corki are out now.
Lead certainly flatlined for quite some time. That turret going down in the mid lane and then being able to collect the dragon really did give that extra bump that we just see. But still, 3.5k is nothing to really worry about just yet.
Ooh, Faker might put himself too far forward here.
Yeah, Duro's going to show up, and Keen was already in position. There's the knockup from the depth charge, and this
one
Rise
mistake and GG.
is not going anywhere. Tries to realm warp, but that is not happening.
It's sad. When you're the only person who's ahead, the second you make one mistake, the game blows open. There goes Atakan. T1 can't fight without Rise.
Actually wanting to
or
find
what is
a little
Genji
bit more
doing?
of a fight before this one happens.
Why don't they just do Atakan?
Good, but he's still pushed away. But this buys time. Faker has teleport when he respawns here.
Oh dear. Carrier might be in trouble. He gets smoked by Canyon as Keen wants to hop over that wall, finds the boomerang, and I think that Canyon has the damage. True Shot Barrage comes down, but there's the paranoia
Ruler's dead.
to try and save, but
Ruler's
also
dead.
kill.
I'm confused why they didn't just do Atakan. Maybe they didn't have a good game state. Wait, Ruler died. What?
To try and get to safety. Faker is still dead, which is so lucky for Genji, because otherwise they could have lost the Atakan, and somehow that anchor lands. Doran just trying to survive. He can dash for, you know, about 1 billion
Faker has
miles,
TP,
but is that
but
enough is the question. Is
don't think his TP can do anything.
Damage to take him down, and there it is.
Faker hits 16.
Okay, I mean, Genji's still winning super hard.
5 seconds earlier, maybe to try to catch and look for a punish there.
Faker has a big shutdown now as well.
I think that's all they're really going to get out of this one, unfortunately.
Stopping the Atakan, though, is such a big deal. Yeah, the fact that Ruler was just caught with his pants down,
that was
a problem.
A massive turn here, because otherwise it looks like you know,
so instead of doing
everything else
Atakan,
we saw, it's just
they're
not really
scared
a
of like
playable
Ezreal getting
situation
dove on mid tier 1 or
Zarya
something,
is
so they move mid.
that it doesn't
Poppy
matter
ults
that
like
there's
in
the
front
Fury
of her.
running him down. The keeper's verdict is...
the doggos got booped away
And then
by
Ruler
the
gets
ult.
caught in rotation.
the keeper's
Well played by
verdict
T1,
isn't
they have
really
to use
the
double flash
greatest,
for it
but it buys enough time for that ult to
I guess
come
Genji
through.
do get 2 kills instead of the
Doran
Atakan, which is not
just
bad.
has to run with his tail between his legs to try to get out of this one. He wants to buy time for Faker to TP in. They have the control ward drop there to where Faker could teleport to. He could also teleport to this ward here as well if he were alive. He died moments before, and that's the crux of all of this. I think this is best case scenario though for T1, considering how it all started off with Faker getting caught.
Yep, especially with now Atakan being still alive. There is a dragon here as well though, and that is soul point opportunity for Gen.G. They've
They have
started this
Nocturnal.
already.
Do you just fight this? I think
and T1 you can see trying to set up, trying to get into position,
look
but
like
they're
they're
on
gonna fight it.
vision here as Gen.G
You
just
don't fight
control
this, then you're
area
against soul point all
completely.
game,
No
right?
way for T1 to get in. They're going to give it up. They do see it go down, but there's no way that they can actually change the outcome.
Looks kind of cooked for
Keria
T1.
had
Oh, they're rise ulting on Ezreal, no flash, no E.
Here is once again, it's Ruler in
Oh,
trouble.
Ruler made a
He'll
mistake.
just
That was a
get
good punish by T1.
obliterated.
Maybe they can play this more, no?
Genji in an awkward spot at the
Gali
same time.
ulting.
Heroic
Doran
entrance,
might
and Joe
die.
is still
Double
dead.
kill.
A double knock
Wait,
up,
Baron's
but
up as
Chovy's
well.
just given
Chovy's
himself
dead as well.
up. Owner
What?
down low, but they take down the gargoyle, and
They
T1,
knew Ruler had no
so you
flash,
can
and he
take
E'd
the dragon.
into
I
mid
think
wave.
it's
So the
time
second
for
he E'd into mid wave,
Okay,
they
they're gonna
insta
look for this
Nocturne
turret
rise
as well,
ulted
a
on him.
bit greedy, not quite able
And
to
he
get
got
it, and some
caught.
extra
That's a
damage does
mistake
go
by
on to
Ruler. That's a
Keria.
good
Owner
punish by
fairly
T1.
low here, and of course doesn't have his
That is a
ultimate.
really good punish.
They're going to start this up just the same. Ruler is up in 20. Chovy's so long away from respawning that there's no way he's going to be able to TP in. They just need to have a little bit of defense against Canyon.
Yeah, Keeper's verdict is going to miss.
Almost
as
hit him.
now. Let's see whether they can actually hold on to this. Is so dangerous. Meganar is almost there for Keen. He does get it, but it does
Dead.
not.
Canyon.
Canyon gets into the pit, goes on top
Also
of it,
dead.
picks up one.
And Baron.
That is it.
What?
T1 will take the Baron.
What?
Traditional T1 Baron. It's a
What?
little risky, but
How do they always get away with
they
it?
had the advantage,
How do they always
and
get
even
away
though
with
the
it?
Keeper's verdict doesn't connect,
What the
they
fuck?
can keep Canyon out. They stop hitting the Baron. They don't turn it into a 50-50. They secure the kills.
What the fuck?
And secure the objective. And now T1 in a pretty nice control of this game for the first time after what was a pretty rough early
Ezreal
game.
E'd onto
It all
mid-wave.
starts off with, once
What a
again,
sick punish by
pick
T1 though.
onto this, you know, Ruler
That was
is
such a
just
good
little bit
punish.
too far out onto the same AD carry. And
Crazy.
You know, we think about synergy with Nocturne.
Where was
for
the Gali
mid-laners,
ult on
you know,
Ezreal?
it's
Was he not in
often the
range?
Orianna, it was Aurora for a while, but you know,
Oh my
Realm
god, they have
Warp can
Atakan
follow
and
up
Baron
too,
now.
as it turns
If you
out, and
blink,
get
you
right
miss
on
it.
top of him. And now T1 turned this into Otacon. And they are feeling
Oh yeah, those
very
Nocturne
good
ult, they
about their
couldn't see.
chances. Take a gold lead here,
True.
and they can push it
That's a
even
volume
further
increase.
now with an extra res on the back.
Yeah, this is a real turning point in this game in every sense of the word, because now they do have that goal
Like, I think T1 played it so well, but
with the Otacon
Ruler,
as well, they can push
you
with this
can't be
Baron
doing
so
that. Are you
aggressively.
serious?
2 minutes left. Rebel Baron
That's
power
not very
play already
Ruler-like to
ticking
make that kind of mistake.
above just the baseline amount of gold
E'ing
that you
onto
get.
mid-wave with no
Out of
flash?
turret in the mid lane, going to be
What?
taken here by Doran most likely. As True Shot Barrage just to try and take down this empowered siege minion that's really being frustrating. Winds of War not nearly enough to take that down, and Doran, as we were talking about, just gets to work.
Is it very Ruler-like? What do you mean?
T1 sieging, having owner on this flank.
Oh, another
Dead again. He's caught again.
Ruler, unfortunately,
It's over.
in that
T1 just
mid
won.
lane. He's just taken out.
T1 just won the game.
Soaks up
What?
blood.
What?
We don't really
How have they
have
just
the
won the
withdrawals
game
coming in
today?
just
Oh,
yet.
he's right on the no, fam! Oh, I don't know about that one. No, I don't know about that one.
It's a great hook to
I
try
don't know
and
about that
answer
one.
the Justice punches there. The three-man taunt from Chovy, but remember, he's
Oh, it's
just
gonna
picking
work,
up
though.
little
It's
bits
gonna
of
work.
200 gold from
Everyone's
T1, who
one
are now
HP.
breaking open
Faker, you're a
the
psychopath.
Genji base.
You're a psychopath.
Look at that Rebel Baron power
What?
play just
They're
explode.
they're 4K gold up. How are they 4K gold up,
is
T1?
the number. As Keen, nothing he can do. Doran dashing
Doran.
around. He can go home if
Didn't
he'd
get the
like
kill,
to.
but he has
Faker in
CA.
here as well
Faker's
as
gonna pop as
Canyon.
well.
Wanting to
Flashes
try
to
and
the
take
side.
him down, but the damage
Coach
has
his ass.
been done, ladies
Bro,
and
Faker is
gentlemen.
crazy.
Happy 12 Faker, 3-1 and
12
5.
year
He
anniversary,
was
just
the only
clapping
gold lead, and
Genji's
now
cheeks.
everyone has one.
Everyone's got one on the back of two really fantastic plays from T1. And after they have
What
double
the
buff
fuck?
here, the Baron, they've got the setup here with Otacon. Making dive plays like this happen is so low risk, and it's really easy to follow up with this Nocturne ultimate coming down over here. The siege
Bro, why is it
real,
always T1 that does this?
is just layering
These
in
fucking
the damage.
psycho-ass
Nazar
comebacks.
is wasted, sure. They end up getting the push
Like, the
in
game was
wall,
so
but
hard
it's
to
not
play.
enough to stop all this
But they
follow-up
found
damage. Canyon has
one
to go
thing to
untargetable
target, and it was
early.
Ruler,
has
and it
to
worked.
flash out, and here comes that cross to the members who are in the mid lane just moments before getting that other pick. And Joby, he does work, but it's not enough, and this might be the beginning of the end of the game.
Wow, this is the first team fight the Ruler's actually been able to play. He does manage to send someone home. Keeper's verdict going to get charged up here by Carrier.
but does instead decide to cancel it.
It was 6-0 in kills, wasn't it?
I was pretty happy to see.
And it was a 4k gold lead to Gen G. Now it's 7-10 and it's a 5k gold lead to T1.
As you can see,
what?
The gold falling off a cliff. 6,000 is close to the lead that T1 has at the end of it all.
They don't have the top inhibitor, which would be fantastic for taking this dragon, but they still have, obviously, the push in that bottom lane, which is going to
30 seconds on Soul. T1 just needs to lock in and fight the Soul and win it.
What will be a Soul deny on this dragon. It's not going to be Soul for them, but would be huge. We'll go back to the beginning of this play. Ruler just shifts away. They ult him.
Why are you saying Trump tariff
I
gold
can just always do this, I think.
US economy.
Because it hadn't really failed to work every other time.
American POV.
Follow-up. Guma is in the top lane, so yeah, they didn't quite have enough damage for the Ezreal this time around, and he does get punished. Well, not him.
I mean, the dragon is quite easy to secure when you're ahead because you have Poppy ult and Nocturne ult, right? It's very hard to get in the pit.
Guy who stand by himself.
So Keria can charge Poppy ult whenever.
We need him to stand near
everyone not get hooked on it.
At the same time, so that this Nocturne
or use
cannot
a wall.
Just press R.
It's a valuable ward there for Keen and Ruler.
Hooks down. That's Poppy ult time.
A little bit wide there as Keria gets in another time, but this time
Insta dive. Galio ult doesn't go off. It's cancelled. Bro, Ruler cannot move. He's out though. Owner's dead. Oh, down goes Keria. Faker's gonna die as well. Doran and Guma. See what I mean? Like, they're so far ahead T1, but in the 5v5, it's very hard to play. They're very hard to play. This is how it's crazy that Gen G through this, but they're kind of back now. They're kind of back.
Then they look for the follow-up CC.
They get the soul. These Nexus towers don't really matter.
The soul
doesn't matter. They'll
respawn home to defend this base. One Nexus turret down, but those
6k up T1. They can't win a 5v5.
Starts off. Look at this play from Keria. Looks initially beautiful. Gets
the Ambessa ult. Oh, it doesn't hit Ezreal.
He kites back, and this
so the Ambessa is so homeless. Look at Ambessa. He's just trying to join. This was a 5v4.
Guma tries to make the heroic play to burst
Ambessa couldn't join the dive.
Keen does work as Ruler returns to the fight.
By the time Ambessa rocks up, it's already lost fight.
Very close fight there. Fantastic initiation from Keria, but this time Ruler was with his teammates, and this time he finally cleans up house.
Yeah, I cannot wait for Ruler to buy a defensive item. I think he needs his Zhonya's. Just buy his Zhonya's.
Alright, Mountain Soul.
For whenever this Nocturne is
Talk to me. We got armor, we got MR. We got armor, MR. Okay, they got a lot of stats that are being buffed here.
Now that you die. And perhaps that's something worth looking into. But as we can see here, under 2,000 gold, now the lead once again is Ona, possibly caught out. He's got a GA, but he doesn't want to lose that cooldown. True Shot Barrage coming in as Canyon dives on top.
Losing GA and ult.
10
seconds before Baron. Keria tries to peel. Doran, he finds Ezreal, but can he kill him? I don't think he can. The dive is so bad.
Now he has backup, and even though
Canyon just ran it. I don't know what the fuck Canyon just did.
And Ruler gets the last laugh in this one.
Canyon getting on top of the back.
I don't know what the fuck Canyon's
they couldn't
doing.
actually offer any damage there when the turn came through. So Ruler's incredibly low, but they can't finish him off, and Canyon sacrifices himself in order to win the fight. As Owner getting caught here initially is such a huge problem because Chovy can TP in, and then looking for
the Baron though, the Baron.
The GA is just not possible with a Galio coming on top of these members. You see Keria so desperately wants this. Chovy just comes in, they taunt him.
Canyon doing here?
Is a little bit late to come through here, gets on the Ruler alone, but look, there's no follow-up. Why? Because Canyon keeps Guma and Faker busy, so even though Doran does a ton of damage, he alone cannot kill Ruler.
Monster through this, but they got it back.
They win the fight, but without Canyon, the question is,
could they
take the Baron? And yes, they did.
Yeah, and the answer would have been no, because Canyon was the one that actually killed Ona after that GA came up. And so like you were saying, it was double duty. He did obviously manage to keep Faker and Gumayusi busy, but also killing Ona meant no smite, meant the Baron goes over to Gen G, and it's now their turn to try and buff up this Red Bull Baron power play themselves. And having a look at the gold graph, Gen G had it moving up and to the right quite comfortably for most of this game. T1 find that beautiful turn, but now Gen G with their selves back in the driver's seat once again. 3.5 minutes until the Elder, ladies and gentlemen, and that may just be where this game is decided. And I don't know whether that is really favored one way or the other, because both of these teams have found phenomenal team fights this game.
The Mountain Soul gives Ruler just that extra oomph. He doesn't have a defensive item, but he doesn't necessarily need one when he has that shield. Now Chovy has an arm guard, so he can make a lot of plays here. Keen, Wit's End, also makes him very difficult to kill. You know, Faker's not doing that much to him. And with the siege here,
Ruler has slow
and steady. Looking
I feel like Guma's really fed.
Onto these inhibitors.
Can Guma not cook this game? He's so strong.
Just trading some shields out.
Look at those Corki items. What the fuck?
Will be able to clear out this control ward.
So difficult to actually engage here as T1 to find any sort of angle.
Does Nefiri fall off, by the way? I feel like Nefiri looks...
pressure on.
Nefiri's giving me like Pike vibes at this point. Looks kind of like...
starting to siege up, but it's fairly slow push here for Gen G.
Yeah. He's trying to keep them busy for as long as possible. You can see this line of wards that Gen G has. If they keep them here for long enough, then they will have so much control over the Elder Drake. They're obviously looking pretty far forward here as the Fear Tether is going to line up onto Duro as underneath the turret they go. Doran is so incredibly low. Still ticking down from that lead, and that is going to be the turret falling.
Carry didn't get the stun.
Trying to get himself out there. Look at that huge shield that he picks up with his Sterix.
One inhib down. Buff the mid wave.
And he's got the Mountain Soul as well, of course. Inhibitor goes down.
Going
just
down.
more of attrition here, being won by Gen G. They transition immediately.
Missed the dive. Poppy ult channeling, Nocturnal channeling. They used a lot of spells there. Who's TPing there? Who's TPing there? Keen!
That one, heroic entrance
dead.
Gets Chovy right on top, and
Owner's gonna die. No GA. Oh, nice hook on the Faker. Zonyas has flash. He has to flash or the game's over anyway. He flashed forward and killed the Nautilus. I don't know if that's worth though. But maybe he couldn't escape if he flashed back. Carry a Poppy ult. Hits Ruler. That might hold the game. Chovy has tower aggro. Zonyas. Doran. Is he gonna get Chovy?
Incredibly low.
Maybe hold the game here. Ruler cooking. 1v2. He's in. Guma versus Ruler. He flashes back. Darius for XP. Darius for XP. They have a wave.
Has an Nexus dart in his
it's a 2v2. It's a 2v2.
Number 3.
Yep. Ruler says sorry to keep
Ruler
you
cooking.
waiting.
Ruler cooking. Miss kill.
Guma has to get the wave. That was the end of it. Certainly
1 minute on Elder. They're gonna back it.
Oh,
that's a kill.
Gets the snipe
50 seconds
carry
on the respawn.
The base survives for now.
And 50 seconds on Elder. They're not going to have any wards.
But this is 2 inhibitors down here, and the base
that's
is
Elder
open
for Gen G, right?
Surely here for Gen G to follow
Doran
later
keeps
on.
missing these dives,
and
but
so
what
many
the fuck was
plays
this
go
TP
down
from
here
King?
for Gen G to try to look for the end. And
TP's
so many
into
of them, I
every
feel,
Galio.
a little bit overzealous.
And then Faker gets hit by a big hook from Duro.
But then he's so tanky. He doesn't have his Sterix, of course, but he still has those
Faker
extra
flashes back,
resistances
does
from
he
the
die
Mountain
anyway?
Dragon.
Probably.
And Ruler
Flashes
is doing
forward and
all
goes
the work.
1-for-1.
Carry and knocking Ruler away is what gives you just a moment of hope, a moment of feeling like, okay, maybe there's a chance T1 could defend this, because he's the one who's doing all of the damage. It takes him so long to get back, but the second
it's an
he
Elder
does,
fight.
like, oh,
Mods,
no.
go back to
T1
life.
are not out of the woods yet, because this guy is insanely fed. It does, though, buy enough time for them to survive.
Mods, go back to life now.
They will live. That flash from Guma guarantees he's up, and they can actually fight one more time here on Elder.
That was a big hit.
Huge smite there from Ruler as
Shojin
well.
will stack.
Very flashy.
Now they have no vision for Elder. It should be an Elder rush. It is.
Nowhere near it.
You gotta get in there, you gotta rise ult, Nocturnal, every ult, you gotta pop them onto the Elder, it's going!
Not wanting to go for any sort of burger flip here, as you can understand.
10k, 7k, 6k,
Chovy,
5k, Nocturnal, Poppy ult, and it's on the 2! Owner's in the pit! Where's the rise ult? It's got cancelled! It's got cancelled! Owner's on the dragon! Owner!
Wasn't even here!
He lost his fight! Game 3.
But the Poppy and the Elder goes down. Faker gonna get eaten by a dragon, and Gen G, of course they are! They're gonna bring us to a game 3.
I think what Faker wanted to do there is he wanted to put a blue orb on Elder. They see it, Nocturne ult in, Rise ult to Fam on the bot side of Elder, and they finish it while all of Gen G are here. But he got cancelled.
We've got one more.
It would have been a monster play. Imagine 4-man Rise ulting to the bottom of Drake with Nocturne ulting on it and just finishing it. Did Duro save the game?
Such resilience in a best-of-3 like this. And they started off this season to be the team to beat, crushing, defending first.
I didn't see who saved the game there.
LCK and LCK Cup champions.
Because what I think T1 is thinking, oh, he just runs out of the Rise ult. I thought what they were going to do here is Rise ult the Fam here and just Nocturne ult in.
I've been waiting for this one.
But he just Rise ults and runs out of it.
What we wanted and more here from T1.
That's what he was going for, right on the pit, on the bot side of Drake to finish.
Now T1, they do get side selection moving.
Oh, Duro hooks the Poppy ult. Oh my god.
But man, absolutely unbelievable League of Legends.
Oh, Spider-Man!
Draft as well, so we're going to have an even more
and it's on Tsugumi Yushi as well. Wait, that is fucking crazy. Are you kidding?
Really thin.
He actually won them the game.
No more Nefiri shenanigans.
He hooks the Poppy ult onto Guma.
It's like the Gwen manages to pick up
and
a win.
Then double ults the carries.
And now these champions not going to be worried about in the draft.
Honor Duro big time for that.
Numbers here.
Look at that hole in the gold difference.
Yeah, that's the Faker hole in
Holy
the gold graph there. there, as he was able to find such a beautiful angle alongside Owner in just destroying Ruler like 3 times in a row.
Such a great Nefiri game from Canyon. I feel like this was one of the better Nefiri games we've seen all year long, and he really showed great mastery of the champion. I cannot wait to see what we have in store for us for Game 3.
Oh yeah. Oh man, we're going to need a bit of a break here to sort ourselves out, but game number 3 promises to be a banger. There's no way that it can't be. Going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break that one down. We'll have game number 3. We'll see you soon.
Bum, bum, bum. Genji T1 is always cinema. I mean, sometimes it's a stomp, but sometimes it's a cinema, yeah. LEC after this, aware. Oh. Yeah, but it's not a bad LEC day. It's Fnatic K-Corp, that's a banger. And actually, that's wrong. After this series, chat, it's BLG versus IG. The Shy versus Bin versus his son. Absolute screamer. It's gonna start in like an hour and a half, so we got loads of time. BLG IG is gonna be fucking hype. Bro's hyping up air? What do you mean I'm hyping up air? That's a screamer. What are you about? That's a screamer. Bum 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 bum. I will say Faker is kind of playing really well today. Normally Faker versus Chovy is like slightly Chovy favored, but today it feels really heavy Faker favored. Bot lane, I think, is like overall even. Top lane, I think Doran's been doing not bad, but Keen's also been fine. Canyon's been very up and down. Fake Zed. That was a good game 2 though. Can game 3 be exactly like that? Bum 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 bum. What is this? Someone changed the music of the LCK intro to the stars. Oh, the old one. Wait, it kind of fits. Need to tweak it a bit. No, that doesn't fit. Nah, doesn't fit now, doesn't fit. Ooh, that kind of worked. Wait, it kind of worked in some places. What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? It kind of worked in some places.
Basically won the game after that.
The ending was a bit of clutch, yeah.
I was very confused by you saying badgers, because you mean the Twitch emote, but I was thinking of the animal.
Oh, well...
which doesn't...
Also, wake up, badgers!
Well, I don't know. Do we have any badgers,
badgers
watching?
Are there badgers in
Well, they should be, because this game was awesome! I'm very happy we go to a game number 3. I was a little worried. Ruler did, in the middle of it, make it a lot more exciting than I think it needed to be. But, man, these two teams do not want to lose against one another.
Yeah, it was actually hilarious that at the end, in the voice comes, Diro was actually flaming Ruler for that mid-shifting towards Nocturne.
As he should.
Hell yeah!
He shifted towards the wave!
Yeah, and
with
also,
no flash!
You know what? You know what? Yeah, there we go. It's gonna happen here. And, yeah, right? Oh, it's not in this case.
No, because this is
this
starts off great,
Oh,
right? Like
that's
we're
true.
first. So this is Faker getting caught. It's a T1 classic that Faker isn't really caught, but in this case he is. They were actually looking for a bait with Carrier, but I think Genji was further ahead on tempo. And when Genji is playing a game like this, you know they're gonna be feeling great. But instead of doing the Dragon or the Otacon rather here, Genji looks for a fight. They don't quite find one. Because this game up until this point was pure Genji, right?
Yeah, one of the classic Genji style.
No opportunities, no gameplay.
Oh, Ruler.
No nothing.
Yeah, snowball from the laning phase, and it was most easiest game
Ruler.
from Genji here. I mean, I think the way how they snowballed the game throughout the laning phase, and also it was really cool to see finally Naafiri killing everything. Last time Lucy showed up, but this time around, everyone was actually waiting for Kenya's Naafiri as well. You know, we already knew that this guy will be popping off on this Naafiri, and yeah, I think this is the way how you use Naafiri aggressively, and then it worked out pretty well for the Genji.
That was nearly fight down on the bottom side of the map. The second time, Drake got involved here at 31 minutes, where... Oh, just yet another mess of a fight here between both sides.
It really was, and you might be wondering, where is Ruler, you know? We're not showing that you a second time. Every Gen G fan is already dreading the moment. So instead, we want to go to where Chovy actually saves the game, because this initial setup looks quite good. Faker goes in to try and cancel, but gets caught in the free-man taunt. And Chovy actually is going for the same build that we've seen on many other champions, where you play really heavily towards the Rod of Ages spike. Yeah. So it means he does real damage. Went for Swordpan boots as well.
Yeah, that was actually kind of, I don't know. If Faker didn't cancel the Galio ulti, I think it could be worse. But after he cancels the Galio ulti, I think he kind of misclicked because of the Zhonya's. And I think after that, he got taunt, he got airborne. So that's why I thought T1 is going to win that fight because of the Riot's free damaging. But yeah, he got taunt. And after that, Gen.G was sweeping all of the T1 members right there.
Yeah, it's crazy how easy it is for Gen.G to win a fight if Ruler isn't immediately dead. The way he was in mid-game.
And remember, even in that last replay that we showed there, he did not have flash because of the blunder that we were talking about in mid lane, where he stepped up on vision, no one around, Nocturne ults him, he dies, they lose tempo, and theoretically lose control of some of that game. But then that huge team fight there worked out their way. Gen.G eventually, after a very epic close out the fight.
What I do love is that all of these drafts, I feel like, have merit and have actually either players on champions that they're really comfortable on, a clear idea behind the composition, and I'm expecting that to kind of continue into Game 3. If you look at how many top-tier champions are still available, obviously some of them are going to be way too high prio, right? Something like Jace, I don't think we're actually going to be able to see. But things like the Cassante might make it through, even though it's dropped in priority. There's still a ton of junglers available. Maybe we'll see a pinch.
Yeah, I mean, the OPs right now are, what are the OPs? Kalista, Varus, Vi, Jace. Jace is in, right? Jace.
Guma has a ton of champions that are extremely proficient at, but
Sejuani.
We did kind of gloss over the early Corki laning, which was one of the big reasons why Gen.G got the big lead.
Well, news just in.
I think
T1
is
has
quite strong
selected
right now.
blue side. We have seen
T1
a lot
selected blue.
of substitutions throughout LCK Cup. We got to see one last series, but no substitution here. Guma and Ruler will battle it out. 18-18. One of these great AD carries will take the lead in their head-to-head.
Faker's in his jacket.
We got Faker celebrating 12 years. Will it be with a victory, or will it be Gen.G spoiling the party? We'll find out here in our final
He's
game.
sweating with his t-shirt on. Faker just sitting in his jacket.
Send it back on over to Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you so much, Digon. And yes, I think we're ready for a game number 3. And I'm actually incredibly glad that there's no substitution. I think that keeping these 10 players in this situation is what's going to guarantee the biggest banger. And I love Smash, but this is Guma's beef that he's utilizing. And honestly, now we've evened the stakes between him and Ruler. I'm pretty sure, although I think it's 17-17 in match score, or is it
18-18?
Sorry, 18-18 in match score or game score?
I think it's game score, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Ooh. Either way, it's one of them that's going to have an advantage no matter what.
It feels like it's not that many, but remember, Ruler took some time away, so yeah, that's I think part of why it's so few games. It's 36, but you know, so few games.
Yeah.
Either way, T1 choosing blue side here will have pick priority. This is one of the reasons why leading into today I did predict T1.
Okay, we're into draft. Talk to me.
Top of the day too. You know, I'm not going to pretend I didn't. That I would have swapped my prediction. But now, you know, we're moving to this third game where T1 do have blue side in game 3 when we have 20 champions, Fearless banned here, and so many mid laners.
Okay, Varus, Kalista.
You know, the AD carry pool obviously thinned out quite a bit as well, but with the picks that Faker likes to
like
play,
the 5 champs that are like classed as strong right now.
We might see it again.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what
and the draft crashed.
is actually going to happen if we get a draft. We're not going to get it immediately. We're not even going to see the Varus ban. I'm a bit sad that we don't get to see the Varus ban. Normally we do get at least a Varus ban before we get the draft happening. Yeah. This time around, we are just going to hop back into it just to make sure that everything is A-okay and we get some cool shots of the players as well. As Ruler here is like, no, take the camera off me. I know Ruler, like those couple of Ezreal moments I'd prefer to forget.
Ruler on camera there is just moments after he stood up and took his headset off and screamed like, ARAM,
oh yeah, they played the game 1, right?
And the draft was canceled. And then he like sat down, like put his headset back on calmly.
Yeah, Aurora's pretty strong.
No, we're gonna do it.
And then the camera guy's like, damn, how did I miss that?
Kai'Sa's pretty strong.
The ref was like, well, if Faker accepts the request, we could do it, but actually in the client, there's no way to fearless ban the champions that have already been played to do ARAM, so we're gonna have to play a regular game. And
yep. Unfortunately, we don't have Tournament Realm Howling Abyss actually enabled, and then Rule's like, I wanted Magma Chamber! And then he's going to say, well, unfortunately, Magma Chamber doesn't exist. So we're not going to have that one. And now we're trying to load up Twisted Treeline, and we'll see whether we can get that one there for you. I don't know which players are going to be evicted from the map, as that is
his client is completely fucked
from a very long time ago. As Marta and Tom actually having some giggles here, as T1 looking in pretty high spirits as we look forward to getting into the draft once again. As you can see, the player's not quite in a lobby just yet, and so we are trying to speedrun towards that as quickly as possible. But I think it's kind of nice.
It would be
that we get a little bit of respite, because these last 2 games have been the most intense that we've cast all year, guaranteed. And it's regular season match 1, T1 versus Gen G. If this is what we have in store for the rest of the year, it's going to be a good year.
I have been one of the biggest complainers, for those who've been following me through the LCK since I joined, about early T1 Gen G matchups happening often on day 1, because I'm like, we don't have the full synergy of these rosters, they haven't settled into the meta, etc. But this is at the end of the week, so there's been a little bit of build-up. But also, almost every time these teams match up against each other at the beginning of the season, it's a banger game that goes 3. It's incredibly close. It's down to the wire. The one late game decision decides the game. Very rarely do we have blowouts between these two, so this is kind of going with that trend. And it's always been very hype to watch, again, all of these veterans clash early on in the year.
I just cannot wait to see what happens here in game
or not?
I think this is it's an absolute treat that we have Fearless Draft as well, because we get yet another opportunity. Oh man, we do have a chance of getting another classic Faker pick. So it needs to be, it can't be Azir, but it can be Orianna.
Can be.
But it was 998.
That's a big deal.
It was 998 in the last game, wasn't it?
It was banned, of course, last game because of the synergy that was set up there in the draft, but maybe they'll go through this time around. You don't necessarily have to have a Nocturne or in a Fury to pull it off, but both of them are, of course, Fearless banned as we move into this 3rd and final draft, where T1 does have blue side.
Okay, play that music again.
Yeah.
Play the
Do
violin.
we see the Varus ban? That is the question.
I think so.
As we're diving into
so
it,
Rakan
we've got
is
the
out.
blue flashy, and it's Yone instead.
Yone ban. Nice ban.
Well,
bait and switch.
They can force Gen G to ban it, since some of those other prio picks are gone.
Yeah, I do think it's first pickable now.
Also in, right?
As Vi, obviously,
with Nara and Bessa going down, that's a lot of counters to Xante out.
Although
Aatrox next.
It was the counter into the Xin Zhao. I'm like, oh, maybe it's the Kha'Zix angle. You know, last big Kha'Zix from Canyon. Something absolutely crazy.
We have seen crazier things, and literally that thing that you just mentioned before.
Yeah, that was in one of the T1 Gen G finals.
It would be a keen Xante angle, yep.
Where was that? Was that the Konglung final? I think.
Yeah, I think it was. I think so.
The draft crash again.
Fantastic finals between these two teams, but
okay, Ashban,
Ash
nice.
is gonna
okay,
get removed here first.
That sounds
again,
like Kalista Varus.
Saying you're gonna ban
Prio is up.
Side.
Yeah,
we're gonna
okay, Kalista ban,
please.
Or I mean, you could ban Xante last, and then look and then
that final ban
trade Varus Jace.
Being Jace
nope, ban Jace last
once again. So no Jace in this series.
Do you ban Varus?
It has to be Varus. It has to be Varus.
Varus is just so strong in lane, so strong in terms of setup on objectives, and Guma
is T1 really about a first pick Sejuani? If you do that, you're gonna get hit by Nidalee.
We're known for this pick.
But Yone's out, and so is Jace.
Sejuani is now up and available, something that Owner has been very, very good at. Not exactly making everyone super excited or anything, but
they're gonna first
Sejuani
pick
has been very powerful.
They're gonna get hit in the face by Nidalee, I think, though.
Looks like the Jack's still available.
True.
Very flexible.
There it is.
Surely Canyon's gonna go Nidalee.
This is definitely a lot of value to come over to T1. Of course, you mentioned the Jax, but Camille is up. Like, there are plenty of things that you can synergize.
What are you thinking,
really,
Nidalee?
really well.
Or are you thinking like Xante, Ivor, and Smolder or some shit?
Aatrox still up and available as well. Something that Keen and Doran have been great at in the past.
I think that could be where Keen goes blind here.
Ooh, could be an opportunity. Canyon also wondering what he wants to take into the Sejuani. See whether it is something a little bit more aggressive, perhaps. Maybe it's a Trundle angle. No, it's probably not a Trundle angle.
Victor mid.
Victor. Okay,
wow. Okay, that's a denial pick from Faker.
Oh, man, are we going to get Victor Orianna?
I doubt he's going Nidalee now then.
It certainly could
probably
be.
He's going like an AD jungler.
What comes with this? Like, I wouldn't be surprised
like
if
a
Canyon
Maokai
just throws a curveball and locks Elise in, you know, and just says, look, I'm very good at this pick. I'm confident on it. I can outplay the Sejuani with this.
Doesn't he have a Lee Sin look in his eye?
He does kind of have that look in his eye. He has that little
a glint. There is a glint.
Maokai
You're
time.
absolutely right. And it's going to
be
Lilia. It was a Lilia
Victor
glint.
Lilia.
And that is not the 2v2 that I was sort of banking on. Certainly two champions
counter
that are very,
top
very
here
strong,
has good value.
but we're going to need a whole lot of AD to come in from the rest of the map.
You need a good AD top.
It's two squishy AP targets as well that aren't going to do very well if they get caught by a Glacial Prison.
What is Faker playing the Victor? Does he go Orianna? Victor Lilia. There must be a champ to cook there. Sylas?
Strong in this situation
Akali?
Against these squishy targets.
Caitlyn Lux, Caitlyn Karma, what is
Caitlyn.
it?
Guma pulling it out.
Guma just slammed the Caitlyn.
I mean, when it's Guma, I think that maybe it just brings Caitlyn down to real life.
Holy shit, he just
this
slammed
guy
the Caitlyn.
is so incredibly good at this champion.
I mean, when you have Sejuani for your front line and, you know, you have these two squishy targets who aren't
great at getting on top of
Caitlyn,
that is pretty disgusting here with Sejuani first pick and Rakan out.
Out of the trough, but there's almost nothing that can stop you in the 2v2.
I like that a lot.
That's left available in this game.
What does Dora and what does Keen have into Jax that's AD that isn't Poppy?
Necessarily for that creativity. The Jax feels obvious with the Sejuani.
It's gonna have to be Cassante, isn't it? But it's not winning.
In this game,
I feel like GP might be the angle, you know? If he's I feel like if he's confident, it has to be a GP angle.
Oh, Cassante comes in instead. That makes me feel less excited. I think the GP was a masterstroke there, Wolf. I think that would have been very, very cool. There's already a lot of circles that we can see. That have been put together, but instead, Cassante, I mean, it's Keen Sante, right? Like, this is definitely something he's been very, very good at. He can absorb a lot of pressure, but still.
Also consider
mids
like they don't really have any tanky members so far.
I don't really know what Genji's cooking in bot here.
Ruler, or rather, if Duro plays
Kalista out, Varus out, Ezreal out, MF out, Ashe out.
Get crushed by Caitlyn in lane, so
Jhin out, Corki out.
For having some sort of backbone,
I think Kaisa is
does make a lot
getting
of sense,
fisted
and you can
in this
stave off
lane.
the pressure of this.
Jinx would have been a good response, yeah, but that's out.
Better. And the Jax as well.
He has Sivir, Kaisa, and Zeri.
Here.
Yeah,
Ruler super famed for this pick.
Yep.
At least
not going to be able to match the range. As the Pyke ban is interesting. Like, why not ban Lux? Because I imagine that's what he kind of wants to play here.
Well, you know, they will have counter pick for Duro, regardless of what it's going to be. But again,
maybe he just goes Xayah.
Really
but I don't know if I like
these Caitlyn lanes that's left available right now.
Maybe Sivir is the best.
Try to punish her out of lane, I think, more than winning the 2v2.
And the crazy thing is, I kind of feel like Genji probably want to just lock Karma or something like that. Something that can go toe-to-toe in lane.
That's what I'm feeling.
I don't know. Like, whatever he picks is going to suck unless he's got something
what
crazy.
Do you play Karma with?
But I don't even know what that crazy thing is.
Doesn't sound too thrilling, but I do think you need some sort of really consistent late game hyper carry like a Zeri if you're going to compete with this T1 lineup, with the AP lineup that you have already. Like, you really need something that's going to do that consistent damage. I think Jinx would have been perfect.
The worst thing to pick is probably...
Obviously banned away.
I don't know what the worst thing
Ruler
to pick is.
looking a little quizzical.
Oh,
Ruler has no idea what to pick.
It's a Twitch angle. As it's a
Xayah.
Never mind, that's Xayah angle.
I hate that, you know, because I think you can blind Braum now.
If I'm honest with you, I think
they could play Xayah Lulu. You could also go Leona.
In the early laning phase, it's safe, but it's just very low range in general.
What are you doing, you rat?
Yeah, it's the range problem that is going to be there. Of course, with Jax and Sejuani already represented, having Featherstorm is going to be pretty important here for Ruler to try and keep him alive.
I wonder what Faker will end up playing here.
Oh, Caitlyn Bard
coming through feels good here.
And the Victor, it's really good,
This lineup again for Genji is very low range.
I mean, Bard,
so
Caitlyn is
really
good
easy
with
to
the
set up
trap ult,
combos
right?
with the Sejuani ultimate.
I really wonder what Faker's cooking here.
Use the Fate to fish for Featherstorms as well, if Ruler is ever
Is
out
it
of
like an
position.
Akali game, or are you just going to slam like an Orianna or a Hui?
In the last game, he was somewhat out of position.
You might get your Orianna Dream here. I mean, Jax could be a ball carrier.
Yeah, actually feels pretty good.
It's quite decent into Victor. Talia somehow surprisingly still
very
up.
Standard.
Yeah, it's kind of
with all these bans, and actually will feel pretty good here too. And when you have the Xayah on the other side, champions like Talia feel so good because you can bait out the ultimate, and once it's gone, you just know that Xayah can't play the game. She can't get to the target she needs to hit.
I mean,
it is Ruler. He is very, very good at this champion. It was sort of
not
the
many
meta
good range
where
ones, though, I think.
Ruler really did make the game kind of unplayable for everyone else.
Chat, I'm going to run ads. If you don't know what ads, you can use the T1 on Twitch Prime and
Duro
channel if you want to back
was
for the game.
known to pull out the crank in challengers. In fact, I think it was he who did it when we had that big meme where I just...
Yeah, I think he was actually the crank.
Yeah. And Duro, I mean, he's very good at this pick, and I think it does, to a certain extent, kind of save the laning phase if he could hit those hooks, if he could actually make the plays, because Lilia isn't necessarily going to bail you out of that lane, unfortunately. A lot of other, maybe AD junglers could have actually come down there and really put the punish on to a really hard pushing Caitlyn. You can lane swap once. You
Let's see what Genji can cook, but Genji's comp I'm not very sold. Top gets outscaled.
The first ones to swap and deny
gets pushed in.
Well. So there's a lot of ways that I feel like this early game goes incredibly well for T1. It's a T1 Guma Caitlyn draft. It's the Guma fans' dream, right? It's exactly what you want to see. I think there's a lot of agency.
It's a boring comp, but it gets the job done.
A ton of damage. It's just not safe damage. You know, it's the damage that
those drawings are crazy.
The burn from Lilia and Victor will tear through anything, but they have to live long enough to do it. And with the Xayah being so low, she can clean up if she can live long enough to do so, and that damage does come through. It's a lot of ifs, but I think it played perfectly. There's a really high ceiling with what Genji put together.
Not to mention, the crank always means that if you get a pick, you can kill someone. That is just what happens. Picking off the Sejuani and Jax going to be a problem, but elsewise they have so many options. As Genji, I think a risky draft, but one that they can make work. Let's jump into the Rift for Game 3.
All right, lock in.
I love this. It's actually a competition between our fan chants here in Lowell Park. T1, I think, still louder, but Genji is starting to catch up, right? It's like we're not just T1 and the rest when it comes to the fandoms here in the LCK.
Xayah Blitzcrank into Kaden Bard. I like the ghost on Guma.
It's crazy. I remember in 2021, you know, I felt like we were talking about how the Genji brand hadn't taken off yet. Yep. It didn't have the same oomph to it that the Samsung legacy had. It wasn't quite there yet. But after Genji won a lot of LCKs, a lot of titles, I think the fan base kind of exploded and grew. And I think even though it was quite popular still in 2021, where it is in 2025, 2021 Wolf couldn't have imagined like how big this team would have gotten and how successful and consistently successful it's been across multiple rosters. Really only matched by the team they play against on this very stage right now in T1.
I think HLE as well, getting a lot of fans after their LCK run as well as the first stand.
Yes,
so
3 worked grounds right next to him.
Starting to set ourselves up with a lot of pretty established orgs here in the LCK. It's great to see. Strovie and Faker fighting one another. Faker with some pretty good close range rocks there, as we can see. Victor really wanted to have Death Ray available. A trade of skill shots. Dura missing, unfortunately.
Gumayusi used Ghost already to get some autos in.
I think you can miss a couple of Peacemakers and be okay with it. You miss a hook, you lose a third of your mana, and it's a long time before you can do anything ever again.
When you miss the Q at level 1, you're just a pillow to punch, you know?
Yep.
Ruler has 0 CS right now.
Down
and his jungler's pathing top and enemy jungler's pathing bot. It's a rough one for Xayah this game.
It's too risky and isn't going to opt for it, so you miss that one, and then Caitlyn crashes the wave, and that is the Caitlyn lane, and that's why Blitzcrank can counter Caitlyn if the hook hits, and that's why, I mean, not counter, but at least give
getting a lot of these minions, though.
But when
you actually got a lot of those minions.
It's still Caitlyn doing what Caitlyn does.
And Keen able to walk out of the way of this counter-strike. We'd have to keep our eyes on this top lane. I've always really liked watching Doran play the Jax. I feel like he is one of our better team-fighting Jaxes, even though, you know, Keen has sort of made his name as the
enemy
side
jungle's
lane
top, Doran.
Jax monster. Doran really just understands how to weave in and out with his counter-strikes to get as much value as possible. Have a looking here towards the bottom side of the map. Ruler actually, after that wave crashed in, only missed one in comparison to what Gumayusi was able to pick up.
What skin is that on Bard? That's the T1 Bard skin. It's Carrier's own skin.
For sure.
Doesn't Duro kind of look like a bad guy from Xenoblade?
Yeah, a little bit. He does have some serious turn your chin down, glasses go white kind of anime villain energy. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, he is good at that. And then the Blitzcrank skin is what I was talking about. But Duro, like you were saying, like just himself certainly has a bit of that in.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying about the skin though. But
yeah. I swear I fought one of those.
I feel like
playing last night.
Duro, if he has those anime glasses on, there's a lot of screens behind him. You know what I mean?
Okay, both mid TB back.
On the wall.
Chobi's going Roa.
All right, Peacemaker coming on down, and T1 once again.
First
this is going to be the first plate. This is just exactly what Caitlyn and Bard are supposed to do together.
Yeah, and even though they can't break and then topple Duro,
full clear base.
They can't push him in.
What is Owner doing? Diving bot? No, he's just warding, right?
Range just isn't that large, and you can just kind of walk around and everything's fine.
Oh, that's a big hook. Oh, that's a big hook. Can't make mistakes like that.
Alive, the flash comes out,
Can't make mistakes like that.
And then
and he's dead. Carrier trying to play
Carrier just went to ward. Ruler will die though. Owner cancelled his base.
Duro going to be able to get the knock up there, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but I think Gen G are okay with how this one has eventuated. Gives him the good old thumbs up, and finally does take down the Xayah.
Yeah, so that's the hook you're looking for. That's the one.
That kill helps Xayah out a lot in this lane.
You get that angle, you do the damage, you end up getting the kill. I think Carrier and Guma felt pretty comfortable because Owner was in the area that they could actually commit to this. You can see where he is on the minimap right now as Carrier wraps
this
around.
was really bad by
Guma just barely caught by the edge of this. It's a nice angle on the hook from
That's
Duro.
so bad for the Caedrel
Guma
lane.
just instantly deleted. Sure, he lives longer here, flashes, plays it well to try to buy time for Owner's rotation.
Nice hook by Duro.
He still ultimately dies. Because Owner rotates over,
Owner's delaying his tempo a bit, getting this kill.
Than he could have otherwise done.
I didn't see bot wave. How bad is bot wave?
Yep. Canyon going to be able to have some extra information with the fact that Ono did have to head down towards this bottom side, but it looked like there wasn't a lot on the map to be capitalized on, outside of the fact that Canyon was then able to get himself a couple of camps in the lead.
Seemed to be bot.
Yeah,
okay, Genji's chilling.
him, due to the fact that there's a small creep advantage, but still an advantage to Owner.
Big freeze mid for Faker.
In terms of the gold between these two. And still fairly sizable CS advantage there in the bottom lane. And you see Guma is heading up top side now where Ruler and Duro have swapped themselves. Grubs spawning in 15 seconds here. And this is where the first fight will inevitably erupt. In terms of advantages and level 6s, nothing really to write home about right now.
Yeah, bowling ball, spotting.
So they're pushing top and going 3-man into mid.
Just yet. Oh, he's not here.
Chovy is in a really uncomfortable spot, but the rest of the team are going to move on over. There's the
flash.
Gets the knock up.
How did that work?
Hook,
the root didn't hit.
Unable to quite find it here as Owner goes out.
What the fuck, Carrier?
Weave as well, just to try
Q
and
flash.
save
Oh my god, what?
And T1
he like flash E'd, and as he autoed, the Sejuani flashed.
Flash there from Carrier going in.
But the root didn't hit from Xayah.
As we are just going to reset here a little bit.
Double stun
is pretty big.
Yeah, you can see
Sejuani doesn't get 6. Flash Q doesn't hit. Ruler's fighting Guma.
Guma wanting to get a few of these
Guma
autos,
kills both of them, no?
Into the fog of war. Duro is in so much trouble. Knockup does come in as Canyon.
Canyon's cooked as well. No flash. Big plays by T1.
Trying to offer the damage back. Owner is
Genji's,
in trouble, but he's
Genji's like fighting down levels.
A disaster for Genji.
Xayah is like 1v1ing a
Caitlyn. For them
Caitlyn.
to start it off, but this comp is so squishy. And Canyon, no real way out of there, tries to get over the wall and head his way out, but just is caught after Guma chases him down. Faker picks up that kill and
almost got the Bard.
Ruler is still Xayah into Caitlyn, as it turns out.
He was playing that one very, very well, though. I was a little bit worried for him.
The ghost on Caitlyn is quite nice, huh?
Of course. And one thing I was really worried for is Chovy's positioning was not great. Having a look at here now.
Double stun. Ruler uses his combo on Owner.
Nice,
Canyon flash Qs and misses. Oh, Duro hooked the grub there. I saw it. You saw it?
Guma has a massive health advantage and can push him away, so he can't offer any damage back as Duro goes down. Then Canyon takes a
Canyon flash Q missed. Duro hooked the grub.
Just right into the waiting arms of T1. Tries to get that kill counterwise onto Owner, but is unsuccessful. So there being a big win here and 800 gold. The lead now for T1 plus that grub advantage.
Yeah.
Well, actually, they didn't secure any afterwards, so I take it back.
Okay. Well,
lost the cannon.
Chovy is going to throw down the gravity field. And Faker going to get caught up by that. And the hook comes in once again.
He's
2
dead,
turret shots onto Carrier. Chaos Storm means
big kill. Just like that. Easy clap.
The last tick of Ignite. And he's going to get flung back with the seismic shove, but he says he does not care about that.
Okay, Caitlyn goes
bot.
Man.
This guy's blitz. Game 3. The
Chovy has
youngest
TP
player
soon.
On the Rift.
The least
and he's made so many plays.
Yeah. And that's, you know, if you pick Blitzcrank, you've got to be.
It's crazy how they took one
plays.
grub. They all fought to the death
successful ones.
For one grub, and no one else has gone to grubs now. Everyone's just back to normal.
Like Ruler watched MSI last year, and he was like, "Give me a support that can play the crank." That Lehens guy was doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, I remember that Lehens guy. He was pretty good.
You guys have a history of some crankers. Yep. I need one.
Some crankers.
Oh, man, I remember that show. That was great. Crank Yankers. It was just about prank calls. It was very weird. Anyway, Duro's going to get caught out. Oh,
that
the
trap hit is dead.
Just barely. Not going to lock him down. And that's even without Merc Treads or anything like that. Duro able to make it out after the Cosmic Binding did come in.
Scary time, but does get out with his life. The lead is kind of faded here for the moment.
Yep.
Just 200 gold now. Doran will catch some of this and go back up again, but next fight likely to be on this Dragon, where T1 have a lot of vision at the moment to control wards and a ward on the entrance. from Genji's jungle.
Lost a few minions there.
As finally we're going to take
Tenny gets 2 grubs.
Yeah,
Owner gets
there's
1.
Owner
Drake's up.
taking the last one, and yeah, it was a bit delayed, but in the end it is a bit of a trade here.
This
so
Victor has Merc treads, Ruby Crystal, Sapphire Crystal.
The feats of warfare.
Completely useless full tank for now.
Kills, of course, going over to them in that phenomenal skirmish. As Duro wanting to look for a hook there, but Carrier just takes a magical journey. He's going to be okay. Possible crank angle.
All he needs now is grasp for the full fucking...
Flashes his way over. And I think one of the biggest benefits here of the fact that Duro's been playing super aggressively, the early game went okay, is the fact that Ruler can actually exist in the lane.
Yes.
Because it could have been way worse.
Absolutely. That one hook that he had really helped stave
Victor STP.
Off that
Level 8 Sejuani.
Substantially.
Is he diveable?
Here is Cassante.
Yeah.
So
is he diveable?
I'm not sure if this
if he wastes his W, oh, he wastes his W.
He has the all out as well.
Oh, and he didn't waste it. He's killing Doran.
Doran underneath the turret,
and debated.
It was all a bait, ladies and gentlemen. And Doran even grabs himself the kill. Teleport here from Chovy just to try and make sure that they can get some of this experience and deny the extra plate.
That's the Doran angle. Not sure if misplay or the biggest bait of all time.
and I reckon Canyon was sitting there. He was like, oh, that's what I should have been doing. Just using him as a bait this entire time.
Well, that's going to be plate gold
Victor
going over the top lane, going to the mid lane as well.
But Faker might get hooked here in rotation.
All right, well, Duro is just going to light him on fire. Lands the hook there. Bowling ball is going to connect.
Well played by Duro.
Seismic shove to buy some space, but Faker's getting sleepy. It's getting late in the day, and Chovy
kill for
burns
Chovy.
him down with the
Some
death
stacks for
ray.
Victor.
That should
Q
now
evolve
be an
soon.
angle on the Dragon if they'd like it, but the bottom lane for T1 is pushed really far up as this
few
cannon
plates,
minion
not
finally
too bad.
will be taken down. Keen unable to get that one.
So much plate gold,
Drake
even
easy
with
as
Duro's
well.
punish there. Starting to feel absolutely worth as more money for Guma, more money for Faker. Doran's picked up so much.
Ooh, that minion.
I think Ruler needs a base and come bot and bail them out of this fucking horror lane.
Continues to eat away at
But it looks like Chovy's going to be the one to do it, and Ruler's going to move mid.
It's a late first Dragon take here, but it will be T1's as there's no answer from Genji whatsoever as more and more gold goes over.
And it's so likely that T1 just pick up feats of strength as well, because this Caitlyn not taking first brick just means that she's not really being Caitlyn. Gumayusi has historically been very good at being Caitlyn, so it's likely that they're able to make that one work. Doran as well here in the side lane, if left unattended, will just bonk this down with his lamppost.
Yeah, I cannot, I mean, it's crazy.
I mean, Genji is just scaling.
They are
just scaling.
We'll have the counter
losing plates and scaling
in 2 minutes time, but I mean, we're still building them up.
Yeah.
Right now they have, if this one cracks, which it looks like it just barely will not, it's 3 plates here topside, 1 mid, and then 3 bottom. I think Doran will likely get that crack on this plate with just a little bit of minion touching it.
It's the ridiculous part is the fact that Genji have got nothing.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't been able to get any control of any of these lanes.
They just need to farm on Victor
Even
and
with
hold
the
on
picks that they've
Cassante for a bit. Doran's pretty strong though.
Walking up, and we'll just get pulled back. There's another all-out here as Doran is going to take another turret shot. This time, he's dead, ladies and gentlemen.
He's got biscuits. He's eating his cookies.
And Keen not going to
biscuits are
overextend
so
because
OP.
Owner is obviously right in position.
Wait,
Carrier tempered faded himself preemptively.
What?
Yeah.
Did he just bartled his own hook?
Did that on purpose?
What the fuck?
Not 100% sure, but it
what?
looked cool in the
What
end.
just happened? Did he try and bartle Blitz
Owner
or
was
something?
there with his ult
And then Blitz flashed it backwards and hooked him, and he got hooked into the bartled?
Bait by Doran into another
What
kill
happened
on
there?
Keen.
Mods?
Hex flash.
Yeah, looks for the hook
I think
angle.
that he
During,
probably
I mean,
bartled
you just
Blitz,
gotta
Blitz
take
flash
those.
back and hooked, and then it went on the Bard.
Not actually going to be able to find it though.
No, not this time.
Otherwise, I'm
Man,
confused.
I'm proud of Keen. Even though he's about to lose his turret, feats of strength are going to go over to T1. If that was me, I would have been running into that alcove and I would have 100% died and been tilted off the planet.
Yeah.
Instead, Keen
patience.
Is just able to walk himself back. It is going to still spell the end of his turret, and Doran will be able to get so much extra gold here. You can see 1.5k and feats of strength. My God.
Yeah. 1.5k feats of strength. Doesn't change the fact that there's still 3 plates down in the bottom lane either. You know, Genji weren't able to get anything cross-map from this. They tried to make the play mid.
Jax is quite strong.
Tempered Fate, totally fine. The Hex Flash into the hook doesn't connect.
Jax
Guma's
is
got
quite
his
fucking
collector
strong.
Online. Seraph's about to transform here for Faker. And T1, similar story to game 1, pretty significant early game lead.
Well,
nice
there's
cleanse.
Captain Jack from Ruler. Doesn't want to use his ulti, happy to use the cleanse, and just walks it off. No Feather Storm required. That was nicely played, but still, that is a bigger cooldown in the cleanse.
Complete counter.
1k gold in plates?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yep, that's 9.
Whoa,
Gavishi gonna
Guma.
flash, as Duro
There was
is
no one there,
really
but I guess he
getting
didn't know
so
that.
much use out of this Hex Flash. I could not be more proud.
Yeah, and
Trophy has been
nearby,
farming this whole
which
time.
Of course, Guma didn't know, but
he is
getting
just
into his
fucking
head
farming.
a little bit with that one.
Yeah, and getting a Caitlyn's flash at this stage of the game, really, really nice.
Yeah, we're heading towards the trough now as...
All right, another hook and
Oh
another
my
flash.
god.
Another one. This guy just
Duro
keeps
is in their
making
head.
these plays happen. He's just where he needs to be, and he threatens. And again, this time there was at least Ruler nearby, but I don't know if necessarily Keria 100% dies there.
Okay, now one more flash. Get
he
fakers.
just
Come get
isn't
fakers.
sure. And he's like, better safe than sorry. So now both bottom laners down.
Forward
The
ult.
Tempest
Talia
Fate
combo.
comes in. Has to
Nice
flash
flash.
to get out of the way of that
Doran
seismic
here.
shove from Faker.
Run.
T1 now all grouped up. Doran is so scary as well now that he is grouped. And Keen is on the top side. Teleport in hand. But it does mean that this dragon in a minute and a half is what T1 are kind of looking for.
Yeah.
Not a lot else to fight for as far as his bottom
Ruler's
lane is
playing his
concerned.
own
But this
skin,
tower
right?
should just be going down. And that is what T1 are looking for. They're just trying to open up the map, take as many structures as they can.
I mean, with the natural prio
Samsung
Caitlyn
Saya
gets
versus
in bottom
T1
or
Bard.
mid or in top, if she's lane swapped up there, they're just saying, okay, Caitlyn's fine. She'll start to narrowly stack up these advantages. Lilia can't punish very well. Let's just come and hover around Doran on this Jax and just let
Why
him
are you
kill the
calling me
things.
Unk?
Oh,
Yeah.
he's top lane. He's pushing all the way up. Owner Shadows lets him kill the things. Bottom lane, they group. He kills the thing. Like, he's most of this gold lead, really, just from killing all these plates, killing these turrets. 1.5k the advantage over Keen. I mean, he was a slightly ahead Jax, and now he's giga-fed.
Okay, this Herald should be
This
free.
is a very ahead Jax.
Victor is still quite
but
weak.
mainly just from
Oh, he's TPing. Are they going to fight it or what?
Having a jungler that was ready to help him out as well. Him and Owner have actually played this one
Okay, if
extremely
Cassandre
well.
can stop Jax, it's pretty good.
And now the Rift Herald just
feel like
going
if
down
Jax rocks
slowly
up,
but
it could
surely
be a-
here. Canyon in
I wonder if
position to
Doran's seeing a
try
lot of
and
gold, though.
contest. Seismic shove going wide.
TP from
That
Cassandre
gives
quite
Canyon
early.
An opportunity to go in.
TP from
Information
Jax.
advantage here for Gen G.
Canyon.
As it is going to be Owner with the smite. An
Chain
early one
CC'd.
there, unfortunately for Canyon, as Owner has to flash
No
to
hook.
get out of the way. Keen tanks
They need
up
to
the
stop the
seismic
eye.
shove nicely. And he is not going to be
Sleepy
able to
time.
engage as they get some information.
Doran.
There you go, Carrier.
Doran.
Looks for the Tempered Fate. Does lock down Keen. Oh, Doran actually the first one to fall in the fight. Keen
Cassandre dead.
eventually
They don't
falls
get the
down as
eye.
they trade top
Pretty good for
laners,
Gen G, to
but
be honest.
Owner is going to be safe. And it's a 1-for-1 with the Rift Herald going over to T1.
They couldn't get a kill there,
Really
T1.
close fight.
Well, the Cassandre was
T1
good, but
ultimately walk
feel
away
like they
with
were-
the prize.
that
Yeah, I think the
Blitzcrank was
eye
a
is
rat.
now going to get picked up by Faker.
Yeah, it looks like.
Got a bit of a drive-by there.
Actually,
Wait, did he? No.
nobody got it.
Where is it?
Nobody got it.
Oh,
Just didn't get
I
the
thought he
pickup.
was early enough. Never
Yeah,
mind.
I thought so too, but fight was long enough, I suppose. Either
All those
way,
plants are good.
secure but no eye.
Hit the plant faker.
Ends up being
Nice.
a trade. They still get to keep their 2,000, now nearly 3,000 gold lead.
Well,
Go
there
back
is
to the
no,
play.
there is no
Owner
eye
gets
Herald.
the
Let's
smite.
have a look at it one
He
more
flashes
time.
out
Yeah, they're
here.
just, like, look at how early it was secured.
Hook miss
There's nobody
from the
can get
flash.
on top of it. It's just still waiting, still there,
Owner's
still there.
on blue.
And that's what they were playing. They were playing.
Where's the Bard ult again? He
defend
goes on
the
Jax,
eye.
right?
Looked really scary for Genji actually for a moment. Keen
And
gets
then
shot
Talia
back
combo.
through.
Okay.
Everybody's so safe over this
Yeah,
wall
Guma
here,
couldn't
the
really
blue
hit.
buff wall for T1, so there's just no punish. And Genji smartly, after that kill, get the hell out of there. So trying to force the way to that choke point against this Talia would have been further a disaster. But they do defend the eye and see that it's just going to be T1 grouping to Dragon now with the Prio. They just have Prio seemingly everywhere where they need it, especially. And it's this Jax, this Caitlyn, that gives them first rotation. That's going to be the second Dragon. We'll see what soul we get. Maybe your Cloud this time. Nope, that's already a first one, so...
Yeah. Oh,
Infernal.
2
It's going
Drakes.
to be Infernal Soul. That
Infernal
is a big
Soul, yeah.
deal. Very, very dangerous dragon.
Victor's Roa is 4 stacks. He
As
needs
T1
Legendary
just
still.
continuing to stack
Victor
up
needs
advantages.
more time.
Yeah, we saw that it was a 1-for-1 trade. Genji were able to stand toe-to-toe, but unfortunately, the result was T1 get a little bit further ahead. The problem is also, they're the ones getting turrets. They're the ones with shove
Chat,
in
stop
every
counting
single lane.
cannons.
And they are so good at
Stop the
playing
cannon.
around this Caitlyn situation, right? Where they have the sieging capabilities, and Genji are always
Why
having
saying
to play
-1? He got it. He got it.
reactionary.
I just wonder, outside of Duro getting a pick before a team fight breaks
That's
out,
all you do before you go to
is
sleep,
Lilia
chat. You don't
really
count
going
sheep,
to
you count
be the
cannons.
champion that could set a team fight win up for you when you're down on vision? You know, she's just so squishy. Like, for her to come in and try to set
Flashes
up a
are coming
sleep,
up.
she needs
They have got
a
Blitzcrank
arm
flash on
guard at
Caitlyn and
least.
Bard
Or
advantage,
Zonia's
like,
a
for, like, the
stasis
next
would make
20
her so
seconds
much
if they wanna
more
cook.
safe to try to make that type of play, but it's so
But
expensive
it's like
to
flash
budget
hooking.
that in.
But it's
you know,
hard.
you're ahead slightly over owner, but you're not in a position where you can budget that extra gold right now very easily. It feels so expensive to do so. And then otherwise you're just kind of reliant on
this Jack's just 1.6k gold up, but I look at his items and I'm like, yep,
he's
not that useful still.
I think Duro is going to have to, you know, do some heavy lifting again, grab somebody right before a big objective, then maybe they can get that vision. Otherwise, it feels like the trough, you know, we're getting out of it. Guma's about to hit that 2-item spike. Faker is looking great. Jax was already a threat in sides because they allowed him to be in the early to mid game, but in the late game, we all know what he could do against a Cassante when he's this far up, and you leave that guy alone for just a few seconds, turrets will disappear.
Yeah.
So T1's going to play the Dragon game.
Is where a lot of the T1 chips are in. As Keen standing on top of a ward, that is not what he wants, as he should be able to absorb some of this CC, but not able to absorb all of it. Eventually has to flash, and will use it to get out of there. But the rest of T1 now grouped up. They've got a minion wave, and they've got an inner turret, and they have 4 people looking to try and take this one down. Canyon spinning, Duro's getting on in here as the Tempered Fate will lock down 2.
They ult him to finish the tower.
Tower is not one of them.
Another kill Keen.
Trying to spin around here, looking for the lilting lullaby as
Doran's gonna die.
Will
1 for 1, but they get the tower. Heal from Carry was a bit late. Faker
versus
Ruler.
Tale as old as time, but this time Gumayushi
Chovy might get top tier 1
with the ace in the hole. That is
unless Faker bases in TPs.
There from Ruler.
Yeah, Faker versus Ruler in the middle.
Another flash.
Always.
He just missed. Faker didn't even flash, but he cancelled his base.
Faker versus Ruler in mid lane is always a classic. Been some big moments across.
So they will get top tower for that flash.
We're still in first match of regular season. The trade here will be
Genji on
get Chovy to push and take out this turret in the top lane.
They lost a lot of bot waves, Genji.
So much extra
pretty good for
there,
T1. Faker might have void staff from this top wave.
T1 just
yummy.
Well, if Genji are going to play it slow,
yummy.
We'll just group on this Jax, and he will kill a turret. And that's kind of been the name of the
2
game this entire third and final one.
I mean, it's just this Drake
fight,
isn't it?
300 additional gold, gets the flash out of Keen. This mid turret
R2
also doesn't feel too sturdy when you consider how easy it is for T1 to group and take that one out as well.
And another really dangerous thing is the fact that T1 have stacked up 2 dragons and they've taken in a turret in the bottom lane. They have so much control over the bottom side of the map.
And their turret's full health.
Yeah. Every one of their turrets except for top,
up in XP against
which
Jax.
is where Chovy
even though he's down
had to be in order
gold.
to try and take that one down.
And it was 100-0.
So healthy.
Yeah, I mean,
okay, the victory is getting really strong now. This victory is becoming a problem. He has all of his evolves. He's level 14 and a half, and his ROAS ticking in 3 stacks. So in the next like 3 or 4 minutes, there's going to be a level 16 Victor with 2 items. That's when Victor is completely unleashed. And look at the level difference. Faker, still like a 5th away from level 14, Chovy's halfway to 14, and he has Roa. So that's going to be a level 16 to level 14 Telia in the next couple minutes. So Genji is going to be in a pretty strong spot, unless they die before it. I think Genji might win, you know. This victory is going to become a fucking demon.
Genji, I think they have an Otacon on the mind. I know this is a team that were struggling to work out how to make the best Otacon plays in the LCK Cup.
I forgot about that.
But
is Genji forcing Otacon? Are they fucking fried? Why are they forcing Otacon?
A lot of damage.
What?
But Ona, he's got an itchy
big hook.
They do manage to land the hook though. The Weaver's Wall comes in, and Faker is looking to try and defend. Mikhail's onto Duro.
They're still going. Their victory is Thanos in like 2 more waves.
This Otacon under 50% health.
Drake's in 30 seconds.
Just let it reset though. There's no way to try to take this one away. It's just going to leash back to full health. And, you know, with all the damage done, Genji likely to give this up and back away.
Now they have to base and run to Drake.
Ward there, but it's on the other side of the Otacon wall.
Yeah, Doran sneaking around here
Holy
as well.
Shit.
I think, you know,
Kenyon has 3 masks.
Because now you get the faster push to mid. You just take out this final turret. Although
it's a good build, actually.
Shy on
committing.
Luckily for Genji, Keen had full health.
Oh, Victor is so close to being OP.
One
more stack on Roa.
is available.
Yeah.
And this is the real difficulty, right? Because Genji cannot give up soul point.
But because T1 committed to that mid play, didn't go for vision instead, didn't get the turret, Genji actually get a little bit of vision.
Give him the XP mid. Give him the XP on the wave. Keen, don't take the XP.
Start to work, in theory.
Yeah. Ooh, bowling ball. Barely going to miss on a Faker, but does land on a Gumayushi there, as we can see. I think they're wanting to get
Bardult on Chovy.
Looking for Chovy, but
flashes, doesn't get trapped in time. Chovy, down goes Faker. Oh, the flash sleep. Guma has no cleanse. Flashes. Big Victor ult.
And Doran just trying to play this one defensively. Genji finally.
Genji got the Drake. They got Faker, and they got Faker, and Guma's flash. Genji's in a really good spot here.
Ooh, nice
And watch
little
Chobi's
glitch
level.
from
He's gonna
that
proc on Roa right now.
Not a lot of follow-up.
Right
Yeah,
now.
it's pretty
Now.
tanky.
Boom.
Cassante, they're gonna
Level
turn this
16
into
to
a
level
turret as
14.
well.
That Victor is scary.
Caedrel nearly caught by
Really
that hook
scary.
from Caedrel, but we'll get out. Didn't have the
Holy
flash.
shit.
But yeah,
There's a
this
level
fight
16 Victor on the
is
map.
really about Genji having control and having the setup. You can see how far away Guma is. He has the push in mid, but they can clear it so fast. It's a Victor who's got his upgrade on his E. So yes,
Chobi gets caught, but the trap doesn't go down in time. Too far. Big hook onto Faker. He also flashes and dies.
Pushes Faker in. They grab him, and then
I think
T1
T1's in big trouble.
to retreat. They do get away, but it's going to cost them their turret as well as the
Big,
dragon.
big trouble.
Yeah, the lilting lullaby there from Canyon, the flash Q to make sure that Gumushi could not keep free hitting, had to play full defense mode. So important.
Just keeping him out of the fight is really
Chobi has no flash though, so Bardled the Victor, Caitlyn trap, one shot. T1 have to do it.
3 items
if
on
they
the
can
way
do
for
it,
both of these
they can win.
carries, both of them scaling so well into the later stages of the game.
Because all Victor has to stop that is Zhonya's, which is fine for Caitlyn.
Gumushi does have.
Chobi did finish Rod of Ages, but
Chobi is
also
so fed right now.
had
He
a
just
whole
needs
level
fight.
lead on Faker, so finds himself 2 levels ahead of his opposition. Finds himself 500 gold ahead on top of that, and is able to budget that extra arm guard into his build, can turn that into his Zhonya's later for additional safety. Make no mistake, there's an insane amount of
gold
damage
lead, but it
packed
doesn't
into
really
these
matter.
3 champions, the Lilia, the Victor, and the Xayah, especially if T1 end up going close to them and are unable to
I think an
secure kills,
Atakan
or
could
if they
really
look for a
help
pick,
T1 right
fail
now.
to get it, and then walk
An
in.
Atakan would cook.
Hook gonna connect. It's not exactly your favorite hook target there in the Jax, and that is why Duro immediately said
Base from Canyon. Is he gonna finish one of those masks? He is. Riftmaker.
Didn't have to invest too much though. Did press the ultimate button, but as you can see, it's a blitz ult. It doesn't really, it doesn't have that long of a cooldown.
Even with the Otacon and Baron up here, Genji feels comfortable they can reset. There was no mid wave either for T1 to
Volume
take
increase.
the mid turret out. They're trying to with Guma, push
Volume
that
increase.
one in now, but Genji
I think
should be
T1
able
should
to
try and get
defend.
an Atakan here.
The
No
top side
flash
vision
on
T1
Victor.
it's,
Bardled
pretty
up.
crazy, and
Control of
they're
top
not
side.
utilizing
Top
the
wave
start
pushed.
objective just yet, although, as I
And
say,
Faker
goes in.
Yeah, there's a brilliant
Trap!
fate there
Hook!
onto
Hit!
Chobi.
Not enough damage. They use Bardled. The load is gone. TP from
I
Keen.
don't know whether they really want this because Keen.
Now Genji steps up a bit. Doran, Cassante ult. Oh, doesn't go over the wall. Maybe Doran can survive. Hook misses. Sleepy time on Faker. No Mikhails. Keen fighting Doran. Keen low. Doran has nothing. Jumps to Guma. Everyone's alive. Or
I don't know about that one.
Chobi.
Really wanted to kill his ex-top lane player, but no one is dead.
Yeah, but this is the time where T1 have to
Owner.
reset, and Genji are going to look to try to take the Baron. Back from Owner, I think. Oh no, wait, he hasn't fully channeled, but he is backing. He has no vision.
Don't
so
recall.
waits
Blue
for
Orb.
this.
9K.
Could attempt to steal as they don't know that
8K.
he's there. He has a
7K.
control ward too.
6K.
5K.
5K.
Yeah, Carrier is the one that checks.
Faker fighting Ruler.
Ruler
ults. Owner jumps over. Ruler flashes it. Knock. Faker's gonna die. He does a lot of damage though. Fresh out of base comes the Jax. Hook onto the Sejuani. Has flash. Flashes. Chovy on the side. Not that much mana. Does he take him down? He does. Stunned midair. Hook. Not up. That's Baron. That's Baron. I think Genji is running this now.
That might have been
the scaling.
game-winning moment there for Genji. It's not over yet, but grabbing Baron and Otacon off of this is going to be huge.
T1 had one big chance with the Bardled. They threw it on the Lilia, but the Lilia was too far away.
Up and fight just doesn't seem realistic. Owner doesn't finish his back. He decides, I'm going to stay here. We have to try to stop this. We have to stop the Baron. Otherwise, this game will surely be lost if they take both objectives. They feel priced into the play. This is moments, of course, before.
That was their play right there. Too far, too far. I think they should have started Atakan
and pulled back in, and this is never going to be
and made them walk into them.
For T1, I love this teleport from Keen because it keeps T1 kind of trapped here. Then they end up getting fragmented and split by this Cassante. Doran takes a ton
I feel like when you're running into them, they're too far.
The center of the fight here with his ultimate coming down as he chases T1 away. From here on out, things get really awkward for T1 because Owner's alive. He knows they're likely doing Baron. Carrier has to come over here.
Faker sends it for vision. I think he thinks they're finishing it.
To stop this objective, but they're just not grouped up. And even though Ruler
Carrier's
doesn't have the
too
greatest
low.
callback here on his feathers, Baker
good turn
is
by
in
Genji.
no man's
Good
land.
flash
He
by
is
Ruler.
dead.
I don't know if
Owner
he
is
saw him,
zoned
but
away,
that flash
and
saved
Genji
him.
likely to get both objectives off of this, and that might be enough to really push them over the
Oh,
edge.
T1 are flipping the Atakan. They have to, they have to, they have to, they have to. Show me a Bardled. Show me a Bardled.
The Drake was picked up
They need
by
some
Genji,
XP.
but Genji also get into position to try and fight for the Otacon. Remember, this is not
Trap line. Bardled misses. Sejuani ult misses. Smite doesn't, but the roses. It's the flowers! It's the flowers!
Genji,
get all the flowers. Oh my god.
So T1,
oh my god.
They're the ones
Victor's
that
level
get
17.
The buff, but unfortunately they don't get the extra flowers that
They
are
need the
scattered
flowers.
all
The
over
buff
the
don't
floor.
matter.
I really want to see how
25% on these grubs and drakes don't do anything at this point.
We'll have to wait and see. We were in a replay when it happened, but the smite was a little early
That
there,
flower
and Owner
shit is
secures
so
it. So is it going to be the biggest? As you can see, Genji are the ones who have all the blood petal stacks here. The secure of the objective not as important with this one as it is with the Voracious.
Chovy's halfway to level 18.
And also, I actually
scaling.
misspoke. I thought, like, when I looked up to the top of the screen, I saw, like, there's an Infernal Dragon that was taken. That was the one that was taken earlier.
Yeah.
Genji just took the Baron and then went home.
Yeah.
And T1 booked it to the Otacon to try and take that one. So
that was
still a bunch of fight left in this team.
It's really
There's a
risky
3-level
to go
lead in
straight
mid.
from Baron into Otacon at that moment. A T1 are rushing towards it. But if you just back and T1 get on top of it, they have an opportunity for a crazy fight like this. They're not favored here necessarily. But when you look at the Otacon, look at how low it goes. It goes down to 1,000 here. They wait.
Oh, 670.
Chovy just did his job. He stayed inside and pushed and got XP and was greedy.
Goes over to Owner.
Faker tried to force
this one. And
get
they
the
leave.
game
The
snowballing.
plants, of course, do go over to Genji, so they end up getting the blood petals. They will not get the additional objective stats.
I feel like Duro's had a
really
really good game.
Genji are okay with this situation. However, they lost a decent
Duro's
amount of
had a really
Baron
good game.
from that contest.
Yeah. As Duro looks for the hook on a Faker,
He's
gets
been
another
smurfing.
flash. This guy is just taking flashes all over the Rift.
It's insane how many he's gotten.
He is the crank, man.
He is. He's 8 out of 9 KP this game. He is just having a fantastic time. But Genji, with this play, they push Faker away. That's a lot of the wave clear gone. That's a turret dead.
And 3.5k is the Rebel Baron power play here as well. Doran trying his best to get some split pushing happening towards the top side of the map. I got actually very confused in that initial fight where
when there's a
Canyon
certain amount of people, the chat
not
becomes
actually
mega
glacially
ill.
prisoned because it was a Captain Jack McHale's from Duro
Captain Jack.
that makes sure that he's kept alive.
That was a
then he's
wild
hit
moment.
by the Tempered Fate, and it looked as if he'd used his Zhonya's, but he didn't have one of those either. So it was a very confused play-by-play commentator.
While he
Still
was
a very good play from Duro.
While he was also using his Eep to try to buy some space and distance in that moment as well, which almost made it look like he buffered it there. Back
Oh,
in
yeah,
come
that
back?
would have happened as well. There was a lot of things
there's a lot
stacked
of
on
things.
top of each other.
Well,
Faker, right now, so close
the
to a
good
death
news
cap.
is the
So
Victor's
close
hit
to
a wall,
massive
right?
amounts
He's
of
level
damage to
18.
break
He
through
needs
this
Void
front
Staff
line,
and
but Genji
Rabadons
having
now.
an
He's
insane
kind
amount
of
of
spiked.
control at
The,
this
the
moment
good
in
news for
time.
T1 is
Play
they
so
can only
cautiously,
really
wants to
recover.
farm that
Talia will
last bit
slowly
up.
come
He
to
has a
level
Void
18.
Staff and Sork Shoe, so
If
it's
they
about
can
as much
hold,
damage as he
get
can
LDR and
onto
Rabadons,
Talia. Once that item is
chance,
completed,
it's not
it's going to
over.
be a huge spike for him.
It's
And
just
this
like the
game is
Victor
not over
scaling
yet.
was at a
Genji
point where it
haven't
was so
broken
much
open the
stronger,
base.
but now he's
And
hit
we're
a
still
wall.
2 Drakes apiece.
He can't go past
On a
this.
banger series,
And it's
this
going to take a
has-
while
has
to fill
already
these
been,
item
but is
slots.
continuing to be here.
So while he's at this wall, the Talia needs to start farming a
Going
lot.
to be around the Baron. Whoever gets that gets Soul Point on top of it. Going to be absolutely huge as Canyon comes on over
Because they
and
were
says
winning on
thank you very
XP.
much to his
But
former
the
top
XP's at a
laner.
wall, now they need to win on gold, Genji.
And Ona now looking for Chovy. He'll get him.
There's
Chovy,
no
remember, does
teammates.
have the Zhonya's and has
they
a
got
gravity
Cassandra
field as well
TP,
that he
not
can
bad.
put down.
And Sejuani and Bard aren't known for 100 to 0ing a Victor.
Yeah, and they're going to teleport for their trouble as well. Actually, pretty good for T1.
Yeah, actually going to be really happy with that. As, you know, ults, the ult is used for Owner, but on a relatively low cooldown will be available for the next fight easily.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's really huge for T1 that they were able to get so many of those turrets early. If they weren't able to do so, it'd feel so oppressive. It'd feel like they didn't have that many angles. Sure, they'd love to have some of the standing gold if they were up, but gold is still relatively even. At 32 minutes in, 3,000 gold means way less than it does at 15 minutes in. And again, Faker's looking for that final spike here. Death cap completed. Level 16. He's been 2 levels down on Chovy, but he is going to do massive damage.
Rabadon's on Talia, level
Maybe
16.
That's set up by Keria.
Slowly recovering.
Genji in complete control right now, but all it's going to take is
But
one clutch
yeah,
play,
Genji has
big
one more
fight
bullet
here
in the
for
chamber,
T1,
right? It's
and
the
they can win the
Saya
upset
IE.
here.
I think that is going to be a fucking
It
headshot.
is 90 seconds until that dragon spawns, and Genji are stacking
When
up
that happens,
that adaptive damage.
like Victor's been like
30
stagnated, you know.
seconds until the Baron
But that
as
Saya
well.
Infinity Edge
Right
is the
now
next
you can
bullet.
see there is a smattering of wards of the red variety there on the north of the map. Not a whole lot focused around the Dragon, but the Baron really is going to be the big prize. Ona taking the blue buff on Vision here as well.
It's not possible really for T1 to,
Does he have it?
to get that deep vision cleared.
When you
At
see
this
Saya
moment in time,
recalling,
getting the blue buff
that's
is all
when
they can hope
trouble's
for.
coming. Until
And
then,
maybe if Faker's given some time to push out that top
alles
wave,
gut.
he could try to wrap around, set up a Weaver's Wall, but if Genji play this slow and safe, it's so hard to punish them right now.
Yeah. So now, 2 seconds, Baron going to be up. Keen
lane.
Has access to a blast cone here, going to activate it, gets himself towards
He's
the
waiting
Baron
in base.
pit. Now, Ruler is waiting for an item. It looks like Infinity Edge is extraordinarily close. 4 items now done.
That is a headshot.
If Chovy shows up to this Baron
that
with
Zaya
the IE
is
on
fucking
Ruler
dangerous.
and Canyon on this
Now
Lilia,
Victor passes the
Baron
torch
just
to Zaya.
disappears. So
He's gonna sit on these items,
T1
like I said,
constantly have to
at
be
level
checking.
18
They
for a while.
constantly have to
Eventually
be
he'll get
trying
Void Staff, and
to
eventually he'll get
leapfrog their
Evidence.
vision
But now Zaya
into
takes
the
the
pit.
torch.
That control ward denying Keria
The good news is Zaya doesn't have
access
LDR.
to seeing what is going on here, but they have to stay in this vicinity. When Chovy is missing, he could be TPing in to start the Baron at any moment. He is missing now. Might buy a Void Staff before he
Guma
shows
hits
up.
4 items as well,
I do
but
really
I think
love
these
this from
Zaya
Gen
4
G,
items
though.
are
They're using
stronger.
Cassante to clear wards. And I think that is exactly what they need to do, because he is the one that
These
can
Zaya 4
actually
items are
tank
crazy. He went
if there is an engage.
No, he went Void Staff.
There's the Void
Oh my
Staff.
god, look at how quickly this Baron goes down. Owner is trying to get into position. They have the weave as
Owner.
well. T1 know exactly what's going
Bardal
on.
stops it.
He's going to delay the fight for a little
3K.
while. Down to 3,000.
Flashes over to Cassante. W. Just cancels it. 3 HP. Keria steals the Baron. Keria steals the Baron. They gotta get out. They gotta get out. They gotta get out. It's a 1 for 2. Kuma's running. Ruler ults. Knock up. Faker has flash. He has to go over the wall here. Kuma's holding for the line. He's trying his best to hold the line. He doesn't get it. Faker lives. East. W's keen. Pushes him back. Q. Very low on HP.
He cannot kill him, and
He's gonna have to recall here. Faker or TP out.
The teleport to get Faker.
3 health. How did Keria get it?
But he won't be
How did Keria get it?
Yeah, he'll have some
So
Baron-powered minions to
Gen G will get mid and Haven, probably go to Soul Point. Maybe they only get mid tower.
Look at how quickly he can take out this turret. Once it's gone, he should be able to.
You
then
could
take
see
out the
Owner was
inhibitor.
sprinting
Faker
away
gets
from
some
the
health
Cassante.
back.
The
Maybe come
Cassante
over
was
here trying to contest, but I just don't think it's worth it.
smashing
Too
his
risky to win
R
the
key, but he
1v1
couldn't
against
get it
the 4
because
items.
Faker
Zaya
stopped
down
him.
he goes. Go back to this moment
Watch
here.
Sejuani and
Owner is able
Cassante.
to slink his way into the
He
pit.
wants to
Crazy
ult
gets
him out the
hooked
pit.
here. As they saw him
Bardled,
ult,
everyone
and then the
stops.
ult comes through
And
from
now
Keria.
Keen
Divide
versus
up time
Owner.
and space
Owner
here.
flashes
Look
over the
at
W,
this
and look at
Baron
Keen.
as
He wants to ult him out.
team's
He
knockup
can't
is
get
in
it.
the pit. There's
Just
nothing
gets
they
it.
can do.
3 HP.
3
It's a Bard
And it goes
splash
to
auto attack
Keria.
on the
But
Blitzcrank.
unfortunately, Owner
It's
is
the
on the wrong
cone
side of the
auto
fight.
from his
After
fucking
this
meeps
does
that
get
gets the
taken
Baron.
off,
Are you
and
kidding?
Ruler is going to be able to help carry with Chovy. There's so much damage in this Gen G lineup when they're in range.
What
And
the
when
fuck?
T1 has to
Meep,
walk
meep.
towards the Baron and get into that range, they're all going to die, with the exception of Faker, who barely
That's
gets his way out
crazy
here
that
with
that
a nice
happened.
setup of the
What the hell?
Earth. And one more
Okay,
quick
I mean,
back.
look,
Has
now
to come in
Talia's
and
level
teleport to
17,
escape.
almost level 18. Guma's level
Man,
18.
what a fight.
The
What a
items are
close
matched.
situation that was, but
Okay,
Gen G
the game's
still
slowly
walk out the
recovering
victors.
to a
Even the
playable
Baron is up
point.
for T1, it's only on that Victor, and they're not in a position to really siege the
Yeah, the
base.
ads
They
are
lost
cooked
their
with
inhibitor
6
in
minutes on the
turn.
ads.
And
So
triple
07
Infernal
to whoever gets hit
to
by
be
it.
picked up here by Gen G as well. They
These
get
games are going
themselves
too
the Soul
long,
Point.
and the
That is a
fucking
big
pauses
one,
are
and
fucking
man,
too long in the
Chovy
draft.
with the Magi Soul Steal a purchase. Here at
Maybe it's fine, though.
37 minutes into the game, he's
6 minutes, 20
3-0-6 somehow. I actually feel like he's been in awkward positions throughout this game, but never once has he
Talia
actually
level 18.
fallen.
Jack's level 18.
He's been positioned.
Why is Ruler not
he's
building
positioned
LDR?
himself
He's
in
going
these team
fucking
fights
PD or some
very
shit.
well, and has layered a ton of damage in, and has
Maybe he
spent a
doesn't
lot
think
of
he
the
needs
game
it,
in
but-
sides, just kind of clearing these waves.
It's like
and making
LDR
sure
is
they
just a
have
super good item
full
because
vision
of base
control.
stats, isn't it?
Now getting control over the Baron pit again, but less relevant here since T1 has the Baron. And Gen G, it's with this composition,
Rapid
they have
fire.
a decent amount of siege, but with the low-range Zaya, it doesn't feel like they're going to be able to do a whole lot when there's no objective up. Their biggest prize, of course, is going to be that next dragon.
I feel like LDR
when it
is
does
just
spawn
fucking
here in
OP
3.5
item
minutes.
late game, no matter
of course,
what.
the next Baron, too, could be an option for them as well, but it's going to be a bit of a low state here as T1 just try to defend these mid-waves. If they make a mistake,
So what do you do
if
now
Gen
as
G are able
Gen
to push
G?
vision up and maybe even wrap
You
around
can't
some of
really
those
do
members
anything,
trying to
right?
clear the mid-wave.
3
There's
minutes on Drake is your
technically an
soul.
angle,
They
but I
have
feel like
Baron.
T1
There's
know this
no
game isn't
objectives.
over yet. They're on the back
You
foot
can't
here,
actually do
but
anything.
They can buy themselves one more team
Unless
fight,
someone
likely.
fucking
Again,
runs
without
it
any
down,
accidents,
there's nothing to do.
in 3
Only
minutes
thing you
time
can
to
really
get
do
another
is threaten the
opportunity
pick on
because
Talia,
Gen G just cannot
or try to
siege them
four-man someone
with
who's
this comp
spot if
right
they're
now.
too far
Too
up,
low
that's
range.
it.
And they're
You have
also
side
gonna
lane
have
plays,
6
that's the
items
only
on
thing you can
Gumayusi
do.
extraordinarily quickly. 6 6 items already.
But as long as T1's not inting on side, then nothing's gonna happen for 3 minutes.
Okay, Caitlyn is really gonna do a lot of work and has
and
so
Guma's
much
getting to
range
6.
in comparison.
Faker's going like a fucking
about,
Shadow
Genji
Flame
are
or
really
something.
gonna have to full commit if they want to be able to take down T1.
I mean, there's one flank ward that's now getting eliminated by Genji. That was one other angle T1 could have had to try to punish some of these pushes. Genji is playing it very safe. It's one of those boring Genji games, you know, where they just don't make mistakes.
I think the game will be decided on the Dragon.
But it's you know, in terms
if
of their
T1 can get, I don't know who wins at 6 items, you know, like at full 6 items, who wins this game?
And so T1 just kind of sit back,
Jax is
clear
super OP on side
and wait
lane.
for that dragon timer to run out.
Maybe Gen G
At the same
still
time as
wins,
the
but I don't know.
Baron.
Caitlyn is
And
fucking
what they
busted.
have to avoid is getting caught up in the moment, right? Going for a play like that, because right now, like you're
Caitlyn
saying,
Jax is
they
great,
can just
but
suffocate
Victor
T1
Zaya
out,
is insane.
Get themselves the
I don't know.
Infernal Soul, get themselves the
I don't
Baron,
think he'll
force
get
T1 to check.
Sejuani's on 2 items,
But
you know she's not getting to
we've
6.
seen some teams take some liberties on that
Some
front
big
in
items.
the past.
6 item Caitlyn.
Finishing his build now.
5 item Jax.
In the position to do a ton of damage in these
You
fights.
sell the Magi's if you're
Level
Chovy?
18.
No, he's probably just buying blue pots,
But
right?
can't
The
fight what
Victor
you
is so
can't see.
stunted. In the last 10 minutes,
Gen
he's
G
gotten...
have so many control
He
wards.
went from
They've got
Blighting
Rhino
Jewel to
wards
Void Staff
through the center
and
of
bought a
the map
Magi's.
as well.
That's it.
Maybe
He has no Rabadons.
This ends up being a
I feel
trade
like he
of
needs
objectives,
Rabadons, but he
my
can't
money's
afford
kind
it
of
for a
on
while.
The Infernal Soul is being the more valuable and more permanent objective at this point. Yes, we are 40 minutes into the game, and one team fight will probably just end the game either way. I think T1 will probably just have to follow Gen G and fight them directly. Just so
you actually sell Roa
this inhibitor is also
and buy
still
Rabadons?
down.
Is that like a
will
thing?
respawn though before the objectives, just barely.
Yeah, Gen G really putting their cards towards this dragon, which will go down so extremely fast. I like that Ruler changed position there as they
Faker?
think that they've caught Canyon.
Yes, Mikhails.
But the follow-up is just not there. Faker. Good
Okay, I think he
Mikhails.
tried to
gonna
get the
Mikhails so that he doesn't fall asleep.
the
But
Lilia
Owner is
flash
gonna get
before
slowed
Drake
down.
so they can
Chovy
Bard
on
ult her on the
flank
next
angle,
sequence because she has no
flanking
stopwatch.
Victor, and they look
Oh,
like they've
Guma stepped up
caught
way too far.
Gumiishi. The Chaos Storm goes down as they take the
No
magical
vi-
journey to get
What
to
is that
safety.
TP, Doran? Doran, no!
From Doran, who dives in on top
Oh, wait,
of Chovy,
playable?
does keep himself alive. The Tempered Fate to save the top laner.
They lost Owner
and
flash.
it's all just, please, can we disengage on
40
both
seconds on Drake.
sides?
T1 got
And
a base and
will
come out
agree
quick.
to terms.
They got Blitzcrank flash and Victor
ultimates
ult.
used here. Ruler
30
and
seconds on
Keen,
Drake,
The big ones
30
left
seconds on
available.
Baron.
Sure, Doran's got his, but he's a Jax. That's not an ultimate to write too much
I
home
mean,
about.
Gen G
20
could just
seconds
stay
until
here
Baron. T1
and
are
do
the ones
Nash
who
on
have to
spawn.
reset. There's fruit here picked up from Gen
And
G.
give
They're
the
gonna
Drake.
sustain their way back up, and they may be able to start this simply on spawn. They do so much damage, Atlas, to this. We saw it last
Midwave,
time.
midwave,
That was
midwave.
even more items on their
Far
side.
still.
T1 have to
Uh-oh.
rush over to contest.
Lilia sleeped on up,
Every
Lilia
time
sleeped
these
on up,
bowling
Lilia
balls
sleeped on
land,
up.
It's so dangerous.
Guma lost his
Wilting
ghost,
lullaby
which I think
still,
is such a
with
big
few seconds left
summoner spell to
before
have
that
in these
comes
late
off
game
cooldown.
fights.
Doran on a flank again.
Doran Elixir of Iron.
Keen, not really a target that he's looking for, but
Owner
Ruler
taking
is
a lot of
right
damage.
up there.
Keria doesn't have
Actually,
Bardle for 5
the amount
seconds.
of damage these
Ruler got
Feathers do is
chunked.
absurd.
Losing
And
flash on
Chovy as
Guma
well,
Keria
just
hurts
pushing
big
them
time.
back.
It's going to be a trade deal.
Try to take this out.
They're going to take the
Down,
Drake
trade
and
it
go
for
Soul
Infernal
Point and
Soul.
lose
Their
Baron.
base is
I mean,
the
it's
one
not a
that's
bad
open.
trade, you know,
And
but
T1
I don't know if you can
It's not even
hold.
Soul, so the Baron
Can T1
so
hold?
much
Oh my
more
god, the ads are
important
going to
here
run
for
it so
Gen G at
cooked.
this point
Listen,
in time.
you're going to get hit by
Absolutely
ads in a
will be
minute
able
and
to take
45
this
seconds.
one.
I'm sorry.
And
If
I
you want to
think that
skip to another
T1
stream
just
or
said,
something,
"Look,
now's
we're
a
not
good
in a
time.
position to fight this."
I apologize
Yeah,
in
we have a
advance.
decent amount of wave clear. We defended last time around with our
The
own
delays
Baron,
in
your
draft
siege.
fucked it.
Take the next best thing.
Take the next
100%.
best thing and try to back away. Try to play this one out for the next objective.
Tier 2 is
But
good.
surviving this
They
is
still
going to be
have
a little bit
Bard
more
ult.
difficult. Last time they didn't have the siege, but this time they have super minions at least.
Can they take
I was
inhibs
so
though?
terrified. Like, Ruler was
I don't know if
kind
they
of
can take
frontlining
inhibs. I mean, mid
in
inhib
that
is
last
kind of
home. Was
doable.
also kind of frontlining right then.
Mid inhib
as
is
the
mega
ace in the hole
doable.
doing a bunch of
But the
damage
thing
as
is,
well, as
if
you
they
can see,
start
6
sieging,
items
like let's
onto
say they walk
Gumiishi.
up
They've got the
and
fully
Blitzcrank
upgraded
threatening
shoes
to
as
get the
well,
tier
and now
3,
we've got 6
Talia
items
will
coming
ult,
in for both
and then Blitz
teams.
will get
Having
Sejuani
feats of
ulted and he'll
strength
just die.
feels a whole lot better.
That's it.
Because you get those extra stats on top of all of the
So
money.
I don't know if they can
that
get
is
tier
being
3s
picked
with
up on
Talia ult
both
being up.
sides.
Chovy is
And
pretty
Blitz
far
having
up
no
here
flash.
without any teammates. He could
Chovy?
be
Wait,
a
Chovy's
target
fucked here, isn't he?
of T1s. He just teleported
Isn't Chovy
too,
cooked?
so
Oh,
They're scared,
Doran
they're scared,
actually
they're scared.
not opting in for it. Didn't have full information.
They're
And isn't
fucking
going to
scared.
risk it. Man, I agree with you, man. I thought
This
that Chovy was
Cassante
dead.
is giga tanky
But
as well
does
now.
have Gravity Field. Is actually pretty good at keeping himself alive when he's jumped on by a single
I think this Baron's
melee
not going to
target.
do
I
anything.
thought maybe Carrier Magical Journey's
I think
over
we're going
and
to be
eventually
waiting
catches
for
up
the
with
next
him and then
3
just
minutes,
gets
4
collapsed
minutes till Drake spawns again.
Doran without a lot of
I don't think anything's gonna happen.
Just doesn't want to throw the game there. From his perspective, that could have been exactly what happened. As
Unless Doran gets caught here.
Potentially. Here he goes.
Is Doran caught? He has a war jump. He has a pink, yeah.
Back of this one as he's just walking towards
Talia ult is down.
Predicting the Weaver's wall timing.
Was thinking that Faker was going to come on over.
They have this bot wave to play on, and that's about it.
Regardless, but still, they do get that cooldown as
Oh, Lilia caught.
Gonna get flicked back, but the
no
Glacial Prison misses. Because he gets put
Trap
out
line, I don't think they can do anything. Nothing's going to happen for 3 minutes.
The defensive wall of traps.
Nothing's going to happen.
This
is going to come down to one fight.
These inhibitor turrets means that the defense from T1.
T1 is not leaving their base.
They're just continuing to clear these waves.
Oh my, okay. Oh, Every time he walks forward, I'm scared.
Oh, Ruler hit by Bardold.
Another Tempered Fate onto Ruler.
He's fine, he's fine.
Doesn't actually use anything. As the rest of
Mikhail's,
GG are moving over, the hook goes wide. Seismic Shove as
Nothing
well.
happens.
Joy.
Nothing's gonna happen.
Mikhail's
Everyone's fishing. Minute him's open, like I said, so maybe they get minute him. That's it.
He's got this inhibitor on his mind. It's open, and down it goes.
Yep, that is the inhibitor.
And, I mean, now Gen G still have a little bit of Baron left.
30 seconds.
All right, they have one wave for Baron. That's it. They have one bot wave. That's it. One bot wave for Baron.
Someone's going to have to give here.
Yeah, and Gen G, they know that they have the advantage as they can push these minions in.
Maybe they can get in it. Maybe they can get in it. They're stepping up so big time.
Yeah, that is just going to be the turret falling down, though. T1 realizing that they're going to have to defend under their Nexus turrets if they're going to do so. 14 seconds time.
14 seconds.
Just so much damage.
They could fish for a hook here, you know. One hook could end the game. One hook could end the game. Just fish for it. T1 got a heal. Talia ults back up. That stops the siege now. Siege is over, I think. It's over. Siege is over. Unless they hit a hook now, siege is over.
Flies out once more, but it's not used to engage.
Baron stun. Minions are running out.
Oh, the hook barely going wide there.
Oh, Thorin went in. What the fuck?
It's going to explode. Goes golden, but I don't know whether it's
Why?
going to be enough.
He's got a flash Q to Faker.
To start that one off, but he gets the leap strike out and he survives.
Okay.
The turrets are still pretty
Gen G
healthy
has to back now, right?
Gen G have to wait for this
Surely.
wave of super minions.
Oh, top wave's coming.
Another turret going to fall down. 3 inhibitors will be taken by Gen G.
Now T1 has to fight, right?
And T1
no Bardold, though.
Hard commit on something.
They have to defend this inhib.
T1 don't have any teleport wards.
They have no Victor ult, no Lilia flash.
Oh, never mind. So
they don't get the inhib.
Yeah.
They don't get the inhib. If they stay for that inhib, I think that's the one way T1 can find an angle on them.
Okay, they actually got a lot. Holy fuck.
Of course it is.
And
they actually got a lot.
Gen G now have 2 inhibitors.
I'm sorry about the ads. How the fuck was I supposed to know that this fucking game was probably the longest game of the year?
Prio for their 4th
shield bow.
Potential Infernal Drake.
Sold this
and the
boost
soul
to
come
bow.
with it. We already talked about how much damage there is in this comp. I mean, Chovy's been sitting on 10 stacks of this forever because he's been 306 for feels like forever as well. But like he's got so much damage.
Thank you for the gifters. I appreciate
the
it.
Lilia has so much damage. And then when you add in the
Lilia's
fact that they have all the
gold
stats
up
from triple single elemental drakes, elemental infernal drakes, plus then the big boom boom that comes with the soul if they secure it. I mean, they could just kind of walk at T1 and end the game at that point. So T1 have to, I mean, they have to group for this somehow, but
Chovy doesn't
now,
have
how the fuck do you face check
Could
this?
have been an option, could have been an angle.
I think they have enough time to get him back, though.
Yeah. I wonder whether he's going to sell something. It could just be a sell
Faker
by
stopwatch.
Deathcap, but instead he's
gets...
just going to load up.
Oh my god, he got Rabadons instead of Magi's.
Yeah,
oh, Victor's online again.
Yeah, sell Magi's. 10 stacks not enough. Grabs himself Deathcap. That is a very, very scary max damage potential. Victor,
why does Keria only have Mikhail's? That's it. He has Mikhail's Redemption
not
Locket.
Taking any chances.
How many pink wards does Keria bolt?
Angle here for Faker. Both gives him a potential.
Is T1 giving the soul? I think they are.
Okay.
They're just giving it.
Quadra Infernal Soul.
4 Infernal Dragons, Soul, Victor 6 items, Xayah 6 items.
Bottom wave.
If T1 win this game, bro,
so
slap my ass and call me Susan. That is unwinnable.
Keep living.
That is unwinnable.
It feels like they're just delaying the inevitable. Because Gen G seems so inevitable in
this
game.
That is monster unwinnable.
Siege isn't great, but their wave clear is also fantastic. And when they have Baron, if they win this next fight, if they secure Baron with all the damage they have, I feel like there's no way T1 defend that one, right? I mean, they've defended so much.
I bet you Victor has a blue pot as well. How much AP does Victor have?
Like
Xayah has 475 AD.
Gen G are too big to fail.
How much AP? That's what it feels like. I just think so much of this comes down to both of these support players. I think if Duro lands a crazy hook onto someone and they blow up a single target, the game is over. I think if Keria lands the best possible Tempered Fate in a team fight
into a big Counter-Strike,
yeah, right.
I
like
see it.
The setup is definitely there. The amount of follow-up that they do have, if they can layer it in, is huge. But they need to be able to find a window to get that and avoid the explosive damage.
And
holy fuck! I think Chovy's gonna get a pentakill in the next fight.
Backdoor or anything like that.
Big hook onto Owner. Big headshot on the Chovy though. Faker just sent it onto Chovy, but he just missed. Oh, Faker's taking a lot of damage. The Baron's gone. Baron's gone.
Answer though, and Canyon and Ruler, they're staying on the Baron.
Oh, they didn't get Victor Flash.
T1 can't get there quickly enough. It's just gone.
Yeah, just taken. And Gen G,
now the Victor has Baron as well. It's got to be Jover. Canyon Flash Q. Nice stun. Nice stun.
Good juke. Gets him out of the way. He's still got the 90 caliber net and 5 players alive on both sides.
Gen G, I think they could just group as 5 and walk down the mid lane. The
I think it's Jover. It's triple inhib in the Jover.
Even if it did, I think they just blew
T1 waited, but they can't wait no more.
Here.
Oh, these bowling balls.
The fishing here by Gen G.
Incredible, respectful play from Gen G as they look for the third inhibitor.
Owner is going to look for a potential engage, but it's on to Keen. Another hook is going to go wide this time.
No flash carrier.
Inhibitors, all of them, now on the floor. And
ow! God, that headshot hurts.
That headshot is exactly that. Is now
Bartles is massive! Traps! Oh, he ruler ulted it just in time. And Mikhail's on the trap there.
They have an advantage.
Oh, they got Zyled. They got Zyled. They got Zyled. Keen's gonna base in TP. They ain't done yet, though.
I think it's too
They need
much.
Teleult now. Teleult needs to stall. They gotta keep juggling to stall.
They're looking to take out this mid inhibitor again as it respawns.
Bottom's gonna respawn as well soon.
Yeah. 15 seconds. And until the bottom
These
inhibitor
towers
is
are getting
also
chunked.
gonna
There's
go down as
Teleult.
Weaver's wall
Oh, Ruler stunned!
buys
No, he got
some
pushed
space
by the
for T1.
Teleult!
I mean, once we get double super minions coming
that
down
hurts.
this
That
space,
could have
surely
been a pick,
right?
but he had cleanse.
I don't know. I really just don't know.
He had
wave
cleanse,
clear
though.
is just so insane for T1. They could buy so much time.
I mean, at this point in the game, if T1 just kills all of them, they win the game.
Hanging on by a
Sejuani ult in 5, Bard ult in 5. They gotta throw their ults now. On this bot inhib, they gotta throw their ults.
What do you got, Carrier?
Sedge ult, where is it?
Oh, another hook this time. Going to get
Holding.
beautifully.
Bard ult on the Lilia. Trap is down. Oh, they tried to proc it with Prince Gate, but they're gonna get 2 of them. They're gonna get 2 of them. Gobi UC flashes up to the right.
This might be the opportunity. This might be the angle. The key is a rainbow.
Oh, the double
shot on the Trevian ruler. They are able to walk their way out. Still, it's Keen that's on the floor. And now T1, if you kill these two, they are just dead. Chovy, the one that could tank it. TP, Baker in there. And Ruler, he's got a feather storm, but he does not have his life. Owner goes down. Chovy gets the wall, and he gets 2.
That's massive that Chovy's able to get those 2. There's so many standing structures up for Gen G.
I mean, Baker,
Chovy gets him! Chovy, you psychopath! He's got TP, but he's not going to be able to use it here. He's just going to go home.
Oh my God!
Wait, no, he's actually
Chovy.
TP in.
It's a 1v1.
TP's in. Faker, not fast enough to get back.
He's got an army of minions. He has an army of minions and one Nexus turret between him and a regular season Game 3 victory against T1.
How good's the wave clear now? All alone against Chovy. Not good enough, Atlas.
The seismic shove is going to go wide. These Nexus turrets go down so quickly. Chovy is going to do it in the most heart-wrenching third game of any regular season of all time. And Gen G will do it.
And the game ends.
Chovy.
What?
With the
Bro, that was fucking crazy. Are you kidding? What on earth?
Continue to live.
What the fuck was that ending? That was madness. That was madness.
Gets away, gets home, and TP's back.
That was
to
fucking
end.
madness.
So many minions.
What?
So many defenses for T1. How many of those pushes?
How the fuck did T1 get 4 kills there? How did it end with Chovy 1v1ing Faker?
Gen G, slow and steady, wins the race. Safe, calm and collected.
Well, I guess my prediction was right. It's 2-1 Gen G, but that felt like the closest series I've seen all year.
First matchup between these two, and Keen will take his 400th win.
Just an easy 400 wins there for Keen. No worries at all. Evens out as far as the full LCK win record with Lehens, his former teammate. Very, very cool stuff. Helper there is, yeah, I could imagine probably also feeling some heart palpitations after that one. What an incredible series.
For just one moment, I thought T1 maybe could pull it back. For just one moment when
that guy is a demon, though.
I mean, when the tempered
Chovy's a fucking demon.
Had the follow-up shove. I thought we were going to see the craziest comeback, the biggest miracle defense to win. I mean, that alone wouldn't have won them the game, but they would have prolonged it and then had a better chance to actually win it later. But Chovy said no.
Yeah, Duro.
And Duro said,
what does it sound like?
I've controlled this early game. I took so many
flashes.
Bad?
Is the mic sounding bad or what?
Double digits of flashes across that game.
Not only enemy flashes, but also his own flash, which is what I truly respect.
Your mic died?
Game,
wait, really? Did it die?
But what an absolute joy this series was.
That was crazy.
And the best part about it is, do you know what we learned? We learned
oh, drinking the beer! Drinking the beer! Oh, she one-tapped that shit! She one-popped it!
To win this. And for Keen's 400th win, and she did it.
Holy shit!
Nice work. Clean. Oh my
yo,
God,
respect,
man.
yo,
I mean,
that series was crazy, and then she ends it with a fucking with downing a beer for Cass for the Gen G win. That's
could either of these teams been like any more resilient?
Holy fuck!
The fact that Gen G knew that there were so many ways and so many different combos that T1 could beat them with that they constantly played it safe. They never got too aggressive. They never overstepped their boundaries until the very end, but it was still Chovy who cleaned up.
Bro, those teams went fucking crazy.
Beyond that moment,
that was a fucking good series.
Like, I will never lose this game. I will win it 100 out of 100 times. 100 different scenarios we play it like this, you win it every single time. And team were like, we will not lose this game. We will clear
now
this
imagine
stage.
that was
We
5
will
games.
defend, and we'll wait for you to make one mistake. We will finally find that mistake, and we'll find. Otherwise, there's no way we can win this game. We can never win a fight on our terms. And they waited and waited and waited. And like, I don't know, watching both of these two teams just play to their peak best.
That was
just
so
simply
good.
A treat. This was the moment. Yeah. Maybe T1 could have gone back in.
And it's precisely what we were talking about, right? It's the tempered fate that's going to get the pick that they needed. Duro probably didn't need to walk into the seismic shove, but this double shove to follow it up on both carries.
Holy fuck, Chovy, man.
Look at
He
how
won
low
the game
Chovy
from
is.
this point.
Guma's full health here.
And
look at the Infernal Soul damage.
Guma dies to 2
And he
death
takes the
rays.
Caedrel ult.
He got hit by that one just there at full health. And then
Bro, his
Ruler
spacing
just
is
goes
perfect.
completely ballistic, but that sets it up for Chovy. And now look at this. Chovy versus both Faker and Gumayushi. And Faker does clear out the vision, and then Death Ray.
What? He didn't even have vision on
That's
Caitlyn.
perfect. And then here, I actually thought Chovy was going for a TP back to the base, so he wouldn't be able to TP to end. But he actually is just able to full channel, has the empowered Baron recall.
I just heard Duro go, whoa! So what, did they not see her or what?
Him there too. Maybe it's a different scenario, but he got just enough space away.
That is the smallest 35k damage
He had
I've ever
ward
seen
here.
on a graph. As
So
both Gumayushi
while
and
he's
Chovy
fighting,
doing
I guess he sees
55K in
Caitlyn
one game.
walking
50
on
minutes,
this
our
ward.
longest so
Blue
far
orb.
of the season. It has only been
And
1
I just-
week.
I think
as
there's
this is the
lingering
final game
vision
of the
from the
week,
blue orb.
thankfully. You know, I think
We
I
must have a
imagine
little
the
bit of a
entire
vision
team
pocket
going to
here.
need a couple of days break before we get back into it.
Whoa.
But my God, what an incredible treat this best of 3 was.
Wow. Bro, that's crazy that he won
The
it from this
3
position, no?
Barons
Just
to
take
take
stock
down
of being
Steamful.
Chovy right now. Your
mean,
jungle support
you
get
know
2-man
the
Telio,
term glass
2-man
cannon.
Telio knocked, right?
I feel like Chovy
Your AD carry
personified it in that final moment
is fighting for
better
his life
than
up
I feel
here.
like anything
Your
ever
top laner
could.
flashes into
And even
2
though
on this right side. You can't kill Sedge. Then both your mid and AD get Talia comboed while your top laner's dying. And now you pause.
He had a really nice
You're
play on the
2v5.
Galio to protect his AD
You're
carry.
2v5.
Remember that moment where, you know, the Ezreal was collapsed on, or the the Ezreal
You
was
kill the
collapsed on, he
top,
barely survived
flash out
into
from
that,
their
but
full commit.
The play there in the
Now
end
you're
of that game, by the way,
2v4.
0 deaths. Not a
And you're
single
getting
death
Caedrel ulted.
in that game. Had a Majai sold.
And your AD carry doesn't tank it. You have to tank it.
For me, I think, yeah.
All right, well,
TP
I
in,
think,
WE.
I think we
Away from the
definitely
Talia
lost some years
Q.
of our life. I think if I was going to be voting,
Zaya
the player of
full
the
sent it onto them.
For me, it would be Duro.
Dies.
He has
It's 1v4
so
now,
many
but they
less
are all
years
1
than
HP.
the rest of the players that are on that
Q,
stage, and he kept his
E,
cool. He still
finish
landed so
2,
many of these
and then he
hooks
snipes
in that
Caitlyn.
game 3. So much
Bases
of why
and
the early
TP's
game
back.
was competitive was due to him. And I just thought that, like, being in that high-pressure situation and still being on the winning team, incredible stuff there from Duro, who was under a lot of scrutiny in the LCK Cup. Oh, man, but now we get
Beautiful.
to talk to Chovy, which I think is very
Talk to me, Chovy.
fitting as we approach the end of this series, because I think that he is going to have some choice words for sort of what the off-season had been between the LCK Cup and now, and it's time to hear from him. We're going to have a break. See you later.
Okay.
Thank you very much, guys. This is here for the POM interview translation, joined by Chovy on the side of Genji. Congratulations!
I need to order food, chat.
Thank you. Chovy, this was such a big match between T1 and Genji. How do you feel? In the end, we were the victors, and I'm really happy about winning. But in the end, it was really rough, and it was a pretty exhausting match. Yeah, it must have been so draining. So how did you maintain your focus? Towards the end of the series, the game did drag out, and as for playing out Victor, you just have to make sure that you just don't die. So I think that's what I really focused on.
Oh,
And
that's
yeah,
what I was
mean,
doing wrong,
maintaining my
Chovy.
focus
Thank
was
you.
definitely my priority. T1 seemed to focus down top and mid today, so was there anything that gave you
Why
trouble?
did I think of that?
Yeah, I felt like they were really focusing me down in game 1. and not being able to play out and feeling helpless actually left a lot to be desired. So I think just coming back stronger was really the key point here. So what kind of feedback was there after game 1? No, game 1 just ended without us being able to do anything, but we decided that in game 2, we had a lot of conversation and discussed the best way to create and construct the comp and the draft, and I think we were just focusing on the team fight. And today we are celebrating Keen's first ever 400 wins as a top laner and Ruler's 600 games. So would you like to send them a message? Congratulations on 400 wins and 600 games, and you know, it feels nice to be a contributing factor for those big milestones. So congratulations and you're welcome. And game 3 was such a chaotic fiesta full of action and with nothing predictable. What do you normally have on your mind while playing out such a chaotic game? There are a lot of non-target CCs from the enemy side, so just being able to dodge and juke them and being able to sort of trade out during the team fight was really my main point.
그러셨군요. 자, 그렇다면 모든 선수가 잘해서 이겼겠지만 초비 선수가 생긴
And of course,
3세트에
all of your
But I swear,
teammates
T1,
played out really
HLE,
well, but in game 3,
and Genji,
who would
their
you pick
skill
to
levels
be
are all
the
so
MVP?
close.
Game 3, I
It's
guess
whoever
in the
shows up on the day.
team fight, during the last
And DK will randomly show up
of that team fight,
and
I
pop off every
think
now and then,
Victor
or they'll
did
just
really
fucking
well. I think Victor was the best player. And I think the rest of them,
Like, we got rolled
the
at
rest
first
of
end,
the four
but at
players
Worlds,
did really
those
well,
three
but
teams
what
are
do
gonna
you think,
fuck
Hiji?
everyone.
Who do you think was the best? You know, I think I need to make it up for Duro. I think Duro had such really great blitz
Duro
screen
smurfed.
grab moments. So do you agree? Yeah, I mean Duro did really well with his blitz.
Duro smurfed.
And your next match will be against Notion Red Force. What is your resolution? Being able to win against T1 makes me really happy, and we noticed that there are a lot of things that we need to improve on. So we will make sure to come back after fixing those areas and come back even stronger. And that's the end of the interview with Chovy. And back to the space. Thank you.
Chovy.
What a series.
Whoa!
What a series.
Man.
What a series.
Call an ambulance for us. You know? We got shocked. We got shocked after
No,
that.
actually it's true because not only did they play that game, but I actually had already put in my Duro vote with POM comment, the Crank incarnated, you know, because he had an incredible series. And then Chovy, while he was playing on stage, actually took a break. You didn't notice it, but it happened. Came in, punched me in the face.
Yes.
Violence. You will vote for me. And I was like, okay, you know what? Fine. And I had to. We all had to.
You know, even before that last 30 seconds, you know, the game was so intense. You know, every single fight, you know, they were trading so hard.
Play the squirrel game now.
The end, but no one died.
It's a regular season best of 3.
That's crazy.
Why are we going this hard?
I don't know, but you know who went hard? The Cass one-shot girl. And so in honor of Cass one-shot girl, who was celebrating 400 wins.
Are you gonna one-shot?
I'm one-shotting water. We tried to get other things here, but we're a family-friendly show. One shot.
Let's go!
Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? He just one-popped it. What? How do you do that?
All right, let's go. Let's go to the player of the match results. Lots of votes could have gone everywhere.
How does he do that? What?
Oh, we got one for.
Where does the liquid go?
Getting the cannon vote there as well. But
I agree.
Okay.
Chovy with the play.
Yeah. So. Because of his performance,
I have to swallow. Does he not swallow? How does he not swallow? He just pops it.
And it was 100% Duro
like it's a fucking,
so
like it's a fucking water slide.
But the rest of us, I think, got swept away in the aura of just kind of 1v9ing the final fight. Duro, by the way,
reversed. It's reversed.
The fact that even though it ended up being really bad, he when Canyon got ulted, trying to walk in front to ensure he wouldn't get hit by the Caedrel, I thought was actually really cute.
Yeah.
Ended up with it dying because he forgot about Faker, but
And also, you know what? Like considering one of the hardest game to play Blitzcrank, you know, when Blitzcrank get into the last game,
Chad, you know what I need after that banger series?
Really hard, you know?
I need a meal.
There were so many interactions.
Keria was
you remember
so
earlier
good.
in this game, you wanted to point out the Keria ulting while Cassante was ulting someone, so it kept them in place.
Yes.
Like there were so many micro interactions. Man, if this was a best of 5, this would have been even greater. Let's get to your comments because we have a special interview coming in just a little bit, so we got to get to it. There
Special
it is.
interview.
Cronny already highlighted it.
I got nothing else. You know, I wanted to do hyperbole. I'm like, no. He just said, no, I'm not losing, and then he didn't lose. Easy. I do think Infernal Soul did a lot of heavy lifting. If Genji didn't get that, they would have. Just again, keep that in mind. If this happened before Infernal Soul, they would have lost that game. Like without that damage, I don't think they actually get it done.
I agree. Like he refused to lose.
Wait, how cooked is my mic? I sound like I'm screaming from the back of the room, like I'm trying to be involved.
And now T1, if you kill these two, they are just dead. Chovy, the one that could tank it, Faker in there, and Ruler, he's got a Feather Storm, but he does not have his life. Owner goes down, Chovy gets the wall, and he gets 2. That's massive that Chovy's able to get those 2.
Bro, I didn't even know where the mic was. I was just fucking losing it, man. It was crazy.
There's so many standing structures up for Genji. I mean, Faker, Chovy gets him! Chovy, you psychopath!
He's got TP, but he's not going to be able to use it here. He's just going to go home.
Oh my god!
It's a 1v1! No, I found the mic.
Not fast enough to get back. He's got an army of minions. He has an army of minions and one Nexus Tower between him and a regular season Game 3 victory against T1.
How good's the wave clear now? Alone against Chovy. Not good enough, Atlas.
The seismic shove is going to go wide. These Nexus turrets go down so quickly. Chovy is going to do it in the most heart-wrenching third game of any race.
Bro, I sound like I'm in a fucking tunnel halfway down the street in my neighbor's house.
3. Yeah, you know, Victor from Arcane.
I didn't know what the fuck it was, bro. I was just, I was just pumping.
Some of the cast, not only the highlights, not only from us here, because you've seen how we've been acting, but the guys on the call. This was, I believe, the Steel moment, the Baron Steel moment. This is the game end moment from last game from Atlas and Wolf.
Wave clear now, alone against Chovy. Not good enough, Atlas. The seismic shove is going to go wide. These Nexus turrets go down so quickly. Chovy is going to do it in the most heart-wrenching third game of any regular season of all time. And Genji will do it. Chovy with the plays there at the end. If he doesn't get those kills, T1 continue to live.
Atlas is like, my region is so cool. He's like taking it all in how fucking epic LCK is, and he's like, oh, what a blessing.
See Atlas do like a minute of yelling, man. A minute of high-pitched screaming because that final fight was insane.
Atlas was looking at the stars.
Bro, Chovy, when he was TPing back to 1v1 Faker, he was going like this, as if he's like in his demonic mode or out to fucking blast him. He's like rubbing his hands as he's TPing back. What? Ooh, Ruler interview.
Thank you very much, guys. We are joined here by Ruler, our special guest for the day in the Korean analyst desk. Hello, Ruler.
힘든 경기를 마치고 오셨는데 600전 승리 너무 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Congratulations on your 600 games. How do you feel?
2년 전이죠. 2년 전에 이제
First
LPL로
of all,
가면서
2 years ago,
이제 기록이 끊기면서
when I went to LPL,
이런 건 꿈도
I
못
think my
꿨거든요.
milestone, there was a break
생각에서 지웠었는데 이렇게
in my
갑자기
making some history and milestone.
그래서 좀 놀랐고 앞으로도
And all of a sudden I was hit with that 600 game milestone today, and all I'm thinking is that I want to keep it going. I want to reach 700, 800 games in the future.
After this, now we got IG versus
And in
BLG.
game 2, we noticed that your Ezreal getting focused down relentlessly. So how did you overcome that and play so well?
안 되는 상황에서 제가 조금 좀 실수를 해서
You know, it wasn't supposed to be as difficult, but because of my mistake, the enemy took the lead. But in the end, we had a really good comp, so
Chad, does anyone have the Billy
my
Billy?
mindset was just all on, you know, we just gotta play out really well. We can do it.
오늘 경기에서 상대방이 케이틀린을 꺼냈어요. 그때
And today, in response to the enemy Caitlyn, the analyst was wondering if you would go with something like Zeri, but you ended up picking Xayah and Blitzcrank bot. So can you explain why?
Yeah,
I was in between Zeri and Xayah. But in the end, picking Xayah actually enabled my support to pick from a wider arrangement of support champions. So after long hesitation, I ended up just picking Xayah because of that. And with the kills, I think you guys were really good with the CC chains.
The CC chains.
So,
someone said that game was like a trailer for Worlds 2025. True.
Blitzcrank gameplay today.
True.
During the early games, I would say maybe like 9, but towards the late game, I would say 2 out of 10. Duro was really good with his grab and hooks in the early game, but as the game got prolonged, it looked like he was trying to grab at the wrong timing, so that actually was maybe a little regretful.
그리고 오늘 경기가 정말 힘들었어요. 마지막에 뭐 릴리아도 먼저 잡히고
well, today's match was extremely draining and exhausting for you.
어떤 심정이셨나요?
일단
And at the very
I'm happy for Duro though. I feel like Duro really
what was going through your mind?
made magic in that game and like
the enemy was just
proved his worth, you know.
But Victor was able to use his laser and deal a lot of damage. And in the end, we were thinking maybe this actually could play out in our favor. Definitely came back from.
Maybe I'm biased as well though, but that game, if I look back, like Doran had a 2k gold lead on Jax. I'd have to re-watch how he utilized it, but I feel like if Zeus had a 2k gold lead, I would be very scared for Gen G. Maybe he couldn't use it as well, and maybe I'm just looking at one game in isolation. But I feel like that lead didn't feel like much was... It didn't really feel like a 2k gold lead. I guess it's just Cassante holds him on side, and if he groups, they have too much disengage anyway. And they have no engage to fight.
Chovy's really good at Victor.
I'm not blaming Doran. I'm just saying I have to rewatch it. Is that just how Cassante goes? He just fucking neutralizes gold leads on side?
From our pool was actually banned away as well. We had to prioritize on getting the victor on our side. Yeah, from the Gen G's perspective, it looks like it was really important to keep the sustain going throughout the game. And let's take a look at this replay.
Check Reddit.
And in
Bro, I'm not even
scenario,
accusing Doran of doing anything. I'm just saying that gold lead felt irrelevant.
More kills that allowed them to actually engage as well. But how is being able to pull this off with Cassante, where you're able to get a pick off first after even getting engaged on? And Ruler, can you explain and walk us through what happened here?
I'm waiting for my food chat. It should be here in a second. I'm gonna run downstairs and grab it.
So I think this is the moment, this is the
Look at
timing
Chovy
where
rubbing
our
his
team
hands.
can actually fight back. And just being able to take objectives like the dragon actually allowed to fight back against the enemy quite well.
Yo, stop DMing. I want to see the clip.
And let's talk about the last team fight over here. The Bard had a really good ult here, and you guys...
Bro, he takes a sip as well. Chovy's loving it. Shut up, shut up! Stop.
But there was so much push back and forth. And Cassante was absorbing a lot here. And Victor,
bro, his camera TPing back is so iconic. What an iconic.
Victor was able to
He's
land
so excited.
The laser on Caitlyn. It looks like
he's having so much fun. He's like, oh hell yeah, gimme.
To
More.
Well, in the end. And it looks like if you weren't caught in the front, it looks like Victor might have been the one who would have died first.
Oh my god, that's so epic.
So you surviving in the end had won you the 50-minute game here.
I want a full screen cam of Chovy TPing back to lane.
And so, what is decisive moment here? How you played it out? And Chovy, you were so calm. You remained so calm throughout this trade as well. And even in this replay, when we look at it
I mean,
again,
realistically, there is nothing Faker can do, right? There is.
I feel like
there's
this
just,
is the moment.
It's
This is
just
the moment
lost.
that you can actually witness Victor's
It's just
late
too many
game
minions and they're Baron buffed up
after
and they're
all
all
the
blocking
scaling.
his Q. And the only way he wins that is if Chovy completely
great
insid and
start
walks into his W. But
for Gen
he has his
G
Q for
this
move speed.
opening
He should
week.
never get hit.
And let's take a look at the POM votes here.
좀 미드 서폿이 좀 많이 나왔죠. 특히나 미드 같은 경우에는 초비 선수가
There's a lot of mid and support.
것 같아서 많은 표를 받은 것 같습니다.
Yeah, mid actually showed such incredible carry potential and power. I think the play at the very end is what really turned everything around. So kudos to you, mid, Chovy.
I have an honest question. Do you think in your prime you would beat Faker? That's a very good question.
Many supporters and
it's
people
hard
who
to
cheer
say,
for
right?
you.
We can't go back.
So
It's
any
very
message
hard
over
to go
your
back in time,
fans?
but that is a very good question. I think the real answer
First of
is
all,
obviously
it's been a while
yes,
since I returned
but we
to
will
the
never be able to
LCK.
test that theory
But
out.
there are
So
a
it's
lot of Korean fans
unprovable.
that have been supporting me
Yes
ever
and no are
since
both
I even
incorrect
went to
answers
this
because you can
LPL.
never really prove the
And
real
after
answer.
my
You're only
return,
skepticizing.
I'm just really grateful that there are so many people still supporting me to this point. And I really want to showcase and repay by
So we'll never know, sadly.
giving you even better performance, and I'll put my best efforts forward. And last question, with all the 600 games, can you pick out the most memorable game in LCK? I guess the last game I played just today was actually quite memorable, but in 2022 there was a Lucian Nami game against DRX.
그 탑에서?
아, 아닙니다.
아닌가요?
그 루시안 나미로 이제 장로용
With Lucian Nami, I think it was the Elder Dragon fight. I can't remember correctly, but
Okay, chat, my food's almost here. I'm gonna run downstairs and grab it, okay? And I'm gonna fill up my water and then we big pace it. BRB real quick.
moment to play out as an AD carry, but I think I did really well in that moment, so I think that's the most memorable moment for me.
많이 추억하실 수 있을 것 같아요. 네.
I hope that you can build even more memories in the future.
이렇게 모셔봤는데 저희는 이제 또 보내드리도록 하겠고요. 앞으로 또 세레머니
And thank you so much
플레이 많이 보여주시면 감사하겠습니다.
for blessing the analyst task here, and I hope that we can see even more ceremonies of you winning in the future.
Thank you very much, Deer. Everyone, put your hands together for Deer for the longest translation that she's had to do in 2025. Thank you so much, Deer. It was great to hear from Rulu Sunsu and all the different angles that he took on it, specifically be a little strict on Duro there for the game number 3 hooks at the very end of the game.
Not as much trash talk as I was expecting, honestly.
Yeah.
Ruler really got to step it up.
Yeah, but I mean, I think Duro in the late game, even though his hook was not on point, you can see the item difference in the late game. I think Carrier, maybe he was buying too many control wards in the late game, so that's why he had low cat and redemption advantage over Carrier. So I think it was kind of huge when it comes to the late game.
Because that is actually a substantial amount of extra HP team-wide, right? So particularly in these long games, I think it is something that's often talked about. And the funny part is I still think Carrier was the best performing member for T1 on the day. But that is something that could have been the difference maker, right? Imagine in that final fight if it just had a little bit more health with how close the margins were. Crazy game. What a day.
What a day indeed. But it's been quite the week as we look back at some of the best ceremonies that we've had from all of our winning players. And oh, that's right. We kicked off with a walk down memory lane with the greats, Rocks Tigers, joining Peanut for Hanwha Life Esports presentation of returning to week 1 with the cup.
I love it. I love it.
This is the best one.
I love those
Can't beat
players,
history.
man. I love those players. You can't hate those players, man.
They did get, unfortunately, you know.
We forgot about this is the best ceremony. This is the best ceremony. That was a great ceremony, Chronicler. What are you trying to do here, man?
Well, there was a game afterwards as well.
Yeah, but there is a ceremony now. That's what we're doing. Look at that. Look at those fist bumps.
This was the best ceremony of the week. Nongshim have an ongoing one where so far they have been nailing it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Grim Reaper Kingen, if it wasn't specifically Rocks Tigers, I think that this would probably be my fave.
I don't like this one.
But you can't.
I don't know why I don't like this one. I don't like this one.
Yeah, I wonder why. Interesting.
This one's great. Did you see these? They came out with fan signs.
Yeah.
And then they were gonna cook. They were gonna cook the Nongshim. Yeah.
They're cooking ramen.
Yeah. They cooked it, and then President Palu was very hungry and boop. I mean, they got that right. It was 0-2.
Well, it didn't age well.
Man.
Showmaker always with the great ceremony.
Yeah. Hit him with the Mbappe.
Showmaker has had such a high standard for himself, it doesn't quite count.
And Gumayushi shows his name.
That's good. But come on, guys. It's Rocks Tigers.
It's Rocks Tigers.
It has to be.
It's Rocks Tigers.
Let us know in the chat with your flags who you think is the best. And if you don't have access to them, well, you should subscribe to the LCK channel. You get all of those, plus Ox Sausage, which is the great...
What about G-Sun Easy?
G-Sun Easy is also in there.
What did it, Chad?
What did it, Chad, is in there. Look, that's... Can we...
Someone with it, Chad.
Let's go to the standings. But it's still doing the face. So we take a look. Genji move on up to second place, which I was right. Nongshim sit alone at first place because they have clean 2-0'd all opponents that were put before them.
Can we just stop the split and just finish here? That's what Nongshim fans would say.
BNK Phoenix are fifth. They're in Legends. If we stop it here, Hanwha Life's in Rise.
Nongshim actually tweeted that, which was great. Stop the season right now.
Stop the season right now, you know.
And Genji, coming off to an incredible start, this was their two main opponents. Right? Like, this is the two teams that were supposed to match them. Now,
I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, look at there. Friday, the last game. It's #1 versus #2 here, Mr.
Okay.
Chronicler.
So I do want to talk about the Sunday match. I'm just going to gloss over that, Degon. I have no patience for your shenanigans.
All right.
DK Genji, it's a mega banger. The Saturday show them this week, also incredible. A great week of matches. And a Telecom War as a...
Yeah.
You know, we gloss over it, but... that one always delivers somehow.
As a T1 fan, I think I would be thinking about next week's schedule as well. You're playing against KT and HLE, which means that it's pretty rough after this kind of rough loss. So I think it's going to be really tough week for T1 or the bouncing back the week for the T1. We'll see. We're going to figure it out.
Bro and DNF on Friday. That's a big one for both these squads because they play Hanwha Life and D+ earlier.
Are you predicting, Dagon? I know that's a painful one.
You know, we got time to make predictions. What we don't have time for anymore is today's show. It has been a hell of a week. What a final treat that we had here. And it is the beginning of a long, great season. Take care of yourself. We'll see you on Wednesday for more LCK action.
timing. Good timing. Chai got food! Ah! Chai got food! Chai, what should we watch while we wait for IG to start? IG's game doesn't start for like a little bit of time. Watch the F1 highlights, bro. The F1 was fucking boring. Fucking boring. Chat, what are we saying? Okay, nice try. It was muted. Sucker. Sucker. Talk to me. What we got? Henry's Kitchen. Delicious chocolate donut recipe. No. I'm not watching a Minecraft speedrun. Chat, what else?
And off.
The Bizarre, what? I'm not watching Force and play a GTA 5 Chaos mod. Not happening. Just something quick while I'm eating. South Korea is over. We saw that. We saw that. What else? Chat, IG's not playing yet. IG's not playing yet. IG's not playing yet. Give me a good link. Something good to watch.
In March of 2008.
The history of Trackmania? Nope.
How you going?
Jet engine swing? Nope.
How you going?
I'm going good. What else? What else? Come on, give me something.
In March.
South Korea is a dystopia. I'm not watching that. We saw that one. Nope. 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 What was that H-Rock video? Should we watch the H-Rock video? Where's that H-Rock video?
Donald Trump
Show, I want to watch this.
showed the tariffs the other day. I'll show you the chart.
Tariffs?
He showed the chart, okay? And they specifically had this part where it said tariffs charged to the USA. And I've spoken about this on the podcast, spoke about it yesterday, but I just want it super clear where this number comes from because it is not tariffs charged.
You don't want to watch politics or what? Okay, we'll watch something else then.
So I used to just
What is this?
turn into like there, and then you have to actually go forward.
The videos are good.
Nobody race.
Chat, what are these links, man? What are these links?
Even though
Yeah, I think so.
Chat, you need to do better.
These are the best camp videos from the...
We saw that already.
The list of broken...
Nope. Nope.
All right, Pete's review time. We're in London. I don't know what street we're on, but it's kind of a fire street. Look at the flags. Get the flags up.
I already can't watch this. That is fucking... Nope.
Icebergs drifting past us, giant snowy mountains, and whales everywhere.
solo trip to
Welcome to
Antarctica.
Antarctica.
We'll watch this. Penguins!
I'm I'm headed to Antarctica, my #1 travel bucket list destination, but the adventure of Antarctica begins long before you get there. First, you have to get to Ushuaia, Argentina. It's definitely an adventure hub. There are a lot of really cool things you can do launching from this city, and it's known as the gateway to Antarctica. In Ushuaia, I boarded the Seabourn Venture.
Why can't you go from South Africa?
Thanks to Seabourn, who's hosting me for this trip. I've always heard that their Antarctic experiences are incredible. But before you get to Antarctica, you have to cross the Drake Passage. The Drake Passage is the body of water between the southernmost tip of South America and the South Shetland Islands of Antarctica. And it's known to have the roughest seas in the world. And the stretch we're going to be crossing is nearly 600 miles.
Why the fuck? Just fly.
We're about 13 hours into crossing the Drake Passage. I think we hit it around 2 a.m. last night because I woke up to things in my room starting to slide back and forth. But so far so good. From what I understand, we're having a really easy Drake crossing, so I've been able to enjoy it a little bit. I was just out on the bow watching albatross soar around the ship, which is incredible. These birds have wingspans up to 12 feet. And for some reason, they like following the wake of the ship, so they're actually hanging around us, which is very cool.
They're hitching a ride and they're not paying.
After 2 days of sailing across the Drake Passage, seeing the Antarctic continent emerge on the horizon.
Is that where most ships sink then, if they're going to Drake Passage?
Was so exciting, and I was kind of surprised by how dramatic it was. In some ways it felt like we'd arrived at another planet, and the expedition team wasted no time getting us out on shore. So the way this works is the ship hangs out offshore of a landing site, and then expedition leaders bring passengers to shore. That ship looks like a gigatonk. And the tentative itinerary of the sailing is to travel along the Antarctic Peninsula, making shore landings every day dependent on weather conditions.
How expensive is this cruise? What the fuck?
The thing I was most excited about for this trip was the wildlife, especially penguins, because Antarctica is home to some of the
probably most expensive cruise in the world, no?
In the world, and it did not disappoint. Every single shore landing had penguins. We saw all different types. We saw chinstrap penguins, which are named for the obvious. We saw Adelie penguins, and then the most common penguin we saw was the Gentoo. And there were so many special moments. Like one landing was at this incredible spot called Brown Bluff, where
fuck you mean why he looked like Caedrel? You talking about the fucking penguins?
These snowy cliffs hung over a beach, and there were penguins everywhere. And this young Gentoo penguin was napping with a tuft of feathers in its beak. I didn't realize penguins napped like this, and it's one of the most precious things I've ever seen.
I wish I could do that. That's Yamato costume. After a late night at NA.
We also saw lots of chicks, even some twins. I was giddy getting this shot. And do you see this? This is a baby penguin butt with this little nubby tail.
Really?
I mean, it was all just magical. Something I didn't realize is that while adult penguins swim, it's important for babies to stay dry because their feathers aren't waterproof. And that's one of the biggest survival challenges for parents, especially when they get an unusually wet season, because they not only need to find a dry place to build their nest, but once the baby is born, they need to keep it covered from rain and snow.
Chat, what is a...
Penguins are really social animals, and it's fascinating to watch them interact with each other, but as cute as they are as babies, they go through a really awkward phase growing up. I mean, you think you had some bad looks in your teenage years? Look at this guy. And then you have this one whose parent is trying to groom it, and it's running away like, stop, you're embarrassing me. They also create what's known as penguin highways, which are dedicated trails that you can see them all walking on in a line. I just made it back to the ship. These landings are so amazing. It is incredible to see so much wildlife in such a remote wilderness. To protect all of this wildlife and the environment, there are a lot of rules we have to follow to be able to do these shore landings. We have to be really careful about what we wear and what we bring on shore. And once we're on land, we can't set anything down. And before we go out, we walk through these disinfecting tubs. And this is to make sure that we're not spreading disease from bird colony to bird colony or throughout the wildlife or the environment. Very cool experience, and I'm just so happy to be here.
Okay, then what? Ciao, should we live stream Antarctica? IRL stream?
The most magical thing is happening right now. We're sailing in this area where we're surrounded by giant icebergs and mountains, and it's snowing the lightest, fluffiest snowflakes, and we're surrounded by whales. They're in every direction. I couldn't have dreamed up a more beautiful setting. With such incredible conditions around us, the expedition team prepared the Zodiacs and got us out on the water, and this afternoon was probably my favorite of the entire trip.
Wait, how long are they there for?
Water that was like glass, in the fog, in the snow, while humpback whales surfaced all around us. This was the most ethereal experience of my life.
Crazy.
The camera can't even do it justice.
Seal! Who the fuck is... What is he doing? What is he doing? He's cooked. He's gonna get that thing across the ocean?
Something very cool and unique about the Seabourn Venture is it has 2 custom expedition submarines. And
oh, hell no. Hell no. Not after what happened in that year.
guests can sign up to go on a submarine experience.
Nope.
I didn't even realize technology was here yet, and these submarines can dive nearly 1,000 feet, giving you the opportunity to see wildlife, plant life, in depths of the ocean where very few humans have ever been.
Wait, she went for it? Oh my god, she's trolling. What if it pops? You can't even see anything. Ooh, a starfish. What did they see? What did they see?
Another excursion available on this sailing is
They saw
kayaking.
nothing.
Early one morning, I went out with the expedition team to kayak among icebergs. And before this trip, I'd never considered cold weather climates for kayaking, but it was such a cool experience. Oh my gosh.
Well, this trip looks mega fun, chat.
Look at that.
I wonder how affordable it is, though. Because if it's this looks mega expensive.
It's another beautiful day in Antarctica, and today we're doing something a little different. We're stopping in Port...
It's 20k a person? 20k? It's 1 month long, though.
Lochroy, which has the world's southernmost...
20k for 1 month? 1 month? Living, food, travel, expeditions? That's actually not bad.
Post office. And apparently there's a little gift shop there where you can buy postcards and postage and mail letters.
Chat, that's not bad. For a 1 month trip in Antarctica, are you crazy? Look at the boat. That boat looks like you're fucking... What are you on about?
Lochroy is a former British military base, and it's also nicknamed the Penguin.
Flights, accommodation, food, expeditions in Antarctica, 20k?
Post office, because it's home to a Gentoo penguin colony that has made the place their own. I just love seeing them all in front of this house with the red door. Some of the photos I got here felt like they could be a penguin family holiday card. This afternoon, we're sailing through the La Mer Channel, which is known to be
How you order Uber Eats, though?
Absolutely beautiful because it's a very narrow channel with steep, snowy cliffs on either side. The La Mer Channel is nearly 7 miles long, and as if it wasn't special enough on its own, a lone orca showed up and swam alongside the ship as we sailed through.
It's 100k? There's no way this is 100k. Nope. Nope, no way. 100k is... What? It's 100k? What?
Something that's been so handy on this trip is the suites on the ship have drying closets. So when I get back from excursions, I can hang all of my wet stuff up in here, like my gloves and beanie, turn the radiator on here in the back, and everything gets so toasty and dry. The Seabourn Venture is a luxury expedition ship designed for diverse polar environments, and you can see this reflected through.
Is this all one big ad?
Throughout. The interior design is so beautiful. There are maps and explorer-themed touches all around the ship. There's the bow lounge that has screens with navigational charts and weather forecasts and the ship's location. This is one of my favorite spots on the ship. It's also a great place to watch for wildlife. There are mudrooms where every passenger gets a personal locker to keep excursion boots and other gear. There's a gorgeous sauna, which was amazing for warming up after returning from shore. There are lots of heated whirlpools and a swimming pool, which are perfect for taking in the scenery while sailing. And of course,
that water is getting yeeted with one big wave. On Grump.
There are so many restaurants and dining options to choose from. I think my favorite was sushi in the club, but you will never go hungry on this ship. And the suites are super spacious with balconies, walk-in closets, and full-size bathrooms. Today in Antarctica, we are sailing into an active volcano. We've made it to Deception Island, which is the caldera of the volcano. I believe it last erupted in 1970, and they do monitor it to see how active it is, and apparently it's low risk right now. However, the ship has informed us that there is an emergency plan in place if the volcano erupts.
What's the emergency plan? Fucking floor it?
Today.
Chat, ocean versus lava, who wins? Ocean. So you just go into the water and swim, and you're fine? Can you min-max as well, you think? Because you'll freeze. Can you min-max just in case and turn it into a sauna? If you're close enough, but not too far away? Chat, you gotta min-max or you're one-tapped either way. Freeze to death or burn to death. You gotta min-max. You gotta find the sweet spot. Goldilocks.
We're now headed back to Ushuaia, and I'm so happy to have had such a wonderful experience on this trip, and so sad it's coming to an end. Thanks for coming along with me on this one. I've had so many moments on this voyage that surpassed my dreams. In a way, Antarctica always felt untouchable. I didn't grow up ever thinking
Primal Groudon beats Primal Kyogre. Yeah, but that's because he has Earthquake.
Destination. What's next?
That was cool. Chat, what? Okay, this is not an ad. I got given this. I don't know what it is. What is that? What is that? Do you just eat it? Do I suck it? What the fuck is that? Suck it? Okay, LPL starting soon with IGBLG. Right now it's FPX versus TT.
Benchmark goes down, but I don't think it's very meaningful.
I guess this series is just done already.
Lose access to his cleanse as well as his Lulu's
Try and
heal,
rub it on yourself?
so
I'm not gonna rub it.
Maybe that's something that does end up making a
So basically when the
difference
series
when you look at
ends,
how defensive this
when the series ends, then we're gonna be watching the good one, the IGBLG.
shell, you know, the shell here for Thunder Talk to play around 1xN on this Jinx.
Chat, there's nothing inside.
We've got Baron that could be on the cards here. FPX are
It doesn't
a
work.
bit of a slower team to be able to take this objective, so we still have the Otacon. We have Dragon spawning yet again in a minute. Do FPX feel comfortable to be able to flip the game around this objective?
Oh, Shadow, gotta be careful. Oh, look at
Shadow.
Big Sion ult.
onslaught. Shadow has got to be the big carry.
Shadow.
He's not gonna get a chance to do anything.
Inta.
He gets punked by Thundertalk.
Wait, Jinx is jinxing.
1xN on the resets with the Jinx. He's going to lay waste to the entire Fun Plus Phoenix squad. Sheer and Care, the only members left, but they've got nowhere to go.
It's a mega throw.
Sheer might just have to give his life so that Care can escape, but Thundertalk have come back with a vengeance. Ever since the early game, Fun Plus Phoenix struck against 1xN and Feather, and vengeance tastes
You're eating
so
a skincare?
sweet.
No, I'm not.
That pick onto Shadow might be what officially breaks this game. Thundertalk got through a tough early game and now find themselves a dragon that they can start up on spawn if they really want to, and now Otacon GAs.
It does taste
so
fucking
if you thought
bad.
it was difficult enough, well now the next 2 minutes it's going to be near impossible to kill Thundertalk and their bottom lane.
Tastes like soap.
I love what we got from Hoya. A lot of criticism from him. There is no bailout here because it was used on Shadow. There's no flash now available from Jway. And TT make magic happen.
Oh, it says add to water!
The gold lead completely gone from FPX. Just a matter of hundreds. It doesn't even matter to Thundertalk. They pick up the Otacon.
Chad, does it mix in your belly?
GAs on their side. Another dragon has spawned, but you have to imagine that Fun Plus Phoenix are just not in a position
Chad, does it mix in your belly?
to be trying to fighting Thundertalk at this state in the game.
It says add to water. No wonder it tastes fucking weird.
Being able to get picked up here.
Is it like a cocktail now?
The Lord, or not quite the Lord Doms, but a Last Whisper component.
I ain't drinking that.
This Jinx is at an all-time high. Flash and cleanse at the ready. Weaver's Wall from Caedrel will cut off Shadow.
Maybe I have to shake.
You're able to buffer through the wall slam by Beichuan, but it's another tower gone and another step closer to a victory for Thundertalk.
And it is so dangerous now for FPX. They need to make plays probably onto Satab at this
now
point.
do a backflip.
Make them quick, because even if you find it onto this Talia, well, there's still the Mikhails that they have to be able to deal with. You still have the Lulu. She can apply so many shields. FPX, one of the things that we kind of criticized them before was their lack of decision-making. The fact that they weren't willing to move forward and find
How did she make it to 42?
We're talking about them in Game 1. Game 2, it was Care and Shadow, but Shadow
Can you check the
has
donos?
been
Yeah, we check the
caught out
donos.
few too many times now, slowing down.
Can you watch this clip of Faker and Bengi playing rock paper scissors to get dunked in the pool at your group treat?
Mark, I'm
Okay,
sure
I'll check it out.
this
Yo,
situation
Killcraft, thanks for
happen to
5
you in
euros.
solo queue. You have a lead over the enemy jungler, but
Yo,
it just
Lano, thanks for
does
all the gifted
not
subs, and Stez, thanks for the
matter.
gifted subs, and
They have
Isman, thanks for the gifted
so
subs.
much more utility in this game.
We looked at the draft, like it's just so difficult.
Oh, I saw this whole video.
In this setup. Where's your burst damage? Who is going to reliably
I'll watch it
get
after
you
this
the
game.
picks to set up for this composition? I mean, you
I
have
feel
the Ash
sick.
Arrow, but Beichuan can absorb it. Hoya can absorb it.
Yo,
and
NF,
these
thanks for the
guys
gifted
are
subs
way
as well.
too tanky to burst down reliably as a Viego. You are pretty much always on a solo mission.
Wait, you're lying. You didn't
it's
gift
so
subs.
conditional.
Why did you say
trying
that?
to play around Anar, even though that we know
Maybe my
that
thing's bugged,
Sheer has
though.
been able to perform super well on this champion in the past. It's just been completely diffused by Thundertalk.
Oh,
They're gonna try to jump on Hoya, but this is a very tanky Sion. He buys some time. Unstoppable onslaught, pops the shield, has the flash.
That Sion is a
goes to
giga
the
tank.
safety of his team, and with the wild growth, he's totally fine. They expended a lot there from the side of FPX, just at the cost of one summoner spell from Hoya.
I think that's fine, though. You stop Thundertalk from being able to grab the Baron. Hoya's going to look for a recall and try to teleport back into this play. Same thing potentially here with Satab. We talked about it before. The Baron here for FPX is incredibly slow. They were able to stop them from grabbing this objective. 2.5 minutes time before the next dragon. Every single dragon has to be Thundertalk's if they
Come on, end. We need the Shy to lock in.
I think the fact that FPX are like, we want Soul, not because of, you know, obviously the combat power of having the Soul is nice. I think they really want the Elder Dragon, if anything, because that is going to be a huge equalizer.
What is this?
I'm definitely in the same boat with you, because I don't think you're killing Thundertalk without something as game-breaking as an Elder Dragon burn and an execute. It will be kind of the last finishing power you need to break big frontline tanks like Sion and Poppy in these engages, to be able to overcome a lot of the the nuisances that is getting through Talia Unraveled Earth and Lulu Polymorph and Wild Growth. There's just
is there a Chinese stream? Yeah, we're gonna move to the Chinese stream.
Solid fortress composition that ThunderTalk have built up for themselves. Yes,
blub blub blub. How much do you drink? Maybe take strips after you. Are you sure you're okay, Caedrel? I'm anxious for you, bro. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
They were able to ride out the rough wave, and
we're gonna watch the Chinese stream for the fucking
do enough to really
IG
capitalize
series.
on that snowball. And now here we are, 32 minutes in. ThunderTalk reaping the rewards of their patience and their fortitude.
Blub blub blub.
FPX starting to struggle with their inability.
Why does this Ashe items look so weird? Blade PD.
Such a big game.
Wait,
I love that
what
Hoya
the fuck did she? What was her first item? Was it Blade?
To play in the team.
Blade LDR
a lot of the time
PD.
Doesn't have to be the carry. Almost won that game for them in game 2 on the Mbessa.
Big
They're
arrow.
trying to make the play onto Satab. The aim is off. ThunderTalk now positioning over onto this Baron. It's being started here. Sheer, you're running out of Mega.
Ashe.
He does not have it. We have not seen him participate in a team fight.
Mega Gnar completely gone.
That Scion is
and all of that combat power
that
from
Scion
FPX.
is unkillable.
Even though ThunderTalk are forced off the Baron, they can just buy time and wait for this next dragon to spawn, where they'll feel a little bit better about trying to contest for the objective now that Sheer is not in Mega form.
Okay. How much damage is going to be real? Sheer will
have
access
Scion
to
ult
Mega
right
Gnar
now.
in a few. Metron's trying to move forward. I think this is 2-4.
Uh-oh, Shadow one-shot again. Shadow one-shot again. Oh, big from Sheer, baby Sheer. Uh-oh, Jinx time. Dee-dee-dee. Dee-dee-dee. Dee-dee-dee.
That's it!
That's it! ThunderTalk have completely taken headshots at FunPlus Phoenix in the sky and take them out of their momentum. ThunderTalk won't even care about the dragon. They're going to push it in for the win.
And the split
Jinx
one
Scion,
darlings
Lulu.
find their
Jinx
rhythm
Scion,
here
Lulu.
in game number 3. Your all-pro from Spring, 1xN and Feather, make it happen in the last game of the series.
Yeah, 1xN and Feather are pretty good, aren't they?
ThunderTalk able to rise against what FPX had to offer. Fortitude strong, resolve undeterred, and that is what I'm Thunder talking about, baby! Shadow's gonna revive at the very end, but it's not going to be...
Alright, chat. We are gonna be doing IG versus... What is this? I'm not watching that. Where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? Does that say I need to log in? Huh? Whoa! I don't know what the fuck that said. Alright.
终于大赛要来了，开把斗魂吧！妈的，真看 K 打比赛。
Wait, this is some guy's co-stream. What the fuck? Who is this?
好想吐。
Bro, he's queuing up an arena. Who the fuck am I watching? I thought this was the LPL main stream. Huh?
好想吐。
Huh? What the fuck? Who's this? Why is he watching World 23 teasers? What's he doing?
码头在做梦回现实。
Chat, has anyone got the LPL stream, the main stream? Bro, what is he watching? Who is this?
逼哥听不懂，你能别讲这话吗
？Dazzling God。
你能他妈的能不讲这话吗？哎呦，马眼，哈基虎，你昨天无敌。
And they will remember you. Rise. Okay, farewell, my friend. Good luck in your arena game, Kerr. 07.
队友找补回来，但后面没有问题了。他团战该打出来的输出，他就贡献出来。但是那一波贡献出来，但是就在河道那波的包夹之时。
All right, IG versus BLG. Now we're talking. Now you're speaking my language. Go back. It was a better stream.
还是给在了上一页哦。那待会我们两位也可以继续在讨论，因为我们先让在旁边守候已久的优姐来跟大家再来复盘一下这把精彩的决胜局。
Chat, what should we do for 5-6 minutes? Any links?
翻盘局我们来简单复盘一下。首先呢，方帕斯在下路是取得一个线杀，那么3-0他们是一个天胡的开局，线上压力巨大的 TT 也是开始进入平稳的发育期。那方帕斯也是继续依靠下半区的优势推进自己的运营节奏，但 TT 呢也不断的依靠资源置换去试图拖到自己的强势期。吹响反攻号角的关键点就是在厄塔韩前的一波追击，让金克斯赚得盆满钵满。那么 TT 也是一扫前期的阴霾，双方进入到
Wait, this is it. The deepest dive in Antarctica. Ocean X. Wait, is Ocean X the fucking... Is that the one that did the... No, okay.
In a way, we've come to the ends of the Earth. It's only a little bit more over a century that people were pushing across the Antarctic on land and exploring
I want to see what's under the water, chat.
The deep ocean around Antarctica is just as blank to us now as it was 100 years ago. We have the technology to reach into the ocean depths here.
Okay, reach. It's like Subnautica.
No one has previously dived to 1,000 meters in Antarctica.
Holy shit.
It's a huge opportunity.
How is the cameraman alive?
Kind of exploration. You're
it
just
looks like a honeycomb.
The world with fresh eyes for the first time.
Control, deep rover. My depth 1,000 meters. On bottom, over.
What?
Oh, we're really seeing some krill now. Yeah, they're starting to come in.
Why krill? What are they doing? Is that krillin?
Krill are one of the most important parts of the ecosystem.
They're like
here.
prawns.
They are food for so many of the inhabitants here, and they're so numerous, they really dominate the oceans around here.
But where are the monsters?
These particles we've seen raining down are marine snow. It's organic material that's sinking to the seabed, and it's food. Here, it's thicker than I've ever seen it anywhere else in the world's oceans. That's beautiful. It's incredibly rich marine life we're seeing here. I mean, it's a sort of a living carpet.
What the fuck?
But just on one rock, I counted more than a dozen species just by eye. That oxygen-rich water that's sinking past us is really giving us this lush, living landscape.
Show more, show more.
Crocodile ice fish just ahead.
Ice fish.
Oh, nice one. Nice one.
Are they driving with a
big Death Star over here? One of the animals that's amazed us, we've nicknamed the Death Star. It's an Antarctic sun sea star. It's got up to 50 arms, and the tops of the arms are covered with tiny little pincers that immediately snap shut when anything brushes past them. There aren't many fish.
Oh my god, he's just fucking
cope with the cold conditions.
He's just
here,
eating
so
everyone.
Wave its fishing rod arms about and they don't get bitten off.
"50 arms is kind of crazy."
That's right down lower. Oh, yep, there is, yeah.
What is that?
It's actually like traveling back in time. It's the invertebrates, it's the animals without backbones that dominate dominate as predators.
Ergot.
And that's how the oceans were more than 250 million years ago.
Prestige edition.
What we're doing right now is exploration in its purest sense. We are seeing parts of our planet no one has seen before, no one has ever visited before.
I want to see more.
If we all share in the exploration of our planet, then we will appreciate it, we'll all feel involved in its stewardship for the future.
Finish Subnautica then. Too scary, chat, too scary. Too scary.
是更高了一些，对吧 ？TT 还要想办法的求变跟求进化，对吧？但他们这套打法至少是已经成型。
I bet you there's like a species of underwater fish that's like fucking crazy.
确实团战是有手法，对吧？就是在这些进攻型上单里面，他这个英雄玩的最有手法。
是的，他的所有进攻型上单确实在玩安倍萨的时候，画面感是非常非常强的，是领先于其他的他这些选择那种进攻型的上单。他其他玩
Maybe it can play league, yeah.
客流确实玩的不错。
当然，我觉得落败的 FunPlus 也
Maybe it can play league as well.
因为从涅槃的这个晋升之路上来，对吧？登峰的晋升之路上来，继续的追求进步吧。最后我们看到了北川再度的拿到了 MVP 027的一个波比哦。KDA
北川 MVP
去展现出他这把对于比赛的一个贡献，对吧？
是。
在队伍劣势的时候，他愿意牺牲自己，对吧？来到下半
Joke time. Okay, go then. Make a joke. Make a joke.
金克斯如果发育是被打
Come on, make a joke.
1000多、2000多的差距，那也没有后续的团战的这个说法了。
就这波团是不可能赢的。如果金克斯
Make a joke.
发育再受影响的话，这波团是不可能赢的。但北川前面是牺牲自己的野区去当保镖。
对，因为这种画面可能观众们看到，哎，这不是很简单啊。
You're a great streamer.
但这种协作，我们就以最近就是
Wait, is that the joke? You fucking red?
这种东西其实比画面中的难。对吧？因为你要考虑对方是会动的呀，对方不是人机站在那里给你开呀，
对方也是职业哥呀。
对，那你开不好，这就是背锅。
You're such a red.
上去，那就波比在干嘛？对吧？波比送了，
而且刚刚那波还是个穿梭闪，穿梭闪躲掉了丽娜塔的 Q。
是。
Knock knock. Okay, who's there?
北川的状态是
Who's there?
蛮好的。看一下能不能延续这个状态，在登峰组未来的比赛里面有更多的表现和舞台吧。
当然，今天对手的 Shadow 也在第二局面也有非常亮眼的一个发挥，对吧？到时候也希望两个队伍继续的加油，我们希望登峰组的局势越乱越好。
How is that low?
对，
这是我们作为
Next
观众来说希望看到的。
是的，赛次 OB 给了一票下路，裁判给了一票中路，然后以及复获胜的这个俱乐部给了一票上单。就是我们举个例子啊，大家就有统计嘛，我记得就是在那个小组赛里面，前2队这个后面的那个胜率是只输了3场，就是几乎是碾压，
等级分明。
对，但我们来到了第2赛段，对吧？在我们的官方改制过后，就现在有一个登峰。那我们当然也希望登峰里面不要是一个阶级分明，对，下面的队友，比如说这 WE 以及 FunPlus 2支从晋升赛上来的队伍，也能对上面的队伍发起一些冲击，给到。
Why did the toilet paper fail to cross the road? I don't know why did the toilet paper fail to cross the road.
当然，我们今天还有重头戏。宇凡老师，要不要最后就是我们交给优姐之前，有没有一些你的期待？
我的期待就是越精彩越好，
越精彩
越精彩越好，
战斗爽，
就是想看跟第2把那种感觉一样的，就打到底。
没有问题。
好，
那我们
Chat, why are you all writing lol? That wasn't funny.
好的，感谢2位解说。
That wasn't funny. How do you find that funny?
那么也再次恭喜 TT 在劣势中力挽狂澜，取得本场 BO3的胜利，也是温馨提示大家，下一场比赛由 BLG 星际魅族对阵 IG。与此同时，我们本场的赛后采访已经准备继续了，让我们一起去听听各位选手有什么想说的吧。
好的，欢迎来到我们的赛后采访环节，我是主持人小玉。恭喜 TT 赢下了这一场比赛的胜利。在赛后，我们也请到了北川选手，先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 T 打野北川。
好的，关于北川啊，今天也是各位在说，今天打得非常好，也连
Where's the jokes at? Where are the jokes at?
嘛，在昨天比赛之后，其实是一个非常短的时间，一个背靠背的比赛，这么短的时间里面，怎么去做的一个调整呢？
我们就复盘了昨天就玩的不好的地方吧，然后。
Oh my God. Why did the chicken cross the road?
Why
did the chicken cross the road? Why did he cross the road? I don't know. Why did he tell me? To get to the idiot. How does that make sense? Why did the chicken cross the road to get to the idiot? Doesn't make any sense.
所以我看北川那个时候表情好像也有一点点没有想到，能跟我们复盘一下最后的时候你的一个心路历程吗？
就当时我不知道为什么就突然。就是结束了嘛，可能就是他没有管理好自己的那个回程的时间，被烫死了。
可能对缩圈的时间把握的还有一点不精确哈。那第一场比赛当中，赵信也是有非常多的帅气的团战画面，经常瑞就是开车让你一个人进去1v多了，怎么打得这么来劲儿？
因为赵信有焚天有那个大招嘛，所以就他们全是远程。
You're pro career.
在装备比较好的时候也是比较肉，比较能扛的。第2局团战确实是打得有来有回，打得非常的热闹。第3局可能就会相对平稳一些。你们在线上是遇到了一些小小的困境的嘛，但是你们是拖住了时间，在沉积了20分钟之后，直接开启了那波河道团战，是怎么去布置的呢？
就是他 他们的阵容就是欧印前期。
Why are you smiling? Because you didn't even spell it correctly.
我们强势的先点，就是在野区
Go.
上的人基本就是。
What's the difference between a garbanzo bean and a chickpea? I don't even know what a garbanzo bean is. What's the
其实
difference?
每次看 TT 比赛的时候，都会有一种感觉，后亚是一位我们 LPL 很具个人特色风格的上单啊，他经常在前期可能就不吃线进行游走和支援了。所以作为他的打野，你怎么评价后亚这位选手呢？包括有的时候能打出很多奇效嘛？
就
Next，
这
太牺牲自己了吧？其实我感觉，就有时候还是要改变一下自己的玩法。
希望他能够多吃一些经验和金钱。好，那最后一个问题可以问到，因为 TT 在这个赛段，包括上一个赛段，都给我们很多惊喜的画面嘛，所以北川觉得这支 TT 可能上限在哪里呢？你自己的期待值或者
？Go。
先进个季后赛就先。
先定一个小目标，进季后赛，也希望你们比赛加油。
What do you call a company that overcharges its products?
接下来让我们看一段精彩的 Spotlight。
What do you call a company that overcharges its products? Scamtendo.
他们中线漏吧。
看 T 了，我也 T 了。
看 T，杰斯有闪吗？没闪。
杀杰斯吧。
看一下啊。哎，我也没 Q。
Why did the road cross the chicken? Why did the road cross chicken? Tell me.
我再扣。 追一下吧，我有 Q 的2秒。好杀没事。慢点。追一下，我还有 Q 的。
My name is Walter Hartwell White. I live at 308 Negra Arroyo Lane, Albuquerque, New Mexico 87104. This is my confession. Watch the tape, probably dead, murdered by Romano Hank Schrader.
推2路吧，中路线吧，中路线一波吧。
我看飞机了，看飞机吧。看飞机，没闪。兔子很残。兔子追吗？追
没血了。对。
我去留蝎子。
I need to be careful to choose the right names because someone's gonna try and get me cancelled.
我留蝎子。来中。我留蝎子。
你找他。杀了吧。
杀，可以杀。
断了他吗？
能一波吗？
断了。
他现在会被断。能一波，蝎子杀不掉他的。
你就恶心他。
你就恶心他。他放弃了。
Next。
他放弃了。Nice。
连续得在中，连续得在正面。
The non-subbers, I just don't trust them. The plebs, I can't trust them.
给你打，拉回来。
I don't know how long they're following.
他会死。哎，随便赢，慢点。
I don't know how long they've been following. I don't know how old their account is.
起了。
I feel like they can just one day an account and fuck me.
追。
Wait, let me type. You have 15 seconds. Yeah. Look at this poster chat. The Shiver spin. You have 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2. If I have to rate you on a scale of 1 to 10, you'd be a 9. Thank you. Guess why? Why? Because you're the one I need. That is L Riz negative aura and not even a joke. That's 30 minutes. Next. Following since 2021. Okay, and he says he's got a mega banger. Okay, go on then. Go on then. You fucking clown. Oh, you fucking piece of shit. That's one day. You're so annoying. I have a riddle. This is safe, I promise. Your name is Caedrel's Coffee Maker. How is this ever gonna be safe? Come on in. Come on in. Come on. Do the riddle. What's wet, deep, and takes too long to finish? Oh, for fuck's sake. Bro. What's wet, deep, and too long to finish? What is it? A big glass of water. Subnautica. Okay. Shut up. I have one. Try me for real, for real. Okay, go on then. Go on then. Quicker. This chat so far is not funny at all. I'm gonna make a Google Doc from now on, and in breaks we're gonna do jokes, and we're gonna tally up how many we're laughing to and how many actually make sense. And we're gonna rate how funny this chat is, because I think you're the most unfunny chat on the planet. Like, what is that? What is that?
Hello， 各位现场以及屏幕前的召唤师们，大家好，欢迎继续收看2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段常规赛组内赛的比赛。
Jolly man, I have a really good fact with knock knock joke 10 out of 10. Okay, go on then.
即将开始的是今天第3场对决，由标记星际魅族对阵 IG。那么首先还是欢迎本场的2位解说老师来跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是基德。大家晚上好，我是维塔。
好的，欢迎基德老师和瑞塔老师。
Say who's there.
在开始前还是
Okay,
给大家
who's
提
there?
供一些重要的讯息。买50系电脑新品上京东，领国家补贴，立省20%。打开京东搜赛事预测，
Who's there?
英雄联盟
Caedrel.
1000元礼盒。
Caedrel who?
硬核电竞外设新品牌 Zeno 来袭，赛事级标准，特制化磁轴键盘，极速反馈，无延迟，3种键盘结构，灵活调整，轻松应对不同手感需求，为每位玩家打造独一无二的手中利刃。现可扫码了解选购，一起无畏出击。欢迎来到大乱斗联盟。
Caedrel, the best streamer, caster, analyst, coach on the planet. This is why you're VIP. That was a good joke. Next one. I have a banger league joke. Okay, go. 18 months up. I can trust that. I can trust that.
召唤师们期待已久的巅峰对决是标记燃梦前行，还是IG登峰造极呢？那决定这场比赛成败的关键又会是什么呢？下面的时间就交给2位解说老师带来赛事前瞻。
You guys need to type faster. Why does Timo live in a small house? He doesn't need mushroom. Bro, this is the most commonly used league joke ever. I bet you if I Google league joke, it'll be the first one. That's 30 minutes.
就是有一些小插曲。对的，当然我觉得也看到了 IG 它是一个就是。
I have a banger joke. Trust me for real. These are EU jokes. Oh my god, they're so bad. Go on then. You do your joke. You do your joke. Go on then.
就比较新颖一些，我觉得他们可能也在这个版本进行了一些不同的训练赛里面的尝试，但我觉得这个能在正赛里面去使用，并且如果能够拿下。
You guys need to work on your words per minute because you guys write so slow.
是的，因为其实你看哦 ，CK 这样的就是软。
Where's your joke?
没有什么硬控，然后拉扯的阵容，
也
确实是很多的。好，来看一下战队这个首发。
What's an exercise you can only do at night?
阿斌、小威。
Is this gonna get me cancelled or not?
今天来出战 IG 哦，这两个队伍
What's an exercise you can only do at night?
没有什么交手啊，所以今天大家也是期待了很久，
真就是强对话。
A night run.
会是什么样的一个结果？我们在 BO3的第1轮交手，昨天2比0啊，场均时长只有9分10秒啊，这是一个非常低于平均，至少是2分钟以上的一个快速的一个时间结束了比赛。
Is that the joke?
他使用的英雄兰博杰斯啊，魏跟莉莉亚。
Good one. You can't write good one to yourself. That's 1 hour on the bench.
把小炮还有下路的这种单杀的一个画面存在啊。Elk 也是用了女枪 EZ， 则是用了瑞尔跟雷欧娜啊。但是阵容面上面来说还是。
Go on then, Kelsey. Kelsey is an old school. Go on, Kelsey. Go on. What is it? If you write fucking pot friend, I'm gonna fucking time your ass out.
很熟悉的体系吧，我觉得
Because all you write is pot
也
friend.
用了非常多赛季，一直标就喜欢打团的话，就会用的这个
The Shy on the left.
对，那 IG 的首发名单了帅、杰杰、
I'm not.
嘎拉以及 Miko。 5名选手，当然在第1赛段他们的一个成绩止步的淘汰赛。
I know all my chatters too well.
在第2赛段里面，在小组赛里面是拿到了一个6。
If you laugh, I sub. Okay, go.
粉丝们对他们的第2赛段充满了期待。昨天是以让1追2的一个方式，场均时长来到了39分38秒。你看这个场均时长就确实第2局的一个场均时长拉的比较长啊，也拉高了一个平均值。蓝色方拿下了1局，然后红色方在决胜局也是拿下来了。
今天我觉得可能对于两边来说，一个是看 BP 的侧重，还有一
Nah,
个
just give me the time.
其实2个队伍在上一个波3当中都有用到像岩雀这样子的中野体系。我觉得这个英雄其实在今天这场 BO3里面应该会是一个争夺的点。
现在中单几个高用力的岩雀，然后以及时光上出来的时光狐狸、永恩、兔子都延续第1赛段啊，然后几个英雄可能。
Me, I got a good one, and I don't spam for real, for real. The Shy, number 1 in that and that. Boom, God tier. Number 311222, crazy god tier. What is it? What's your joke? Which planet loves to sing? If you say Uranus, you're not going to be funny.
新店对决是我们的 key player， 助攻数上面乐帅也是领先，但分区伤害两边都是有来到800的一个分区数字，都是1、2名分列在我们这个1、2名，
都非常的豪华，这数据。
伤害转换率也是都非常会打伤害的选手啊。今天上路的对决，我觉得也是大家非常期待的。
对，就蛮容易在今天的正常对线版本里面看到冰和德帅硬碰硬的这种选择。
然后两边有没有因为这个打战哦？因为两个对手两边一定都会把对方，因为我记得在我们小组赛打完的时候也有采访 VOD 的选手吧，也是说很想跟 IG 来做一个交手，对吧
？They're predicting 2-1 BLG. What the fuck? It's an IG 2-0. How many fucking chickens are there in this chat? Why did chicken cross the road? Why did the chicken cross the road? Why did... All your jokes are knock and how did the chicken cross the road? Okay, why did the chicken cross the road? Why? Tell me why he crossed the road for the 400th time. Because he saw a ruler on the other side. Because he saw a ruler on the other side. Why did the chicken cross the road? Because he saw a ruler on the other side. That's at least an hour. Like that is fucking awful.
相信各位对于这场比赛已经期待已久了，所以今天赛前抱着一种怎样的期待和决心呢？
Is the chicken supposed to be a zero or something? Is that the joke?
强强对抗有的时候我们说就在一瞬间，能不能抓住这种转瞬即逝的机会嘛？所以 Net 觉得今天的战局的重心点可能会放在什么地方？
What the fuck is this shit? Okay then, you say something funny. Go on then. You're not even asking to say a joke. You say a funny joke.
好，那比赛见。
Rookie in blue, looking clean.
好的，在赛前我们同样请到了 IG 的 Rookie 选手，欢迎 Rookie。那这一次组内赛其实是一个前所未有的紧密的赛程嘛，对选手们来说也是一个挑战。目前队伍的适应情况如何呢
？Where's your joke? Where's your joke, Edka?
我不知道这个赛程是怎么排的，就8天5场，就是感觉。
Because I'm not funny, why would I embarrass myself in front of 50k people? I'd rather not say one. Fair enough. Fair enough. No joke.
所有俱乐部应该是情况是一样的，就实在是没有训练赛的时间，就我们应该是能把这个比赛当成训练赛打才行。因为我们中间的过程还要飞来飞去的，也要主场嘛，然后去北京啊、西安啊、深圳啊都得去，所以我们最近就是这个训练安排的比较麻烦嘛。但是比赛这么多，我还是比较开心嘛。
What is it? You're 2021 follower. Be careful.
然后我们最
does a married woman and a grenade have in common?
也还是有那个 solo 赛的那个环节，
a married woman and a grenade have in common?
比较长，比如说我们一天打个3点、5点、7点的比赛。
Do I need to move you off screen for this?
每一场都打满的话，7点的比赛的俱乐部应该是要上班到凌晨1、2点。 我觉得这个实在是有点累吧，但是我们确实是职业选手嘛，这种情况也好好打下去。然后希望我们俱乐部，然后所有的俱乐部就好好打，然后帮 LPL 拿好成绩。
虽然很辛苦，但是每一场都会全力以赴。所以对于今天的这一场硬仗，有什么期待呢？在赛前。
Okay, we're gonna do one more joke.
我们最近的 IG 的状态还是也有起伏。
Jean-Paul Richard, you're holding the line, was it?
我们在进步，然后。 也有丹尼的教育，我们最近就比赛的时候比较开心，
Last joke.
玩的比较。
Be funny, please be funny, please be funny.
但是我们后面
Please be funny, no pressure.
然后也没有到我们就是我们满足的状态嘛，就希望我们
What did the shark say after eating the clownfish?
我们整个 IG 就是能有。
What did the shark say after eating the clownfish?
好的，比赛加油。
好的，感谢前锋带来的赛前采访，希望两支队伍都能带来全力以赴的精彩表现。那么收到消息，我们的前方已经准备就绪了，让我们将目光聚焦于舞台，共同期待双方的第一场比赛吧。
That's not funny. That's just not funny. That is just not funny. Turn the beat up.
各位亲爱的召唤师们，欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。
Now drop the beat. Where's the banger song?
首先，让我们欢迎哔哩哔哩 Gaming Dream Smart。
There it is.
上单冰，打野威，中单 Knight， 下路 Elk， 辅助 On。
Time to lose, boys. Time to lose. Here come your fathers. Here come your fathers. Everyone pay attention. It's Father's Day. Bring your son to work day.
接下来，让我们欢迎
Holy fuck.
Invictus Gaming。
The aura is crazy.
上单 The Shine， 打野杰杰
Fresh haircut.
中单 Rookie，
Holy shit.
下路 Gala， 辅助 Mako。
Mako, don't fucking troll. Rookie lock in. Do the thing, please do the thing.
LPL 第2赛段组内赛第1周第2日的第3场比赛将会由 IG 对阵 BLG 星际魅族 ，LPL 5位竞巅峰。
5位。Banana no no。
好的，大的来了，组内赛 BOG IG 啊，火星撞地球第1次的交锋来了。
真的有点期待啊！从 solo 开始就有点期待了。
是的，当然我们刚刚也看到了一个赛前赛段里面，也确实在第2赛段里面，我们的赛程会来得更长，在登峰组的会来到双循环有18场的一个 BO3哦，因为还有主客场，因为我们的这个登峰里面有非常多有主场的队伍，对吧？
就以赛代练的机会可能会比较的多啊。
是的，
就 Rookie 选手有聊到，
也辛苦各位选手了。
比赛都很关键。
对，辛苦所有的俱乐部，但我们也希望在第2赛段看到所有的战队都展现出非常好的一个精气神，打出精彩的比赛给到各位召唤师们。那当然，我们在我们的 BO3 进行之前。 第1小局来一个 solo 选边，那来看一下这一把的我们的 solo 的名单，哎，今天也是有打野位要上场了，
是
杰杰来对上阿斌啊，这个对阵也是挺有趣的，大家应该是很期待斌对上惹帅，但惹帅在昨天的比赛里面已经上场，以维鲁斯，然后但最终是不敌 Care 的一个沃利贝尔啊，狗熊啊展现数值。
是的，今天的话也要看一下两边会选择什么样的英雄来进行一个 solo。
对，
我觉得其实，在 solo 这个板子里面，如果大家实力都比较强劲的话，这个 ban pick 其实蛮重要的。
因为有些英雄选出来以后，确实是
硬 counter 吧，它的数值它就很高。
对，两边也要互相的去猜测对方可能用的英雄啊，但是比如像飞机啊、维鲁斯啊、格温、杰斯，
那单位常客，
对吧？这些应该都放不出来。
当
然，点击了格温的 W 竟然是做了一个小回调了啊！
是的，
他的那个双抗之前给的太多了，现在回到22了啊。但
其实不影响格温在现在赛场里面依然是T1的选择。
当然那个铁男打格温也是，也是就是打之前我也跟其他我们在2路的解说老师们讨论，这个对阵上面来说，两边也都有数值，对吧？但因为我感觉铁男比较是输在那个单体 Q 是很难对格温有断续曲走里面可以打出来的。
是的。
What is always in front of you, but you can never see it.
杰杰啊，杰杰拿什么英雄 solo， 对吧？
还蛮期待的。
What is that? What is it?
知道有很多不一定就是在自己排位里面只玩自己位置的，对吧？比如说最近在传奇杯大放异彩的我们的世界冠军林伟翔，对吧？那天好像也玩了一把刀妹。
是的，我觉得就是 solo 这个板子里面肯定还是战士类的英雄可能占点便宜，对吧？
我也很
I expect that to be way deeper than just the future.
Mako 啊，这种辅助选手也不能上来 solo， 对吧？
Now, chat, the way the LPL works is because it's best of 3, they have to 1v1 for side selection. I hope it's Bin versus the Shy, because then father and son will meet again by themselves to hang out and have some family time.
咱们俱乐部这之后有没有机会去跟俱乐部交流？俱乐部能不能在自己的训练室
Come on, tell me it's Bin versus the Shy, please. Oh my god, don't tell me it's Bin versus JJ. Please don't be Bin versus JJ.
来练习 solo 是吧？
对，因为这个规则还是比较特殊的，你得熟悉，要不然就出现像我们第2个 BO3 出现的那种画面，对吧？
闹钟，
对，必回家，然后被直接就自己不是红温，自己就过温就烧掉了。
就这个真的在印象中第1赛段也发生过，就回家那个时间没有卡好，最终可能是被人家骚扰。
Caster said it's JJ versus Bin. Well, IG've lost, haven't they? IG's lost side selection.
当然，我感觉阿斌在 solo 这一块上面来说还是非常强势的选手啊。我还记得去年咱们的全明星，对吧？那时候是朗姆刚出的那个时代。
对，但我觉得今天可能像鳄鱼啊这种比较强势的英雄不一定拿得到，啊，包括兰博。
其实鳄鱼还不常进这个6边里面。
Oh, here we go. It's time to watch JJ gets fucking blasted.
来了。 哦，变掉了杰杰跟盲僧。
Why don't they put the Shy in? The Shy would fucking annihilate him.
那飞坤呢？飞机要不要变？
飞机感觉可以尊重一下，兰博也在外面啊。
他变了一手德莱文，变了2手 AD， 兰博按掉，啊，杰斯在，飞机在，对吧？哦，杰杰这边好像已经是
Corky? Really? We nominated JJ's tribute to play fucking Corky in a 1v1?
Luki 在旁边笑得很开心。哦哟，两边撞在一起了吗？还没有锁下来。
Oh my
那个
god,
倒计
the
时还
Corky
在
mirror.
跑。但杰杰这边
Oh my god, guys.
感觉要锁呀，这个英雄。
You should restrict these 1v1s to bruisers only.
对阵之前对过，我们这个对阵里面有一个非常重要的，谁能拿瓦尔基里俯冲打到伤害，谁的伤害会高很多。都要考虑这个搭配进去，
因为印象中有一把是有一方把那个吃满了，
对，就是有一方先飞了，然后
对，
后续那个人飞过来，
直接调整一个角度，
直接吃满了。来了，小兰博来了。好，飞机打飞机，谁是今天的飞机王？
Yeah, it's basically first to a certain amount of CS or kills. It's first to 2 kills.
然后看一下符文跟出装上面会不会有一些不同的一些思路啊？很精彩，感觉这个领域上面来说还是双 C 比较在行的。当然上路的飞机也不是没有出过，但是阿斌的使用率是很低的，在我的印象当中。那杰杰当然这个打野飞机目前还没有人研发，有没有这种？可能
得
T1 vs Gen.G peaked at 1.5 million viewers at a holy shit.
没事，这拳头要响了，就是什么灵光炸弹对野怪增加150%的伤害，马上就有飞机打。
Holy shit！
那有没有可能他前面确实有点做不到事情啊？
没事，我刷呀，我刷了以后后期伤害还是很猛，对啊，
可以。
这把选边拳对他
That's more than all of first end, isn't it?
比较重要的，你说你下一把 BO3对吧？都蓝色方赢。虽然我们说现在这个版本，我不认为蓝色方有那么大，像第一赛段那么大的优势，但是你说那真的到最后，检讨起来蓝色方都赢了。那上一局那个选边球还来得很特别，对吧？还是有一边就直接没了。
所以还是大家会奔着蓝色方去选嘛。当然 solo 赛也要赢下来。
JJ's not winning this.
召唤之峡谷上面有点选择不同哦，这是因为水晶跟常见的一个差价，对吧？然后造成了复用洗脚水跟红药的一个差别。但当然都有2个多乱剑作为打底，差别不大，都带了屏障跟点火最标准的这个带法。我们来看一下，这是我们切到阿斌的视角，副系师点了骸骨以及过度生长啊。过度生长这因为总共就7分多钟，收益没有那么大。另外一边是骸骨加上复苏。God,
can we speed? Just fucking put the circle of death now. There's no way we're gonna sit here and watch Corky vs Corky for 5 minutes.
第一波上来，两边都还是比较友好的，先补刀。
对 ，Q 技能都连带杂兵啊，两边的走位也都不错，都没有吃到灵光炸弹。
其实怕空技能的话，就是先手空技能就最好还是先推兵线。因为其实这个模式如果兵线有优势的话，也是比较好去。
If IG lose this, are they out? No, I don't
在
think
兵
so.
线上面，阿斌是小优哦。姐姐这个 Q 打的小兵量就比较少了，
率先升到了一个4级上去，但直接冲过来，
那先冲的那一方就会踏对面的火，对吧？所以今天这个血量上面是略为劣势的，赶紧嗑药，两边都在嗑药。
先回复一下再说。
我感觉先冲的那一
Yeah, if JJ loses this 1v1, IG can never make worlds ever again and they're banned from every future tournament.
容易被抓到机会。
炮车 ，OK， 很稳，156。
姐姐这个 Q 是稍微的去猜
Bro,
了
it's
一
a
下，
jungler trying to last hit versus a top laner. It's
阿
lost.
斌已经抖起来了，哎呦，这个 Q 还打中了，但是补包上面杰杰有 W 上去想 A， 阿斌直接在草丛里面 W 不给你平 A， 这下平 A 会很痛啊，但生命百分比。
Oh my god, where did that Corky Q go? Oh my god, JJ, no. Just get him on a Raptor camp. This is not it.
率先回家了。有没有吧？这个血量太危急了，待会屏障可能都不一定能保命。
Does he have to play? Like,
感觉如果
who
大家
chooses who
先手
plays?
去交 W 强行去打的话，可能就是看 Q 的命中率了。
但阿斌感觉这个把握度还是比较高啊，在这种灵光炸弹的命中率啊，可以先推一波线。
There's bases, yeah. It's an official game mode, chat.
炮车补到不会去参路程，直接。
This is not called the Howling Abyss, chat. This is called the Snowdown Showdown.
回家再补2个小长剑。啊，阿斌这里是额外的钱，已经可以先出一个小进食了。 那这样复用型药水的价值也显现出来了呀。
They should, bro. I would play the shit out of this game mode if they put it in League and gave it ranked. A ranked ladder. I would play the shit out of this.
选择要去破坏啊，但还是先稳固兵线的一个补刀。两边的飞弹数，现在阿兵也是充能满的。
Like that would be such amazing content for League of Legends Twitch as well. Like all the streamers would just be playing 1v1s trying to climb the ladder.
先迅速的把兵线打薄，阿兵这边。
Everyone would play Olaf? No, they wouldn't. You would just ban it. You get 3 bans each. Yeah, JJ, just let him in. Let him in, JJ. Let's be honest, just let him in. You're such a rat.
阿兵是领先一个屏障。哇，这个补包救命！
Because I feel like my take is that in game modes these days, a lot of reason people play are either for a lot of fun or for competition because people are competitive. I feel like multiplayer games have just made people more competitive. So if there was ranked ARAM or ranked 1v1s, people would play it. And if there's like game modes like ARAM and domination, people would play it. So you should have both. Because I feel like people would get a lot of ranked anxiety from just playing solo queue only. But if it was ranked 3v3 and ranked 1v1, maybe they'll play it. Or ranked 3v3, especially with the homies. Or ranked 5v5s. And then some fun game modes like Dominion and ARAM and fucking... I don't know. Like, why does ranked flex queue exist? Like, that has to be the worst ladder ever.
屏障的 CD 应该还有最后的1/3。导弹充能。下一波的一个
All ranked flex queue is people inflating their elo by playing with people who are D1 and they're in like high chal. Just so they can get good MMR games, so they can fucking skyrocket their LPs. That's it. That's all it is. And some people play it with friends every now and then. But then why would you play that with friends? Play ARAMs, bro. I feel like Clash clears Flex 5v5 by miles. Clash is where it's at, bro. If you want to play ranked 5v5, bro, it's fucking Clash. JJ, you're getting fucking fried. The problem with Clash is it's once every 3 months and it fucking breaks anyway.
这把必定是说钱打胜负了，我感觉。因为这个一塔两边的进度都是差很多的。
Wait, in Wild Rift they have ranked ARAM?
还不错。 身上也还有最后一罐药瓶啊！阿兵同样是有一个复用型药水的陈述。
姐姐等级也追了上来，赶紧把这波兵线先清掉。
1分钟的倒计时喽！大导弹迫害谷，要反手一个大导弹吗
？Like I remember when Arena came out, a lot of people started spamming a ranked Arena, but Arena fell off so quick because like. It was so unbalanced, and the ladder was like the ranking system for Arena was so bad. Like people got rank 1 because there was infinite LP gains. You could just play, and the amount you play, the higher you get. That's it. It had no logic for fucking MMR. It was just play more equals get higher.
应该是在算自己的一个钱。
很值钱啊，这波是炮车兵。
是。 又补了一波，哇！那这一波杰杰就难受了。这个炮车他的钱他花不掉。
是的。
All right, the death circle is gonna come in now, chat.
其实会让
the death circle
回家的钱要多很多。
有3项，买了一个。
Actually, maybe JJ can win, you know.
然后就这么多了，阿兵这里
They are pretty. Oh yeah, steel
多了一个不假骸呀。
Well, it's
同样也有药剂。
GG。
完了，多了个鞋怎么办？好，开始缩圈，激情的音乐响起来。 杰杰这边只能靠兵线了，他现在先去破坏对手的补包。
决策没问题，先把这个血包给吃了。
能扭转出这个布甲鞋的一个差距吗？飞机的平 A 伤害比例还是占太多，而且第一个 R 技能没有破到骸骨。
来了，这把药1颗。
It's unwinnable。
这个大导弹打到了，
骸骨也打了出来。
在阿兵手上握的下一把
unwinnable for JJ。 I would just blow my whole cooldowns on that wave there.
Oh,
it's too late now.
全缩进来了，这时候的炮车不重要，这个钱是花不掉的。骸骨也破掉，开格林机枪，两边直接激情对射，屏障开，点火开。
Steel caps wins.
但没办法呀，有这个布甲鞋就是有减免呐。
是的，更能扛一些呀。
阿兵很淡定。
So BLG gets side selection. That was not even. Bro, why is a jungler playing as a top laner?
Solo 开胃小菜，我觉得两边应该打完都也挺淡定的。
没事，杰杰也有话说。这补刀对吧？我平常打的时候，那个野怪他不长这样，对吧？
感觉兵哥他用这个飞机，确实在前面几波小技能的对拼当中，确实更细节做得更好一点。
对，然后垒到了这个额外多的1000的差价，
对，
就是一个
运营兵线稍微多一点，然后又多吃了一个镀层，在血量上面赚了2波。
好的，那我们 BOG 已经是选择了蓝色方，今天的 BO3 由蓝色方开，而可能进行的2到3局，这是由败者选边。来了。这个开胃小菜，战士们已经吃完了。我们马上要在我们北京时间9点。
Now the game will start, chat. BLG is probably blue side.
还是挺期待两个队伍的选择是什么的，以及 IG 这里会不会再去拿一些可能高难度的拉扯阵容来应对 BLG 啊？因为像盲僧这样的英雄出场率还是偏低，对吧？但是昨天也看到了。
就还是可能没有其他的战士打野那么稳定吧，或者说偏前排的打野在这个板子里面可能也比较好用，因为简单粗暴。就如果这把 IG 想要拿那种比较拉扯或者比较偏 poke 的阵型，有可能会撞上比较这种强开的，所以我觉得压力可能会。
But it doesn't matter for the shy.
然后你以昨天的边位上面来说，BOG 的第1局跟 TT 是目前为止纳雅菲利唯一1局是开出来没选的，对吧？那。当然，因为第1局的打野很充裕，我个人其实还是觉得在当前的版本，其实位的优先级是有点拔尖，对吧？然后
是的，
纳雅菲利第1局确实有可能出现在前面，就可能赵信跟魏反而是现在梯度最高的2个打野，因为我们
就这2个队如果魏能够拿到，并且如果岩雀也能做个交换的话，其实我觉得中野就是魏加岩雀应该是他们现在目前认为 T1的中野搭子。
而且现在魏跟狐狸也不太输给你岩雀，对吧？来看一下第1局，那格温都是红色帮都在承担的。
那 Fury ban, Varus ban, Rumble ban。
第1手则是变掉了兰博。
直接不看你红色方会不会搬狗狗，直接蓝色方自己搬掉了。
然后再变掉了维鲁斯，我也没有蓝色方抢维鲁斯的一个想法。
格温确实也在红色方放不出来。其实 BLG 在之前红色方200是搬掉格温了的。
对我感觉今天看不到格温。
The shy Jace would go crit.
再变个杰斯。朗姆呢？
搬了卡莉斯塔。
卡莉斯塔啊，复仇之矛还是
两边的
射手都做好准备。魏感觉高于朗姆。
Do we like rookie Azir?
就感觉在 BO3 里面谁能先选到
JJ Skarner maybe
优势还是比较大的，但看一下 IG 的交换。
我也在期待，不知道就是小花生对吧？会不会忽然就拿一个打野来 counter 对吧？因为这是一个对魏的
Skarner Azir, what are we talking?
天霸和魔灵魂会锁在黑盾上面。魏还是持续在我们的赛场上面发光发热哦。那看一下 IG 这里呢
？Look at the shy's keyboard. What is that? That looks fucking wicked.
还在，朗姆可能不一定敢直接拿，那打野，你看就是我说的对选。当然这把狗是被编掉了。
我觉得要不要拿岩雀啊这一手？
但岩雀也有狐狸，两边的可能就对拿。有没有 AD 的优先选择？
因为我其实觉得，因为岩雀这个英雄在打团里面，他主动性也很强，其实他保护队友的能力也很强。
那照理来说 ，IG 的红色方应该是会留给下一个 counter 的。
It's a special keyboard.
利用了2直接锁女枪，
没问题。
Sinzao MF 1-2。
这个抱团打架冲的会比较猛的阵容啊。
Sinzao MF, what is it? Vayam Bessa Kaisa? Is it just a classic or what?
对。
好，那朗姆我要了。
双锁。
I like Ari here.
拿到。
Or Talia.
应该右边不会再给一个泰坦，然后把岩雀给补上。
Rookie Oriana thoughts?
2楼 IG 不要岩雀 ，BLG 肯定是笑纳。
很完整的蓝色方阵容哦。就岩泉，然后再加一个安倍萨，岩泉是兰博，抱歉，这个是岩石的岩，不是那个火。
The shy Renekton into Ambessa monster pick. Monster pick. The shy will carry so hard on Renekton.
是没有特别高的选率，但它的胜率是非常高的。
鳄鱼感觉慢慢的在对线版本又要回来了，
在今天之前是7场85.7%的胜率，反而是朗姆在慢慢的走下坡路。
来，后续的攻防了。IG 这里怎么样？
That is a volume increase. The shy Renekton
辅助的啊。
That guy knows IG 2-0.
双岸的话，自己还是有泰坦，看着岸对面的能扛女枪线的英雄了。
I guess they will ban Ash last.
跟远程的，然后可能 卡莎放出来就是那里考验
They'll play Kai'Sa North though or some shit. MF can't really play with Braum. Or they'll play Kai'Sa Rel. I mean, this draft will look like it will probably be Ashe or Kai'Sa, and then the other one picked, and then a Rel, or yeah, and then probably like an Alistar, and then here, or maybe they ban Alistar here, and then Rel, and then maybe like a Rakan, and then here probably like a mid, and I say either Rel, or like an Orianna maybe. That's probably what it will look like. Or Azir.
想去康女枪的话，有艾希加布隆，对吧？
Okay, they banned the Kai'Sa, so now they're looking at Ashe Rel. Now they could ban Alistar here, depending on what picks they have. Or they could just ban a mid. Unlikely they can play Braum, depends what they're looking for. Leona's a bit annoying, but I don't think it's worth it. They ban Renata. Okay, so it's a Rel Alistar trade on both sides, and it's probably like an Orianna Azir on 4, and it's an Ashe pick. Unless someone's crazy.
那左边，
那要不要4楼出中单啊？
补个中单给辅助 counter 也可以，
可以再看一下。
哎，这个猫应该玩搞耍了，应该还是牛瑞尔为主。
What?
这我不信啊。
Okay, Ahri.
OK， 没问题。
I don't like Ahri that much into Vitalia.
预测的非常的准确哦。
But I guess any mage into Vitalia is gonna get fucked.
梯度最高的中单。
Maybe it's an Ezreal angle now.
这个阵容里面倒是有寒冰加布隆。
But Ezreal what?
他这个阵容的缺点就是。 跟着进去的能力没有那么的强。
还有一个就是 IG 在红色方式选择让辅助去 counter 了嘛，万一出个 Nico 其实会比较难受。
就飞机，然后搭配一个牛瑞尔。
Okay, they take the Alistar.
牛在现在的辅助板子里面也是登场最高，而且胜率最高的一个英雄。
Ahri's a bit annoying. I don't know if you should play Ashe here.
就感觉就是说，
what do you play on 5 into Alistar? Probably Rakan, right? I don't know if you should just take the Rel. That's a horror. Could play Nautilus.
也更好
Don't like it.
感觉也没什么问题，因为这个组合现在在赛场里面的胜率是很高的。
考虑希沃尔感觉没有太大的道理，
因为对面没有位嘛，位在自己家。
OK， 最后拿下了伊泽瑞尔，辅助位，对选瑞尔吗？瑞尔是一个最常规的选择。
是的，感觉可以拿瑞尔。
Chat when you run ads, if you know about ads, you can use the tail on Twitch Drive. You don't have to channel if you don't want to back for the game size because.
这个对线上面更舒服。也有
Alright, the shy lock in.
同样能补控。打洛是可以的，
反正也是一个比较能跟上打野的节奏去开团的。
但洛的缺点就是他在面对傻子身上跟瑞尔的机制是不太一样的，
有可能会比较的难受。但这把因为如果出瑞尔或者女坦这样的英雄会被牛头所克制一点。
就这把就是杯口进场要非常注意一下 Knight 的1技能铺的一个位置。两边阵容拿的都是各有主题，当然蓝色方这边是更有选择权的，他主动出击下面拿到了一个位。当然我觉得就没有一边的阵容是
The shy lock in
就完全打不了。但 IG 这个阵容我觉得更需要把握好自己的一个中期啊。
而且打架在上半区的一个节奏可能是 IG 包括资源的一个控制吧。 可能是这把 IG 想要做的比较好的一点。
对，他的对线上面下路线，对吧？以及上路线这2条边线应该都是舒服的。
对，上路线肯定是有优势的。那这样可能能配合着打野多进野区搞事情。
比较常规的一个我们点击版本的一个选择哦。当然几个比较热门的第2赛段的赛场新贵是都上了边位里面啊，包含了格温，以及这个拥有愚人节新皮肤的纳雅菲利啊。 热狗皮肤，昨天大家也看到了，这个皮肤挺骚的。
反正每年愚人节这个系列都很可爱，感觉。
对，反正我不知道大家，昨天把我看饿了。你说昨天都在饿路嘛，还没吃饭，看到那一堆热狗在那边跑。
对。
只要它那个翼旋转的时候，它会那个热狗会旋起来，我觉得还是挺酷炫的啊。来吧，第1场。 进入到大安峡谷，也把时间留给我们上海现场的观众朋友们啊！不要吝啬你们的这个加油助威的一个声音。
Sorry,
传给场上的一个选手。
加油！
是红
Holy fuck, they're loud. There's a lot of fans in the audience for this. It's a big one, right? This is a big one. IG versus BLG. This is the best team in the LPL versus the second best team in the LPL in BLG. So it is obviously like quite a hype one.
算是比较常规的一个站位，过来补了一个眼位，在
标准点位啊，这都感觉都是可以默认有这个眼位了。
两边都是对放的。
征服鳄鱼，然后打朗姆啊。
Top Esports is the second best. No, sadly they are not.
拿了一个鞋子贪一点发育。
是的。
They are just winter split peakers. This is the spring split now. This is where people take it seriously. No more Mickey Mouse stuff.
一开始上来的中单都是冲着线去的，站位上面同时注意自己，然后也想办法快速的想要。
When IG 2-0s now, people will start shutting the fuck up
这就是骚扰型的
and realizing who the daddies are.
有效的去 A 兵，下路也在抢，但是找到了一个 Q。
We just need bot lane to not troll.
兵线是差不多的。
Test is undefeated. Nope, they lost to EU and CFO.
但因为有被动，这个点兵的速度并不会落后太多。嘎拉这里是蛮被动，镜头忽然来到上路。
IG is undefeated though.
第二波的一个兵
They
线
lost one game. And it was for
前
fun.
面还是强势的多，抢到一个2级，直接1连 Q。
Gala, Mako, can you not do that? I just told you, if bot lane doesn't troll, this game's won. You're already trolling.
不到100点了。
是的，这波嘎拉吃了太多。
How do you get caught by a level 2?
这波其实比较好的
It's season 15, guys.
打治疗去避免那个2连了。
Yo, Thinoda, much love.
哦，这个我时间看起来，如果打野的位置上面来说，都是往自己的强势。
JJ clearing into the winning lane, aka the Shy. Not surprised.
姐姐肯定是往
The
上。
Shy versus Spin historically is super the Shy favorite.
前期的一个线权还是很
Super the
扎
Shy
实的，又是
favorite.
一个2连，这个机会找得非常好。但反手 Miko 也是抬了一下 Elk。
这好像不是3级，3级至少比你个
The bot lane, of course, is trolling, which is great. So I guess Gala has to base in minute 3 because
感觉下路现在 Elk 跟 On 这个对线在
losing
第
game
一
on
小局里
purpose.
面打得还相当亮
Nice
眼，会
movement,
有一个
rookie.
沿
Nice
途 Rookie 是
movement.
没有吃到的，反手打出一个电刑，奈特也要回家交 TP 了。
Take a base, take a base. Bot wave is horrible. Oh my god, Elk got the cannon there.
回家都有补，一边补萃取，一边补女神类。但因为前面的一个补刀2刀差啊，当然就是装备的一个价格 ，Elk 是有多一个复用型药水。
姐姐是来到上半区，先把河蟹打了，两边各控1只，
很标准的一个对线棋。上路阿斌的血量也维持得很健康，这波绝对没有越的一个机会，应该是放了一个视频眼回家画闪。
Nice.
镜像的一个位置。
是的，这把两边打野基本都是名牌的刷野路线，也没有变奏去线上搞事情。转过来咬一套。
Grass, I lied about the wheels. Okay, good one.
他冷却浪线，两边都是要把握自己好。哦呦
No, he lives that. He has double biscuit.
都还有2个饼干。这第一个 T 交完之前，这种单杀我觉得都是很难打出来的。
Great trade there by the Shy.
换血都换得很激烈。
Already building a CS lead.
这时候都没有想要尝试去抓，因为这个线都是抓不太了的线，都是选择了赶紧刷第2轮。
Nice try on the Q there.
Q2
EQ here, EQ. Beautiful. E again. Nice. Trades just like me.
中路也是交掉了
Rookie don't troll.
40阵。
Nice dodge.
大石穿空了。
Beautiful. Every lane I look at is winning. Let's look at bot now.
应该是小优的。
You're gonna lose the cannon. Perfect. Good job.
就想消耗一下 Mako， 但 Q 技能 Q 到能回复，E 技能
W him, W him.
知道应该没有
Does
技
he not have
能
it?。
双人左右可以打得比较激进，奈特一直是在卸自己的蓝，那应该准备再回家。
Didn't see that.
岩雀比较难受，就是他比较不是时光这个流派了，还是以炽天使为主。
还是得在前期慢慢的先过渡一下。哦，这把小灰直接来到下半区开始控龙了。
对，利用自己下路的一个双人组的一个线权，但这时候控的时候 ，Mako 应该是有察觉到，看到就有机会去阻止，因为上帝视角我们知道赵信源在天边， 但是威这里是有压力的，他并没有办法直接判断姐姐在哪里。哎，他看了很久，
小骚扰一下，但是也来了。
主要他有一个眼，他这个针眼提供了很多资讯，他知道赵信不在后面。
I didn't want Drake anyway personally.
在按过来掩护之下，把火龙给收下来。
控的时间也非常的早，而且这不是顺势的转线了。
掉线，然后乐帅是直接踢。阿斌这边 TP 也教过啊，如果上半部打起来的话，是绝对不会有上单到的。那姐姐这里也是开始控虫，以威的位置来说，并没有想要上去破坏一只，两边应该就交换了。但下路这里威是5级，
而且河道是没有足够量的视野的，好像并没有。
He's gonna get ganked here, the Shy, of course.
想换绕了一圈，那就大招举到的话就有点。
But he wins this. He wins this. He wins this.
威在旁边，在等距离。
He wins this. 1v2. He wins this. He's gonna proxy the wave as well. Quite
这个
smart.
位置好像有点难走了。
See, he wins that.
他知道走不掉。
See that?
有换的机会。
See that? See that? You see that? You see that? Center him! Center him! Come on in!
这波其实阿斌是没技能，他觉得可以收尾，
Beautiful.
但这就是鳄鱼的。
It's fucking Father's Day. I told you. I told you it's Father's Day.
哇，这一套战斗力有点强。
对，
虽然残血，
我拉掉，然后我第一我保底把那个线给吃了，我可能走不掉，但最后还
That's a volume increase.
是血钻。
在野区是找到了赵信，那这样可以赶走，因为 EZ 也靠过来了。
两边都拿到了一颗人头。
这波是带着队友一起要。
JJ, the Shy just won the game. Why do you have to lose it now, you fucking rat?
这波感觉虽然人到了，但是
What is that about? What is that invade? Explain. He just killed the enemy jungler for you. What are you doing?
有心月护卫，但这个控制量是直接让你大招都扫不出来。过来还想施压，这个草丛里面是没有视野的。
Guys, you have no jungler. What are you invading for? You have no smite. Big charm. Big charm. Big MF ult. That's another kill. That's another kill. Oh, rookie. Rookie, get him the reset quick. Nice. Nice. Get him the heal. Get him the heal. Man, out. Rookie, out. Yeah, good.
两边就此作罢，3比3的人头。
这波女枪上6了，很关键。
Meanwhile, in bot, the pressure is back.
抢了一个6级，而且这种时候的战斗能力
The pressure is back.
远远高于伊泽瑞尔的。如果你不是在线上打，你是在
Come on, Mako. If you lock in and JJ, if jungle support wake up, the game's won.
这波乐帅的一个高光操作。
What a beautiful play by the Shy.
他这个时间点应该就已经猜到了，然后被举开大。
He ults and then he sees Talia moving and says, "You know what? Do it. You won't." Look at Wei's HP bar. W. Auto W cancel. E. Auto Q. Flash. Auto E. Dead. And Talia ult. So Talia lost the wave as well. And enemy jungler died.
这个是野区的后一波了。
然后威刚上一波是把大招交过的了。
是的。
哎呦，好险！最后 L 可是换掉了一颗人头，要不然这波 IG 是赚，对吧？两边现在还是平分秋色，3比3。一者2颗头，嘎拉2颗头。他现在女枪就不像低等级的时候那么难受了。这段时间是伊泽瑞尔的一个疲弱期。我先拿 BF 大剑，我这个平 A 你就是吃不起。当然，两边现在双人组是没有对到。BOG 是没有选择带掉线把双人组放上，1分半。那两边都有吃镀层的一个机会。
看一下下波虫子怎么去考量。
现在的分线 BOG 也比较特别，对吧？他是让冰在中路，
They're swapping into the
被对面双人组吃镀层。
是的
，IG 选择先让嘎拉跟 Mako 回家，利用大步流星。
9-minute eclipse for the Shy. Yep.
频繁掉线的局面里面，女枪的一个优势。上一把宇凡老师跟我们提过，对。
上路吃完镀层，再来中路接兵线。
对上路有想法吗？但这个屏蔽应该是给到了资讯。
Easy.
知道有眼就没有要过来了啊？还是要过来吗
？Easy.
但是有闪的，这波感觉最多打闪不太好杀。小龙已经要升了，
是的
，50秒。
这波奈特还蛮警惕的，身后也是早早布了眼。
龙虫都要升，对吧？这是一个回补的 timing。
They've actually swapped bin away from the Shy intentionally. Can you believe it?
那这样的话 ，IG 应该是会来到下半区接这一波了，因为
Oh my God, another 3-man.
拿了下来。
Another 3-man, really? Why? Are you guys just fucking weird or what? No, you guys are just fucking
大
weird
招
at
发
this
过来
point.
伤害
Q Q Q.
第一时间好像被
That's
三
just
机会要
fucking
被
weird.
秒了。
That is just free. Like, what the fuck? Nice rookie. Can we play it? Can we play it? Mako, you have ult and W. Nice, big. Nice, show me charm. Nice rookie. JJ. Oh, big knock, big knock. There's the boys. There's the boys. You have charm. You have charm. Please charm him. Charm. Mako. You have. TP behind. TP behind. The shy is coming. The shy is coming. Wherever his son will go, the father will arrive. Boom. The shy lands the TP. Beautiful. Good play. Good play. Good play by IG.
相当于解了一下围，这波也是保护残血的打野能够安稳的回到家。
两边真的是，你看前面标准的攻势。
Bad trade for you, buddy bin.
是的，就现在开始要打资源团了。之前
Is the Shy the best player in the LPL? Well, there's 3 players with a global taunt: Faker, Baus, and the Shy. These 3 players are global taunt.
避免微锁他，然后直接秒掉。你看，都是第一时间这个 TP 都落地了。
That's a fact. Hidden passive pulls 3 people to their lane on
对，这
cooldown.
波先越过傻子阵去抬双 C 女枪大招第一波，然后杰看到这个机不可失 ，W 闪过去。
What about Zeus? Nope, Zeus just has fucking his hidden passive is right click side lane and click till you die.
但在塔下呀，主要是一个塔下，这防御塔前面还是很疼的。
我也在塔下操作了。
是 ，Lucky 刚刚再挨一下，甚至都要倒。
Okay, they have 3 grubs, we have 3 grubs, we get bot tower first. Beautiful, good job, Gala. Gala, I'm a big fan, keep it up.
所以先机这边 IG 应该是要得手了，上路明显进度是慢的。
下路可以先推，而且在回放的过程当中，应该又是完成了虫和小龙的一个兑换啊。目前两边的资源其实蛮均势的，
两边都有一条小龙，然后都是闪走，对吧？只是差别在于 IG 这里是有一个先机的。
哦，这波是直接推到了2塔，并且是没有人的情况下，2塔直接推了。
是的 ，IG 直接4个人抱团过来拆。那这个局面上面 ，BOG 要看野区有没有机会留住了，但看起来不太有机会。
第一时间人员不够齐整，因为这波位置选择在野区去做点事情。
IG 战队的1塔后胜率也有86%。这把嘎拉是很肥的，4-0的一个女枪，而且她还有萃取，待会要3刀后要爆。
Address the allegations. What allegations?
个人经济看到嘎拉有6。
Gala is so strong. Look at that cull proc as well, big.
位置上面来说都还是比较 OK 的一个发育。
Cull proc is big.
威是比较肥的，刚刚在塔下的那一波，因为 IG 是对双 C 是动手，所以威是拿到了2颗人头。
The fraud allegations.
现在两边都想来点联动，但草丛里面是有视野。
上蹲喽，这波 IG 是可以做表情的。
好像没有察觉到。
I hope he's running first K corpse. Oh yeah, Mako, that's you.
但这个位置就感觉有问题了，
感觉怪怪的。
对，
中路突然间几个人都 miss 了。
IG 的一开始想法是我钻到这个草丛里面，让你觉得我要抓中，让你觉得你还在反蹲我，然后要准备动手。啊 ，BOG 一想不对。
而且中路本身是有线眼的嘛 ，BOG 能看到你几个人突然间往河道全都走了，有点怪。
但这个经济的面向来说，我感觉对于 BOG 来说，现在是一个劣，一个小劣。但这个劣势绝对都是一波团能扳回来的。镀层上面 IG 还是拿到了经济的这个来源呐。
感觉还是看两边下一波团战的操作和配合。
I hate Fnatic and I hate KC. Who do I want to win? Bro, why are you asking me? You just sound like a hate watcher.
900块钱，所以这个经济差就来在于这里。那这把前面打的还是比较激烈的，我们可以看到左上角已经是提示这把是灭境。其实我个人认为灭境在这个版本的影响度还是比可血大的，因为这当前的可血比较难打出那种爆炸的效果，因为各个战队也都更容易去应对可血。当然，这个它的机制上的削弱，我觉得全都也是做到位了。
Okay, so everyone's farming, grubs are even, drakes are even, but MF is monster fed. Yep, get the plants. Yep, good job. I think IG's in a great position this game.
那帅还是一样的一个风格哦，就即使下路没有任何的视野，但还是敢压，而且这波其实 Lucky 是做门过去的。 但阿斌也是有防守眼。
知道 BLG 的打野在上半区。
Rookie's looking for a roam onto the Ambassador, but she's a bit too far back.
喜欢在野区里面去找机会。
Need to catch top,
看了
Rookie.
一下对面兵明显是有所提防。
Can you base and go top or what?
跟在正面的换血。
因为现在依然还是鳄鱼的这个强势期，所以看一下 IG 要不要
Which
利用
league
这
is
个
the
点。
best to watch?
我们也看到了
For me, it's LCK.
这把也
LCK
是
is
今年
so
BO
great.
第2个 BO3的时候一开始上来跟大家讲，女枪这个英雄绝对可能有点被我们低估了。
But some LPL series are fucking crazy good. I will say. But in terms of like favorite, yeah, it's LCK.
这是为了先锋啊，两边现在开始卡河道的一个重要草丛，但这种时候都是副业不能给机会的。但两边的副业其实都还算是有容错。
The Shy, you win that, you win that, you win that. Just E in next time.
都想要在
Don't
换
be
点上面
scared.
先找一点团前的一些小优。
都还比较谨慎啊。
Yep, there it is.
好，边路已经
Fucking
换起来
push
了
him
吗
back. Yep.
这是一个白的 W， 所以被阿斌那个
Still
铁
win
力
that.
直接吸收掉很多的伤害。
Big plant.
回头 A
Nice.
化。
He's wasting his spells. Just fuck him up now.
现在看威的一个位置。
Why is Vi ganking bot again?
想要直接先留了，公开主席，冷帅没有选择交闪，这时候开大，第一波有1打2成功，但
You're so weird. Q.
Flash.
Oh, dodge! Dodge! Now what? Now what? Now what? No Herald, no flashes. Suck it.
上半区的话，那这个先
No Herald, no flashes. Suck it,
这
idiot.
样的话，等于是
Bro, stop it. Just leave him alone. Why are you doing that?
但这样冷帅这波是很赚的，因为他没有阵亡。
TP back as well.
先锋我们不提，主要还是他多赚了一个闪现啊。
这波BLG还是投资了先锋的这个回合，想去抓边线。
JJ, every time the Shy does something good, you have to counter in, don't you? Like why?
但与此同时可以去控一下这个小龙。
那这波 IG 等于是全都要了呀，因为 BOG 这一波重要的位的技能是。
Hola!
冷帅很凶啊，得理不饶人。
Oh, he just lost Fury on his W. That is unlucky. You were fucking solo killed there.
但他是回过家交过 T 的，所以阿斌只能无奈
Take them.
自家的视角
They're yours.
我今天 IG 上来展现的一个风貌，
Good.
跟昨天又感觉不一样了。
这把确实前面的节奏或者是判断都做得挺好的。
但是 BOG 我2个人不够，我现在双人组。
Deja vu, deja vu. 4 people on the Shy again. For what? You're gonna lose your mid-tier 1 with Herald. What is this? Is this revenge for World Semis in 23? And you're flashing on Alistar. And you're And you're Let's take a look at the map. Oh, mid-tier 1 dead. Let's have a look top. Oh, top tier 1 dead. Where are you going, JJ? Are you counter-inting again? Bro, you're not drifting shit. That ain't hitting.
能转过去吗？转不过去，龙头还是扭不过来。
If that was Velia, that's a top tier 2 as well.
撞中往上那塔去转，他这个弯其实能过已经
Unbelievable.
对吧？
感觉也是练过的。
都有研究过啊，这个先锋。现在呢，你说咱们的这选手多辛苦，英雄只得练，还得练车技。
哦，直接给大招了，打中
Mako, you're really pissing me off. Like, we are winning this. Like, if you know how League works, and not to be a glazer, JJ and Mako are both completely inting. They just are. The only reason IG is winning this game is because for some reason BLG has decided that they're gonna 4-man the Shy every 3 waves in bot. And that's just winning the map. Even though IG's jungle support are fucking sprinting it. He's getting... The amount of space that IG are getting on 2 lanes in mid-top is unlosable. But for some reason, it's still losable. Oh my god, they're all bot side again. Like, they really need to lock in, man. This is pathetic. Come on. They could have taken a top tier 2 or a mid tier 2 as well.
灭境出生在地图的下半部，这个下半部倒不是因为双人组在下面打得很欢，主要是一直在抓冷帅，对吧？
The Shy aura is kinda crazy though, think about it. This game is a fantastic example.
找一些空档， 福野去保着奈特来吃一些经济。
下半区也铺垫了非常多标志的眼位，保着奈特去把兵线再推了。
Imagine watching T1 versus Gen G than this. I mean, this is just the Shy fan meeting. That's it. That's all this is.
应该都没有直接动啊。他 IG 这里想动的话是可以等一个 timing，Luki 的时光发等级的时候来动一下。OK， 奈特吃下了这个边塔的经济，回家也是把兰德利出出来。
Bounce versus the Shy is just 5v5 top.
2000套。就现在主要的装备差就在 AD 位这个位置，但还没有成装差啊，没有3000套打2件半的一个时间。Luki 时光发等级了，
这波标局是5个人集结在中路，
想动一下，嘎啦的嘎啦很有兴趣，但看到了草丛里面
直接开锁。
突能接上一个大招吗？那 Luki 最后还是交闪。
How are we getting caught? What happened? Mako's inting again or what?
代替吃了，好像吃了公开。
Rookie STP, all good.
5个人的集结终于是找到了一波的机会。
The Shy is top now. Haha. Maybe we've confused BLG. Now you have to gank top if you want to gank the Shy instead of bot. It's worth. Trust me, it's worth. Just hit it. It's worth. It's worth. Just please get it. Oh my god, the fan meeting continues. The fan meeting continues. There are 4 people. They could have killed Rakan and gone to fucking Atakan. That's exactly what they could have done. But instead, they decide to gank the Shy and lose Atakan. I'm not even kidding. They could have done a free Atakan. Like, what is going on?
看了一下，好像选择先拉开了。
对，主要 Mako 这个站岗的位置看到对面的双人组，
因为接下去小龙也要刷。
主要这把是个电门啊，这个是电龙魂的地形，可以很大的提高威上
there, but they don't have Rakan or Ariel.
有可能最后进入，主要这还是个灭境。
Oh, for fuck's sake, not again, not you.
这边牛头 Q 起来 W 完，但是在星月护卫里面有非常的多人，拿到了这个人头，看到大招效果一般啊。 威这里还在续 Q， 想要回头抓 Luki 剩最后就能另外图形，上方有个阿斌的一个包夹，有傻子在根本位移不了，有个拿到一个杀到。
Like the Shy glazing aside, is IG really trying to win the game right now? Like, is their jungle support actually playing to win? Because what in the fucking earth is going on?
那这样的话，小龙拿下来顺势再去接这个塔韩。
而且我觉得龙不是那么大的一个关键，主要是这个2塔韩给掉了呀。
What are they doing? What are they doing?
哇，这一波 Luki 立功了。那杰杰没有第一时间选择交闪去跟 Luki 右侧爆，因为其实双人组也在。
其实感觉岩雀把地形一卡，然后正面因为 IG 的双人线在中，他们在接这波兵线，所以形成了一个比较远的距离。
对，因为 IG 的风格一直是喜欢这种我正面不一定是抱团做事，有可能是分开做事，然后也有这种如果有一侧被抓，
就各找机会，
对，然后我。 交换的这种理论，对吧？但这波问题就是那个灭金刚来不及做，就是你打掉是打掉，但你能把花点完吗？你打掉才只有6朵花，以及这个25的吃野怪收益，主要还是那个花的经验跟适应性之力啊。
哦，旁边德赛已经跟纠结起来了，但吃了一套奈特的伤害有点扛不住，先往后拉。
现在50朵比12朵，对吧？时光
Mad because IG lost, they didn't lose yet, idiot. The gold's dead even. They didn't need their jungle support to plug their controllers back in.
BLG 把前面的一个小劣势全部给打回来，两边现在有点回到均势。但这个时间点 ，IG 就这个阵容，我觉得后期还是比较不看好，就很吃 Luki 的意了，以及鳄鱼的进场位置。
就能不能绕一个好的，以及落的
Is Renekton done rage splitting? It's not rage splitting.
看能不能给 Gala 创造一个很好开大的环境。
It's side pressuring.
下方也是给到了经济曲线的一个差值。
哦 ，IG 这波是想来边线抓一下朗姆。
朗姆交闪来躲一个盛大登场，杰杰跟过去，但是后期没有控制，哎，选择是。
What is going on? My eyes don't work, chat. Two charges. You got the charm, big charm on the divide. They're gonna finish off from Gala. TP coming in from the Shy. TP, don't know where the fuck he's TPing. JJ! You just stunned the plant. You just stunned the plant.
德夏这边是有大招，但是没有闪现。昂这边想留，德夏开几个大招想找 L 有奥数月线往拉开。
He just insta cancelled. He just insta cancelled it.
一个坚定意志，原来这个血量比较危机了。下一个
What is happening?
奥数月线跟过去 ，L 应该是会交进攻闪来打了 ，WQ 爆掉，最后是把乐帅给击杀。L 的伊泽瑞尔也进入了个大杀特杀。
哇，这波后续支援和追击上面，不要觉得双击其实拉扯的更好一些啊。 那这样中路可以推了，
右边这个阵容的缺点就会开始慢慢展现了。对面的 C 位有点灵活，岩雀当然没有那么灵活，但是有个护臂，而且他的位置本身保持就会比较健康。伊泽瑞尔的一个中期就会开始展现他的一个强势。
Chat, what the fuck is happening this game? What is going on? Are you kidding?
阿这个阵容比较偏第一波，能不能打出一个非常好的 combo 和配合
？What is this fucking
这波原
ass?
本以为阿兵会走，但阿兵应该是沟通了。
So Bin
就岩雀也到了，岩雀交
is out
要直接原地反打。
because Mako's fucking inting, but then he counter ints into Rookie. Guys, JJ is then out, and then counter ints into Knight for some reason. And then the Shy TPs to a different dimension, stuns a plant. Gala decides it's ult time and insta cancels it. And for somehow it turned into a 3-for-2 for BLG. Like what? What?
就在残局里面，确实很
Are they just trying to shout me out by chain inting and canceling everything?
Rookie 是选择先把自己的护臂进化成金身，而奈在这里是因为护臂还没有用过哦，选择先垫了一个杀人书，开始读书，还是勤奋号选择奈克啊。要看看待会的听牌电龙，两边的丁丁依旧是咬住的。
这波 BLG 有点想看正面，因为朗姆推完线已经是提前的来到河道附近了。
上路是被送线 ，Rookie 要后道有 TP， 伊泽瑞大刀打消耗，节节
20 seconds on Drake.
刷掉了小几百点血。
Rookie has TP. I'm gonna be sick. Fucking like this is like turbulence.
VOD 现在是更有
extreme turbulence.
先占地利的一个优势的。
TP in from Rookie.
IG 没有落后的眼位 ，Rookie 整理完上路线是 TP 到正面，
河道有点挤不进去，可能要再等下一波。
但奈特这个位置是明显
Play it. Why not? Why not? Gala wants to fight. Hello. Oh my god, now we're hex gating. Now we're hex gating. 4 business days later, good job.
推了下路兵线，准备赶过来，但地势有点远。
Mako, bro, you're pissing me off. I swear to God, you're pissing me off. Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. Leave him alone. Come on. Where was the redemption? Where was it? Where was that redemption? Honestly.
脱节了这波过来支援的位置。
是的，昂这边是没有闪，但是还有大招。IG 必须要小心，不能再给牛头2连留人了，因为现在正面有一个人数差。
看一下两边 ，IG 是在疯狂的去拼大龙，感觉这波不太合适。
Mako, you're pissing me off.
还是控制链。
This is a jungle sub gap. It is. If you say it's a top gap, you're blind, and that is not glazing the shy.
可能对于洛和狐狸的这个
glazing aside, biases aside, the jungle support gap is absolutely crazy.
这个青也没有清到昂的大刀一直还死死的扣着，伊泽瑞尔从中路跟过来，还想偷一点伤害，直接看到
Like what is happening?
有点忍不住来，这波一刀是这个机会，
这两人跟上了，直接倒。
是的，可是没有进化。
Double kill!
关键的一个讯息
，Rookie
也倒下来 ，Rookie 还有一个
Big Tom,
又是一个甜点，清到
Big Tom, big connect, big connect.
感觉书要掉光了。
That's gotta be Baron, right?
开不了的时候，但是节节一马当先。
Hunt him. No, go Nash.
难跟的一波找到
Nice. That's a volume increase. Big. That's a big fucking play.
局势感觉已经被 BLG 给掌握的局面下，但是关键的时刻站了出来。中野这一波太关键了。
是的。
The shy not in fight, insta win, bro. It's got nothing to do with that.
来看下这一波
Wow, what a play by JJ. I should flame him more often because it seemed to make him lock in. Holy fuck, super play of the century. JJ, you're fucking bad. Stop inting. Maybe that's gonna make another super play. I flame him more often, that guy. Yes, Danny, yes, yes. You see what I'm saying? Okay, now what can we do with the Baron?
这波打完
Okay, now
确
what
实
can we
这
do with the
边
Baron?
的士气提升了很多。
Lucky 反读书，你念我也念，
你有书我也要有。
是，别人小朋友的有的我也要有。
可以。
我将嘎拉的4件套也有了。
Flame JJ the whole game already? Yeah, not enough.
这个劣势了。
艾克先首先甩了个大招去
Get the tower.
下兵线，
这个内塔明显是守不住的啊，
比较难守。
Knight has Magi's. Bro thinks he's fucking. Bro thinks he's rookie. 0 stacks Magi's. Bro doesn't even read.
正面这波男爵的前压有办法上高吗？但 BOG 也是在劣势的时候一直在找机会，想要利用侧门，看到一个落单的一个 Mako， 没有人可以过来。Mako 走这个位置感觉有点大意了呀，身旁并没有队友可以接。
That's it. That's all. Nothing else. Nothing more. You're a inter.
那个针眼放在那个地方，我们上帝视角知道 BOG 一直在等，有一个永约人走过来。
那这样岩缺
out. Escape. Later, bitch.
上方看到一个赵信，赵信这个位置会被留住吗？他身上是没有闪现的，但后续有一个枪林弹雨的一个减速。 嘎拉也护了自家的一个打野的一个撤退，因为小龙还有70秒的一个以上的一个时间，所以这一波 Mako 的倒下应该不会影响到龙团，但同样的也让 IG 的男爵。
Why is everyone building Magi's? Well, I think it's because Knight's a rookie fanboy. Imagine getting ganked 8 times by the enemy team, 4-man Avengers, 6 films deep from Marvel, and you're still up in gold against enemy top. That is absolutely crazy.
这把比赛
要看小龙团。
但两边的打野在第3件的装备上面选择不同哦，前面都是战士打野的标配啊，焚天加上一个黑切，但第3件一边是选择上守护天使复活甲，一边威着的则是挑战护手。
How much more does Bean need to actually be useful? Come on, Bean. You're still behind.
所以这把可能对于姐姐来说，她要尽可能的多去找机会，先进场。
对，但现在对于 IG 来说不是一个好的交战时间，因为 Lucky 没有闪，而对方的双 C 是有闪，现在要再用一技能。
Don't fuck. Nice charm. Chunk his ass.
到一个狼魔。
Okay, Bean's low.
消耗了一个小1000。
Mako, don't troll. Mako.
先把视野布开，卡住一个3角草。那现在对于 BLG 来说的话，第一时间是不敢下河道的，只能先来中路。
是，他们就有给压力的，毕竟刚刚大龙是前压过一波。
猜了一下，但这个草丛里面并没有特别多的人，火力又是一套。
Nice, guys, we can't flip it. Hello. We can't flip it. Hello. Pull it out. Nice. Pull it out. And we're gonna. No, you're gonna flip it. Look Vi. Flash, Gala, flash. Now unleash hell. Unleash hell on them. Rookie. Get the dragon. Nice. They have no dashes. They can't get over. Beautiful. Beautiful fighting from Rookie. Gala had 6 people on him. That wasn't fair. That was the shy POV as Gala. The shy POV. When did the shy flash? 162. That's 3 kill participation on the board. On the board. On the board. Alright, Vi goes over the wall, ult MF, then Ambessa, flash ult, then Ezreal, flash E's, yeah, worth. Super worth.
再回到小龙坑。
但这一波虽然 BOG 没有拿下电龙，但有一个关键 ，Elk 交闪去把这个大人头给拿到了。
是的。
Bro, can you shut up with the glaze? I get having favorites, but you're so unreasonable. Bro, your name is Boss Boy Daddy with an I. Shut the fuck up. Your name is Boss Boy Daddy. Who are you talking to? Alright. Way down. 3 kills.
下一波的大龙虽然现在还有60秒，但这一波又让 IG 有一波前压兵线的一个机会。
下路的兵线，鳄鱼也可以带过来，那这样中路兵线都是优势。
而且现在有一个关键， 就是 Luki 他的书是继续读的 ，Knight 把书丢了，投笔重龙，但是 Luki 这里20成了。现在导播我们看一下，现在这个时光的有多少的 AP？415也不低啊，这不带帽啊！
就刚才一个 Q2段刮完之后，其实朗姆也差不多1/3血。
岩雀这边是350啊，虽然他是有大法穿。
I told you, Chad. My co-stream will always be as fair as possible, with two exemptions. Exemption number 1, the shy. Exemption number 2, if EU is playing at the international. That's it. That's it. Exception number 3, lost ratones.
是的，但上一波利用这个传送门，其实红色方是做了非常多的眼位在 BLG 的上半区。
Exception number 4, sometimes Zeus.
也上6成，对吧？因为它是有一个书，对吧？这个书是属于低价，但是有你如果
Exception number 5, sometimes DK as well. But that's it. Those are the 5 rules of the Caedrel co-stream. DK, Zeus, LR, EU with Worlds, the Shy. That's it. I'll never be biased past that.
来了。
衔接中线，衔接中线，想
Got no flash. Help. Nice, the Talia coming and go off. Big stun. Help him now on the Ambassador. Where's the redemption? That's late. Big timing. JJ flashes back. Now, try. Nice charm. QSS. Stun. Onto the Alistar. JJGA. Crypt Bloom. J. Here he Q. Dead. Charm. Kill. Reset. Rookie. Miss. Dead. Flash. W. Out. Gala. Low. Elk. Cooking. Run. Echelon. Now. Flash. Nice. Okay, Elk is complete. That's a Chinese Ezreal. That Ezreal is so fucking Chinese. We need help. We need help now. 130 on the Drake. That observer was fucking insane. That's some of the best observing I've ever seen in a fight. That cameraman is honored. Holy shit. That cameraman was locked the fuck in.
目标也非常的明确，就是 Gala 的女枪。
You're talking in keyboard suggestions. There's too much dive for Gala. Oh, Mako missed his knock up. Mako missed his knock up.
这波主要是感觉后续 IG 追朗姆追的有点深了，没有去管 BLG 剩下的双 C。就 EZ 和岩雀现在技能组一好，其实他的拉扯能力是非常强的。
哇，这个大招。 这 F6 感觉也挡了一下。
Yep, that's gonna be Mako's fault. 25 stacks, Ari Medjais. GA on Gala, Flash on Gala, The Shy. Bot lane. Now. Hey, they're using so many spells. Let him dash. Let him dash again. Now out. Nice. Now kill that rat, enter. That's gonna be Hex Soul. That's gonna. Nice charm! QSS down on cooldown. The Shy is here. Rawr! He's scaring them away. Now that's gotta be Hex Soul. Just don't go too deep here. It's the only way they can win. Or is it not? The Shy tanks everything. That opens up Gala to get midwave. You fucking rat! Why aren't you grouping? Nice big ult. No flash. Help! Someone help him! Mako, you just came to die with him! Yeah, no, you saved him! You saved him, Mako, my god! Now he died anyway! I hate you! How is the game not over? We just aced him! Why is the game not over? I don't get it! It was Knight inted, free kill. That was 4v5, lose! Where did Gala go?
那这样原本以为 IG 要收入囊中的电龙魂，最后是 BOG 给拿到，局势会因此就此底定吗？两边已经打到了将近40分钟，都来到了70K 的一个关卡 ，C 位都是往6成去迈进。
是的，基本都。
Now lose Baron as well.
这样的话
Now lose Baron as well. 4v5, Knight ints the whole game, but Gala gets mind controlled that he needs a midwave instead of following the Shy. That is crazy criminal.
甚至还有电龙的龙魂。
是的。 一个小的双龙会
，Knight goes in, ints the whole game away. The whole game.
明显不是一个好的先手时机。
主要是岩雀的位置比较尴尬。
对，他主要他
dies. Where does my MF go?
左边扑傻石阵，我觉得
Where does my MF go?
比较正确。哦，这波就是。
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm gonna try my best to be your lawyer, but you're fucking trolling. You're such an inter. But you're both inting there. My MF went to mid wave. My top lane is going in 1v4. You're both inting.
忘了呀。嘎拉说：“兄弟们，他原本应该是在送中线，因为你看现在上帝视角，我们的小地图中线是送进去的。
哇，大招拉完 E 过来。”
Oh, the game's lost, it's lost, the game's lost, it's lost. How did Elk do 17k damage last team fight? What in the fuck? Hello? Huh? What? What? What?
真的是不是拉满？有点夸张。
You versus the guy she tells you not to worry about. Fuck.
有个炮车。 这个炮车还是挺能干活的。
是，刚刚我们回放回来了，下是被打了闪现跟大招。那 BOG 这波的男爵还有1分40秒以上的一个时间，已经有3件的一个收益。
了，但是有岩雀的墙啊。
斜向的强慢，只要保底拿你一个高地防御塔。
No Mercurial, nice。
还有可能水银弯刀再度的逼掉，沿途这波空掉，但是这个大炮车应该准备把高地防御塔给拆掉。
是的，他马上要掉了这个位置。
再一个
nice charm, no Alice rolled。
自己血量本来就已经只有1000多点。
Can we fish for more? Bin Zinting, Mako, Bin Zinting, Mako! You missed the knock up again!
给机会了呀！
直接给了
4-1点的时候被对面给抓到。
Nice, good kill, good kill.
这种时候就是最难的，就都没有闪。对，乐帅刚刚是掉闪，对吧？然后阿斌这波又给了
everyone
一定的机会。
是的，这波其实更严谨一点，他给这个 buff 就行了，因为队友其实都在上半区。
拿来
Look at Garda's items.
为这边对位的
1300 help him.
也把自己的狙给出来。他刚刚是先出血手的，而杰杰这边那个血手应该还有一定的价钱。那叫 IG 的来到了后期的话，他会有一个前面埋下的先机的一个小收益，是有3级的鞋可以去穿的。德帅已经穿了一个这个布甲鞋的一个3级鞋。
但现在看 Elk 身上这个复活甲很扎实啊。
对，装甲战靴，嘎啦这边也补上来了。Elk 已经脱鞋啊，真六神。因为有先机的话，可能会考虑猩红明朗3级的 CD 鞋。
哦，沿途过来打一套。
哦，这一套可能骗一个大招。
JJ, it's okay, don't worry.
有一个星月护卫。
Worry, someone block.
有点看不懂了。
但大招还在 CD。 这波可以顺势把兵线带过来压下水晶，侧翼的话，如果可以尝试了一下。
杰杰
This Ezreal is 6 items with an X-Tech Soul and a GA. But we can win that, we can win that. Mako, I need a good engage.
这个时候是在下路要送一下兵线，
带一下下路的兵线。推进的过程其实 BLG 处理的也比较冷静。
BLG 现在掌握了场上的一个局势，这把属于
This Ezreal is definitely fluent in Mandarin.
画面。 野区这里的资源再给你。
We can do it though. We can do it.
中下2条线来进来推进，这个最后的内塔也想要提一点钱。你这里有大刀刮一下，刮到的是中野。水晶的到底。
I hear Talio. No, I don't. I heard something though.
那远古龙的时间是2分钟。
下塔守不了。
守不了。
鳄鱼也是刚处理完中路的兵线，分身乏术。
Who was that?
这辅助都已经来到16、15级了。
Is it worth for MF to just sell the Seekers and buy a GA? Of course, it's Mako. Who else but Mako?
闪现过去，然后再往后 W。
拉开了一个身位。
打了一个 Mako 的闪现，这样的话也会让 Knight 跟 Elk 在接下来的这波。
Guys, Elders in 1 minute 20 seconds. Look at your clocks.
毕竟这时候都离下一轮的大石狮野怪还有一段的时间。
是的，
大龙是慢远古龙有20秒的一个时间，那可能真的是远古龙分胜负了吗？
很焦灼，一上来的。
Is today just the most banger day of League of Legends all year because it's Faker's 12th year anniversary? Is that it? Is the 6th of April every year just gonna be a fucking screamer?
其实 BLG 整个阵容容错率是上升了不少的。
然后这个水银弯道一出，哎呦，可现在又有生劈。
I think we should have an international holiday in League. It's called Faker Day because it's today. Because today's banging.
而且又有了一定的防装。
然后 Lucky 现在应该比较尴尬，他现在身上应该有一大笔钱呢。导播能不能按下 X？ 我看一下，因为他这个装备挺很久，但是他到底要不要卖呢？25成书，我这个帽子到底是换不换
？30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
是奈特把影焰给拿到了，
而且这波好像想继续来高地外面先压一下，因为视野的压力确实非常大。
来，这马上切。 全屏视角，我们要来看
Rookie Rabadons
远古龙团了，帽子有了，他应该是换装备了。
但现在中线推不出去 ，Elk 疯狂的想利用这个 E 技能去 poke 一下。
13，
把前面的一个劣势，就 BLG 的大龙前压那一波还是破了水晶的。
住了。
这里一直在。
They're not on it yet. 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 They're not on it yet.
守护天使的节节慢慢来看。
是的。 让打野先往前走。
Engaging on JJ. Someone peel him. Nice ult. She is gonna proc. MF ult. Not bad. Mako is going there for some reason. No damage. It's lost.
有血手被清到边，有打到 L 可以再拖 Mako 的一个伤害，冷帅想要扛出来，但是后排已经被屠戮了。嘎啦已经被奈德给秒掉的话，冷帅也倒下，守护天使站起来的，杰杰应该也走不掉，闪电过去直接跟闪过来，那加洛可能是要直接一波了。
感觉是一波的节奏，
还是那个问题啊，兵线的一个视野就是让远古龙 BOG 就在等着 IG 过来这个危险的位置。虽然杰杰过去卖女枪的大招，但是 BOG 打得很有层次。他知道这一波，如果我所有人涌进去，那个隘口会被女枪大招扫个慢波满。他并没有这样一涌而上，
只剩下中路和辅助了。
Yeah, don't be game one Andes. Don't be game one Andes. The shy smurf this game.
多杀2个。
I'm gonna say jungle diff and support diff. Jungle support diff. I go toilet BRB. It's a piece of shit.
恭喜标记。
哇，打的是，我已经冒汗了。这才第1局，
感觉两边就是见面就要打团。
是这个阵容，我觉得其实 IG 能打到这个时间点已经相当不容易了。
因为他们中间其实找到了几波不错的机会。 在野区的一些埋伏也好，或者说在资源点上面的一些交换，所以其实让他们在小龙方面并没有很早的像我们想象中可能陷入比较大的劣势。
但比较可惜的还是自己拿到了关键的第一，其实他们是先拿男爵推进的情况下，没有
那波没上到高地，
对他们一直没有办法制造一个现优，然后来利用视野压缩，因为我们知道在顶尖的对决当中，视野往往是。 就是最重要让对方露出破绽的一个关卡。
但这把我感觉 IG 的视野就是经常会出现有一个半局是完全没有眼的。
对，
这可能就是需要在后面有更多的细节方面的一些考量。
是的，那我们也来赶紧让召唤师们来投出自己宝贵的一票哦。从1的阿斌到下路的辅助的 on 哦，BOG 的一个获胜关键，大家觉得是谁呢？召唤师们，你们宝贵的一票会汇总哦，大家一定要赶紧的来投出自己的一票。那我们我跟塔姐也稍微想一下，待会跟着回放来投出我们解说的宝贵一票。我们先让优姐在旁边来。 帮我们把这把40多分钟的鏖战稍微梳理一下。
好，
有请。
好的。 哎，确实啊，这场比赛很难说哪位选手的操作更加的高光。那我们也是让2位解说老师先稍微想一下。那首先是恭喜标记是先下一城，不愧是强队之间的对决，在对线期双方就互相试探，互不相让。第一波的交火是发生在下路，晒的鳄鱼在冰和威之间极限拉扯，打出一个1换1。那么换血的回合，双方打出几波华丽的混战。IG 呢也是凭借强势的进攻和联动，取得小小的经济优势。那标记在劣势中不断的尝试抱团。 集结寻找反扑的机会，就在23分钟也具备他们找准时机分割 IG 的阵型，拿掉小龙之后呢，也将局势拉回了。双方的缠斗持续到28分钟，标记的消耗使 IG 脱节，但随后的交火，杰杰一马当先的进场配合 Rookie 后续的伤害，再加上 Mako 的控制，锁定了大龙的胜利。那么心理的博弈还在继续，标记锁定胜局的关键团是后期河道的一波，依然是极限拉扯的乱战，但 Elk 最终呢锁定了 Gala 的位置，更好的输出空间助力他们拿下电龙魂。那最终46分钟，标记是凭借更加缜密的团战配合推上高地，终结掉比赛。这场比赛我们确实没有想到啊，第1局就打得如此焦灼，如此的激烈。那也想问一下2位解说老师，对于我们本场最高光的选手有没有作何评价呢？
我思考了一下我的观点，我应该就是综合刚刚优姐帮我们总结的非常好，我会给到伊泽瑞，我会给到 Elk。
对我这一票也给 Elk。
是因为那个关键的那一波电龙魂，因为我们知道两边其实是互有来回嘛，这目标物其实前面我们看总结3重对3重，对吧？龙一度都是22拉再拉，然后拉到33，对吧？就两边其实就是第一帮枪吧，我登台，对吧？就你一波我要来一波。我们来看一下结算，6万1哦，这伊泽瑞。
对，就是感觉他那一波把输出真的是拉满了，并且站出来把那波团强行的这个劣势又扳了回来，就真的非常的不容易。因为其实我们说了 ，BLG 他们前期做了一些团队的决策，在我们看来其实是亏的，对吧？比如说去一直在边线抓鳄鱼，抓了几波，甚至是可能在上半区有一定布置视野的前提下，他们也会选择啊，我分一个半区，我来先抓一下边线的德晒。但一旦没有得手，其实那段时间 IG 是一直在赚资源的，甚至还率先的去破了中塔。
就主要是这个英雄啊，就是说你说女枪跟EZ我们聊过，对吧？但就是女枪在阵容面上面这把就打到了后面，她的上限就是不如伊泽瑞尔，我们可以这样聊。虽然这一波其实是真的 IG 在，我觉得已经是一个比较偏颓势的时候找到了一波特别好的一个机会，由杰杰的一个大流闪的3重爪击配合 Rookie 一个果断的一个闪逸，对吧？
其实我还有一个点，就是另外一个角度，就是其实，在阵容面上面来说，相较于双索，我觉得这个呢红色方这一套体系对于岩雀加上伊泽瑞的限制太难了。真的，除非你这个鳄鱼是发挥的非常好，或者说就比如发育的非常好，并且能在很刁钻的一个位置，对吧？不踩到撒之阵的情况下，还能突到双 C 的其中一个人。但我会发现这样的局势，其实在 IG 的手里面是找到过一波的。就刚才那个回放，就直接冲上来，并且 Rookie 是交闪现上来跟魅惑的时候，找到了伊泽瑞尔。但是你后续有水银弯刀，然后又有复活甲的情况下，那你这怎么去针对这个双 C？
对，因为我觉得这把最可惜的是，他其实是先拿塔的。我们记得塔数一度是4比1、4比2，对吧？他前面应该这个阵容是要有效的来推进，利用你前面从双人组这边是一个领先线的一个阵容，然后去利用视野让对面进来。如果是 BO 就先站好位置 ，IG 这个阵容就很难去打先手了。你不能波波都期待那种机会在你脸上，对吧？然后这一波就是关键中的关键。
对，但是有一个感觉就是 IG 在拿了中塔之后，他对于整个地图的掌控度还是不够，就他没有给到足够的视野压力给到 BLG， 是不是就是提到的 Elk 收拾了残局的那一波？
对，因为这一波其实原本感觉就是 IG 都已经是准备去追人收吃了。
My mic was muted, you're lucky.
看这波，这是最后一波嘛？节节进来，你看，
My mic was muted, you're lucky.
大招，明显你看蓝色方没有人往前走，然后节节虽然没死，但这个时候，我第二波，第一伊泽瑞尔在左侧抽伤害，然后你这个艾口加上岩雀的大招封过来以后，就所有人被困在这个位置，只有灵魂的这样，
Down.
这种狐狸能走，但是嘎拉怎么办呢？
It's a comeback. It's 2-1 IG, but we might have to miss a little bit of LEC for it.
就被拉低了。
We might miss a little bit of
其
LEC.
实中期就像我说的，他们更像是拼一波的那种机会，就如果能够找到并且控制链很好的衔接上了。对于双 C 有一个不错的减员，那可能这一波团他们会打赢。但我们会发现，其实，在中期 BLG 哪怕是可能双 C 第一时间没有发育的那么好的时间点，也没有出现那种就是我被你一波直接打没的一个情况。就两边其实都会剩下2到3个人，就没有出现那种胜负手。而 IG 又在前面累积的资源过程当中，没有率先去拿到，比如说像小龙的龙魂，或者说像大王比较关键的一些资源，
SK can 2-0 BDS.
再拉开一个比较大的差距。
其实有一波就是
Do I think SK can 2-0 BDS? Yeah, maybe.
就是那一波大龙的时候，他在上路内塔拔掉的时候，其实还有一个1分多钟嘛，对吧？然后那一波其实就是可能高低不一定能破，但多少磨一磨是可以，至少那个线不会给对面
直接被找到机会了。
那波在侧门那个位置直接给对面开了。
对。也是断了推进的节奏。
对，因为弱虽然灵活，但是如果被阿斌的公开处刑处刑到这个压制的效果，你是没办法用人去前面的。我们来看最后的 MVP， 本场的梅赛德斯奔驰赛场之星是给到了 Elk。
Oh, he's Sag. He says knock knock. Okay, who's there? Who's there? Who's there?
60的伊泽瑞尔拿下了本赛段的第2次的一个 MVP。
You look Sag. Who's there?
非常豪华的数据啊，这一把。
大家都喜欢这个足球先生。就老皮肤，但老皮肤有老皮肤的手感，对吧？或者是
Your mom when she saw you can't set miles hurled. Okay. You're so fucking stupid and annoying.
皮肤是数不尽的。
这把也是打
Why do I even bother?
手感越来越好了。其实前面在下路的2v2就给了 IG 的双人组蛮大压力的。
对，可能 IG 也没想到今天打 BOG 利用了这个拉扯，对吧？
确实，岩雀加 EZ 的这个双 C， 如果你没有锁，很难，就很难把他一波控死。
Let's do the songless。
就是现在如果前几天我也在思考，有些英雄我认为赛场上面我比较希望就代表个人的关。
Evanescence. How can you feel? What's that song called? Is it Bring Me to Life? Oh, it's Billie Eilish. Is it lovely? Is it lovely? Yeah. I'm crazy. Crazy mode. banger.
Thought I found a way.
What's that song called, chat? I got 2 ideas right now. Umbrella. What? What the fuck is that? Yeah, what is that? What is that? What song is that? That's Aerosmith. Aerosmith who? This way? Ah! What the fuck's that song called, chat? Brockhampton. It's not Brockhampton. It's fucking now we are here. It's Fanes from Linkin Park. I don't know what the fuck. Oh. What the fuck is that? It is Brockhampton. But what song? Oh, sweet. It doesn't work. My thing doesn't work. Doesn't work. The website doesn't work.
Stripped down to my skin and my bones. I love huskies, but I feel like a wolf.
Yeah, I can't. I just have to skip it.
In a pack.
Doesn't work. The website broke. The website broke. Let's do the Wordle. World L. Are we almost in draft? No, not the World L. I want to do the World L. The fuck? Light is a good start. Right. Fight. Fiat.
Hello， 各位现场以及屏幕前的照
Nice.
大家好，这里依然是
Nice.
2025英雄联盟职业联赛
I and an L.
常规赛、组内赛的比赛直播。天色已晚，
Files.
联盟竞技场召唤师
Oh my god!
以及支持
Wait.
现在正在进行的是
Viola.
先下一城。那么现在来到蓝色方的 IG 会做出调整，让我们拭目以待。
Viola.
期待双方的第二场精彩对局。在比赛开始
Vikla.
前，是给大家同步一些重要的讯息。 上微博搜索话题2025 LPL
Virla? What? Virla? Virkla?
投票权，为你支持的选手
Vibla?
LPL 正版授权
Virla?
人在塔在小游戏
Vimla?
畅玩，登录即可
Vinla?
获取明星选手及
Vipla?
还有可爱裁判小姐姐闪耀登场，异界塔防各显神通
Viola? Vilkla? Bro, what? Vildla? No. Vilsla? Vixla? Vikla? Vijla? Bro, I'm running out of letters. Viola. Villa! Oh my god, I knew it. I knew it. Big one.
那么第一场比赛不得不说实在是打得太精彩也太焦灼了。也想问一下两位解说老师，对于第二场即将开出的阵容有什么样的期待吗？
第二局就是来到了 I 区的蓝，那我们就看看，就是因为 BOG 上一把其实他是奈尔、菲利、威鲁斯、杰斯3个边位嘛，对吧？以兰博格温，我觉得优先级可能还略，就杰斯可能是红方会扛，但是这要看最后上单位还是不会都爱，对吧？因为这把是鳄鱼打朗姆，这个线上是有一定的克制关系的，当然也有出现那种阿斌这里是叫打野来，然后被1打2反杀，对吧？也有出现的在被抓的这种局面。这把，因为我们回想一下，前面是访问了2位选手，对吧？就是在 BOG 这边的发表就是说，那左手还是认为整个对阵的关键是上路以及团战，对吧？因为上路这个口子一个选手的个性是那种要打出结果，
Bro, can we get into the game already? What is this yapping session?
在这一把不会出像那种非常 OP 或者 TE 的选择，但至少也应该是个什么纳尔，打什么凯南，对吧？有机会。对。南博大概率也是拿不到。是。
What do you mean says me？
肯定是要打架的，这两个队伍的比赛确实也好看，两边从。 就是线上
Do the global? I'm actually pretty good at the global.
什么打到40多分钟？
是，就是一直在打，就是而且很多时候就是我们看回放，对吧
Enter the name of any country.
来不及看完，那边已经打起来了。
Brazil.
10个人都想操作。
Brazil is adjacent to the answer. Japan. Okay, okay. Malaysia. Okay, 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 okay. India. Okay, okay, okay. Sweden. Okay, okay. Wait, which one? Oh, warmer means closer, right? Morocco. Morocco. Morocco's warmer. Okay, so it could be... Wait, adjacent means next to. Oh my god, I thought it was opposite side. I thought it was on the opposite side of the earth. Oh my god. Argentina. Ecuador. Bolivia. Peru. New Guinea. Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea. Fuck. I thought it was in South America. Paraguay, that's it. Uruguay. Bro, what's up here? Colombia. Venezuela. I don't know what country that is. Suriname. Nice.
来吧，我们回到现场镜头了。当然也辛苦所有的选手们，当然现场这个观看精彩比赛的召唤师们也辛苦大家了，因为我们这个整个赛程确实这时间是比过去来的会晚一点，现在已经来到了北京时间22点多了。
大家一起在熬着。
当然精彩的比赛，我相信大家都是愿意去看到底的。
God, I get it right.
来，期待第2场了。 AD 位还很充足，就我想聊的就是说，哎，复仇之矛这个英雄有出来吗？因为这个英雄胜率其实表现没有那么的好。
Rate 4 groups of 4. You can make pizza, fold, inside a dovetail with gas.
都还是会前6楼对边。
对，因为这个英雄他确实还是容易在可能我们
You can charge the voltage on a current with a cable.
强的时候突然间撕破
This game's
不
stupid.
太平衡的缺口。
因为不是这些英雄出来的话，可能下路线要直接打出这种线杀、拉开差距的概率还是比较低。
This game is just wrong.
镜头上面
That game is just wrong.
非常迷人的微笑。
I'm right.
好，看到了这个全景的画面，随着音乐改变，我们来看一下 IG 来到了蓝色方的一个 BP。
上来是搬掉了永恩，反手依然是格温。
第2场永恩通常就是要在前6手的，因为就是这个猪刀啊，不会给。
是的，还是自己选择搬掉了卡莉斯塔，也没有任何问题。
然后蓝色方开始扛，我说的可能要扛3只
蝎子。
IG chose blue side, sucker. Now what?
除非 IG 这里跟 ban， 因为现在还有杰斯兰博。
对，维鲁斯也在外面。
怎么样都要放英雄了。
现在维鲁斯在 LPL 的赛场上面胜率依然是非常高的。
主要这英雄又有线上的优
势，
IG lose，
no，
普攻流
IG through。
对，就今天2个队伍都想在对线期打出效果。
Rumble ban nice。
维鲁斯很适合哦，主动的选择是承担兰博的这个 ban 啊。
那杰斯呢
？Yo, thank you all for the resubs. Much love. I appreciate the resubs.
给吗？纳亚菲利啊，包含我们刚刚就漏掉的这个狗哦。
那有杰斯，
有维鲁斯
Gwen Fury, Skarner, IG2021. Correct, my guy. Correct. Jace first pick for the Shy.
能赢下来也不错，杰斯直接一拿，
没问题。
That's gotta be GG.
大概率是帅哥的杰斯。
That's gotta be GG, right?
那交换到维鲁斯，确实是在板子里面非常好用的一些英雄，都还是可以选到。
I think the Shy
这里的猪有没有要先去拿
in the future
猪的表
would
现
join Lost Ratones
很不错的
one day. As like a fill player. Whenever one of the boys wants to go, the Shy can step into that role, any role.
他去抢莉莉娅，这我觉得更多是抢。我们刚刚在聊这个 AP 的核啊，也不一定说他一定是个核，就是说他是一个 AP 打伤害的英雄里面比较有先手能力的。你说火男这种都要什么EQ闪这种东西才能去打先手？对，
莉莉娅。 可以依托着队友能给到一定的先手能力之后再进场。
对，如果你
有比较多的角度
很准的话，对吧？
对，一眼能直接飘。
我直接拿炸弹人。
炸弹人。
哎，这个摆的是一个。
J6 Leona now that is a good draft.
炸弹人其实在。
That's gonna walk into Rel, but I like it.
其前面都有这种4、5楼进边位，这个英雄绝对是一个可以供选择的英雄，尤其是第2局，我们说了很多时候出现的是上中要偏物理的阵容。
炸弹人这个英雄，其实在打龙团卡地形的。 就这个作用里面也是很大的。
对他打维鲁斯跟寒冰就是舒服。
对。
Yes, Bin, pick Sion into Jace. Just pick a tank. You won't be able to beat him in his carry matchup.
现在应该就是打杰斯最标准的选择。
而且塞恩奇在今天之前5场100%的胜率哦。
你看，而且莉莉娅这里是补伤害嘛，这就是我觉得合理的。就包含纳雅菲利，我都更会喜欢上单是一个偏肉的英雄，给纳雅菲利提供控。 这也是我们看到今天像是第1局 NIP 所拿出来的这种冰女配狗的这种阵容，
但他可能会需要一个能开团的辅助，因为现在女坦已经被 IG 拿走。
没事，这把上也都能开，维鲁斯甚至都有牵手。
把瑞尔搬了，那瑞尔泰坦应该有可能都会送上班位哦。当然这把有列娜塔。
泰坦 IG 也蛮哦，泰坦这里 IG 确实可能有。
Nice, we get a Rel ban, big. I think IG wins this game. Not gonna lie.
杰斯打团的压力也大。
IG 的阵容算是那种团前要远距离。
I think the 4-5 can come in really hot here. I'm talking like a Sejuani, Aatrox. Oh my god.
也是比较针对 Rookie 的英雄池。
变了一手纳尔，还是怕杰斯摇中啊？因为在。 这个应该是 S8、S9那个时间，我们说的5大摇摆人里面 ，Luki 跟 LeShy 当时就是很喜欢，包含了阿卡塞拉斯，对吧？这种上中开始跟你。
Let them have Yon on 4.
把小炮也
Let them have Yon on 4.
确实也是莉莉娅的一个好搭档。
Or we could take it ourselves. We could go Yon Sedge. We could go Aatrox Sedge. We could go. Oh, Yon is banned. We go Aatrox Sedge. The shy Aatrox right here, right now. Show it to me.
有飞机。
Yeah, get on Corki Knight. Corki Sion, come on, pick these NPC champs. Perfect. Now, what do you think of? No.
沙皇打飞机本身上面来说，没有那么多的说法。
就是发育。
Don't pick Pantheon into Lilia Sion. Don't do that. No. It's right there. He's pointing to Sejuani JJ. Yep, he's pointing to it. Just pick that.
看一下最后2手。
看一下这个潘森最后是中还野。当然也有不排除就是LeShy拿出一个上路打塞恩的英雄，然后把杰斯摇中啊。打野。
They have a full tank Sion and we went Pantheon Aurora. Why can't we just slam an Aatrox? Maybe it's Aurora top. Camera on anti. If you know what anti, you need to on Twitch right now. Tap channel. I want to back for the game stats because I have to run them. I apologize. I know you got them like 10 minutes ago, but I'm buffering them for the LEC as well, so we're gonna be chilling. Nico, Ni.
打对线的话就 Nico。
我感觉泰坦
就直接一点，
感觉这把是打不出什么优的。
对，就是直接一点去开团呀，因为本身可能 IG 这个阵容是比较远距离就能打伤害的。
因为你看两边的投资都没有在一个位置投资在。
Who's killing Sion? I don't know, but it looks like it's Aurora top, so the Shy is gonna blast him.
ID 的纳尔一定的一个尊重，要不然点控上面来说，我原本猜 VOD 的4、5楼。
Are you still able to do the late invade bot with Sion, jungle with Lilia, dive bot? Because I think this game that is actually insane if they do that BLG. I think BLG could late invade bot 5-man and dive bot.
对，他有可能是那个被集火的目标。
哎，就是想让 Rookie 拿这个杰斯去打，最后没有换位。
是的，最后好像是调整了，再度调整了一下。
这两个英雄谁去打杰斯？我感觉确实兔子感觉更舒服。兔子多了一个零杀洞开的位移，就让赛恩很难去找到那种打野过来直接先手的一个机会。 OK， 两边的阵容确定下来了。好，我们看这个，确实是 The Shy 上面是显示了阿罗拉。
对，就中路是杰斯去碰飞机。
下一个来做一个进场英雄
感觉这个就是稍微的平衡了一下，因为本身杰斯去上路找赛恩也很舒服啊。
但我觉得兔子会更舒服，兔子也是一个能 A 抽你的英雄，也是能一直 A 一直 A。
这样就稍微的小牺牲了一下中野的这种到6前的联动吧。来看一下这把的效果。
对，第2局看看 IG 能扳回1分，让我们看到今天的这个决胜局在周末打响，还是 VOD 会再度的一个2-0，先拿到一个2大分的一个抢跑。来，我们
House played Bruiser Vine, he said it's good. Nice.
感谢现场召唤师啊，热情的一个加油声。我们上帝视角看到 IG 开始是所有人往上路去走哦，先埋了一个眼。
It looks like they're not going to do the 5-man invade with Sion. I think the 5-man invade with Sion would go crazy hard. But it's fine, you can lane burst the Shy and get bullied instead.
现在是藏了一下，也怕对面有人蹲。Rookie 过来一个 Q 技能稍微 check 一下。
小抱团。因为上半区确实第一时间是没有看到 BLG 的人员的。
那双人组这边这种一级往上路走啊，就知道下半部的草可能被占，但是应该也不会帮开。
好，第一个消耗是达到了。
先张弓搭箭。
这个站位就是大概率知道草丛里面是有人。
是的。但 Q 技能交掉，可以往前压了。对 IG 的视角其实没有完全的可以确定对面打野的一个行走路径哦，但常规是从 F6 开的。我们当然上帝视角也知道是常规开野路径。
Sorry, I'm just typing.
这把可能会去猜一下，因为毕竟上路是个赛恩，大概率可以刷下去。
对，你要往上刷去抓一个兔子，没说法。
怪怪的。
哦。
前几集炸弹人选择了一个放线，也是因为一草被卡住了，勾打了一套消耗，
Nice.
还挺疼。
Wait, what do you mean nice? Wait, why did I think we were the Varus Nautilus?
点燃也交了强行压血量。
2级就这么多，这个勾到了还是打出消耗的
Mark lock in.
把保护的视野一做。
Pantheon is pathing top.
在上中野的，你选了炸弹人就不会拿了炸弹人这条线。
Pantheon is pathing top.
就是帮他平稳的度过到一次的章节之后，就可以让辅助去游走了。
Nice knock into the stun. No tower aggro though.
的蛮好的这波。
是，但防御塔是不会出手，没有拉到防御塔的一个仇恨。
Sorry, I was talking about scrims in.
Rookie 前面是卸了比较多的蓝，来抢了一波线。
是的。
自己身上是没有眼。
又是一勾。
哎，这个侧门被勾到的话，可能要死一丝血闪现过去平。
Nice try, buddy. No flash Varus.
克回来了。
But Mako, you are seriously running me down.
Mako, 没有看，因为我们刚视角切了一下。
Mako, you're gonna get flash hook.
不太确定为什么没在塔下，往3角桶走了一下。这样闪换闪了哦，最后的结果没有拿到人头。
好 ，Net 这一套的消耗也打满了。
抢了一个4级，有2级的 Q， 直接贴脸打一波。
Nice, no cannon. Bully his ass. This is like World 23 semis. Range matchup into melee.
兔子这个英雄的平 A 真的还挺厉害的。
是的。
来看一下，哎 ，Mako 这一波，哦，他是想去做3角的。
他想过去看一下视野，但是直接被给勾到了。
可能还是有考虑到莉莉娅有没有可能就是往这个位置去走。
One plate. Yummy, yummy.
4分钟啊 ，BOG 是很早的把双人组往上走 ，IG 并没有。
This is gonna be an IG 2-1, right? Clearly.
他本来那一波就是回推线出去，他才能有线。
Time to swap, maybe. Yeah, time to swap. Time to match. Thoughts?
赶紧去避，然后往上走哦。但毕竟嘎拉这边是一个炸弹人，炸弹人的价值就在于他会多带一个 TP。
这波换线 BLG 挺舒服的，下路上线过来刚好能接住这一波。
TP bot, nice.
尝试勾一下，看有没有这种在自己回
Or a top disgusting freak. Shut up.
两边上单掉到下路去对。一技能没1到，那就没有机会出 Q。这把冷帅看看他的出装，正常的上路比较偏功能的话，传统来说是出残翼，然后再转大面具，来增加自己大招的一个频率。
Quiet game is okay for IG, yeah. I feel like scaling-wise, BLG are a bit favored, but IG is really good at contesting early objectives. Like Pantheon Ziggs Leona on Grubs, very good.
哦，过来消耗的很凶。
这是第2条命了，所以两边都想在曹冲升之前，看中路能不能先占一点血量上的优势。
再 poke 一下，没有打到，因为飞机提前的上6了。
好，双人组被友局又掉下。
对。 试了一波之后，立马又换回来了。
但这个局面主要可能是想要利用上单的这个英雄的差值，就是如果1扛2的话，赛恩绝对是比兔子来的优的。
能够接受，这样去换一些资源。
Nice damage. Oh, nice.
往回敲。
Oh, beautiful.
旁边结就在，已经到了。
Q Q Q. Shoot it. Come on. Make us solo kills easy. Nice big donation to rookie. Big.
W 技能被左位扭掉，但 Mako 这个位置是没闪，昂要选择闪钩吗？但这个位置
Just give up the minions, all good. You gotta kill.
闪比较宝贵，闪包过来，但这个位置明显是已经看到 Rookie 拉掉了 Rookie 是
That is not the bounce on Sion. That is vile. Nice try, suckers! What was that? What was that? Sion ult drift, fail Q for fucking Jace to run out of and flash Q into the wall? Nice try. Now, IG don't lose to this. IG don't lose to this. IG don't lose to this. Bro, this series is a clown house and I'm here for it.
他们这个阵容，曹同的利用率我觉得不会太高啊。
感觉上一波是找到了一个转瞬即逝的机会，想抱团弄一下，因为第一时间看莉莉娅是在打小龙的，就这波。
主要这波是 Rookie 一个直接推了，让瓦尔基尼补充完以后，奈特这个位置就有点尴尬了。他直接交闪是必死的，他必须要拉这个位置。
What's happening in live? Big Pantheon ult.
落地想要找 Elk。Elk
有进化，没有给距离。
Wait, how did BLG get 3 grubs? From a Q? Mako, just don't die. Mission failed. Nice ult to the Shy. How did that Sion Q hit? The Shy? Cook him, boy. Show me Q. I didn't see that. Nice big kill. JJ, don't die. Nice. Mission failed again. This jungle support pisses me off.
暂停一下，
有点夸张。
有框你不是？就忽然一
Top wave is so bad.
姐姐可能卡这个阴影处回家，
而且阿斌好像最后还是走了。
对，
没有追到底。
那个定点爆破没炸回来，那就能走，因为前面下沿还是肉的。
一大波兵送进塔，也不强行压了。
来看一下这一波，这波是打曹冲打到后面，然后 Mako 一直在看，
然后潘森选择徒步过来找地方能落位。
对，自己下半部虽然有野，但是打起来了。
Reckless in chat. Does my gameplay piss you off as well? No, your gameplay is lovely. It's beautiful to my eyes. Sometimes it needs a spanking, but not always.
没有机会睡哦。
对，主要靠最后还是交闪先给拉开了，并且大招也交了出来。
这个协同问题是，我看阿斌，我第一时间来的话，我觉得可能小威才比较能站那个位置啊。
Why not always?
小帅真的很敢操作啊！点一个3环过来，炸弹人补上个 Q。就这个 W 这个 W 如果再往前丢
That Pantheon is reported.
有一个残存视野 ，OK。
知道他卡住那个墙角过来了。
没开。
Reckless, you've knocked me up enough times already.
但整补完下路要接线的情况下，就是找到了一个机会，先去动小龙，出钩了。 但没有衔接上这个维鲁斯的大招。
是的，还是得交啊，这个位置有点深了，但龙已经被压到2000多点血 ，BOG 也是想来接团的。on 的下个 Q 技能应该是马上有冷却的。
Nice flash, Gala.
再勾一个闪。
JJ, you have to get the Drake. JJ, you have to get the Drake. JJ, the Drake. JJ, the Drake. JJ, the Dragon. JJ, the Dragon. JJ, the Dragon.
叶莱尔睡了2个人 ，Meko 这个位置同样的也很危险，现在是一个1换2的一个局面，嘎啦这边被按给粘住了，哎，辅助在粘对面，直接把处理掉了，消掉闪现的一个嘎啦的炸弹能倒下以后，乐帅这边也吃到一个减速，再一个 Q 技能，飞机直接贴脸输出 ，Q 技能中就会死，但乐帅有闪拉开。 Rookie 这边也是要赶紧撤退啊！一技能完用，但是有一个 Q 技能击飞以后 ，Q 外圈 Q 是没刮到，R 技能也中了 ，Rookie 血量能锁住吗？会被烫死吗？梦满之，但没
好像锁住了。
Get rolled.
哇 ，IG 的乐帅跟 Rookie 都
Oh, big one! Here it comes, the nuclear missile.
Rookie
坐下来找飞机，
想声东击西，但塔下的阿斌是有。 注意到的，直接过来吃钩，那条完蛋走了。昂，既然你过来的话，没有闪想打他，但是这个浮野的伤害第一时间够吗？暂跌把那个征服者一个 Q 技能。
I'm done with this shit. I'm done.
过来，但维鲁斯也。
I'm done with this shit. Now he's not gonna.
乱战，大家喜欢看的。
大乱斗。
而且好像还有一个 TP 过来是阿斌一个 Q， 那这样节感觉也走不掉了，闪现交过跳下河道线。下一个 Q 技能，
有这个爆炸
移速还挺快的，攀升的基础移速是一个很快的英雄。给我奶回来了。都有追，不能乱奶啊！但是嘎啦这边没有在参与上面的乱战了，想要拆下塔，定点爆破能炸掉，来找他，完了。
I can't, bro. I'm gonna crash. I'm gonna crash out. Big TP. I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna crash out.
三代特应该也没有办法被留住。 打一个爆裂球果的 Meko 这边想包
，It's a generational crash out inbound。
还有一个球果，哎，这个球果是自己点掉，他怕走过这个球果被嘎啦平 A 或者是直接炸回来。
是的，当然这个走位躲逸就已经可以拉开了。
My support
问题不大，还省了闪现。
is level 4,
暂时先冷静一下。
and he's a wanted criminal in this game. My jungler is also a wanted criminal.
很想打架。
我们看到下路这里
the list of felonies is too long to list. The Shy is a victim. He is a victim this game. The jungle support on IG is not serious. Not serious. Nope. Oh yeah, Gala, cook his ass. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Boom! Boom! No! Get him, Raptors! Get him! The Shy? You missed everything. You missed everything. Meko, why are you running backwards? You ran backwards. You ran backwards.
闪现还是没有逼出来。
是的，感觉 Meko 要赶紧找个地方去吃一点经验啊。那你看，有一段时间一直没有大招。
前面冷帅补了一个800，就代表他有个爆裂魔杖的话，他一定是走时光的哦。现在时光也有了。
是的，主要这把一直在打架。
How are we only 12 minutes in? Like.
来盘点一下局势啊，因为
What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this?
原本可能要拿命，但是后面是 Rookie 的 T 救了一波，拿到一塔。前面也是先拿到战斗先机，虽然人头数现在是落后。
This is actually criminal.
上一把一样是握了先机的，但是 BOG 这边是有6重，还有第一条的一个小龙。 那经济并没有拉开，两边的经济面上面来说，也没有一个点位上面领先的是那种超过1000块的那种巨额领先。
Is BLG just gonna 4-man dive 2 of them with Pantheon ult up?
上路半步想给压力
，Come dive us, come dive us! Big one! Meko!
可惜只没有指到 Elk， 那 Meko 这个位置感觉要回撤了，因为昂直接海闪下来想勾，这边勾是勾到了。
You have E, you have E. Nice. Rookie on the side. We're playing a poke comp and we're just engaging. Son. Nice ult. Rookie's kind of frying. Rookie's kind of frying. That is not the bounce on Sion, I can tell you that for a fact. That's a big one. Triple kill. Get his ass. Bomba! Gala! The Shy! Yes! That's an ace! Rookie double! Rookie double! The Shy double, rookie triple!
这把确实选了3人之后，他也被 前面一直打架的这个战火所吸引，
他这波还算比较肉的，因为 Luki 倒了。
Holy fuck, this is quality. This is quality.
兔子嘛，他是璀璨，他确实还漏了挺久。
对，其实感觉第一时间BLG是被这个潘森吸引太多火力了，就一直在揍潘森。
Does he know the range of Sionald's been? I feel like it's better to walk and then Sionald to actually hit it rather than Sionald to get into river and then walk at them. Look at him. Look at Finn. I'm here! What is he doing? Flash Wing? Like he's gonna one-shot someone.
冰有点没办法，毕竟是个塞恩。
塞恩最讨厌的就是这种
，OK，
有点头疼。
Nice，
我的队友已经没了
，We're back in it，We're back in it，
对，
因为我是一个肉
，We're back in it，
只能简单的搅一下局。
哇，现在人头又拉回来了哦，现在 IG 又把经济给握回来了，又跟上一把一样，有来有回，很刺激。
小龙也是一边一条。
哦，感觉这个峡谷之神也给力啊。 上把电龙魂，这把火龙魂，
I swear he just spoke Spanish. The caster said "Yo quería."
知道要用什么样的龙魂来配这把 BO3。
是的，很懂事。
That's what I want in Spanish.
这不管是炸弹人啊，还是维鲁斯拿到这个火龙魂，感觉都很爽。当然飞机跟杰斯也是很舒服的。
那这样上一波打完之后，其实 Rookie 的杰斯是拿了很多人头的一个经济
Was that a bark?
全场我看了一下，就阿斌不开心。他想要土龙，对吧？ 他说火龙不好不好，我要土龙啊！哎，一个勾，一闪，还闪出来的，
反应的还是比较快。
这不敢去赌泰坦的这个判定啊，泰坦这个 Q 技能的判定实在太怪了。
这样就是给带中的炸弹人一些压力吧，因为毕竟如果杰斯也包中炸弹人去推这个中塔，很容易就掉了。但嘎拉因为刚刚在下半部
How is the Shy only on 100 CS?
经验上面领先其实是有。
Oh my god, it is the boss.
一个 Q。 但现在伤害是不太够的，而且现在换 Luki 过来对的话，阿斌的抗性上面来说是一个比较大的问题。
他现在就是想着把杰斯缠住。
这边是有拉动先锋哦，但这波并不敢直接打。
What is the Herald doing? Even he's fucking cooked.
过来BLG才能打到底哦。
Bro, stop charging! There's no demons there. It's okay. We can talk about it. What the fuck is he doing?
因为莉莉娅那个木满之他会一直 A 过掉那个先锋。
交 TP 了，要动。
Don't try and dive Cookie.
先过来找一下非常肥的一个杰斯，直接冲大招撞到了。
大没了。
那好像有点难走。
是的。
Shit.
扛住了，而且还扛住防御塔。这波是忽然一个变奏啊 BOG， 因为没闪现，所以直接被阿斌的大招给撞到了。
是的，感觉这波是有点没想到。
原本以为就战局要发生在先锋的这个位置，那这样的话也可以让 BOG 顺带的再去拿一座防御塔，边塔上面现在领先，上下内塔都拆，上下外塔都拆掉。
Why is this Sion so strong?
是，顺便劝退一下。
Big damage.
现在有璀璨回响还是挺肉的。
Okay, you've basically healed him there. Good job.
bomba。
是的，中路利用大招来清一下下路的线，不给奈特把这个内塔压得太滴血了呀。因为现在上帝视角我们知道杰杰正在。
Now this game's cooked. This game is fucking cooked. It's fucking cooked. The kitchen's on fire.
直接一个抱团。
What if we TP behind and Pantheon ult on them? Thoughts?
这必踩的。
Thoughts? Can I get some thoughts? No.
对这个虫子利用率灵敏度还是蛮高的。
JJ, don't die. Ah yes, Herald mid.
再赶紧要回到中线过来看一下。
Mid and top tier 1. He's gonna hex flash. Mako block the hook. This is you, baby.
撞中那的话可能会找到一个 Mako， 要勾 Mako 吗 ？Mako 只能反指，但是
没有闪现的一个。It is the boss on Sion.
有一个阿斌躲在草丛里面走过去，忽然就跳起来了。阿斌应该是踢过来的。
感觉他是走过来的，对，他是上塔了，上一波是踢上去接线的，
他把上塔，但这样的话，这一波其实 IG 的沟通上面是有
The CS is so low in this game.
聊的空间，就是兔子应该会说，为什么上塔没有看到这个塞恩了？反正对嘎拉的视角，他就有点鬼故事了，他走着走着忽然飞起来了。
哦，因为整体是往上靠的嘛，因为知道下半区推了2塔之后，肯定BLG会包过来，所以只能往上靠。
对，开的少，插了一个针眼，忽然就飞起来，然后是一个。
那边没有视野，所以这一波完全不知道塞恩已经落位了。
当然这也是上一波按勾完这个
闪现后的一个
伏笔啊。当然这一波有闪回，应该也是反应不过来，这没有办法，都没有提前量，你等于走着走着就飞起来了。
但上一波去下路月。杰斯加上这一波去控炸弹人，感觉这个塞恩还是 这段时间还是有它的作用。
是的，是的，是的。阿斌现在已经知道，
Now it's BLG's
我现
turn
在
to
这个
throw.
3人选出来，我要怎么玩？
就只要队友往我这边靠，还是能提供足量的控制，去造成一些击杀了。
那两边中单是一个平经济，原本领先比较多的嘎拉，因为阵亡，现在经济也慢慢的被 Elk 的维鲁斯给追到。潘森这边是因为前面有人头哦。
The gold is equal, yeah, but the gold is equal, but there's a fucking monster tank Sion with 280 carries versus burst someone and hope they fucking die, and if they don't, run for your lives.
嘎拉的闪现还差一点，小龙15秒，因为是火龙，所以大家都要打。
先手把 Elk 的盾给破了。 但现在有3，
Stop spamming that XGG emote in this game, and that is so distracting.
小龙马上升。
这两队打啊，我们大概率都可以看到灭境。
How can I focus on the shy game when chat spamming XGG like that? It's just like what even is that thing?
是差一点点，马上就要转好了。
Okay, big dragon.
来，再一个占卜花朵。
Talk to me. The degeneracy is quieting down. That's good. IG, take a breath. All they gotta do is poke, just like on Facebook, just poke. Ziggs Qs, boom. Jace QEs, boom. Anyone walks up, finish them with your Aura Slam. That's exactly what I meant, Mako. Walk up and die. Yep, that's what poking is, you fucking rat.
但还是要慢慢的去往里探，因为有炸弹人，其实他会卡住这个草丛。
留我总先探一下，过去1-1到的是杰杰，但这个位置太远了，是不会下夜。
Mako, what is his upset?
没勾到了，下这边是双剑合一，先
The shy peels. Finish the dragon and get out. Finish the dragon and get out. Finish the dragon. Gala's getting a headshot. Someone help him. Oh yeah, nice W. No hook again. Keep poking. Where the fuck is JJ going? Oh, bomber! Big kill! Onto the Lilia! Another big kill! Double for Rookie! Sion! Mako out. Nice. Don't kill him, guys. You can't kill him. Guys, there's a Corki on the left. 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 Oh, for fuck. You got him. 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 That's you, baby. That's you. Everyone's watching.
还有一个零杀洞开，但是3人在等你的一个位置 ，Q 技能，哎，选择往上走没有问题，应该是拉扯完了。
不追了。这个要再追的话，可能就要等到人复活了。
血战的结果，原本以为 IG 要大获全胜，因为是先把 Elk 跟 On 给击杀，但是靠着阿斌这个关键的一个闪现，
We have a big problem. And it's that fucking Sion. They have no damage to kill the Sion. So On flash hooked and missed, and then stood there, waited for his hook to come up again, walked up, hooked, and missed again. And then what? Did he hook? Then who did he hook?
在侧翼找到了一个机会进场。
对吧？昂这波技能都给了，但是已经是被对面的中野给
Volume up.
是的，因为这段时间其实杰斯的爆
That is a volume increase.
高的。
然后看这个后续，对吧？就这波残局里面，阿斌很清楚，这是一个机会，有闪过来 ，W 爆一个小旭的 Q。
Too loud.
我们刚刚看到上半部好像是实时画面上面有一些摩擦，但是并没有真的打起来。人头数又是一个12比14。当然 ，IG 上一波人头虽然亏了1颗，但是是拿到一个火龙的。
Louder.
哇，又是这种23分钟26颗头。
整理，并且再接下一波。
但等级上，我们来盘一下的话，中路的等级今天落后比较多 ，Elk 的等级是慢慢的追上，但惹帅这边有明显的等级的一个优势。我们看到这个是经济曲线图，依旧是这种有来有回哦，有红有蓝。
落位了，3。
Oh, big ult Mako! Oh my god, it's a monster flank from the shy. Shot in the head, nice. Good job. Guys, Corki Sion. Win that, 4v3. Look Lilia. Rookie. 2v2, not bad. How is there 30 kills in 23 minutes? This is like the Lost Raton scrims. Hell yeah. Rookie, you looking for what? Wave clear. Double hit. No, didn't hit a single one. Rookie run. This Sion is a problem. This Sion is a problem.
好，先来看一下我们的京东赛事预测哦，是54比45，就不知道有没有符合召唤师。
I don't know what it is, but today League of Legends is so back. What a great day.
像 Luki 的杰斯是伤害很高的，但飞机的经济也慢慢。
Games when there's more than 5 kills a game are great.
现在 IG 这个阵容的一个缺点开始显现，就是这个塞恩怎么办？因为没有严格意义上的传统射手，对吧？杰斯，你说他切前排的速度也没有那么的快，
只能是想办法去找后排的麻烦。
对，主要就阿斌的这个塞恩有点太肉了。
It's a beautiful day.
他现在3件套，无中加一个一开始出的，然后后面还来一个假修。
Rookie.
挡住了
No.
泰坦出钩的一个小
Wait.
Luki 的走位很刁。
Wait, winnable double TP. Nice, connect onto Knight. Dead. Bomba! Now force the Tata Cannon, don't int. Holy fuck, good job, Mako, that was clutch.
双子有减员的情况下，这波其实要考虑一下。
Rookie get the top wave.
复活都没有 TP 的，就算撑到这个都要很久的时间才能赶到这边那个战场，但是这个位置拉的比较远，面积会先被拉脱。
Do the Atakan, do it, do it, do it. Just do it.
打的话其实是很好打。
Base for Drake, I like that too. Base for Drake.
IG 也不着急，先布一轮视野，先拉开。
LEC starting soon. I got it. We're in the middle of something, okay? We're in the middle of something. SK versus BDS can wait. This is really important in my life, okay? I need this to happen. Shut up.
现在这段时间 IG 是我要想一想，就是说这个塞恩的问题。因为你再往后打，当输出的装备在更多的时候，塞恩的肉度就会下降。因为英雄联盟这款游戏还是，除非你有高额的减伤，要不然你是后面伤害就是比输出就是比坦克来的高贵。
现在就利用这个地形在 poke。
Don't get engaged on, just poke.
前量的一些伤害。
Just poke, just poke.
小龙区开始不演。
Don't give them Drake either. Rookie, land some poke.
但比较剧的想法似乎是直接把小龙拉出来，直接开打了。
对，每条火龙都是关键。
What are you doing? What are we doing? What are you doing? What are we doing?
埋伏住了，
有
视野的。
哎呦，可是这样是有夜之锋刃的，让他
Nice, no banshees. Oh my god, JJ. Big bomba. Rookie's dead. Rookie's dead. Oh yeah, kill Bin, kill Bin, kill Bin. Let him die, let him die. Kill Bin, kill Bin. No flash.
快跑！直接一个扭头溜了。
跑很快。
这个位置追不了，他还有 TP， 再怎么样应该不用了，来直接。
Normally I like it when Sion escapes in this, but that one pisses me off.
有门的一个位置看一下。
Say Sion's not here! Where's the Aurora ult? Where's the Aurora ult? Stun. Big chain CC on the Lilia. Aurora in the back line. Sion TP behind you. Go forward. Forward. No flash on. Ah!
全杀了啊！阿斌怎么在这个位置？又一个鬼故事！哇，
怎么回事啊？
嘎啦语里面说，兄弟们，你们懂了吗？刚刚说的那一波，我就这样子。
你知道我是干嘛
That's Mako's fault. That's Mako's fault. That is Mako's fault.
阿斌怎么在这？他踢过去了是吧？他应该是踢过去，而且战局太乱了，大家都在蓝区打。
你以为我真的跑了？
对。
但我又回来了。
对，因为一开始是两边各打一边嘛，对吧 ？Luki 这里是你毕竟没有这种大
Drop the replay
不可阻挡的大招去留，然后阿斌那边闪现一个车进入86上3，直接溜。
Show me Mako POV right now.
应该踢到这个眼。
Miss E Q.
他是在
Why don't you go onto the courty then?
过来。
哦，他到这里，然后绕过来，因为这个光球太乱了，虽然经过兵线，但没有任何人会有注意力。然后这里续了一个满 Q 啊！
这种续是真没办法的，完全
进
不到。
所以我们说，有些时候英雄联盟这款游戏的魅力就是这个视野的问题啊。最后，残血的杰杰也是被威的一个梦满直接给烫死了。我6-1-8，阿斌今天赛后采访会不会说出“坦克真好玩”这句话
You're getting knocked up as well. Yeah, we're a team. Nice, no flash.
有进化，这个位置威能。
JJ do something.
Big 1. Count them, chat. Count them. 1. Okay. 0. 2. 2. Okay, -1. -2.
BOG 现在掌握了场上这个局势，3杀又送到了奈特的手上，这是一个飞机啊！
因为IG 这把一直想寻求一个打
下的机
会，利用这潘森的跳大和炸弹人远距离的跟大招。
Is Lilia soloing Atakan? That's not fair. That's a remake if she can do that. That's not fair.
中内塔刚刚就拿了大龙，对吧？然后
Right, fix your game.
拿灭金吃花，
是的
Fix your game.
这个局势应该是目前来说2局里面拉开最大的一个差距了。IG 还能做到吗？
现在感觉要想想办法了。
你看这个圈内几乎都不掉血。
Don't count your chickens before they hatch. What are you on about? We have. Yo, I don't have no chickens. I have Mako and JJ.
就是不给你打。
I have donuts.
没有太在意身边的泰坦，感觉。
是的，
好像在看中路。
对，有可能视角并不在自己身上，急的往中路会，因为我们到2边都在比拼这种支援速度。他这波前阵的帅是有点白给掉了，花也吃了。刚刚原本花我记得是18比10，回来已经43了啊。来讲飞机来到17，Luki 已经出2级了。
是的，而且现在莉莉娅也比较难处理，因为她的金身做好了之后，其实她可以把大招开完之后直接按金身。
对，只要她也16了，她有了3级的夜兰瑶。
对。
这个 CD 就可以让他可以更多的去找机会了。
现在可能在 BLG 这边比较好去，在 IG 这边找到机会的只有维鲁斯，但后续不管是莉莉娅的伤害还是飞机的伤害都有点吃不消。
男爵是要结束的，但是小龙过1分钟啊，这男爵之力已经是。
What do you mean the top gap's unreal, bro? The Shy is 12 out of 17 KP. Bin is 15 out of 24. You'll find that the ratio for IG is higher. Also, the Shy has Mako and JJ, and BLG doesn't.
对 ，IG 现在是就最艰难的时候，对于 IG 来说是黑暗的5分钟，
得想办法去扛住这一波，
对吧
？Nice poke. Look at him! Look at him! Look at him! The Shy. No cleanse. Get your ult off. There it is. Big ult. Everyone's asleep. Everyone's asleep. They never walk.
清场，这边阿斌解除到了，而且远方奈的一个伤害配合 L 哥的一个伤害是杀掉了。
Okay, good job, you win BLG. Good job, wow. You win because IG threw game 1, and because
是的，乱战当中确实
you won game 2. Congrats, congrats.
这一声的叮啊，应该是叮到了 IG 的粉丝的心里，有点难受，因为这个战略点出来。
BLG when it doesn't matter. Poke champ. Wait till you see IG when it does matter.
马上送到高地上。
对，但 IG 还是这种选择，就 IG 不是一种会跟你龟缩防守的队伍，对吧？
对，他还是要开的。
这个时间他还是想开，但是这时候开 BLG 具备了很多的条件。
Because this doesn't matter.
来跟你做
This BL3 doesn't matter.
而且上一波
It's like a friendly this game basically. It's just like a friendly.
还有闪现。
让唯一一个人回去收这条听牌火。
You really think JJ wouldn't pick Sejuani if it mattered?
这种能翻。
Think again.
虽然上一次这个小比赛的时候，对吧？打的那个谁，我想一下 ，LNG 那把也是我在一路的，对吧？但这把如果能翻，我还是先不说好了吧，这是 IG， 我要给他尊重啊。但这把这个难度，在我的视角，我其实想不到它的太多的画面啊。
Let me check my stats here. JJ career games on Sejuani 37, second most played. JJ career games on Pantheon 2. Oh really? You're telling me when it wouldn't matter? JJ wouldn't pick Sejuani there.
我觉得现在对于 IG 来说的问题是在于，可能他们一套技能能秒掉 Elk， 但是后续不管是莉莉娅还是飞机，都太难针对了。
Here we go.
现在等一下嘎啦的一个帽子，主要 Luki 前面的领先这个装备、这个经验已经是都落后的太多了。飞机现在是可以融化脸上的一切的，而且这个阵容啊，没有这个阵容也踏实啊。
How's your carpet doing?
他有一个
发育到现在了，
心里就暖暖的，对吧
？Don't know. I haven't actually.
喂，这真的是很稳啊！有了金身，再补翠绿。
这波选择先来防守一下中路的兵线，但BLG的选择是直接去推上2。
It's still playable. It's still playable.
不需要等大龙。这波
If Sion disconnects from the game.
也比较谨慎嘛，不强压。
直接爆掉吧。
不用强在高地上面去打
Then this might still have a
团，
chance.
先把经济最大化的去拿到。
就我觉得英雄里面选一个跟爆破联动最爽的，应该就是这个塞恩了。你看他现在几格血条，1格、2格、3格、4格、5格。
Big TP from Rookie.
他那个爆一下。
Cameraman, my mid laner's trolling.
对
Thank you.
先锋说，
He TP'd in and flashed away. No Nautilus ult. No Nautilus ult.
怎么有个人造先锋？对吧？我撞一头也就那么多，你爆一下也那么多。
也打不动啊，这个塞恩
Lock in
就顶在前面吃 poke。
这个英雄在先锋赛的末尾就在直播里面跟大家聊了，这个英雄确实，你看我们赛区还是在趋势有进步，虽然我们的先锋赛成绩不好，对吧？但俱乐部们都在尝试这种可能原本我们赛区比较忽视的。
Nice engage.
出来直接吃了一指。
Kill the Nautilus. Free kill. Free kill. Free kill. Nice hook gets cancelled as well. Slowly, 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 slowly. JJ, that's not slowly, is it?
一技能吃了一波伤害，但是这个节点直接被奶奶
Bomba!
挂掉，而且双击跳
Rookie! The shy! Varus down! Poke missed! Nice stun, Mako! Slowly! The shy! Big damage! That Corki's bugged. How is he not dying? He's full tank or some shit! Where did Rookie go? He's hearthing out! Rookie's hearthing out! Roach! Bro, the game's over! Fight!
这已经是爱爵非常极限的去找到的一波机会了。
是的，因为这个局势下面，其实泰坦并不重要。那这样只剩下一个 Luki 正面塞恩，你看他直接扛着，这比超级兵还能扛。
I would say this was a really close series.
Luki 这边过来 E 了一下，把半关血打掉，但是这边有一个金身换不掉。
I would say this is a really close series.
我们几乎看到1秒钟 Luki 就融化掉了，门牙没有了，那就这把比赛就没有40分钟以后的鏖战了。
两路的大兵直接过来。
BLG won the battle, but they will not.
能守吗？姐姐也倒了。
尸体这边 Mako 也是拿命过来 ，BLG 想要再多拿几个人头，但是
BLG won the battle, but they will not win the war. Okay, okay, next region.
We have an interesting situation here where Gwen is open, but Jax is also open.
Stop jamming me. Oh, me guys, shut up.
Are kind of down to play the Jax into the Gwen, which is why it looks like BDS.
Oh, me guys, shut up.
The Skarner first pick. Now we haven't seen 113 find the best success.
SK chat, we're SK fans. I'm SK fan. This split. I said it's not a split. I'm SK fan.
In the carry style, but let's see what SK responds with.
Have to track that because you're right. The Zyra in game 1 yesterday was okay, but ultimately mid-late game, just the comp, a lot of things fell apart.
I wouldn't blame him for that game.
The Zen game was incredible, and that was them coming in with a stronger early game jungler and a
Skarner
game plan
first
level
pick.
1. Now Skarner isn't that kind of champion. You're not planning around Skarner's early clear. He is that rock in the jungle, so someone else is going to need to step up if they want to find success in the early game.
Wait, Azir is open. Mods.
Now that SK have already secured a Varus.
Don't give them Skarner Azir. Are you fried?
Let's go the Varus look in here, and I'm thinking maybe just the Sejuani, just match tank junglers.
Are you fried?
Tank junglers.
Jace.
Well, it looks like they maybe want to go for the Jace here and just kind of make this full poke comp. And maybe
Azir is not that good now.
3, so they can keep this Jace
From
flex.
LCK LEC to LCK LPL to LEC. Yep.
I like the amount of pokes that they have as an option.
Let me put the extension on. Hold up.
Potential to go either
my
build
extensions.
Add
Sports
one more
overlay
tank to the
activate.
mix probably makes more sense to go for the on hit. I do think that for BDS, having this amount of reliable engage will be a boon if they can find the same early game success. It just makes playing that mid to late game so much easier.
Yeah.
BDS need big engage.
To, like, favor the realm more than anything
Ooh,
else.
Azir into poke champs. I don't know. I'd have preferred something else.
Wow.
IG lost, haha. Did they? I didn't watch.
Really easy.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah,
Alright, could go Alistar here. Could match mid.
If I'm a coach and I walk in and you
what you got, Reeker? Could go
higher
jungle, Ivern.
You go, let's just draft scaling.
Make it simple.
Let's keep it simple.
Sejuani.
We believe we're the better team. I think the downside is, right, as stable
Lilia.
as these picks are in the late game, you've given up a lot of power, and SK clearly have some aggressive aspirations. So the Lilia gonna run circles around 1-1-3 on this Skarner. Such a powerful jungle champion. We've only
Song, I have no idea. I'm not the DJ.
In the LEC, no
and it was Yike who went crazy on it. And I do really like it here. I think into already 2 tanks, Lilia does great. She can kind of kite around, and into the Azir, she can also dodge a lot of the soldiers by just being so fast. And it just synergizes greatly with this Jace and the Varus. They can both go lethality, and now you can still retain this Jace flex. And I would like to see on the SK comp to go for
Alistar, nice,
a tank top, so that you actually have some frontline, because it's really hard to play like a squishy jungler and squishy top and squishy mid.
Could ban,
and you really
could ban,
need some
could
frontline
ban.
that can tank this like Skarner and Rel engage.
Definitely. And you still have a little bit more poke added in with the Swirl Seed as well. So time to see.
Are you
Is
muted?
it going to be the tank jungle angle for now? Banning out the Mbessa. This
they could
also just be the top lane Jace.
I think they could send the Jace top, but then I feel like you don't have a great mid pick. Like you could go for Yone, but then I feel like the overall comp is a little bit too squishy, so I'd like to just see them put the Jace mid, go Cassandra on 4, get counter pick on support, make this Varus bully.
Are you gonna watch BLG versus IG game 3? Shut up.
Last. Maybe an Alistar on 4 then would make a lot of sense for them. Also a very good like solo frontline support.
Definitely, but the Alistar of course banned away. BDS clearly recognizing.
True.
In a world where you have to pick one form of kind of tanky frontline position, Alistar does make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And now the Nautilus as well. Loopy with an excellent game 1 against Fnatic.
I think something like a Leona here would make a lot of sense. You could also go for the Braum, which people have been favoring into the Rel, but it's just not the best with Lilia, who doesn't really want to auto-tech and stack that Braum passive.
Not anyone who asks what happened to IG, BLG, just spend them.
For Loopy, and I like that quite a bit. Also a very good like solo frontline option, just is one of the tankiest supports alongside that Alistar.
Okay, LEC, listen to me. LCK was fucking banger today. LPL was absolute banger as well. I need you to lock in, LEC. I need you to lock in.
So much damage between those two champions early on. I like this Jhin for utility.
Jhin Gnar into Jace.
You're now able to already have the DPS from the side of the Azir. I would like to see a more aggressive top lane pick for Irrelevant here rather than something like the Cassandra, because they already have 2 beefy boys in the side of Irrelevant Skarner, so I really like...
Okay, Reeker, what do you got for me on 5 here?
Yeah. Not the flashes blind pick, but I think
Sylas?
it gives you the best
of
both worlds. It's
Tristan,
excellent follow-up.
Jace mid, counter Gnar, and Jace counters Gnar. What do you got for me?
But you also have that nice side lane threat.
Corki,
it limits a lot of the viable answers.
Not bad last pick.
Me gusta. With the Yone being hovered,
ooh, I like SK's comp. They kind of cooked.
Chat,
I'm gonna run ads. If you know what ads, you can use tier 1 or Twitch Prime to support the channel. You have something that wants you back for the game starts to the kiss. If you sub now, you won't get ads for 1 month. After when the ads, you get the ads during the game.
But their composition, while having a ton of damage, and I like it quite a bit, is very, very squishy. If Paris can get any sort of rel engage on anyone other than the Leona, they just get one-shot.
SK's draft looks kind of crazy, no?
Lilia players dream of.
Yeah.
The lack of reliable point-and-click CC.
That's true.
The potential to dance around people. But again, the downside is if you fall behind, this is a champion that can feel super underwhelming outside of those big sleep moments. And there is pressure on whenever you're going to pick something like the Lilia into a tank jungle. We know you're supposed to get a jungle clear lead, but what else are you going to do in the context of the game? Because Skarner's impact on a game, I don't know, it feels like a sure thing.
Yeah. I think top side is the side of the map that I'm looking for this game. I think bot lane, not much action should happen, just Jhin and Varus kind of farming, and then supports look to roam mid here and there. And for me, the big question is, can Paris roam to mid?
Who are we rooting for today?
Weaker? And also, how much can Bukada get
We're rooting for SK versus BDS.
I see this top lane matchup because
and then we're rooting for Degeneracy in Fnatic vs K-Corp.
Into the Gnar early game. But, as we've seen, it's tough to punish Gnar these days. A lot of teams have not managed to do it, and he just ends up scaling into this split pushing.
LR Jersey waiting room. Is Sally a rat of his word? Hey, they should be shipping in the next few days. Chill out.
Let's get into game.
It did say on the site that it was going to be delayed in shipping when you bought it.
All eyes on the top side of the rift.
You rat.
Get up on the rift for game 1. See if BDS have any more creative level 1s cooked up after their game 2 versus KC yesterday, but for now, the answer is no.
I think if someone has a level 1 here, it could be
says at the bottom
of SK.
Manufacturing for Season 1 Jersey Collection begins on March 7th with a completion and dispatch starting April 14th. It should ship before April 14th. This is the only collection that is going to ship a little bit late. There was like some issues with like material shit.
I think they could look for something.
But from now, hopefully the shop, now that it's up and running from April onwards, it'll be shipping within like the second you order it, or whatever the fuck it's called.
A sort of invade that has to be respected. Didn't see if that ward on the top side near SK's Raptors did spot out Bukada or not. Gen X is now retreating at least a little bit.
Bukada spotted it at least because he has a 5 gold lead, and so he pinged it. Little bonus.
Those are the little differences. You like how people were so bad about team play that Riot Games literally had to give them in-game currency?
Does Skarner have Demolish?
They should do that more. If I type a good message, give me 3 gold. If I type good job, 2 gold.
I think your teammate's yapping up based on what I've seen.
Oh, so Bukada's going for a wolf invade.
That is disgusting, and I like it.
Gen X is around.
Nice SK, good drafting, proactive level 1s, very good.
And 1-3 being zoned out is big here, so Bukada Level advantage. 1-1-3, I think, just needs to walk bottom side. Bukata's is waiting until he spots him on the ward
Very
to
good.
start up this blue. Excellent read from SK.
I would wrap around the wall here.
Knowing they had the stronger jump,
sit in the bush.
in the context of this matchup,
and then be a rat and come out and steal it.
To full effect.
Yeah, and it's a disaster for 1-1-3 here as this clear now is so delayed and it's already quite a bit slower than this Lilia's. But
that would be a
I
monster
think
rat.
We can easily end up in a situation here where Bukata gets all 3 quadrants of the jungle and 1-1-3 is only going to be stuck with his little bot side.
1-1-3. Path redemption might come from trying to force some sort of play bottom side. You can
Mods,
see
are you there?
Paris
Mods?
for now at least
Mods?
have the push.
Yeah, maybe with this bot push, they could look to leverage an invade into SK's bot side. But Azir is slightly losing push in mid, which like mid lane prio is usually the most important when it comes to these types of invades. And the problem as well is that Skarner's not really winning that 1v1, so he really needs his teammate to kind of move at the same time as he goes for that invade, which always makes it a lot more awkward.
Is a bit of an awkward early game now for BDS. Skarner not too far behind quite yet, but
yeah,
Skarner will
Skarner's
speed
fucked.
through these camps. And again, any kind of early game lead that an AP jungler gets just
need to invade their bot side and pray.
As their clear speed increases a lot with those early first purchases.
Looks like 1-1-3 is looking here. Really wants to try to steal away this blue buff.
This is such a game. This just feels like a smite fight, though. Maybe if he lands everything, it'll be all right.
Just flip it.
Yeah, it might be just be a flip. I mean, we'll see.
This is a lot to bet on a flip.
Oh,
manages
yoinked.
to grab from the side of Bukata.
Yoinked.
Knock back to the wall is there. Paris
Oh, beautiful from BDS jungle support.
Yes, but not in a 3v1.
Beautiful.
As BDS bot lane here moving first, immediately capitalizing. I love that it's 1-1-3 that actually starts this play, because it's usually always the Rel starting with the Q flash, and I think Bukata could have easily reacted to it. But it's actually 1-1-3 starting with the Skarner flash E, which I wasn't expecting, and it ends up being Bukata going down, but we got crazy trades on top.
Oh! That was clean! That flash QE was clean as fuck.
And he's bullying the Gnar. He's doing it.
Damn.
That's what's supposed to happen, right?
That was
supposed
good.
To be able to bully him. Paris on the way out now. Bloodbath on every side of the map. Both teams seeing that they have the isolated 2v2.
That's a big solo bolo. Oh, jungle diff, jungle roll, jungle diff.
Finding the knockback flash out from Kadui. Loopy
Maybe
will
he's
be
out
locked
actually.
up,
Nope,
but no ulti quite yet. Loopy set to fall. Nice lockdown and 1-1-3.
Jungler has 2 kills, even though he got late invaded and lost his top side.
1-1-3 is everywhere. It is going to be Bukata picking up the respawning wolf camp, but still, after this level 1, 1-1-3 is sitting smiling right now.
Yeah. He shouldn't have been able to get back into the game. But I mean, this is the kind of team play that you want to see from BDS, especially support jungle, something that we were critical of in Winter Split especially. They had push, they came to back him up, spending their free resources, spending their advantage to bring him back in the game. And what looked like Bukata, I mean, just flipping it for a blue buff, ultimately cost him his life.
And it's a huge CS lead onto this Jhin, sitting at a little 400 gold lead here onto this Varus after he had to drop quite a bit of minions here, basing after that gank.
Ooh.
So overall,
kind of smooth
BDS
though.
Sitting at a 500 gold lead at just 5 minutes, even despite Irrelevant getting solo killed.
No. And I think this is one of the scarier things that could happen in an early game is that you fall behind
It's
against
been 6-7 years since I was in the league and
the
some
Skarner
slow
together.
on the LR team.
The mid-game pick potential is going to be very
Ex-pros and
frustrating.
streamers make a team
holding on
to
to
compete,
mid-prio as best he can. This
to
first
show the world
is big. But Paris on the way in.
what it's like
Not going to use the crash down.
to be a
just
pro
gonna
team
wander out.
for content, but also
decide the better of it and just run back to
see how far we can get
so yeah,
in competition.
Touched on, like, when you have this full poke comp that SK has, the problem is when you fall behind, your poke is not really doing enough damage to make a dent into these beefy boys, and they have so much more freedom of when they choose to engage, which means that they always can get a better engage.
Yeah.
While if SK's poke is doing an insane amount of damage, the BDS frontline, they get really pressured. They have to find something fast. But if they're so tanky they can just absorb it, they can take however much time they need.
Rieker just trying to crash this wave in. I think it's a good call out. The good news is Jace still ahead. Genex still with the lead that he built in isolation, in the isolated 1v1. So good for the confidence and good for the
Oh, 7 Varus.
Dewey way too far forward. Thought he was safe. I mean, he's going to take his time walking out of this one, but he should just fall. Shattering strike, fall up CC there. Overextending. They don't have
maybe not actually.
Immediately punish. Q going
oh, yes,
wide.
barrier, no barrier.
And ice.
Yeah, I thought maybe Leona could get there in time, but yeah, not possible.
He was dead 15 seconds ago, but they just had to make sure the buttons were going to get hit. The skill shots were going to reload.
But it was a great side set.
Man, I feel like this Varus champ,
it is going to be the
when it's behind, is so useless.
But now Caedrel falling there, and most likely Drake going over to the side of BDS. I mean,
wait, they're throwing grubs and crossing to fight.
Here.
How?
Rupi can get things kicked off.
They're fighting 3v4. Ooh, that Yone ult was rough. Reeker got a lot of damage down. Nuke ulted his demons. Actually respectable that they tried a 4v3.
And it's messy for the 3v4 teams. It's very messy, but it's like Caedrel is not there, so it's a numbers advantage for BDS, which means despite a good look from Loopy, when Reeker doesn't get the follow-up, it's just they don't have the damage. And that means Drake going over to the side of BDS, nearly a 1k
nice dodges from GenX.
But the only lane that SK really have in their favor is this top lane. And GenX needs to do a lot of heavy lifting here.
One thing I do really want to keep my eye on, though, as this game progresses, is BDS hold on to a small gold lead now. Checking mid to see if anything else is going to happen. It will just be the play going down. Is what 113 in this BDS lineup can do, because we talk a lot about the difference between BDS last year and this year, and I think it's very evident in the jungle lead. It's important to highlight here, 113 gets way more leads, but they win a lot less games, right? And
jungle
the
roll.
context there in the story, and the stats aren't perfect, right? But shout out to Molecule for getting these stats for us. But I think that it's
Molecule
the idea
LR
is
shout
well
out.
reflected in that this is a BDS lineup that can get ahead early.
Yeah.
But it's not always a BDS lineup that can close with confidence.
Very Fnatic-esque, one might say.
I'm concerned that it's starting to become LEC-esque. I'm concerned this affliction might be more widespread.
Well, SK did take down Fnatic after they threw, so maybe they can do the same against BDS today.
And well, I don't think SK want to bet on throws. Look, if you start to fall behind in these comps, you know, it never hurts. Have a little support from the enemy team. Again, though, that's more forward look. Those moments aren't happening at 8 minutes or 9 minutes. And for now, it is still 2-0 for 113, racing towards that Heartsteel.
Yeah, and bot lane is actually not that bad for Caedrel. I think he's still able to continue farming. It does feel a little bit bad.
So
to see
top
the
is winning
steel caps
for SK.
Onto this Jhin,
3 grubs for first
on.
Drake.
Diminishes a lot of
bot
that
is
early
losing.
Value.
And mid is pretty decent for Reeker, actually. I'm surprised how decent it is.
So he dodges the skill shots, and that's a Jace Yone.
Going pretty well.
I like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's
actually, how do you say his name? It is Reeker, right? It's not RKR.
Yeah, he feels bad.
Yeah, okay, I agree.
Because it's like, it's quite early
it is
in the
Reeker,
game.
right?
Both Dirk
he just removed the ease. Why did he remove the ease?
I want to see full Yomus. Do not stop for anyone. Do not buy boots. Just go straight to first item.
Skarner ult. Nice flash, Loopy.
I mean,
yeah, that hits. Skarner ult, Rel Q, W.
Support jungle right now from BDS. They're just so much stronger that any fight they look for, SK has to back off. And I just don't see how
GenX
they
also
really
removed
win
his
around
fucking
this bot side right now. I
E and
really
A from
like
his
to
name.
see Bukala kind of cross map and continue playing for the grubs, try to get this Jace further ahead. Because I do think when the Gnar is mini, if GenX is able to get some good trades going on beforehand, crashes the wave, they can easily dive.
But
and actually continue.
It's weird because, like, let's say SK made an international and you're like a foreign caster who doesn't speak English.
Just going for the early boots too. Can just stay.
How the fuck does that make sense? GenX and Reeker.
Oh,
it's JNX and RKR.
These grubs. So now as well, it's going to be harder. GenX is going to match the Gnar reset a little bit behind in tempo here.
And important to highlight the difference in kind of team compositions and the value of the grubs. SK already getting 3 grubs with the strength of their side lane champions is big. Them getting 6 would be a disaster for BDS. Gnar, Azir, fine on side lanes, but nothing compared to a Jace or a Yone.
Yeah. I think Gnar especially could be happy, but when he's already behind in the lane, he's most likely not going to really come back and be able to hit much towers. But it looks like SK are happy dropping the grubs here and want to look to dive irrelevant, but he's about to hit Mega. I don't think they really have the damage for this.
It's a bit awkward because you kind of want to wait him out. As the Hex Flash takes him away. Bukata going in.
SK are so off sync.
Skarner waiting. Excellently layered CC. Not even time to put anyone
Good
to
pick
sleep.
by 113.
That's a disaster for SK, and it's so disjointed as Irrelevant gets a good little chunk here onto Reeker, but you see Loopy wants to go for the cross map onto bot and drop the grubs, but Bukata is not there, and they don't have the damage as 2, so Loopy's movement is just kind of wasted, while 113 is playing this early game fantastically. Like
3 grubs now.
He's able to get these
for BDS. I think there should be in time for Drake as well. Rel's really warding bot.
His creative thinking, and I want to see, like, come on. Finish it.
Agreed. We're pretty far away from there. Closing games, the struggle for this BDS lineup.
What the fuck? Jhin
but again,
2 damage
I think
mods.
the 113, the hero of the game thus far, falls behind a bit early because of the strength of Lilia, leverages his bot lane's push to contest, to get those early kills, and has just kept up that
They're
pace.
dropping Drake to
and
dive
this is
top.
big for anyone following BDS.
But their support is going bot. Bro, jungle supports on both these teams are completely dizzy.
Taken down. Nice little trap there from SK to punish. But
they're both playing on opposite sides all game.
Now it's GenX who's in trouble, forced to flashback, but will get cut
Can
down.
Yone clean here?
On the way up. Reeker with ulti available, and Nuke gonna start TPing out. 1-1-3. They just try to find an angle to go into the wall, but that is a fast Yone. Nice flash to the side.
Yeah, he
nice
kills him. He kills him.
Lock up to bring him under tower.
No way.
Knock back into the wall. Knock up.
Is that fair that he's Skarner champ?
Maybe a tenth of a
What the fuck?
Off another tower shot coming out and finishing the job. Well played by 1-1-3, but ultimately Reeker gets the job done.
Not quite enough there by 1-1-3, but a really good dive from BDS. You see there that the BDS support jungle are the ones this time that are a little bit disjointed, with Paris onto this bot side while 1-1-3 is making this top side play. And it's a great dive, but because Reeker has the TP, he's able to force both Nuke TP out and kill 1-1-3. But a very well executed dive. 1-1-3 takes that last tower shot, which brings him down so low. Reeker checks the bush intelligently with W, thinking that Nuke could be TPing out. And 1-1-3 just barely, maybe if he eat him into the tower or something, he could have CC'd him for a little bit longer.
It would have been even cleaner if he like snapped back.
Reeker holding onto his flash as well, which is big.
The Skarner ult and then Q flash.
It's a 1-for-1 in that small context. But
then Skarner could flash, I guess. But he had to flash
did also go
maybe
down,
it could work.
So overall, SK trading up, getting a bit of gold back, and super close game. But BDS remain ahead on
BDS
objectives,
get the
and it's
Drake.
likely they're going to close out the feats here.
Oh yeah, it's patched, isn't it? It's
Yone is able to
15-7.
get quite a decent gold lead onto this Azir. Getting to zone Gnar here. It's a good cross map from SK.
Also, the Blade Spike definitely going to feel
They
good.
should fight here. Fight, fight,
nice
fight.
Bit of a trap here. Loopy going over the wall, trying to lock up Paris. Soul unbound from Reeker. Good bit of damage down, but not nearly enough to get any kills. Bukata on the way in. Now
I swear this Lilia is just camp
but the rage is
only.
starting to stack. That's one sleepy Gnar. Desperately wants to go Mega, but this fight is getting awkward fast as Paris
This is going on for too long.
Now goes Mega. I don't think this dive is there. Ice on the way in too.
Yo, no ulti's cooked. Or he flashes out. Big play from Reeker. Yo, Reeker's playing with a lot of confidence. I like it.
Defended by the side of BDS.
It's a great, I like the idea from SK. They want to go for the cross map. BDS are doing the Drake, but Loopy not quite being able to get onto this Gnar makes everything so awkward, and the space that Paris and Irrelevant were buying there was really key for being able to buy time for Ice and the rest of the team to come. But then SK, with their flashes, are able to get out.
Overall, good survival, weathered the storm.
Looking
as you
good,
can see.
Reeker, looking good.
Nuke just continues to push it on the bottom side. Feats have gone over to the side of BDS, so a bit of extra stats in their back pocket. And it is a bit of a struggle. You can see GenX still holding on to his gold lead over Irrelevant, but not able to stop Nuke from this immense side lane pressure. They're also going to concede bot lane tier 1.
Yeah, now Nuke
well, at least Varus is farming for free.
Onto this
even though he had a fucking horror early game.
Feels pretty damn good for him. But I think Reeker
Let's
can still be quite a menace in this side lane, winning against both the Gnar and the Azir. And we saw it in, I think it was Caps against Jojo, right? Where Caps was on this Yone and was just completely wreaking havoc against Jojo's Azir.
I mean, I don't think Reeker can do the same. I think we can go all the way back to Worlds last year, right? Where Yone was really at his peak. And it really feels like once you have Blade of the Rune King, if you're not too far behind, especially once you hit level 13 and you have max rank E, this is a champion that can always just win on a side lane or win a fight that just has so much individual playmaking potential. And we're in a situation where Reeker might just have to make one of those big plays. Might not get to just play it smooth, easy, or comfortably.
Where's the pace at in this game, man? By 15 minutes in the LPL, there was fucking 25 kills.
Which is like
I'm
one
tweaking.
of the best junglers into the Yone. So I do think whenever 1-1-3 is covering Nuke's side into this Yone, he can actually force him out quite easily.
We talked about the composition being
the 1-3-1 for SK is
pretty
pretty
stable
good.
And standard from BDS. Do you think it's like clear cut as we go later in the game that their comp is stronger, or is it just more reliable? Is it just easier to see the path to victory?
I do think SK has a harder to execute comp for sure, but they can generate more pressure on side lane, and
drop Herald, go bot, lose Herald.
Well, they can always poke them down and generate space that way. I would say that I favor BDS comp
Yone gets a tower
later and later into the game. I also do think it gets
to be honest, Azir
could start winning on side and be quite fine, and when that happens, then SK lose a big win condition.
Definitely will. Nuke grabs another tower. Traded 1-for-1 in terms of towers overall, but the Herald also goes down for BDS. So again, the second BDS got that lead off that.
Do you think LCK games are better because they play in the morning?
These objectives taken out.
That is not how the Earth works on time zones.
This game, and you
I'm
see
sorry to break it to you.
5 defensive boots on the side of BDS. So if they're able to get 2 Mountain Dragons, they're going to be pretty unkillable against these lethality champions on the side of SK.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jin has Collector, but likely I imagine just goes crit at this point. But if they had both gotten lethality, this is the nightmare for both AD carries. You see them out rolled, you're like, okay, so I guess I'm not doing damage this game. Never again.
That's true. But at least, I think BDS will be the ones able to get this 3rd Mountain Dragon, as they'll be able to push out now topside, generate a good top D push, and then reset, take full Drake control. BDS here, or Irrelevant here, able to clear out this pink ward, just hovering into mid, letting Ice catch this wave.
1 minute on Drake.
They just want to leverage this top push, moving
SK send it on Drake,
into
please.
Mid, and then into Drake, and that way you don't need to worry about a potential cross map from SK where they could go for a tier 2 or tier 1 on this top side, if Nuke can just keep up this push.
Yeah, it's a tough game. Nuke has just been a side lane monster, still a little bit behind Reeker, but we know that Azir scaling will be big as Irrelevant. Ambitious little wall up there, just hoping to catch him. Scuttlecrab going down is a nice, small advantage to the side of SK.
Game state's not bad for SK. Really playable.
Seconds out from that Drake, and there's still a bit of vision in the pit. So instead, the call is maybe look to punish that side lane.
SK has been able to maintain control, and you see Janax is opening straight to mid
nice
here, willing
poke,
to drop this top
Kedui.
wave that Nuke pushed in.
More of that.
Now it's going to be a mid lane contest here.
Ready for the full 5v5. Irrelevant will be later to the play.
Herald dropped by 113.
Keep your eyes on those swirl seeds. If Bukata hits multiple people, likely the time for SK to kick off a fight. Herald dropped, but it's awkward. There's no immediate follow-up, so it's just a chunk of damage. But BDS do leverage it to get priority position on the objective.
Par's getting poked out a little bit.
SK walking to this choke is definitely tough, but Irrelevant's backing off, so he's not going to threaten too much here. Now we've just conceded we want full
Chase positioning.
Now that the Mega is gone,
some more poke.
BDS are in a bit of a tougher position. Genex coming in behind. Paris will
oh my god, he missed. Oh my god, that Chase is inting so hard. What? Come on, Genex, really? He had such a monster position. Oh, Nuke. That was, yeah, that was okay, but they got the Drake. Nice. I feel like Jace's position was so good.
Symphony of CC there from BDS. They find those kills, but SK
he just gave it up.
It's Drake going over to SK, but BDS are able to pick up 2 crucial kills, and it's a very, very split fight. It ends up being a fight both on the Drake and over the wall, but it's like kind of strange because Genax is flanking, but Paris is not fully able to go on him. And overall, I would have liked to see BDS play more as a 5-man, as I think Paris doesn't.
Oh, if he played a little slower, I think Jace could have one-shot a 0 or something.
To get the engage onto Loopy, but then Ice is now left to fend on his own against Yone. Luckily dodges the Yone Q3, tries to steal the Drake, isn't able to, but it's a great shot.
I can't fight there as Yone, I can't fight too far.
Great W from Ice into the ultimate, able to secure that kill as well.
113 did knock him out of one of those bullets, or perhaps Nuke would have had another kill, but it's too far away.
There's a lot of flowers here.
Otacon has spawned. It is the Ruinous Otacon, so more effectiveness.
Get the flowers, Nuke.
From neutrals. Again, with Mountain on the table, it's big for either side, but definitely something SK do not want to give up. They'd almost prefer the false life, I think, in this game state.
Yeah.
Oh, Genex.
I feel like, in general, I feel like Ruinous Otacon is better.
Okay, we're good.
Just, you get nearly 1 level lead on everybody.
Yeah.
And we've seen it, the Voracious Otacon, when the teams
this
get
match
the
of the week,
GA,
no match of the week is next
it's
game.
It's like a 50-50 if they do something good or something really bad.
I think when it first came out, teams were good at using it, and I think a lot of that was because it was probably too strong.
It was
but
too
then
strong,
when it got knocked back, it was worth a little bit more money, and the withdraw was longer.
Yeah. And the duration, I think, got nerfed as well, yeah.
I still don't think... I think there has to be
a
higher use case, a more clear, more consistent use case to make it better, but right now, I completely agree with what you're saying.
Yeah. Oh, 113 doing a little threatening.
Loopy just walking forward. This tower is about to fall. Good VAR assault to start things off. Paris missing a bit on the Shattering Strike. Irrelevant off to the side. Reeker laying down a lot of damage, but not going to finish much here as Paris re-engages. Nuke setting up the tower.
This Lilia has to be the most useless thing I've seen all day. What the fuck is that?
Disconnected from the side of SK.
Yeah, it's Loopy really desperately trying to defend this mid lane tower, but It's a 200 HP tower. All it takes is a few auto attacks from the side of BDS, and they take that down, and they're able to pick up a kill on Bukata as well.
SK's kind of cooked. Being the Azir, having access to the Sun Disc passive also just makes it so much harder because whatever angle you were hoping to find is removed the second that he throws up that tower.
It's an Otacon start here, but
TP
SK
from
want
Yone.
They want to fight.
Thought in 9 seconds. Lilia fast, but not fast enough to get here, so
they
SK
TP in
will need
and
to fight if they want to stop this one or prey on some sort of miracle steal. Some sort of fumble from 113, 3K, getting lower, shot.
Oh! Reeker! Wait, he stole it as well!
Ruins Otacon, but the flowers are still going to get taken down. Ice
Reeker kind of frying this game.
But he only has 4 bullets. That was incredibly awkward. They do manage to find the steal. I guess I catch the curse, but 113 still trying to force the fight. Jax with a knockback, but just brings his team deeper into the fight.
Look to Skarner, look to Skarner!
The only sign of Bukata in this exchange. Kadui, good damage, irrelevant, not going to get hit by the Q.
Wait, Reeker's holding him in this game.
Got the Otacon out of that.
I don't know how Reeker got a 3-4-man
yeah, but the Otacon doesn't matter.
While also stealing the Otacon at the same time.
It's
I need a replay.
It's
how
the
does
flowers.
He steal, what's his? I'm speechless. His ulti didn't even look like it hit the Otacon. And they had smite. Let me see. So the Otacon is 3K. Reeker goes in on a hero play here, flash queuing. Does he get it with the W? Does his ulti hit? The ulti hits?
Okay,
what? That was like an
that
anime
ulti
Yone
hit
moment.
Otacon? What?
What the hell?
What?
That's crazy. And then his 113 trying to continue going for the fight.
What?
But it's quite disjointed.
That smite
they don't
was
quite
horrible.
have the damage, and 113 ends up actually not dying here. I thought he would go down for sure, and it's Loopy the one that ends up going down.
And remember, this is a 4v5.
Yeah.
Lily is sprinting, but just as a sign of support, a kind of solidarity with the team taking the objective.
Moral support sprint. And now we have a Mountain Dragon spawning in 45 seconds.
Ice got all the flowers.
Slightly more valuable Mountain Dragon.
True.
So BDS have 36 flowers.
I didn't see how many they got. So
SK have
I think BDS got the majority
TBD.
of them.
Yeah, so still not too bad for BDS.
Oh. Scary recall. But that's a recall 30 seconds before Drake spawns. So that means all of this control is going for the side of BDS. I'd be surprised if SK tried to retake this. Like, Leona's only the real champion that can face check. But Jace decided to opt for a recall rather than continuing to push onto that top side. So SK won a face check here.
Okay, SK have 20, not too bad.
To top wave.
Space kill away.
Relevant there.
I didn't say skibbity chat.
Just keeping that Meganar rage bar on the edge.
I think they might look to pick Janax off in rotation with this Skarner. Oh, Janax gonna TP actually.
This is a bold move, but it's a huge committal. Okay, so they want to play through the bottom side of the map. Meanwhile, BDS happy to play through mid. Nuke keeping that pressure up. No one shepherding that wave in from SK. Nuke can just keep pushing if he wants to threaten or deny some resources.
Okay.
Both teams 5v5, posturing, fishing for the fight. Irrelevant Meganar. Genex trying to proc it early, looking to knock him back. Blast
not nice.
There.
Nice.
Can now follow. Full
caught the Gnar.
Onto Irrelevant. They want to take this Gnar to the fight, but it doesn't.
Dead.
They conceded the objective.
4v5. Soul point for BDS.
The kill traded. Loopy going for more on the engage.
Leona ult.
Lockdown on the Skarner. The chain CC there.
Oh my god, this Jace is so dizzy.
Sleep coming through. Can they find the vault? Nuke going for the push.
Okay.
The team ready to go.
That was on a Leona though. Worth.
Take over, but he just doesn't have the position.
Man, I feel like Reeker is completely carrying this game. It is absolutely absurd. The amount of work Reeker is doing is disturbing.
And I don't think SK can really get anything off of this. It could look to start the Nash.
I actually like respect where credit's due. Like Reeker is completely frying.
It's a big mistake from Irrelevant to get picked off, but in doing so, SK
he stole the Atachan, killed the Azir, made the fight winnable top. Then on the Drake fight, he kills the Gnar. He notices Gnar on the side, lets them 50-50.
About to hit Mega. He can be so useful in this fight, but he misses.
He kills the Gnar for his team.
Janax, he's too late in taking this plan.
And then goes back to make it a 4v4, and Janax just like ints it.
It's just a disaster for him, right? But then 113 flashes out, and he's just barely able to ult Janax here. Janax should ideally space a little bit further back. He doesn't get hit by the Skarner ult, and maybe they can just take
and
Skarner
he ease over here and
dying.
basically fries him up.
It's a great flash ulti from Nuke to take down Loopy, and it ends up being, as you said, a 2-for-2.
A little bit awkward. I think Nuke giving up his flash there will make the next fight tough, and you can see Ice, despite being very far ahead of Kadui, has just struggled to match the value that a Varus ult had in the context of that fight.
Yeah. However, Nuke does have the stopwatch.
Good call out.
So that does help him for sure against this Yone, but this Yone is 4-0 with Infinity Edge completed. I think Relevant's down 2 levels here. He cannot contest against this guy.
Definitely cannot.
That was 1 Q. That's crazy damage.
Yeah, things are looking good. And again, Yone was changed this patch. The CC thing is the thing that everyone cares about. If you CC him, even as he snapbacks, the remaining duration of the CC will still apply. But the extra 10% on crit
I know I'm live,
reduced
sucker.
to kind of try to balance out the double effectiveness on crit chance. No longer there. Same case for Yasuo. So Reeker hitting harder than he ever has before, and Irrelevant doesn't have any CC in this form, so the nerf doesn't matter, but the buff sure as hell does.
Jesus.
Yeah, Irrelevant forced to burn the flash there, and I think this is just going to keep being the same fate if Irrelevant is matched up against this Yone. And I don't know if the outcome changes much if it's Nuke either.
Are you tweaking, bro? I am tweaking, I'm not gonna lie.
Irrelevant is the one with plated steel caps and the Warden's Mail and the Sterax.
Base from Reeker.
Well, Nuke has a Merc
He's so strong.
And a
Don't get caught, Loopy, please don't get caught.
Yeah.
Loopy.
Oh, Loopy. Pale over the wall. Loopy locked up.
CC TP coming in from Yone.
Tries to fire back, but Loopy still standing tall. Curtain call coming out, but all of SK ready to
double
follow
sleep.
Some damage coming through onto Reeker, but Reeker can just now chase, getting incredibly aggressive, unstoppable. As he recalls,
he's dead,
Loopy will finally drop.
Dead.
Reeker getting taken out as well. The Ignite gonna finish the job, and now Nuke on the chase. Hungry for a little bit more. Baron on the table.
It's
BDS.
So annoying. Like, I feel like half the plays are bad because they're super split, and then these kind of fights are just so random.
On the way.
Another game's just lost for no reason. They just lose Baron, and they're gonna lose Soul because they have Baron now.
It's just not good enough. And it's Loopy getting caught out, but he's actually fine. But it's Reeker that really wants to make
like that
something
timing
out of
was
this
horrible.
TP, and he ends up going too deep and falling. And SK are able to pick up the mid lane tower, but it's Nash for the side of BDS.
Massive to have that Nash. Red Bull, Baron power play. And again, I think in the group 5v5, the Azir, the Jhin,
Weren't you also called Loopy? Yeah, one of my first league accounts
do
was
more
called
damage.
Loopy.
Reeker, much more powerful in the isolated 1v1, but
especially when it's BDS starting the fight like that. Because you need this SK comp. They need two things. Either they need a crazy good amount of poke, or they need BDS to be all up in a choke where Reeker and Bukada can just wreak havoc. And if it's in open space like that with BDS starting the fight first, it's always going to favor BDS. But now, we have a Nash for the side of BDS, but I don't think they'll really use this Nash to siege any towers because they have Soul coming up in 40 seconds. So I think they'll just tunnel vision on playing Soul.
40 seconds, lock in.
Use this Nash to get full control over this Drake.
Why is it Caedrel Yona?
Your read on the situation
I need to
seems
open my
right.
door,
Though.
get some
Top
airways.
wave basically neutral, bot wave basically
how does
neutral
SK really win this fight?
So no real pressure for either team to go top lane. Instead,
I
we
don't
can
think
play
they
the
can.
map for both teams between mid and bot, and that means Drake. BDS getting
a bit of poke is nice.
Nice start for SK, but again, if we can toggle the vision, you can see how little SK actually see around this pit. The only thing they really have, vision right outside of that objective. Thank you so much, observers.
They have some good sneaky wards, actually, so they're able to see, I think, if... Yeah, they do have the crab as well.
Oh, I like what
so
Irrelevant's doing here.
BDS starts out as
Irrelevant and Nuke are actually playing it so well.
Here.
Will that flanking ward make the difference?
Just hitting bot tier 2, bot tier 3, whatever you fucking want.
So much more confidence to step up and poke. Nuke, though, continuing split pushing.
BDS shouldn't do it, though. They should just dance.
Away towards Nuke if they want a 5v5. Instead, play for the inhib tower.
I like what BDS is doing, really good.
Still between a rock and a hard place. Again, they want the Mountain Drake, but still they're risking a 50-50 at this state while Nuke is guaranteed to break a tower. Reeker trying to find
nice sidestep by Ice.
Crucially, Paris.
And they got the Soul. And here comes Nuke with a big shuffle.
Down 1-1-3, better on the smite. That's the Soul over the fight. The base now exposed as Nuke's involved.
Double, no Jhin ult.
It's a disaster for SK, and this was practically a 4v5. And BDS doesn't look like they can go for more, but that's the Mountain Soul for the side of BDS. And they can continue pushing.
Azir could have just kept pushing, actually. Like, he was not needed at all.
5 members still up.
42 seconds left. Nuke getting value out of the Nash on the push while his team took the objective. That is the worst possible scenario.
Yeah, they
for
end or
SK.
what?
They had
30
to make
seconds?
a choice. Either one, they would have lost.
Risky to end, but could end.
And in this case, they lost both.
And that's 2 inhibitors gone.
You have to dive them.
Mountain Soul for the side of BDS. You kind of have to feel as SK.
Okay,
it's
go
a
top.
tough game now.
It's a tough game. And again, it
Go top
started
and
well.
top.
I like the way they use Lily at that level 1 with the Bukata overstaying a
Go
bit,
top
not
and top.
respecting the lane prio, putting them behind. BDS just executing better in fights despite how far behind Irrelevant was earlier. Ultimately, he's caught up now, has a decent gold lead for himself.
Crownie was once on BDS.
Significantly far ahead.
Once upon a time.
And at this stage with these compositions, BDS, I don't want to curse them, but it would be really hard. It's really hard to throw this one.
Actually, I just realized it's BDS, and we're saying the game is over.
you really got to, you know, you got to be Tony Stark in the desert trying to build Iron Man to throw this game. You know, that is the level of ingenuity you need to have.
That would be impressive. But I think in a lot of these fights, a completely different topic, you can kind of see the Yone nerf. Like you see when Yone misses the ulti now, he like panics and he just instantly needs to E back because if he gets CC'd,
is Irrelevant just
like,
covering the Jhin or what?
Anymore. So he needs to play way more safe and way more respectful of the CC on the side of BDS.
Larson
They're
built
just
the
waiting,
QSS, the Mercurial
waiting for waves.
Yeah, I like that. I like that adaptation. But I think this game, QSS, I mean, QSS is not bad, to be honest. It's kind of good QSS.
Yeah.
But buying a Mar feels kind of bad, maybe.
It's a bit tricky.
But now they can just siege up for this tier 2.
Reeker. Forced to ult out, still gets clipped a little bit there. Ulti coming in from 113, but again, you can see that he just doesn't really take damage. The Mountain Soul doing so much work.
Irrelevant also to the side here.
Nexus. Minions going in.
The problem is SK really needs to go back to base.
Is just getting hit by supers right now.
Yeah.
113 can needs to heal up a bit.
And SK do have decent ranged wave clear with the Jace, Lilia, and the Varus.
You bet the house on
BDS
SK.
could
You're
pressure
cooked.
a dive potentially, but they might also just choose to play it very safe, waiting for the Nash. I mean, that's like the ultra safe option. But I would like to see them try to play for this tower without the Nash, because I think it is possible.
And I think that, back on the subject of how do you build the Iron Man suit in the desert, aka how do you throw this game, if you let it go to Elder, I think that's a big mistake.
Yeah.
There's no reason. Relevant standing on the side.
Just wait for bot wave. Look at that bot wave. Look at that fatty bot wave.
Down, knock back onto Bukata.
That bot wave is massive.
Well,
this Lilia has been useless all game long. It's actually mind-blowing. Oh, big one from Nuke and Paris. Big one.
SK not going to get the chance to fight for anything. Not the Elder, not the Baron. Bukata gets one back in return. Reeker does a little bit of damage here, but it's just
wait,
not
pentakill, 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 pentakill.
More kills. The Relevant gets another auto down.
Pentakill, come, give Penta. Boom.
Pentakill for the Jhin. 4 bullets, 5 kills.
And BDS, they will remain in control
nice
of this
Penta.
Game as they close it out with a beautiful
nice
team
Penta.
fight.
Good game by BDS, to be honest, I will say. Early game was a bit disgusting, but other than that,
I like to see it.
Solid game.
For BDS, 113, not just about the carries. Can play to support the team. Got support from the team to fill in that role. And a solid
Alright,
start.
chat. Jokes, give me jokes, give me jokes.
We'll see how they adapt heading into game 2. But for now,
that was a bad game from Bukata. I'm not gonna lie. Bad game from Bukata. Go, what's the joke? Go. If you have a joke or a riddle, show it to me.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New tower.
What is this?
Guys, no flash.
Oh, Palafox on the combo, let's go!
Oh my god, that Aurora was disgusting.
I like that!
There's no way that Aurora just did that.
Guys, no flash.
He ults, flashes over into his own ult and TP's back by accident. Then, instead of TPing back again, he accidentally clicks on the Hex Gate.
Oh,
and then his ult expires. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, here's the deal. You say a joke. If the joke is good, you stay. If the joke is bad, you get timed out or banned. I have one for real. Alright, let's see it. If you have a knock-knock joke or a chicken across the road, you're already timed out. What is it? Sad to sad, let's go. Caedrel's not living in a house or a mansion. Where does he live? I don't know. Where does he live? A Vidla. What the fuck does that even mean? What? I don't even understand it. Explain the joke. Do it. Explain the joke. Oh, it's because of the Wordle before. Okay, that's 1 minute timeout. Next. Go. Your turn. I'm too fluxed. Go. Go. Your turn. I'm too fluxed. Why was the hooker on the run? Okay. Bro, these better be stream safe. These better be stream safe, by the way. Type the answer, and I'll see if it's stream safe. Type the answer. Bro, he's not writing. He's not writing. Okay, next. I've got one gone in hysterics. What is it? What is it? What do you call a pile of cats? A mountain. That's 5 minutes. 5 minutes on the bench. Hysterics. That's 5 minutes on the bench. Okay, he put his hand up. I have a question. What is it? Next. Next.
I wasn't expecting, and it ends up being Bukata going down, but we got crazy trades on top.
Relevant. Boom!
This is solo kill.
Why did the kid cross the road? Bro. Why did the kid cross the road? Why? Why did he cross the road? Why?
Nice, good job. Can you play fight? Play fight.
He forgot to wear his...
Give penta. Kill him. Still. We'll die for what? Guys. Why is it so hard? Oh, yes.
Chat, stop it. Why is this chat writing? Chat! You're gonna get me fucking banned. You can't just do some stupid ass joke that doesn't, it's not funny and then write XDD after it. It doesn't just make it funny.
You guys are going back to basics in a way, front to back, some stuff that is going to be easy to execute. I look at this game right now, playing long team fights maybe can be an option. Do you feel like with the way the team is communicating and playing right now, you have to play easier to execute?
We're done with jokes now. Someone ruined it.
I think it's really depending
We're done with
on
jokes, you ruined it.
Who we play, what do we expect from them. Right now, our goal is to be able to play, I would say, both styles. I think that we are able to pull both, but against a team like SK, we felt like the direction that we took today was probably the smartest. That's why we locked this one.
All right.
Okay, riddle. I like riddles.
Do me a riddle. For players, because I feel like in Winter, what was tricky for BDS was the fact that players can press or not the trigger at the wrong moments. Do you feel like there's been improvement on that front?
I'll not comment on this one.
All right. Thank you so much, Striker. I'll let you go backstage.
Thank you.
Sharks, over to you.
Thank you, Laura from
What's
the
your
past.
fucking riddle?
Well,
Is it that you don't have a keyboard?
Did we see that in this game? Did they not, or did they pull the trigger?
But does not disappear.
Speak for themselves, because
What's
I'm sure that he
nice,
didn't mean that kind of answer, but boy did it work. Because I think that this was probably one of the cleanest games from BDS, this split.
Yeah, I mean, there is definitely some more emphasis around the bot side, and I think around the Drake objectives in general, and I think it was just for BDS, they were going back to what used to work for them, becoming this objective team, where you're setting up for it, where you're having some good team fights around it. I will say,
was that a clean game?
It was
I changed my mind, I don't want to get permit.
Wait, but you're saying this split, so, okay.
I mean, when I'm thinking of BDS, of Prime BDS, I think of BDS from last year, where you know that at 23 minutes or whatever, there's an objective, there's a Drake solo in the game that they're probably going to be taking. So I'm always comparing it to the good old days. But even now,
when they were throwing out objectives, you mean?
I mean, hold the phone.
Okay.
BDS was a top 3 team and had been for a very long time. Their current form is a fall from grace, and seeing things like this, where I think Nuke had really good positioning around the team fight, which is something he always had. His laning phase was never his strongest suit. It was around the objectives, and I think we saw glimpses of that here as well. So in between the downtime objectives, yeah, there's a bit of oopsies, but I think in general, BDS is getting more towards that path.
Also, Odo, like recovery from 113 in this game after getting put behind very, very early. He read them like a book, right?
It was great to see, because it really did feel like it was the only thing he could have done was go towards bot lane. And you know, inherently it's playing to what GB likes to say, that it's the ice win condition, because BDS, every time they had great performances was when they were empowering ice. And now, given the fact that he got so far behind, he did find the only one good play in the game, the bot lane invade.
Yeah, and I mean, it's funny, right? Because it wasn't even necessarily instinct from 113 that led him there. It was the fact that desperation. Also that led him to the blue side, but his own blue side was gone. So with a bot side pressure, there's only really one play available for you, and that was that. And as soon as you got that first kill available, it's like, wait, we got a kill around bot side. Let's go back here. And
so was it lucky then?
I'm not saying it's lucky.
Yeah, it wasn't default.
He had great adaptations in the game when he was playing against a fast declared jungler, and he made use of his team card.
He did show a lot of restraint, to be honest, because that was his prime weakness when I think of 113, is that you approach is one of these objectives that BDS naturally likes to play very slow, and he comes into them and is like, well, I'm gonna go in, and he didn't do it. He played very slow, and he just facilitated great for his carries.
I mean, we know he used to be a little bit of a coin flip. He sometimes has it as well. In one of the very first interviews I did with him this year, he said kind of, I want to redefine myself.
Looks so
I
good
don't want
since
people
joined
to have that
Lost
same idea about me. So I think it's interesting that we track that. I also think it's interesting that we
I can do a riddle
bumped
for you
in
if
with
you
their
want.
voice comms. It was ice saying from the first, actually really annoying, by the way.
It's
from
really
the
annoying.
first kill, whatever. But 113 going, stop micromanaging me or us. I don't exactly know what it was.
Saying each other. It was
each other.
Yeah, so definitely some tension potentially coming through with like.
It's not about. I'm not trying to build drama or anything, right?
But
It's not about the tension or the fact that they're actually micromanaging. Usually, these are good calls that you make in a game, because
if it's
when
bad, I get
everyone gets in a lot of stress, what happens is that someone is like, oh, look, this guy do this, do that. And the fact that there's someone always yapping in your ear, it kind of stops you from being able to play your own game and play off of these instincts, and everything gets a bit overridden in this sort of herd mentality. And I think these sort of things are happening a lot in these stress situations that he kind of wants to get away from, I would say.
It makes sense. I don't know if like saying that in that moment is probably, but it means that it's maybe something we can ask BDS about if
it's good
we
to
get
see
to
for
talk
next
to them
game.
again.
Yeah, I think it's more of a thing for next game.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't have a riddle. I'm not gonna lie, I don't have a riddle.
One more thing about this game.
I swear I had a riddle when I was younger, but I forgot.
He's also top laner.
No, he's not. He's AD carry.
Swap all the time.
I remember the riddle. It's a really good one.
I know. But
you're inside a house.
Let's start with the
house
build. You
is
said you didn't
made
like it. I
of
have
glass.
no idea what he's supposed to build. So what's wrong with it?
I feel like it was a little bit outdated.
You're currently
Conqueror.
in the shade.
Was that his build? He had, okay, that's not a Bloodthirster, that's an Eclipse, but it's fine,
yeah,
you know?
I think so.
I thought it's a little bit, you know, 2 years past in time build. I feel like right now everyone's going for the Shojin, but nowadays everyone's transitioning more into this lethality build, because that's kind of what they needed, because I did feel like SK's team comp lacked a little bit of, you know, space making or engage, so it was a lot reliant on Bukada finding engages with Lilia, these miracle engages, and the Jace wasn't really providing much outside
of lane.
It's at night.
The answer was at night. Are you happy? Are you happy? It was at night.
I think in that situation, you also just need to be able to snowball it when you get a solo kill like that, and I think that makes it even more important when you think about the fact that they're now going to red side, which can facilitate more favorable left sides. I mean, that was
such a great riddle. Actually, you're so much funnier than this chat. It's crazy. Thank you.
I really feel like, especially in Fearless, well, it's game to
Thank
Fearless,
you.
so it maybe
Someone
doesn't
actually
really
understands
mean a lot. But when you go into later in the draft, the teams that are weaker, they start prioritizing.
You get a 5-minute timeout. What am I supposed to do? Just sit here and not talk? Is that
I
it?
don't think we're doing draft. You were looking at me. I don't think so. We're not. It's the casters. They did an okay job, so we're gonna give them another try.
Yeah, thank you. I'll take okay job. I appreciate you guys giving a simulation of BDS comms by just yapping for way too long. Thank you, as we are now hot dropping into draft. Ezreal, Orianna taken out, so some stable options. Nidalee will also remain banned. BDS, again, built an early lead despite a difficult level 1. We're able to relatively cleanly, although some few hiccups here and there, close the game out.
And an important win for 113, I'd say, because he got to show that even on a tank jungler, he can still have creative early pathing, he can generate a lead, and he can show some restraint in the later stages of the game, which I love to see. So I'm curious to see now if they're going to put 113 kind of back on the Xin Zhao, or if now they're saying, okay, you proved yourself on the Skarner, go play Sejuani.
Ooh. What is it going to be? More tanks? Is that what winning has earned him?
Sometimes that's how life is.
Hey man, we've been winning a lot on the tank junglers. Maybe you can maybe you just play Maokai, Sejuani, Skarner
okay,
for the rest
I'm talking. Shut up. I'm timed myself out. If you've got a problem with it, write an email to fucking the mods. They will definitely not read it.
Of the season. How do they adapt?
Maokai first pick. Wow,
the
my
individual
region.
performances in game. What does the draft look like? For now, Maokai locked in, and
they are gonna play Tristana on 2-3 with these bans. I'm telling you for a fact.
No need. I mean, Zyra's up, but
no need to make it complicated.
Let's keep it simple. You know, things were working out well. Let's just get a tree in there.
Yeah, but a lot of those like poke options alongside this Maokai have been taken out. Would like to see here the Corki taken from SK. So now the Ashe is banned out, Ezreal's banned out, Varus and Jhin are out. So Corki's kind of Corki and Kalista, I'd say, are like the two strong laning ADCs that are left. But I don't really like Ice. Hasn't been a big Kalista enjoyer, so I would probably just presume to see him maybe play some hyper carry into this or some more utility. But most of the utility ADCs are out.
You take Tristana and you take something else, chat.
This year, of course, it is a highly contested champion, but I think utility and hyper carries are what he's known for. Tank jungle will meet tank jungle, so SK taking a step back.
You have a top laner you can pick, irrelevant.
Previous game with the Lilia, and we'll just match fire with fire here.
Yeah, their comp last game I think was, as we spoke about, quite hard to pull off, and you could see it in some of the finer details where the team fights is like all that needs to happen for SK. Team fighting to fall apart is one ultimate misses, and then everything goes haywire.
Yeah, it was definitely tricky, but now.
Ooh, Gwen.
Gwen is still open.
So did I.
But still, we have the Jax conundrum. Now you have Sejuani Jax, potential side on the SK, which could be a great answer into this Gwen.
Okay, what if
it's Gwen mid, or was that what you were going to say?
Well, I was going to think about, was Gwen jungle still playable? It looked
Where would the Maokai go?
Support.
Yeah, you're cooking.
Look, sometimes this is your brain on flex picks.
I don't know, man. I don't really like Tristana here.
That would be pretty crazy if you put the Gwen jungle, because it should be
nice
great
MF. I think that's better.
All I'm saying.
But Maokai
Yo,
kind of
rank to the 10 gifted, much love.
Very
yeah, I do think Jax on 3 does win the game here.
Our BDS looking to make a Michelin star dish.
But,
I don't know.
But
last game it was kind of stock.
Are you a Michelin star chef?
No, I'm not.
See,
no.
I am.
I'm the guy sitting on the couch watching, you know, MasterChef, going, "Oh yeah, he clearly messed up the batter on that one."
Jax on 3 cooks, Akali on 3.
Akali, so it's gonna be probably Akali.
Don't tell me they're flexing Akali into Gwen.
Another counter pick. I think we saw Mirwin play this into Broken Blade on Gwen. I don't fully remember, but Mirwin had some good success on it, and it's a pick that you can always look to one-shot the Gwen, and you always deal all your damage inside of her W, while also having the mobility to dodge all of her spells.
What are you writing?
Like to see the Jax more, as it just provides a lot more in the team fights, and it's a lot easier to execute, especially against this Maokai, where all this Maokai really needs is to W the Akali, and then you can just one-shot her.
It's fair. I do think that Gen X clearly has a lot of faith in himself and his ability to execute these more niche counter options. Played the Yasuo last
okay,
week.
Tristana
Now playing the Akali.
They're gonna have to find an AD mid here.
Chasing game 1 as well. So see where that
How do
is
you
going
cook
to end
this
up going.
draft?
I like it also into the MF, this immobile champion. A little bit more.
How do you cook this draft?
A little bit more access to ice.
Oh my god, I've got it. I've got it. I've got it. I've cooked, chat. I've cooked.
Obviously, both can do a lot of damage without having to get into harm's way.
That's true. And also now
actually,
it makes me wonder if this Corki could actually be a flex pick into mid, because you don't really want to pick another AP mid here, because then you have kind of a full AP topside with Akali, and Sejuani doing a lot of magic damage as well. So you'd rather, ideally,
I feel like Ambessa on 4 is a big mistake by SK. They should definitely blind support if they can.
I will say that Corki flex is like how
if they can, but I don't know if they can.
You know, you're getting eggs either way, but it's scrambled.
I think Alistar blind is pretty good here, isn't it?
What are you saying?
What are you going to play? MF what? Can't really play with range support. It's good into Maokai. Braum is banned. Nautilus, I guess, is fine.
Like scrambled eggs are the same?
Not the same, but they're slightly
different.
Alistar
is a good denial, though.
You're not reinventing the wheel here. It's not completely different.
You're wrong.
I guess it does stop
I'm just saying
Rakan.
Corki's the most boring flex pick. That's my point. Let's get out of food metaphors. Let's get straight to the point of the matter.
Okay.
Nautilus locked in. We'll just move on. Clearly we're on opposite sides of this debate that I made up on the spot. Tristana, Lucian, so a lot of bot lane focus. Also Kalista taken away.
What if you go like TF Lee Sin and put Gwen top, Maokai support, holy.
One of the sad things for VDS, however, is the fact that the Rel is out, which you'd really like to pair this MF up with.
What AD mid is there? Are you gonna blind Smolder or what?
Disengage, and this
Surely there's an AD mid somewhere.
Really good at peeling this Akali, but
could
he
go
doesn't quite
Kai'Sa
provide
mid.
the same kind of wombo combo potential that a Rel would, that you'd love to have with the MF. Ooh,
just gonna go full AP. Fuck it.
This would be a crazy Casio. I think Talia is kind of the same, but I mean, they kind of need to go AD. Here.
Oh my god, just go Caedrel on 5. Just do it. Fuck it, just go Caedrel on 5. Do it.
Maokai Gwen, full AP topside.
I'm pretty
just
sure
go
that you
Caedrel
can
on 5.
just go
Do it.
full MR here.
Yeah.
As someone like Bukata, I'd feel fine about that. MF can take over fights, but
or
you have
Z
so many
on
tools
5.
to die
Oh
for
my
and
god, boring. Come on, man.
She's gone. Full MR. We'll feel pretty solid.
Go Galio or some shit,
And
or
if they
Caedrel and
answer
do
with
something.
an AP mid here, it's gonna be kind of double full AP topside for both teams.
Chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you don't know about ads, you can use the tier 1 on Twitch Prime. You have to channel if you want to. Back for the game starts because after the answering the answering game. Appreciate all the subbers. Sub now you want ads for
if both teams do it, maybe it is good.
Month.
Yeah.
And Gwen does a lot of true damage, and Caedrel does some physical damage.
Who are we as commentators if we can't just let?
But Corki also does a lot of magic damage. I think it's bad. I think it's too much magic damage for both teams. But on the bright side, there's no real bruiser in this game. That's the biggest thing. Like, imagine if SK had like an Aatrox. He goes Maw, he's unkillable, and can just clean up every fight. But there's no champion in this game that can really do that. Sure, Sejuani can get some magic resist, but she's gonna take a while to kill anyway. It's not gonna be a raid boss just because she takes a bit to kill. So it's okay in that sense to be this heavy on the AP, and you have the true damage from Gwen.
We'll see.
But it's a bit like I'm like coping for them.
And I appreciate that. Maybe they'll need that coat, maybe they won't need that
No
coat.
quick
Maybe
jokes,
we'll
lock
learn
in.
something together as we get into our second game
Lock
of this
in.
series. Looking at both compositions, keeping our eye, as always, Maokai Talia, lethal combo around mid-jungle, but the Sejuani
Let's
Akali,
check one thing and then we're good to go.
Down that Gwen
They're
bot
playing
lane. Will it be
Sejuani,
explosive?
Akali, Hui versus Maokai, Gwen,
levels.
Talia.
A
It's
lot to
triple
keep an
AP
eye out
topside
for as we get ready for game
versus
2.
triple AT topside.
Let's play a game, Dracos. Guess how many Merc threats will be in this game?
Is 10 an option?
10 is an option. You can say 10.
I think 8. I'm gonna say 8.
I'm gonna say 7.
You're gonna say 7?
Yeah.
All right, we'll see who's correct. You can vote along at LEC on X or any other social media platform. I won't see it till after the cast, but you will have the knowledge that you were right.
Bam, bam, bam.
True.
I'm
You can just do it
blinded.
in your
What's
head.
that sound?
Okay, so we have no flashes top lane is an excellent start to this game too.
And
from an
grasp
entertainment
on the Gwen.
perspective.
That's quite interesting. So Relevant really wants to get tankier in this top lane matchup and try to survive the Akali.
I mean, you did say
one-shot
there's
potential.
no Aatrox, but Gwen is a champion with a lot of naturally built-in sustain.
That's true, but she can't really, like, the problem is that AP champions don't have access to a really good MR item.
Mount Morpheus,
Yeah.
the best, probably the best MR item in the game.
Yeah, like you can go Banshee, but it's like Banshee this game isn't really even that good.
Banshee's not good.
Yeah.
TP Exhaust Gwen versus
Maybe see
TP
some
Ignite
early
Akali.
MR. Wouldn't be surprised
Okay,
to see
okay, we're
some
cooking a little
mercs
bit here.
from all of the solo winners. It's SK
I
once
don't
again
think that Akali is going to have a very fun time
rinse
against
and repeating these early jungle strategies.
Maokai.
Loopy decides not to
Talia.
go for the hook here. I don't think, for me, the lanes this game that are the most exciting is definitely this top lane matchup. Oh, but 113 looks like he wants to invade Raptors here.
Is he,
One of the
he's
big
such
strengths
a
of
rat,
Maokai
that
is
guy.
this Q smite damage. Does insane damage to it. That is like
Got in 113. I respect that both of these players, when they have a slightly more favorable
Oh, he got one mini
circumstance at
raptor.
level 1,
They just go for
immediately
it.
get aggressive and go
Yeah.
for it.
Wow. And this feels great for 113. He doesn't even have to burn the smite. So he can just continue going here and go for the red buff as well.
Relevant going all in. Losing out a bit
The
on
mini
the trade, but
raptors-
goes
oh,
back
he
in
did
with
get
the
level
skip
2.
and slash. Again, the energy early levels is a big limiter for Gen X in those extended fights, even when he can proc the passive.
And this is why Gwen is back in the meta, right? Because now she can do this E-start again, and she can just spam it for trades. Although the trades didn't actually end up going that favorable
What
for
the
Relevant.
fuck? Gwen
Now
just
he gets-
E's forwards and starts
You can see it,
auto-attacking.
right? He just continues to be able to E forward and get good trades. And they could even look for a dive onto Gen X here. He might stay level 1.
He has to be really fast.
No,
1-1-3,
you'll get
it's a
level
bit
2.
of a split call here. Gen X does take over to level 2.
He's too hard now. Gen X is going to be able to take the W level 2 and then buy so much time under tower.
Yeah, but even forcing the W maybe feels okay for Relevant. Stops any potential trade back. Nah,
It's a bit too scary. And towers do too much damage these days.
Chat,
what are you saying about Crocodilo? What the fuck is that?
Now the question is, can Bukada look to cheese some of 113's spot camps? It looks like he's going to be able
trade
to
from
quickly sneak out this red buff.
Nuke running out of mana rapidly. Both top lane and mid lane are an absolute fist fight, and pressure is in favor of BDS. This is a sneak. Bot lane pressure is what's allowing Bukada to get this done. Sloopy, do we have the wave in a slightly more favorable position?
It's basically a split map.
Curious to see if Bukada is able to go for more here. He ended up using the smite on the red buff, but it's a bit surprising that 113 didn't think to just wrap back around into his bot side to defend his bot side camps. He just decides that it's fine, I suppose.
I guess spent a little bit too much time laying in wait for that topside gank. It was only a few seconds, but wanted to just maintain the clear speed he had, even if it means not having that camp advantage. He does tick over to level 4. Scuttlecrab.
Chat, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Is this, chat, what you're right about? Is this a top trend or something?
Still one camp up, as he was able to pick up
is
the
that what it
drugs,
is?
and Sejuani was not. And maybe now, with the fact that he didn't waste any time,
no,
he can... Oh, look to gank top here. I thought he would go for the respawning Raptors, but looks like he wants to punish Genex on this.
Does Akali have W?
The Shuriken flip. This is pretty easy. Otherwise, it's tough. The Shroud.
I think Irrelevant can just start fighting Genex here and try to make him burn spells, and then 113 can wrap in from behind. As Genex probably feels a little bit safe with this ward.
That's a dead Akali.
No longer safe, however. Exhausted, Irrelevant now going in, 113 committing. Gwen immune as Genex tries to get a bit more damage down. Irrelevant trying to find the snip on a Genex. Nice Shuriken flip, but
God,
still,
Akali. Oh my god, he ignited as well.
And that's the cost of
whoa,
flash.
Whoa.
As soon as you use that Akali W, 113 is behind. He's ready
Why
to
did he
punish.
ignite?
And this is the creativity that has gotten 113 so many of the early game leads that we talked about last game.
Flash hook,
and
does
the
it
big
kill?
strengths of him. But
Can
we have Loop here.
Hook connects.
Simple.
Follow-up CC there. Reeker, good follow-up damage.
Ignite.
Nuke still
ignite
has
him.
his flash, holding on as long as he can. Ignite ticking.
Doesn't die.
Doesn't
QW?
even burn it. 96 HP, walks away, hits him with the thumbs up. With 113 on the way, he might even stick around for the next wave. This is insanely risky.
It's good discipline not to burn the flash, but catching this wave is very scary. All it takes is one Hui spell, and he could end up going down.
Waiting for the Severing Bolt. Is Reeker going to get punished? Reeker desperate
to... It did 0
to
damage, yeah, because she probably has biscuits, and she ate the biscuit, and that basically is like getting a fucking Soraka ult.
Not to overstay, could be in trouble. Combo there, easy kill pickup. Solo lanes from BDS, finding massive advantage.
How has Cookies not been nerfed yet?
Reeker knows that Alistar is roaming from bot side, so he feels safe walking into the
How
top
is Maokai
side.
running around the map
Again,
on a split map getting 3 kills?
With his creativity, he finds another play, and it's 2-0 for BDS.
Why do you keep crying? All right, the 113 creativity, but for now, in bot lane, Ice and Paris. He's getting a bit aggressive, and 113 continuing to find these angles. Genex
well,
isolated.
the Akali counter pick is dying.
1v1,
level 6
pretty
though.
far behind on items.
Matched.
Level 6 to level 6. Genex forced to dash away.
Yeah, this Akali counter pick is not working.
Are going to get this Drake, and BDS not in a great position to get something else on the other side of the map, so they might just try to fight this, but they're at a man disadvantage. Can't quite see.
They could Talia ult them here.
Level 6. Can ult into the fight. Paris only level 5. It could be tough. 113.
Looks pretty good for BDS.
There. 113 set now to fall. The flash.
Ooh, that whale just splashed on everyone. What the fuck? That Corki just flash rumble ulted them.
Every member of BDS. Right as you praise him, it all starts to fall apart.
113, what was that? He has the whale on him and flashes into his whole team.
Why does he do that with the whale?
No, it ends up being only one member going, no, 2 members going down. So it's not the end of the world, but still. 113, you know, you get some, you lose some.
Yeah, the creativity is there. Not always successful.
Glada looking for a top lane gank here, but he's going to be spotted out. Now it's a grub fight as both teams posture to contest.
Neither side got the dragon, but 113 is here to match. Relevant first move. Mid lane prio contested. Nuke relatively low. The Reeker, of course, with no ultimate does make it pretty hard to finish a kill.
It's going to be grubs just going over to the side of BDS.
Yeah, easy
with
grubs.
That top and mid prio.
Don't even need to swap.
Feeling pretty good about that one.
I want to see a replay of that fight.
Due to the fight on Drake, nobody actually got Drake, which means BDS could look to be able to now play for that as well. And have a huge top lane lead here, with Genex being forced to recall and no TP. And demolish for the side of Irrelevant.
This top lane matchup so volatile. You talked about the potential of this counter pick, but when you start to fall behind in this matchup, it's just so difficult. It was that single use of the Shroud, the patience from 113 that has put Gen X so far behind.
I feel like that's been like in their game against Fnatic as well. It was Gen X trying to do a creative Yasuo counter pick into Oscarin and Snar that he got solo killed and ended up struggling a lot in. And I think I would like to see Gen X more just go for these kind of like easier counter picks, you know? You don't need an Akali, you could just have a Jax, where it's like, yeah, you're not going to stomp him, but you're just going to scale up and be as useful, which I much prefer rather than this very volatile Ignite Exhaust. We need to fist.
Yeah. And it's
okay, Drake's side is good.
Wants to be that kind of player, wants to leverage
Is Sally
these picks.
muted?
And in game
no, he's
one,
not.
to be fair, the Jace pick did pay off. They did find some
I
early
think
leads
Alistar's
from
too
it.
far for a Maokai ult here. But 113 is probably going to press Maokai ult anyway.
Very rapidly becoming
or
a
get hooked and die.
Breaks out, ulti in from the Hui. Kadui free firing. 113 goes forward and will get taken down. Ulti over the wall from Ice.
Oh, he's gonna live.
Still
did he eat a biscuit or what? He must have eaten a biscuit. Mundo
It's a mistake from 113 as he really wants to contest this Drake, but his team is not in position. They're not around him. When he gets hooked, he ends up just going down, and in a desperation, BDS try to get a kill back onto Loopy, but they just don't have the damage.
What's your Twitter handle so that people can flame you for catch cursing 113?
No, I will not say it. But how's it my fault?
Just saying, super sports superstition goes a long way. Follows us to esports. And all I'm saying is this didn't happen last game.
Yeah, the Akali counts pick not working.
Him last game as well.
You praised him a lot more this
game. But 113,
maybe.
Good early kills is inting now.
He did it last game.
Sure.
This top gank could bail out Akali big time.
I like this. This is bold, trying to get Gen X out of the little bit of a hole that he has.
Problem is
900 gold lead.
Immune.
Hook. Gen X
he missed his E. I don't know if they have damage. Oh my god, he's making fun of them both.
Very well played by Relevant. Dodges out on the Akali E and immunes the Nautilus hook. It's so hard to punish this Gwen pick, especially when the Akali doesn't win 1v1. Like, you can send members up to help her, but Gwen is immune.
Yeah. It's really tricky, right? Especially against the Nautilus, too. Yeah. One of those situations where Cassante always feels so broken because his W makes him unstoppable.
Sorry, Chad, there's just some scrim stuff I'm trying to sort out. I am low-key focused on the game, at least it's not that much action.
If they want to shut her down, you're so reliant on those long-range Sejuani engages. You're reliant on Akali landing that.
Because Lost Ratone scrims are back tomorrow. Big fucking pace.
Yeah, I do think Sejuani can interact a lot more, as if she just gets a passive proc. Then all Akali needs to do is auto-attack at least, but especially when it's that Nautilus or the Hui, it's like, can't really do anything.
Nope. If you're in range to do something, that is a very bad sign for how the team fight is going. Reeker and Loopy grouping up to try to get this mid push out. 3 minutes.
No, we got scrims on stream tomorrow. We're on stream tomorrow.
40 seconds to the next grub spawn.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a grub fight once again. I think the side of SK really doesn't want to give 6 grubs over to this Gwen that is already winning lane and with Demolish. Now Riftmaker finished up. But I think it's hard for SK to really fight this. If Gwen can have ultimate up for this grub spawn, she's going to be so damn strong.
See Bukata close to taking over to level 8, but still behind. It's Ice and Paris getting the push
we're
out.
playing against T1.
Early lifesteal for Ice. Pursuit of that
They're
Bloodthirster does
four-manning
mean
these
that any of
grubs.
the poke that Reeker had landed earlier ultimately does not matter at all. Okay, SK first on the objective. Set to be a 4v4, but Nuke is recalling. Can get there pretty quickly with the Weaver's Wall.
He's going to look to TP in, I think, just on the pink ward. And they just started up.
They don't have push topside either.
I mean, Relevant can kind of 1v2 here and just keep them at bay.
Ready for the full-on 5v5. Flash is up.
Okay, SK. Corky's a bit far, but Akali's TPing. Gotta send it now. Holy fuck, this TP's taking forever.
BDS being pushed back. Loopy, decent flank, but they're just going to try and turn it.
Oh, great turn by BDS.
Aftershock, he's just instantly deleted. In the meantime, Irrelevant trying to 2v1 here, a single grub. All that's left.
The Akali is useless.
4. They're going to get one more as well. That's 5.
Ooh, this Akali is so useless.
Dashing back into 113.
Oh god, this Akali is useless.
Down he goes. Ice on a
nice flash W.
Complete
Q cancelled. Oh my god, Bukata can't hit the cone. It's completely over this game.
As well. BDS demolished
it's completely over.
And it's clean from BDS. They immediately turn on the first target and they use the Alistar combo in combination with the Taliyah,
beautifully to get pick after pick after pick. And once this Alistar ends up falling here, it all collapses for SK. You can see Loopy tries to go for a flank, but he's so isolated from the rest of his team.
Hey, okay,
Beautiful
coach, yeah, I'm good.
combo by Paris and
I mean,
Nook
how
to get
is...
onto him, and then 1-1-3 onto Genax.
How is
Genax
Akali
gets
supposed to
shunned.
play against
Irrelevant is able
Talia
to 1v2
Maokai,
because he's
first
so
of all?
far ahead. And then it's another combo from Paris onto Genax, into the Talia combo, and then 1-1-3 is going to say, I want more, get him, and they get him.
Thank you. They certainly do get him. Look, that was pretty disastrous. And this
I
is the
didn't pick
downside
a
of the
Akali,
Nautilus,
don't
right, is
ask
you have
me.
that reliable point engage ult, but you're not the
He ulted
Alistar
Bukara
who
after the
just
first
immediately
series. Yeah,
ults the
Bukara's
person
been
CC,
inting today.
prevents
I
so
feel
much
like
of that
Genax has
damage.
been
It is
really
possible
inting
for you to
today.
just
I
get
feel like
100
Reeker's
zero.
been playing really solid. I don't
And
think
now it's
there's
only
much
gonna get
more
easier for
Reeker could
BDS.
do
Their
today,
gold lead
honestly.
continues to grow.
Kedwi was
2.1K
okay,
in their
Loopy was
favor,
whatever.
14
I feel like
minutes
top
into the
jungler has
game.
been
They
really
did get
struggling
5
for SK
grubs as
today.
well.
But I feel like their
Which
mid
will only
laner's
make
been
that
really
Gwen
solid.
more
Like,
frustrating
he has
to
done
deal
really
with.
well in this series, even though his team's getting
Reeker
mega
is
gapped.
quite far ahead here with
Yone
the
was good,
completed
his
Sapphire
Hwei is pretty
Torch.
good as well.
But it doesn't really feel like it matters that much, as the MF has the BT, the Gwen is so tanky, you can see now she's building towards Merc as well. Let's count the Merc count. 1, 2, wait, there's a Ninja Tabi.
There's a Swifties and a plated steel caps.
Plated steel caps, Kadui, come on. Oh,
he said 7. Reeker caught out.
Okay, well, I guess I just cursed him.
That's all the gold lead. That's the only strong
Got his
position
ult off
on the
though.
map.
Can his
The
team
lead
cook?
is- The ulti's still going. Ice now,
No.
ready with the setup. Just a few seconds away from the ultimate. Kadui waiting over the wall, lays down a rocket, but not much else. BDS pushing in bot side, getting that pick, looking to knock down this tower.
yeah, great play from BDS here. They're able to shut down the one member of SK that is actually strong.
I don't
in
like
Reeker.
this.
Now they're gonna get this bot tower
This
as well.
counter pick.
Wow, BDS are looking
I don't
pretty
like
damn
this
good.
counter pick of Akali into
Definitely
Gwen.
are.
I
But
feel
for
like
SK, I mean,
Jax
this
would
is
have done
tough.
so much better this game.
Game 1 was much closer than this. Game 2 has been complete
like Jax would have done so
slaughter
much
thus
better.
far. Have to hope that they can rally in this mid game, find some
Jax
angle to come
Sejuani?
back. Because we were hyped, right? They beat Fnatic.
Yeah.
We wanted to know how much of this was them outplaying, how much of this was Fnatic
At least they
fumbling.
can win side
But
lane
if
a
you
bit
go
harder.
From such a monumental upset into a lackluster performance, people are not gonna give you that benefit of the
I mean,
doubt
Gwen,
when you're such a
Gwen
rookie
does
lineup.
get counted by Akali. I'm pretty sure that
So
matchup
Fnatic
is
the
really good
problem
for
is what you're
Akali.
saying.
Yes.
But I think it's only good after 6.
That's confirmation. That's
I
that's
think
not
early
fair
games,
in
whatever.
the context of the game, but in general, people like to keep it simple. So I think that is the conclusion a lot of people will make.
Well, Fnatic are playing today against KC, so we'll really get to see.
And KC did beat BDS pretty handedly.
But then if KC loses to Fnatic and BDS beats SK, oh, a little wall hit from Nook.
Oh,
Then we
Reeker
have the
caught.
circle of
Inta.
the circle is coming back. I'll just leave it at that. Reeker, nice fear. Gonna poke damage down. This is a very hard 1v1 to win. He's dead.
Well, I
Yeah,
guess
three
this is
left
my
away.
fault.
Threaded volley to finish, and again caught on a side lane.
Yeah, it's rough. Rough for the side of SK. And it's like,
Sally
especially when
supports
it's your
T1,
one fan
IG,
member
and
this
SK, and
way,
all 3 lost
he
today.
can't even
Hang on a second. I predicted
anything.
Gen G 2-1
What hope do you really
win.
have? I think they really
IG
need
should
to
have
get
won,
a-
but they threw 2 games.
It's a good cancel.
And I
from
never said
Loopy
SK
at
would
least.
win.
Get a bit of tempo.
I said I'm supporting them.
But,
Okay, chill out.
I think they need some really good Sejuani engage.
Chill
Ice
out.
doesn't have cleanse, so maybe Sejuani can engage on mid, and it's happening.
Hey, flash out from Ice.
Great minds think alike.
It's like you can see the future. Now they just need to do it one more time.
Yeah.
When Ice doesn't have flash, he could be more vulnerable in the coming team fight,
True,
but
two
BDS already
games, it
has
is true.
mid-prio and are set up on the objective first, so it looks like SK will concede this one as well.
Yeah, especially now you already used that Sejuani ulti.
All the things
you
you
did get
said,
the
all the
flash out of
things
it,
you
which
said
feels
running through
good,
my
but...
head. Alright, the
Corki
good
no
news is,
mana,
if BDS
no
wins, that
Sejuani
means the
ulti, definitely
series
have to
ends,
give
which
over
means we
this
get
arrow.
Fnatic KC straight away.
I think
And
that
Fnatic KC is
What I
fucking
want to see
great.
from SK is when it comes to this
Because Fnatic's playing,
Drake
so it's
spawn
gonna
in
be funny.
3 minutes, I think they should try to cross-map it for gold.
Fnatic
and
games
in-
are either funny or they're funny.
Before that Drake spawns, they should just try to look for individual picks and numbers advantages. Because equal numbers fights, I don't think they go in.
You're not going to win.
Yeah.
The only gold lead that's close is the mid lane gold lead, and that's still a 600 difference, and there's a Seraph's there. So that is a hard target to pick off. Nuke is not an easy option. Herald will be used mid lane. Okay, 1 point.
6 Smurf threats
Did you see
so
the hooker
far.
ratings? No, I didn't. I need to
say
see
that.
them though. Alright,
On
Herald's
7 or
mid,
8,
lovely.
we accept
Gwen
nothing else.
hovers to match
Genax is
Akali,
gonna get
crash, Maokai ult to zone, get the tower,
Ulti coming in
Alistar
for
blocks.
1-1-3. Setup
Great
is good.
combo.
Flick is good. Follow
Great
kill is
combo from BDS. I mean,
instantaneous.
SK are just like
SK
DC'd or what?
asleep
How are
at
they
the
getting hit by
wheel.
that?
Beautiful combo, beautiful tower, and now they can go push sides. I think they're getting absolutely gapped.
You can see it. If they ever try to match numbers, all you need is a little... Oh, nuke.
Nuke, another flick. Reeker's going to die again. Root
does have flash.
Is flashing out, following up with an ult of his own. Uses the Severing Bolt probably for a bit extra poke, but just gets the Seraphs.
He's going to be able to survive, but it's flash now down on Reeker, and it's just so easy for this BDS comp to play. You can just have the Maokai ulting, and then layer the Talia combo and this MF ult on top of it. No. And it's just always going to work.
Definitely pretty rough. And again, Ice also quietly just amassing a humongous gold lead. Some of that kills, some of that CS and plates. 4-0-1, 1.7k lead. The Gwen, still a huge problem. And again, you mentioned it. When you have this kind of lead, you get objective set up first. And then on top of that, you have this incredibly powerful Maokai ultimate and stronger champions.
Maokai!
Yeah, the thing is, like, how BDS could throw is if they go too deep, right? But when you have
BDS right now, I can't ult him. This game is unlosable. Even if I say it, it's not going to win.
And if it doesn't,
I'm not feeling it.
You walk away.
SK is just too
Prepares as well on the outside.
bad day.
Tough target to pick off, especially with the Celestial opposition.
SK can't really get any form of control. That's the problem. Like, ideally, you'd really want to be able to push out one side and then generate a numbers of
SK's having a bad day.
Irrelevant is going a bit deep here. But he's so strong, I don't know if they can even...
Give it a poke. Irrelevant just has to eat that damage. Dashing away the flash burn from Loopy. Desperate to keep that one going. They get the ulti at least, but now it's Reeker who's going to be in trouble, and I think it might be time for the same exact play we saw mid. 113 can just ult to zone away. Might not even be forced to do it.
Yeah, they don't even need to ulti.
Wow. It's 19 minutes. It's a 6k gold lead.
Yeah.
Right? I just don't know what the angle is here. For SK, it's so hard.
Yeah, GenX is here, but I think he's going to be forced out.
Weaver's
Holy fuck, they're sending it onto the no flash. Wait. He's just dead. I mean, what can he do? His team doesn't exist.
Nuke finding the initial kill onto Reeker. Paris now trying to retreat. GenX looking
a
for
kill?
A
nice.
Paris will get taken down.
Okay, a 1-for-1 for SK as they're able to actually find a 4v5.
Bro, what is this guy saying in chat?
Stuck pushing mid lane.
You can speak now. I think the timeout is over. Bro, shut
where
up.
You get enemy support and your mid lane dies.
Cheers in the studio for SK. I think they need that momentum. I think they need that faith. It's the start of something, potentially. It's still a long road. Because Nuke, the thing is still only continuing to get further ahead. May even be able to go for the book in this particular game.
The book?
The book.
VIP.
I guess there's a lot of books. I guess you're right. I have to be more specific.
This feels ominous. I mean, it's a good wall here by Nuke. Reeker has no flash. Paris and 113 are a little bit caught to the side. And
yeah, the series was a bit sleeper.
That Gwen is mid lane. If Gwen was here, SK would not be able to do anything, but it's a nice little punish. But now they're going to have to give the Drake. And what you'd really want to see from the side of SK here is that they're able to pressure this top side. But instead it's Reeker that's caught.
One more
oh my god, why is it ever since I said Reeker's been playing really well, he's just getting chain killed?
Unstoppable.
Yeah, and that's just a mistake from Reeker, right? He face checks into enemy strong side.
Like he is just getting fucking chain killed.
But he wants to pick up the blue buff. Gets baited by it. And the problem is SK just doesn't have any response play. They can't pressure the Otacon, can't pressure top tower. You get a little crab, but...
I mean, in a perfect game, or in a perfect level performance, there's so few plays, is GenX is rooted up, chain CC there, ulti going in for the MF, GenX forced to retreat, Kadui just desperate to clear the wave, and the tier 2 will fall.
A little bit slow ult there by us. I think
maybe you should stop praising the Shine, he will play well. He's already playing well.
To be honest, doesn't really matter.
Alright, wrap it up.
This tier 2 bot and build up to an 8,000 gold lead.
I mean, how do you keep focus in this game if you're SK?
I think we just saw Reeker lose focus.
I'm going to order a food.
Maybe even 3 side lane deaths.
I think it's time for I think it's
you know, not to speak to his mental state, I'm sure he can do that on his own, but it does just feel like he's not thinking what the next step ahead.
It's also difficult when you're like, in this game, he was kind of like the only Fed member. You feel like you should be able to still play like you're strong, but you're not because the map is on fire and you can't go into any bush.
Yeah, and you being strong in your 1v1 matchup stops mattering once you're out of your 1v1 matchup.
Yeah.
1-1-3 might be caught here.
A play that could save the game.
They have to be careful not to overchase into Nuke.
The Gwen's TPing behind.
Nice start with Bukata eating a lot of that damage. Not bad for the side of SK. Reeker now here could potentially look to follow up. Irrelevant off to the side, zoning away Gen X. Reeker trying to get an angle to get a bit more damage down. Otacon leash, but it's hitting BDS.
Oh my god, he got him in stealth.
Gen X dashing
Did he
over
die
the
to?
wall.
Yeah, he does, Leandris.
Nuke now dominating. That's a single kill. SK, do they want to keep going
Your
for
last
this?
meal was at 2 p.m. Yeah, it's 5:30. That's 3 hours 30, chat.
HP, 1 with 3 healing up nicely, and Ice isolated on his lonesome.
Irrelevant is coming.
Irrelevant looking to
Irrelevant has ult.
hurt them. BDS hoping to
Malachi
find
ult,
the setup.
07 escape. Everyone says 07. It's a 4 for 0.
Paris immediately going to fall up. It's a split fight, but BDS are winning both of them. Irrelevant now on the chase. The needlework making quick work of Kadui. Bukata nowhere to go as the flick back does manage to land, and it's complete and total disaster.
And it's an ace for BDS as they play it nice and slow. They know that they're stronger, and they get the GA Otacon with a 10,000 gold lead.
Not a 20k gold lead, though.
Goodness.
And earlier we said
it's not a 20k gold lead, and it won't be a 20k gold lead, sadly.
Which in most game state it is, but in this game state, that might not be the case.
I think they can just go and dive, and then end the game. I would like to see them end without getting Nash.
It would be impressive. The BDS scorecard, and for SK, this is not the moment that decides the game, right? Ultimately, they were never favored to win this fight. We could nitpick
SK lost and now I'm homeless?
But it
What
is
do you
that
mean?
early game where things fell apart. It is this massive gold deficit that made this fight look so one-sided.
Yeah.
I mean, what can they do?
I mean, the problem is, like, Gen X ends up falling down, and then you can see, like, I think however BDS plays this, they're always going to come out on head. Like, the fight started with BDS at half HP, and the fight ended with BDS at half HP. Yeah, he said it best.
Yep. GG's.
Did he say easy?
I couldn't hear that.
I think he just said GG, maybe he said GG easy. That would be crazy.
Ease.
But I feel like only noobs say easy, you know?
Only noobs say easy?
I don't know.
No.
I've never heard a pro player
I say easy.
The second I got hired by Riot, I stopped all chatting. I decided it was never worth the risk ever again, and I just turned it off.
Would be funny if I said GG easy, but...
Yeah, I don't want to put words into his mouth. People can scrub back and decide for themselves what was said in that moment. BDS hasn't been easy, but it has been very clean. 7-0-8 for Nuke, 6-0-3 for Ice. Irrelevant 3-0-3, 2.2k gold lead. This Akali pick not working out at all.
That's our new favorite LEC team. They're not anymore. They were for one series, now I don't like them anymore.
Gen X completely to just hit the tower. Will finish it in the face of the Akali and is now finally forced to withdraw. So 200 gold back as Loopy's now going to give his life in exchange for very little. Not much else to say. Bukata starting the fight.
No, I'm not a fan of any LEC team.
Paris now running. Paris gonna
Oh
die.
my god, he just fucking hit them with the cowbell.
I think he said GG easy.
Yeah, just to be clear.
That's crazy.
This is the point of the game where
wow, that's the most BF thing I've ever seen, I think.
You gotta call it like you see it. This one is cooked. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to SK, but we're past the point. There's no counterplay left. They're just too far.
Imagine being 10k up and dancing in his face as you're dying.
I don't think I've ever seen someone do that. That's so good.
That is
I
crazy.
like the turnaround. Yesterday was a bit of a rough day, but today he's been having a good one.
Yeah. That's the confidence boost that I think 113 in Paris really needs, because they're both quite crazy players that really like to push the limits of every play. And I think we've seen them in these two games when things go right, while they're still able to retain some of that discipline, it can really take over games.
Definitely can. Could be the final setup now for Baron. Irrelevant is just split pushing. SK.
Oh god, he hooked the wall.
If they kill 113 and
Chat, 20k gold lead is
Baron,
not going to happen.
We're still 3 or 4 team fights in their favor away from this game swinging back. As this is not going to be good for them. Paris finding the initial knock-up. Loopy locked up. But we'll get the hook out to safety in time.
I think another big problem as well is that I think Irrelevant can eventually make progress on side and maybe get this inhib tower.
I mean, double super waves, it's just really tough to handle. There's so much pressure topside.
Only one super wave, actually.
One super wave. Oh, he's right. Yeah, good call. Missed that. Just assume they got it, but it was only the tower for that Irrelevant got.
That's going to be the Nash started up here. They don't do it that fast, but...
They're only 2-manning it. So.
Crazy they haven't ended yet, but Baron into end.
Kind of 2v5 here. Whoever face checks dies.
Got it going in. SK, last hope, last fight. 8K on the Baron, getting lower. Bukata knocked up, knocked towards the pit, a little bit risky, but BDS just
Maokai ult, Maokai flash. That's a one-way to turn, Jesus.
On the side, they're desperate to kill this
Gwen might die.
But he's still standing. Shield coming in from the lock of the Iron Solari. Genix going back in, but he's exhausted. He's tired.
It's one kill.
And the shutdown coming out as well.
The one kill for Akali.
You have to think that's going to be game here. It's going to be Gwen recalling, being able to.
I feel bad for Reeker. He was so strong and playing so well.
He's going to have to make a miracle to try to hold this.
I think the kit of Corki is just not enough. You need a 4-item Aphelios if you want to turn this one back, but maybe
and then he went 3-7.
Pairs with a quick combo. The answer is no. No, he cannot.
Wow, this was a monster stomp. All right, we got Fnatic KC coming up. That will be a good series, right? That'll be a good series. That'll be a good series, I believe.
Coming into their future series, hope that this doesn't stymie their momentum too much from that first upset against Fnatic.
That was a very clean game.
I'm going to fill up my water, take a leak,
with the glow from
and then we lock in for Fnatic KC.
A nice low 2-0. And no
guys, end the game, stop DPM farming.
A little bit messier game 1, while an incredible clean game
Chat,
2.
toilet, fill up my water, and we lock in for the final series of the day. KC versus Fnatic. It's going to go hard.
That he can.
BRB on sec.
That was the case. Congratulations to BDS.
BRB on sec.
Game 1 a little bit more tense, but game 2 completely and totally one-sided. KC versus Fnatic coming up after this are a match of the week. But in the meantime, vote for your Kia player of the series. 113, Nuke, or Ice.
113. Let's give him the opportunity.
You're a fanboy, bro. I like this. It's just you're so excited.
Well, he said he got Irrelevant ahead. He got bot lane ahead.
He did. Well, bot lane kind of got him ahead in game 1.
That's true.
But we can rewrite history.
In the second game, he got bot lane ahead.
Sure.
The only thing, I mean, he flashed with the whale into his whole team.
Into his whole team.
But that should, for me, that should be player of the series just for that. or Paris with the Alistar cowbell. That was pretty good as well.
You want to reward him for the BM? The cowbell on the retreat.
Sometimes it's about being memorable.
That was memorable. Yeah. That much I can say. Foul from the BDS lineup. Yeah, and a good series. Look, the momentum feeling good. They had a nice game 2 against KC, even if they couldn't close it out. Very confident series today against SK. And this team progressing, I don't want to say, really rapidly, but clearly making week-to-week progress and improvement. And I hope that when we look ahead towards SK's next match, we can say the same about them as well. Really excellent spark, excellent start to their season with that upset against Fnatic, and today just could not replicate that success. Things falling apart very quickly in those earlier stages of the game.
Yeah, I think SK, for me, I didn't think these roster swaps that they made coming into the split would change much. I'm familiar with Bukala and Kadui from ERLs, and I thought they were good players, but not like carrying a team like this to playoffs or something like that. But they had a great showing against Fnatic. But I think maybe a bit of a reality check today against BDS. I think BDS as well just keep getting better. I'm really excited to see how how 113 in general keeps progressing, because he's a centerpiece for this team and so exciting to watch.
Yeah, obviously the other person that we're excited to talk about is Paris as well. The other kind of addition, the other big change, relevant also on the list, but less so. I feel like top laners exist on an island.
Yeah.
And speaking of him, Lore standing by with Paris. Let's see how he feels after that win.
113.
Easy question, easy transition. Thank you so much, guy. Welcome to the Marriott Monvoy post-game check-in. How do you feel, Paris?
I feel good. We did 2-0 against my best friends. There is 3 teammates that I play with.
Yeah.
I was happy to play the game, and I want to win it as well. And we did fine.
Okay.
It's good.
Is it always better when you smash former friends and teammates? Does that feel special?
Yeah, it feels better, but the worst part is when you go to hug them, like you see their faces, but like it's just fun, and I'm happy we win.
Enemies on the rift, friends of the rift. That's how it works usually. At the end of game 1, we played something around Team BDS, around communication, and there was a bit of micromanaging, I think, from your side. I want to talk about communication in general, and like, why do you think that sometimes you feel like you need to tell your teammates what to do? Or is that something you feel, at least?
Usually you don't.
Okay.
Micromanaging people is usually bad for you, or bad for your teammates as well. It's kind of toxic.
Okay.
But in that position, I tried to micromanage because I felt like my teammate was not confident. So I want to give him confidence and like give calls so he can just do it and not too much thinking. But it was still bad what I did.
Yeah. But I still think it's a good thing, and we've heard like the way you guys were chatting together, and I feel like it's really healthy because you're being honest with each other. what is the most healthy way of communicating? Because from what I've heard in scrims, sometimes players are gonna shoutcast their own games, micromanage, as you said. So what do you think makes communication healthy and good in game?
Like, I was never in a team that communication was perfect. I think it's really hard to achieve. Like, I believe if you have good communication, like really good, you are like in top 2 already, and you will finish most of the games easily when you have a lead. Sometimes we don't, and like that shows our communication is not good. We are trying to improve on it, but like usually everyone needs to contribute to communication. But sometimes when people are behind, they don't talk too much because they're not confident. They don't want to int more, but it's like if you have confidence, it will help the communication. Usually, yeah, like confident team will have a good communication.
Would you feel confident right now? Would you feel like you're confident in game and confident in what you're doing in terms of personal progress, Harris?
Today, yeah. Today our opponent was like closer to our level. I think we are not at Caedrel right now. To be fair, we are not playing well. We have issues. We are trying to fix them, and like getting this win is like relieves us a bit. But we are looking at our front next weeks, and we are trying to improve.
And it's a long split. There's going to be a lot of games to make up for it. 2-0 again today. I feel like it was a good performance. And 1-1-3 was the Kia player of the series. So anything you want to tell your jungler about what he did today?
No, I'm happy my Turkish brother got it. I'm proud of him.
All right.
Good job.
Shout out to him. Good job, 1-1-3. Good job, Paris. Thank you so much for joining me on stage. And we're going to take a short break here, but after that, we'll be right back. Match of the week, KC Fnatic. You don't want to miss it.
KC Fnatic, you don't want to miss it. We are locked and loaded. We got water on water. Damn.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good.
I have a simple riddle. What is it?
I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
What's a simple riddle? What is it? What's a simple riddle? Come on, Caedrel's coffee maker.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
What's hot, bitter, but makes you sick? What's hot, bitter, but makes you sick? Hot, bitter, but... I don't know.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Coffee. I should have just insta-permabanned, actually.
Wait, is he switching
God, that was not
lanes?
funny. That was not funny. Don't even say it. No more jokes. No more jokes. Bum 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 bum. Whoever says I have a stream safe joke, bro, I do not believe you. I do not believe you. There is no way I believe you. Chat, any games we can play while we're waiting? Any games? Like any Wordle? What is it? Wordle? What's the other one? Oh, Loldle. Chat, time me. I'm in crazy good at Loldle. Time me. You ready? When I say start counting, okay? When I say I'm actually a speedrunner at this game. When I say start timing, ready? 3, 2, 1, start timing now. Female mana above 2010. Yona. Could be a top laner, Fiora. Not a top laner, it's a mid laner. Female.
Female, mid, Yordle, mana. Boom, done. Next. Many monks live in peace. I do not envy them. Listen. Next. That's Blitzcrank. No, it's not. It's Rumble. Oops. Oops. My bad. Next. Passive. Next. Emoji. X Sion. Double X Olaf. Double X. The fuck is that? Double X stocks opposite of the American stock market. Draven. Okay. Flash. That's gotta be Zyra. Elise. Evelyn. LeBlanc. What the fuck is that then? Ornn? No, it's not Ornn. I've seen that skin before though. It's Jace. Oh my god, I knew this skin. It's fucking Jace. I play that skin all the time. Resistance Jace. The tentacles threw me off. I was thinking of Ilaoi. It really got me, like, my blood pumping a bit too quick. I saw tentacles and I just... Ow.
Welcome back to the LEC ahead of our match of the week, KC versus Fnatic. I have Grabs with me ahead of the game.
Hello.
Hi. So, simple question. Do you remember when you came back to the job, you were happy, you were excited, you were stress-free about everything? How do you feel right now?
I'm feeling good.
Okay,
I mean,
nice.
yeah, I'm always happy still to be back.
Grabs.
Of course, last week an oopsie happened, and we're happy to be able to rectify that today.
Yeah, is that what we call it, an oopsie? How do you guys reflect on this?
I had different words for that backstage, but I don't think I can repeat them here.
All right.
I think the players also are really aware.
Yeah.
It's not the showing we should be showing, not even close to it. So today, again, big chance to show the fans and ourselves how good we can be.
You know, I'm gonna be honest, usually on Tuesdays, this is my day off, this is your day off as well. Last week I opened my PC, I opened the Fnatic subreddit, and I saw you bravely jumping in there to answer the fan questions. What were the main things that fans were wondering from that AMA that you had? And also props.
Of course, I think fans always tend to find one person responsible for it. But the way we played, just the entire team wasn't there, coaching staff wasn't there. We never really got into the game mood, which is my bad. And I just think it's really important to show the fans that we're all working together and not one single person is responsible, even though that's always the easiest solution, right? But that's just not how real life works. So.
And that's the thing that we've talked about at the beginning of the year, looking at this roster, a lot of experience, but also a lot of different voices. Do you feel like that's one of the issues right now, and how can you
I mean, absolutely, yeah. The thing is that we all want to play the game as good as we can, which also means that we agree on certain details. We disagree, so we don't agree. And that these discussions can go very long and very draining for everybody. So the consistency, which was a big part I wanted to bring, isn't there yet. I mean, that's very visible, right? But I think it's good for us also to not just band-aid something. I think this is something that teams do normally in spring, summer, and then you cap yourself. We still are very open about the disagreements and try to just at some point actually agree.
And I know that when you were working with G2, 2019, of course, this iteration that we often talk about, it was about being honest with each other when it comes to the players. At least that was the public perception about this. Is it a culture that you're trying to implement here? And how can you do this as well?
Yeah, I mean, in the end, it's ultimately we all want to win, right? That's the thing why we are in this org in Fnatic. And getting there doesn't really matter how much pain we suffer as long as we do it. And ultimately also realizing that we all have the same goal. We might have different ways to getting there. We are different people, different personalities, but we have the same goal. And as long as you can respect it, I think every argument basically can end in a way where you agree, okay, this person just has their own way of winning. So that it becomes personal. I think that's the most important part.
Closing thoughts here. Actually, I'm going to let you ask the last question. We have Shox and the guys on the other side. They're going to talk about match of the week. You guys against KC. Do you have a question you want to ask them about the matchup?
I mean, people always talk about consistency with Fnatic, so I would ask them what they think is the most consistent aspect of our game, actually.
All right. Grabs, thank you so much. And Shox, over to you. Let us know what you think.
Thank you very much. Throwing
defense.
As you can see, we've moved here. He asked a question. We're going to answer it seriously as well. But we've got KC fans, we've got the Fnatic Dragons, because it's our match of the week. Always nice, right, to have them behind us. They'll be in the studio in a second, but we can leech off their energy for this match of the week.
No, absolutely. Our audience has been incredible this this spring split, actually.
Yeah.
Already, man. You come in, you hear them while you walk into this one, to the green room. The energy, you just latch onto
But
it.
answer Grabs' question. What has been the most consistent aspect about Fnatic?
Lost Ratones on the right, chat. Lost Ratones.
Without flaming them. Okay, hold up. No, I think... No.
I should get Odo a shirt. It should say, "Let us in," and have a massive Lost Ratones logo on it. And I should get him to wear it every time he's on the broadcast.
Finding him in a position where he can actually
That would work, no?
and contribute. And I don't think he's really been making too many mistakes either.
And on the other side, another thing that is consistently still their struggle is that their communication still doesn't seem to be on point. I still feel like we see plenty of times where they're just being caught separated. Mickey from Razor, still the synergy is not really there. And in winter, when it worked well, it was when they were always there together holding hands.
Yeah, I said they weren't making noise for the Mickey, not being that consistent, but they were cheering for upset. Yeah, Mickey, let's go. And then let's move over to KC as well. I think obviously for Fnatic, we have that framework of, was it just a blip on the radar, what happened versus SK? But to make up for it versus KC is difficult. KC are our reigning champions. They did great at first stand, and yes, the play hasn't been super clean, but I'm really happy from what I've seen from them. A lot of teams, when they come from an international event, they take a little bit, right? But they haven't dropped the game yet.
No, I've been super happy with their gameplay. I think you have Kana gunning for best top lane, Vladi gunning for best mid lane, and the bot lane's finally coming in, so actually performing again. And I think Yike is just really trying to cement himself as the best jungler after the GT play.
We do have Upset here. He has been on Kikor before. He lost his job to Kalis. You know how it goes. But now he is the Wounded Tiger. He is here to make a statement. And he, for me,
Upset
is
versus
the guy
KC.
who's going to bring it back for Fnatic today.
Love that. I love that. A little bit of stake setting, a little bit of storytelling between the two. So as we head over to our match of the week, come on, make some noise. Fnatic fans and the KC fans, and KC versus Fnatic, our match of the week.
Match of the week, chat. Everyone lock in. Everyone lock in.
I'm Zvairo and I'm here to tell you why you should come this Sunday to watch LEC Fnatic against K-Corp. So let's go back to last season when there was best of 5 between Fnatic and K-Corp, and K-Corp won this. Can K-Corp do the same in best of 3 against Fnatic? Let's find out.
Upset cleansing, Yike going in, trying to finish the kill. Yike maybe giving away too much, but the Nexus is exposed.
Is it true the last time Fnatic won a title, Kalisto was still in preschool? That is likely true, yes.
K-Corp right now is the best team that LEC has. The second one would be G2 or Fnatic. However, Fnatic lost last series to Escape, so we are not really sure about their level. Can they keep up to K-Corp? I think we will just find out. You should keep your eye on Vladi, because Vladi is actually the best mid laner in LEC. Can Humanoid keep up, or can Vladi keep up to Humanoid? This will be insane mid matchup that we should watch. The second player that you should keep your eye on is for sure Kana. Kana is one of the best top laners in my eyes in LEC. And the third one would be Kalis. Can Kalis just beat Upset? Or how it will look? We will find out on Sunday, so just please come and let's watch together.
And here we go, Fnatic versus Carmine Core.
Bum.
For today, Vedius.
A rematch of the semi-finals of Winter Split.
That's true.
It was a tense affair the last time they met on this stage. A full-on 5-game series, some even touting it as the actual final of Winter. Given that KC...
Are you watching LTA later? Oh my god, I forgot LTA's on later today. Is there any good games? No, I'm not watching it.
We'll see, because right now it feels like KC are on the up and up, whereas Fnatic,
Rabs.
question marks still
Ooh,
surround.
Razork dyed the hair blonde.
Question marks have surrounded Fnatic for the last 6 years, Vedius.
Not wrong.
No, I didn't mean it in a mean way, chat. If you want to watch it, watch it. I'm just not watching it.
Core, as you say,
I didn't mean to put those two questions together. My bad.
Maybe
Maybe there is some good games.
The second
I'm
game
not
a little
watching
bit
it.
closer than they would have liked it to, but they had a great
let's focus on the LEC.
flanking wombo combo team fight to round things out against BDS. For Fnatic, they haven't played yet this week, and this is the only series that they play this week as well, after losing to SK 2-0 last week. I'm sure they will want to right some wrongs.
Yeah, we heard from
Do you know what I think LEC should do? They should go one by one on every player in the camera instead of having an intro and show their social handles like the LPL.
Have they been able to fix those issues? This is a tough opponent.
Just like 3 seconds a player, name and social handle.
Are fighting for the top 3
I think
spots.
that would go kind of hard, especially with co-streams popping off.
Where their expectations lie
The
when it
LCK
comes
does
to the
that.
end of the regular season.
No, the LPL does that, sorry. The LCK does it, but without the social handles.
Best of 3 as the teams fight for top 6 in playoffs. We jump into draft. Vi and Gwen on the side of KC.
Yone ban. Interesting. Vi, Gwen.
Being removed by Fnatic. Some of the power picks like Maokai, Skarner, we've been seeing rise in priority. I mean,
and the
pretty
players that have to use their social media
really
when they don't.
Its way onto the ban table.
True. They don't use that much social media, do they?
Maokai
ban nice. Wait, why do they ban Maokai on blue side, K-Corp? Why don't they just first pick it for Yike and just fucking full clear into Drake?
Ban that we often see against Razork. The Maokai Vi combo is very common.
Yeah, Neferi feels
Azir
she
ban?
is still really strong, but she feels very solo queue strong.
Garner
if
ban.
that makes sense. Like you're
I would first pick
relying
Azir if
on
I was
getting a
K-Corp.
lot of kills early game, being able to really carry as the game goes through. And we don't see junglers like that played too much here in the LEC. Have seen some Neferi still in the LPL. There's the Skarner ban that you were wondering if it would come through. And looks like Carmine Core might be going towards mid
for
for
Yike,
their
true.
first pick. Azir, their current hover.
I mean, Azir and Varus are very high priority.
Yeah,
here
Azir, Varus,
in the
super high
LEC.
priority. Jace.
Of course, though, you
I like
do
that,
have
actually.
Kana on the
I
roster.
mean, Fnatic could get
and
Varus
Jace is
Azir here if they
open,
want.
So he's going to look to lock that one
They
in.
could also get Varus
Fnatic don't
Sejuani,
have to
but then you
respond.
drop
We just
Azir.
talked about the Varus being
And
available.
Azir is
Varus
probably Humanoid's best champ.
Is a common 1-2 that we're seeing throughout the LEC and was championed by Fnatic at the beginning of the spring split. Wouldn't be surprised to see that.
I feel like
Vi
Vi is not really a denial pick. I don't think Yike's that comfortable on Vi.
It does then shift where your first half rotation shifts in
Who's
terms
the better
of your
team?
own
I mean, the better
priority.
team
Do they want to
is
go for a
KC.
counter pick now? Do they want to potentially save more top laners for later
should
and
do
just
Varus
lock
Azir.
in a strong
The
bot side
problem
of
with
map
Varus
early?
Azir is you
We'll see
could
where
run
they
into
go, as right now Pantheon would
like
be my
KC
early
could be
expectations
rats
for Rat.
and draft like a poke comp. They could do like Jace, Corki, Sejuani or something. Maybe not that. What could you do? Jace, Ash,
flex Jace into mid, but we haven't seen
Lilia.
as much of it out of Vlad. He's only played it 13 times
poke comp could you do?
throughout the course of
Jace,
his
Ezreal,
time playing League professionally.
I don't know, Talia?
With the Azir locked in,
Jace, Corki,
you
Talia?
imagine Vladdy's Talia
Jace,
is
Ash,
going to come
Talia?
through. A champion that we've seen consistently used into the Azir. It has a
Ezreal.
very high win rate against the champion. It gets you
Why are you saying
early
muted? Am I muted?
priority.
No, I'm
It
not
feels
right.
incredibly safe to play. And if you pair it alongside the Ezreal, then you've got a great poke composition already. The great foundation. Things like Ivan can then potentially synergize with the comp. You're looking at an easy Rev or
should be.
Leona
Oh,
lock-in
shut
for
up.
Targamas, a simple engage lock-in.
Podcast is loud, is
And
it?
so already KC have a
Now you
solid
can
top
hear
side
me.
draft.
I mean, that's a very Casey draft, right? They're very happy with how this
Okay,
is gone
Jace,
so
Ezreal,
far.
Talia,
West on the
very
Ezreal.
standard. The
Hasn't
problem
played
is they've
yet
dropped
this
Yike,
split,
so
but
I
very
wonder what Yike's
comfortable
gonna
on the
find on
champion.
4.
As you say, poke to the nines
What can you
from
pick here in top?
Carmine
I mean, you
Core.
could just
What
pick
are Fnatic
Sion.
going for? Likely
Any
that
top is
answer
fine
they
here,
will
to be
have,
honest.
but the
Sion,
solo laners
Cho'Gath,
and ADs
fucking...
picked for both
I don't know.
sides
I would personally
going
prefer a Sion or a
into
Cho'Gath,
the
especially considering they have
phase
Ezreal
of
Talia, so their
Big
tank
Bang.
killing
You
is
could
quite
put
bad.
pressure on the
But
jungle pool if you wanted
we're going to play
but as you
Ambessa for
rightly
some
said,
reason.
like the
Even though we
counter
already
on
have
the top
Varus
side of the
here,
map
we need to pick
is
Ambessa
an easy
apparently.
response, and so Oscar
Even
gonna
without
be
Vi,
getting himself
it's probably going to get banned.
Ambessa,
I
something
don't
that
like it.
both of these top laners are, of course, very familiar with. Now, of course, supports and junglers are available.
Like
If I'm
BLG had the
Fnatic,
exact
given
same
that I
game
would
today.
get first
They
pick
see
of
Jace
support
first pick,
here,
they get good
I would
carries, and they just play
consider
Sion.
just focusing
Sucks.
that pool, trying to give Mickey
Oh wait,
something
Vi's
that
already
he
banned.
can have success on, or potentially you can guarantee
Hey, any
a
AD jungle
winning
bans here from
matchup.
Fnatic are
Given that
really
you already
strong
have the
bans. Like
Varus
Xin
locked
Zhao,
in, maybe you want a little bit more engage, given the fact that
Pantheon's
they
a good
have
ban.
a lot of reach right now
Pantheon,
with,
nice.
the Varus
Insta
and the
Sejuani
Azir.
ban.
But instead they're going
Ooh.
a very different direction. The jungle pool
Is
is going to
Nocturne a
continue to
good
be
ban
bench
for Fnatic? I'm
Sejuani
thinking about
on the side
Nocturne.
of KC, Pantheon on the side of Fnatic.
Talia,
Maybe an
Nocturne with
Ivern
Chase.
ban gonna
Is that
come through
into
from
Ambessa
Fnatic
could win
to
the
pinch
game.
that
If you had
pool a
Sion,
little bit more
wouldn't
away
matter
from
too much.
I'd really like the
But also
Ivern
think
ban,
about
as you say.
Jarvan.
Just facilitates that poke really well. Obviously, you have Daisy as well to face check, which is something you can lack a little bit of when you're playing a poke comp. None of Ezreal, Talia, or Jace really wants to face check into bushes.
Poppy ban.
They can use
Poppy
those
ban.
skill shots
Poppy
to
ban.
try and scout ahead a
Poppy
little
ban.
bit. Poppy is the ban from Fnatic. Carmine Core looking for their final ban here. We
Us?
have lost a lot of junglers already.
Was he going Xin Zhao on
Skarner,
4?
Pantheon, Poppy can jungle. jungle
I
as
don't
well.
think they need a Poppy Ben.
The Sejuani, Maokai, and the Vi all taken out of that
Jarvan
jungle
is OP into Ambessa.
Really? I mean, honestly,
but Jarvan Jace just sounds disgusting
and
together.
I don't need to. Xin Zhao gonna be the
Jarvan Jace sounds so bad.
Gonna look to remove that one. So Fnatic,
I
what do you
said,
now
bro,
first pick? When I
might...
think about junglers that are available, it really is things like Lilia, Nefiri, because all of the typical
I don't know, man. I guess Viego is the best AD jungler right now.
Have been removed in the ban pool. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 jungle bans.
Wukong.
Okay, that's a...
Yep.
Yeah, it's a good champ, I guess.
First time in the LEC this split as well. Haven't seen it at all. As you say, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
What does Yike play?
Most picked junglers have
like a Belveth game or some shit? Nocturne?
So
I don't know.
Going a little bit further down into that pool. Wukong does give you that engage potential, can get onto the backline obviously with his decoy, jump in with that Nimbus strike. The problem is...
You could just go Mundo, but I don't know if it's good into Varus, because Varus could go on-hit. On-hit Varus as here fucks Mundo really hard, right? Alistar, I like that. Think about jungle a bit. Maybe you just go Nefiri. I don't know how bad the nerfs are, though.
Something that Targamas has leaned on.
What else is there?
So far this split, we haven't actually seen him pilot the Rel or the Leona. Not that he can't, but it's not really been their priority so far this split.
Me, it's Viego and Nefiri.
Garvin sucks. A very deep pool. The question is, what direction does he want to go in?
Yeah, I don't know how bad the nerfs were.
Nefiri himself.
It's
I don't know how bad the nerfs were.
Okay, was nerfed slightly on this patch.
Yeah, I think on 5 they're fine here, Fnatic. They have Rakan. I don't like it too much in Cecilia. If you don't like it, then I think Braum is a good pick, but then you lack a bit of engage and follow up with Wukong. I feel like Wukong Rakan together is just strong.
So I'm very excited to see how Yike pilots this. We've only seen
chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you know about ads, you can use the tier 1 or Twitch Prime, subscribe to the channel and get 1 month of an ad-free viewing experience. You don't have to sub if you want to. Back for the game card with the kiss. I had to run the ads before the game so you don't get the ads during the game. I'll see you in a sec.
Oh no. We all got baited. It's Rakan, guys.
I mean, Mickey, very well known for his Rakan, a career favorite of his, something that he's found a lot of success on throughout the years. I will say immediately, Fnatic's
Rakan Wukong is great.
Lack a decent amount of front line. Well, they do have
Fnatic's comp is pretty solid. I would have preferred a Sion in this comp. Yo, man, thanks for the 5 gifts. I would have preferred a Sion.
Themselves. It's going to be eyes on the engage. I'm really fascinated as to how Nefiri is going to work in this composition, because Nefiri rising in priority, rising in popularity. We've been seeing it around the world to varying degrees and varying success. But in a poke composition like this, how does the Nefiri function? What is her primary role? I'm excited to see Yike pilot the champ. And in contrast, Fnatic, they do
no
have
quick
a lot
jokes,
of
no quick jokes.
Wukong and Bessa, Rakan, great at diving
no
onto
quick
the
jokes.
backline. Really good utilization of their mobility to find flanks, ways to lock down that range. But KC do have a lot of range, and as you highlighted, the workaround could be very problematic for Fnatic as we get closer to those objectives.
See how well they can engage. Only one Nefiri so far in the LEC before today. That was Razzle last week against SK. He struggled immensely to have an impact, ending that game 1-4-1. So Yike perhaps trying to show up his opposing jungler as we jump onto the Rift for the first game of what is hopefully 3 between Carmine Core and Fnatic. As you say, a rematch of the semi-finals. And a bit of a clutch match for Upset as well, obviously having played on Carmine Core last year, being replaced by Kalist.
Fans are out in force today. You saw them in the pre-match, and you'll hear them in the arena. For a dedicated fan base that want to see the success of both of these organizations. Fnatic, they had a mixed week 1.
Who's Marek?
They had
Marek
one
is
win, one loss, but that loss was to SK, which I think caught many by surprise. And it wasn't just, it was a 2-0, which was shocking.
And it
to
wasn't
say the
close.
Least. Yeah, I think the second game was quite close, but the first game was not. So, meanwhile, KC have been in the opposite end where they probably should have lost more than they have, but they've been able to find ways back into the games, right? And I think that that is a crucial distinction.
No, I think Fnatic wins this game.
Champions of Winter, international representative.
But Targamas Alistar is pretty solid.
More, I guess, well, I'm thinking of the word scrutinous eye on them.
But I do like Fnatic's comp more.
You're looking for
Wukong, Rakan, great.
Exactly, and because that's the
Varus is here together, great.
Now the people are expecting them
Bessa,
to be contesting
it's good with Wukong, Rakan as well, I guess.
And so you're held to that standard.
Whereas KC, Jace, Nefiri, Talia Nefiri, Talia Alistar Ezreal's good against our champs, I guess.
Not just weeks or months,
I mean, the good thing that KC has is they have a lot of range. They have Ezreal, Jace. So let's see if they can poke them.
With this infrastructure that they have with their coaches, assistant coaches, and this roster, they can eventually find it. But let's get into game. Junglers starting on opposite sides of the map. Early vision invested to try and spot their opposing junglers out. Vladdy naturally going to get the early push, as you would expect, as we see in this matchup. And the Varus in the bot lane against an Alistar as well.
Like, they have Talia to disengage, they have Alistar to disengage, and they have 2 poke champs.
Vladdy
So maybe that's what wins in the game.
half of the first wave from Humanoid there. Obviously, Azir, you want that attack speed to help your soldiers farm up.
Nice sidestep by Kalist.
Humanoid missing out on 3 of the first 6 minions, whereas Vladdy's only missed 1 of the first couple of waves. Kana hits level 2 first and immediately starts his work, forcing Oscar in away.
Holy fuck, could have picked
Oscar has
Sion.
played quite a bit of Ambessa, 5 and
But
1
we played
on
Ambessa.
the champ as well. Even beat Carmine Core on it in winter. But Kana, as we said earlier, most
Jace speaks fluent Korean. I don't know if I would want to pick Ambessa into it.
For years, EU has had the moniker of EU Jace, but now we've got our own Korean Jace. And Kana is definitely our Korean Jace. He is very, very good at the champion. And I mean, we even saw that game where he was put so far behind against Koi, and he still bounced back, right? He was getting, he got 2 triple kills in the end of that game.
Nice trade, Vladdy.
He's a man that you can't
Bit
afford
of
to
a weird state to be in, no low on mana. Upsets missed every Q on Kalist so far. He hasn't hit him once.
So Yike can feel very comfortable on that side, and it makes sense that he's pathed that side of the map.
Is
Looking
top
to get that early
diveable?
grab. He's completed his full clear.
So quick on Neferi,
No
that
way,
first
it's
clear.
diveable.
Has
That's not
20
diveable, right?
seconds to play with before that Scuttle
Nope, that's
Crab
not
comes
diveable.
up. And you can use that to look for
Maybe
a
if you
dive
Q-ease him in
on
the face
Oscar.
right now, it's
Skip the
diveable.
blue to make sure that he's here in time.
That's true.
Oh, they didn't catch the wave, though. Yike going to call off the dive. Looks like he was just here. I guess, to a degree, he was here to cover in the event there was a potential early gank. But yeah, he's going to get the Scuttle Crab. He'll path down.
Yeah, a bit of pressure from
blue,
Fnatic.
and he should be fine. So he's going to be a little bit behind Razork in terms of clear speed, just because Razork has been able to complete his full clear.
Put some vision into the Carmine Core side of the jungle, and then we'll just
Get a ward and base.
It's going to be miles behind. Got the Scuttle Crab.
Played to the Korean
Now
Jace.
Razork
Jace is up
backing
400 gold
Yike
in 4
down
minutes.
towards him. He's
Really?
skipping his blue
Why the fuck are we
on
picking
that first
Ambessa?
full clear. So he's just going back to the Razor Beats, constantly resetting the gold on these,
Like,
getting
it's
them
cooked.
on towards that respawn timer. It's an interesting
Nice double
strategy,
knock from
We'll see
Targa.
if it pays off as Mickey
Nice
looks for
W
the
by
gank
Mickey.
entrance here, dodges
Disconnects
away from
before the
that
stun.
trample stun.
Upset
Target's
out of
down to
mana.
about 300 HP. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Kana doing Kana things. Oscar in and able to dodge away from that
this
shot
chase.
blast.
So a slower start for both these teams.
So I guess comp doesn't matter if top is just bleeding.
What I think is interesting is when we look at Yike so far this split, obviously his pool has been something that has drawn a lot of attention, mainly because
Maybe they can kill him
he
here,
has
but he has
become
a
a
ward.
friend of the forest. But right
Maybe
now,
if he hammer form
Kana could do
fuse
with a
him.
friend of his own as
Nope.
Razork looking for a gank in the top
Oh, he
lane.
lost the cannon here. That kind of
Kana does
sucks.
still have the flash here. Oscar in going forward, looking to
That's a pretty big deal.
try
But he didn't
and
die to the
cause
gank, and the
Kana
wave
some
crashes, so he just
consternation,
bases.
but no cons
Okay, the
will be
gank
stonated
made him miss
in
the
that
cannon.
top lane.
Destination.
Yeah.
That is a new word. Define it for me.
I mean, it's been around for a while. Concern, worry.
TP bot swap for KC.
Well,
you did a classic British thing of using a word that sounds right. You've got a rough idea of what it means, but you don't actually know.
The problem with being in Germany is it has translated it to
Ooh,
German.
Ambessa TP top on the swap. Oh, this is bad.
Okay.
Kana can freeze the wave if he wants to.
So,
But I guess he's just going to push it because he's a Giga Chad.
You have to. My googling skills. Feeling
Hope he's
anxiety
freezing
or
it.
dismay typically get something
Oh my god,
unexpected. So I was
this
right,
Ambessa
worry,
is
concern.
cooked. The Varus Rakan have to go top, the
There we go.
Ambessa has to press B
English
after
language
TPing
does
top,
a very
and
good
Jace is going
job
to freeze
of
bot.
making somewhat useless words
Well,
for
Ambessa's
words
out
that
the game.
already exist.
So everybody.
We blame Shakespeare for that mostly.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. Specificity.
Good poet, though.
He was.
Fnatic's a bit lost here.
Not going to get down that conspiracy theorist rabbit hole, Benny.
Yeah, we're not. We're going to talk about these early objectives that are spawning on the map. Targamas already making his way up as the swap has come through, as Kalist already
Fuck,
finds
this bot
himself in
freeze
position
is
to begin the
cooking
grubs.
Oscar every second that
Fnatic
goes by.
have been zoned away from the dragon, looking to try and start that objective off, but junglers on the bot side of the map upset here to match Kalist on the top side.
So it should just be 3 grubs for Carmine Core. As you say, they moved Kalist and Targamas towards the top side. Razork was forced away.
Well, 3 grubs to
from
the Jace now.
And Carmine Core get the first 3 grubs. Vladdy with some good damage onto Humanoid as well in the mid lane, but Humanoid won't answer. Puts a soldier down and chunks out Vladdy a little bit.
Vladdy's TP is coming up relatively
We've been
soon.
talking a bit about Kana and how well he's been doing in the matchup, but really look at the advantage that he has gained now. He has the equivalent of 2 kills worth of gold over his lane opponent, with the plate that he's been able to farm in the top lane and just the CS advantage that he's been able to build, Oscar is struggling in the 1v1.
Yeah, Tarkham's going in there for the headbutt
Holy
combo.
shit, this Jace is slamming.
Baiting than anything else, hoping that
The next
Mickey
base that Jace takes
a little bit out of
is
position
Horrorland.
but Yike was on his way up, right? And Fnatic know that Yike's on that side of the map because he's just finished the Void Grubs and now can once again look for a little bit of damage themselves. Yike resetting, has that level 6, building up towards his first item, likely an Eclipse on that Nefarious. Once again, Carter winning out the trades.
Vladi has TP coming up soon, he's chilling.
Vladi a little bit low on mana, as he's likely going to have to go back to base. TP up relatively soon, but I don't know if he needs to expend it here, as Razork now hovering around the top side of the map. Of course, that dragon still available. If there was a way for either of these duos to get that push in, they could look for an early swap path towards bot and then maybe look for a play for that objective. For now,
how much? Jace is sitting on so
like
much gold. How much gold is he sitting on? Can I check?
The fact that Razork has been spotted on the top side of the map means that there should be an easy objective secure for Yike.
They're going to dive here?
I don't think they can.
So Targamas isn't level 6. Kalist still has the barrier. It's a cannon wave coming in. Grand entrance in by Mickey. They get to TP out and flash away from the oncoming Alistair.
1.2k gold.
2 flashes burnt for a teleport.
Yes, it is. That is not good for Fnatic. I think that was extremely overzealous to commit to the dive. I guess you did get
every
the
time
TP
the camera
out from
comes
Vladi,
here,
which
he's
is
dead.
a small victory.
If they get this dive off onto Ambessa, I think it's just time to FF.
Farm being lost, but
look at bot lane though, Betty. Casey know that there's no one here to help Oscar in. He goes in. Not going to be able to do anything.
That was so easy.
Kana and Yike pick up first blood.
Well, there is a hole on the map, and it is top lane.
As the reset on that ultimate as well, the Hound's pursuit back up for him if he wants to dive in.
An easy play on the bot tower. Executed well by KC.
And it's such a sad way to lose for Fnatic. They just like, they gave them Jace first pick, which is Kana's best champ. Decided to counter it with Ambessa instead of just tank it in a tank matchup.
Keeping it very cool, and
now they're 1k down in top in 9 minutes.
A lot of it sitting on top of Kana.
Yeah, Kana's in such a strong position on this Jace. Mickey going in with the grand entrance, has the quickness
okay,
as well.
Nice.
That's
a good kill.
The Cyclone follow up into the double knockup. Upset looking for the damage
Target
as well,
can flash out, and now they've nothing.
Low. Mickey in the midst of 4, and he will fall. Kalist with his first of the game.
Wow, they actually lived. The level 6, the level 5 Alistar lived into the level 6 Rakan.
The damage to lock him down, and remember, all those flashes were just burnt on the top side of the map, which means that Targamas still
the problem Fnatic have is their top is getting blasted, right? And the 4-man is trying to force things, but they can't. You saw them trying to dive top, they can't. Because they may as well go on the other side of the map. Them try and fight Drake, they can't. They can't get anything.
Vladi has had constant push in mid. They got the early swap into top lane, meaning they can secure the first grubs. They've now converted it into another dragon. Fnatic, their early game is being run around by KC.
Yeah, we're not lacking a shellacking here from Carmine Core. 2,000 gold their lead, 1,000 of that sitting on Kana's shoulders. And we saw Yike as well, just using the fact that they knew where Fnatic were to make plays onto that Ambessa. 53 CS, 10 minutes into the game for Oscar Rinin. He's had a whale of a time on this pick in the past, but really struggling to have much impact on it right now. Obviously, we'll scale up into the game. But we'll see if Fnatic can actually get into a position where that Ambessa has scaled.
I think that Fnatic's comp, fortunately,
6
still
scrubs.
has scaling elements.
Yep.
They've still got
if they get 6 scrubs,
with
man.
the Ambessa. It's just going to take them a little bit longer to
they
get
are going to get 6
now
scrubs.
They find themselves at such a deficit in the early game, and they've got to be careful with how they approach these objectives now, because from a position of weakness, it's much harder to fight. The good news is they're playing against a triple tier composition, so a lot of that extra gold has been invested into that tier, which means that in terms of actual power, Fnatic could still contest. The problem is, and this is a big problem, you don't really have control over your waves.
Yeah.
Any lane that Kana is in, he keeps it pushed underneath Oscar's tower. Vladi and
he's greening for a
Kalist
plate here, Kana.
strong lane presence to be able to get that
oh, he's
push.
getting TP'd on, that's why. Proxy the wave, learned that from Baus. Ambessa ult, hits. Oh, if you got the flash off, he'd be fine. If he flashed at the 0 ult. Got the wave. Kana's Yike stopped doing the grub, so there's 1 grub up. Razork will get it.
Does mean
he
that
bot
they
from
stopped
Oscar.
that objective from going towards the feats of warfare for Carmine Core.
Jace did just buy a full spear of Shojin.
They get some gold back into Oscar Rinin's pockets. He TP'd back to the bot lane to try and get away pushed in.
I mean, a much needed
what's Kana's team history?
Good use
It
of
was
the
T1, Nongshim,
capitalize on Kana's extreme aggression.
DK, and then what,
Casey?
KC?
That man was looking to proxy, and Fnatic saw a window where they could get themselves a kill. The problem
He never went
is,
to the LPL, right?
1v1,
Oh, Oscar.
There's no way they killed top and then he TP'd bot and killed Oscar who TP'd bot after killing top. All that work is just gone.
He'll get himself to safety, but
what?
With Oscar dead on the other side of the map, Carmine Core looking to maybe make a play. They use a true shot barrage back down mid as well, which means they spot where Upset and Mickey are. Humanoid has no flash, and Yike continues to chase him down. No Hound's pursuit, Humanoid will slide his way to safety.
Well, Jace not only was 1.1k up, but he got ganked, died, and then TP'd behind the person who ganked him, who TP bot killed him, and now he's up 1.7k instead. He got 600 gold from that play on him, and he still has his flash.
Lost on the top side of the map. Yike knows that he can commit his resources there because Kana just got a solo kill.
Razork, you got something to cook?
Plates, but now Fnatic
I don't think you can cook anything here, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, Yike's W timer was so good. Still got the damage though, that's good. Why did it feel like Yike TP to the left or some shit? Maybe they're overplaying here. He's dead to ignite. Oh god, they overplayed. Maybe he lives though, Razork. Humanoid has ult up. Upset's coming. Targa dead. Okay, some news for Fnatic, some news.
While it is a good response,
Bloody no mana, base.
we have to turn our attention
Ana
to the
took bot tower and ran mid. He's
Kana
2.3k up.
secured the bot
There is a
tower.
fucking demon on the rift. There is a demon on the rift. Can someone just check this real quick? Hello?
And this is going to be, if I
Spot the
calculate
fucking
right,
difference.
Number 13 now
What?
secured for KC. They've got 30 seconds, well, 40 seconds left until these plates fall. This is just going to be a full tower.
Is that 14 plates?
14 out of 15 plates secured for KC.
And that's why they have a 3,000 gold lead. Fnatic so far have picked up 5? That's slightly less than 14.
That is a little bit less. That is
yes,
true,
it
Medic.
is. And I mean, look at how low that top tower
Come
is
on,
as well.
40 seconds for the last
KC
plate.
can
Thoughts?
invest their resources towards
Any
that
15
side of the map.
platers?
But of course, all of the bot side jungle camps are up. Yike looking to do a full clear. Targamas mainly looking to provide cover for Vladdy on the top side. And it's something that Humanoid has to respect. Mickey though, maybe he's found an angle.
Kalista has Arcane Shift. If Mickey had the quickness there, perhaps there was a possibility because Kalista's gone Barrier instead of the Cleanse. But they won't be able to find anything. Humanoid had to back away because he didn't know where Targamas was, so they will give up all 15 plates.
Are there any Fnatic fans in chat?
It seems as Yike flashes away from Mickey and Razork. The red buff
Any
stolen
Fnatic fans
away.
in chat?
I think that top lane tower fell just after the plates had despawned.
Yes, it
Yep.
did.
Okay, I'll
But
do you a
still,
favor.
3 towers secured for KC. A
Now,
3.3k gold
we can
lead
enjoy your
with
viewing
Dragon spawning in
experience.
5 seconds. Fnatic should have better position. Oscar did just go back to base. The
Now the game
resets are
doesn't
now
look too
coming
lost,
through
does
as Razork starts this one off. Kana can
Only
push
14
this
minutes
bot
in,
wave
it's
out,
4 to
though.
3
And
in
I
kills.
think that they should have enough time to contest this.
Great contest
He's
for
gonna
Fnatic.
abandon
See
the
how that
bot wave.
goes.
Yeah, and I think Razork has to abandon the Dragon as well. He recognizes his team is not going to get there quickly enough. He's going to get collapsed on before his team would arrive. Kalista's here. All 5 members of KC are here.
A lot of weight on Mickey in this next fight. He's the only one of the engagers with Flash for Fnatic. I mean, Oscar could go in with a public execution as well, but he'll be looking for
One item to one item top.
He can find it.
Face checking.
Combo
Right
from
now, not back with a seismic shot.
Targamas, a bit of damage on
For the
Mickey.
moment, as he dashes back to his teammates, hit with an
Uh-oh,
accelerated
Kana
shot
caught.
blast, but now Kana all by his lonesome down towards the bottom side. Good knockback.
Okay, he
flashes
just
away
got 2
from the
ults
public
out of them.
execution. Upset eats the true
And
shot barrage.
Fnatic's all 1
And
HP.
now Carmine Core can turn
And Mickey
it
died.
around. Accelerated shot blast to the back as Mickey falls
How do I
first.
stop the Jace from
Upset's
smurfing
keeping
so you
Humanoid
don't
at
think
bay
that the game
towards
is lost?
bottom
Hold up, let me
side
just...
of the river. Oscar winning, trying to get away and will escape for now.
No, you're getting
I mean,
blasted
the
by
fight
the
was over
green Jace.
before it even began. The fact that Mickey was trying to drop a ward in the entrance to the river on
Jace
KC's
is almost
side
3k up.
meant that he got way too close
The
to
pen
a
cannot
brush
help.
that was completely denied of vision. The control ward in there. Humanoid threatening a play on the mid. Won't
That
convert into
Jace
anything.
speaks
But the
0
moment
English.
Mickey gets chunked out, the
Yeah,
engage
he's
is
fucking-
gone,
that
and
Jace is
KC can
Korean.
just play with their food.
Fnatic are going to try this. Oscar spots Kana. Kana spots Upset, misses the accelerated shock blast.
Jace might be dead though.
Cyclone here, but Oscar
On
has
Gromp
to
could
battle
die.
the enemy top laner. Upset coming in as well.
Yeah, he's dead, he's dead,
And
he's dead.
Kana doesn't really have anywhere to go. He'll get taken out by Upset.
That's a 56 gold shutdown on the Jace with 3k gold lead.
So a bit of the aggression from KC gets punished. Of course, they still lost some valuable HP in making that chase onto Fnatic, and while they do still secure... Ooh, Kalist.
Has the flash, we'll have to use it. He gets away. And Mickey
Ezreal
will
ults up in
dash
1
with
second,
that
Mickey don't
final
die to
dance.
it.
True shot barrage. Oh, Mickey has the flash as well.
Good response from Kalist.
Wee.
That's a flash now gone from the Rakan. Mickey gaining that initial advantage, utilizing the quickness to force the flash out from Kalist, but then Kalist says, you ain't getting that for free. Forces him to trade back. Now, of course, the Rift Herald is alive. No quickness, no flash. Support has to go back to base. We look back at this play, and it's a situation where this was the attempted steal back coming through from Fnatic. Of course, KC had already used a lot of their resources in the prior fights. Targamas is low, but he still has his ultimate available. The problem is Kana's too deep on the flank, and there's not really a way for KC to bail him out, so he ends up losing his life.
Oscar did have to burn his flash in killing Kana towards the
Humanoid is doing good. That is true. Humanoid is doing
so
good.
that's another cooldown.
Herald for KC.
Keep track of. Rift Herald secured by Karma and Cordo. They have got the first 2 Drakes, 5 of the 6 Grubs, and the Rift Herald, and 3 towers. And Fnatic have got 1 Grub in terms of those objectives so far. Target is going in with the Hex Flash.
Razork just trying to walk up to the tower. He's lucky that Vladdy didn't W him there. He aimed the Humanoid instead. Oh no, Humanoid tried to skill check Vladdy. And he died. Can't skill check Vladdy, bro. He's not silver. He's gonna flash that.
Good patience displayed. I think he was a little miscoordinated with Targamas at the start of the play, because Targamas got such a great knock-up onto Razork. If he'd kept the shove back, then they likely could have gotten a kill onto Razork as well. In any case, they find that kill onto Humanoid, who realized in this situation, I'm better going in rather than out. Maybe I can trade 1 for 1, but Vladdy with a good flash is able to find an outplay.
The problem was he didn't shake it all about afterwards.
You're
you got to
right.
do the hokey pokey
A classic
and then the quick turnaround, yeah. But Humanoid unable to get through all of the motions of the hokey pokey in time, and was killed off by Yike, who was 2-1 and 2 on this Neferi. I was thinking a little bit about how Neferi works with poke comps as well, and actually with the Hound's pursuit, if people are already low, you're just getting reset after reset through it, right? You jump in, immediately kill them, ultimate. If you kill someone, you get a reset.
Once.
Yeah, but you just, oh yeah, reset after reset is wrong, you're right. You get a reset. So you get a couple of resets, which is really nice, you know?
I mean, yeah, that's the value of poke, right, is that you do the damage beforehand, and then once you've done enough damage, you can then commit to the play. That's why Targamas then becomes really important in his engage responsibilities. And right now, the way that KC have controlled objectives has been very clean.
Yep.
A lot of it has come off the back of their, quite frankly, superior laning. You can put that down to the matchups, admittedly, like the Jason to the Ambessa and the Talia into the Azir. The fact that they constantly had push made it so easy for both Vladdy and Kana to build these leads in the 1v1s. And they've translated that really well into mid-game with how they've been able to control these
I'm
objectives.
just watching Fnatic. See if they can do anything.
Fnatic being pushed back onto their side of the map as KC set
because
their
KC
sights
is
on the tier 2
fucking annihilating
towers
him right now.
No Dragon for a minute and a half, so they're looking to fish what they can. With the Rift Herald, they should be able to put some serious damage down onto this
TP behind
the
from
TP
Oscar.
He's
on a pink ward.
Away, though.
That Ambessa is miles away on full vision.
And
getting flanked here.
I believe it might be Oscar
missed
in
ult.
getting flanked. Razork jumps
And
in. Yike immediately dives onto Oscar. And quickness coming out from Mickey as well, but he can't find the engage, can't even get onto anyone. No one's charmed by Mickey right now. True shot burst coming out as well as Razork falling
Fnatic, this
low.
is horrible to watch.
Looking for a bit more damage. Targamas almost
Targamas, he did miss his, stun.
He'll pop the Unbreakable Will. Get himself the hell out of there. Good seismic shove from Vladdy again.
Wait, Azir's dead, no
Humanoid.
flash.
Yike behind the tower, looking for those darking daggers. Can't find them yet. How's Humanoid gonna get
Targamas solo kill.
Oh, he's greedy. He wants it.
You're such a rat, Targamas.
That's roast beef.
Respectable attempt. Respectable. He went for the solo kill, bro. He saw it. He saw it.
But hey, not the end of the world. Handing a kill over to Humanoid could be problematic.
I saw it too.
We'll have to see as the game
Fucking
continues.
Azir tower cringe in 1v1.
For Humanoid, a much-needed purchase as Fnatic continues to fall further and further behind. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. Kana needs to get back to base pronto.
Toronto.
TP is unavailable, but we look back
so
at this
Oscar
play,
TP's behind, but then realizes
deep flank. TP to that ward in the river, which
he's the one being fucking collapsed on instead of flanking.
Them to get the 3-man collapse thanks to Vladdy's ultimate. Fnatic really can't
Mickey
do
has
much
no
to
ult.
respond.
Razork has no ult. He used it already.
Fnatic's composition doesn't have a very reliable engage in the sense that sure, you have a Wukong, you have Rakan. Speaking of Rakan, Mickey.
Oh my god, that combo actually hit. God, this is
6 feet
this is
under.
tough watch.
For more fighting as he jumps onto upset, takes him down to half HP. Razzle coming across the wall, but Carmichael have already got what they wanted out of this. They kill off the enemy support. Drake is up, and Ocean Soul point beckons.
So we saw a great example of what makes things quite difficult for Mickey. The Unraveled Earth is just so problematic. Every time it gets thrown down, your engage options become very limited. And again, like, it's not a very tanky front line, so the value of the poke...
Is it a draft diff? No, I think Fnatic's draft is solid. I didn't like the Ambessa too much.
Making it that much harder
but
to find
if
these
Toppling gets blasted like that, then obviously the game is hard.
If you really want to give credit to KC, it's in their vision control. Every time you see them setting up for an objective, their use of control wards, the fog of war that they capitalize on, make it even harder for Fnatic to approach these objectives, has mean a slow but steady advantage gained in favor of KC at pretty much every single turn.
I really like the itemization choices as well by Targamas. Going for the Solstice Slay here on the Alistar. If he engages, people then get movement speed towards the target that he's engaging
on, it's a
which
remake.
allows you to get closer for the seismic shove.
Can we remake?
Game, guys, we all knew it was going to happen. Allows you to get in range for the
wow, Fnatic are pulling out all of their fucking... Fnatic just ulted. They actually did just ult.
I think Celestial Opposition is kind
of
I
fucking hate pauses.
Go-to on Alistar because you want to be tanky.
I've been in a few pauses, bro. I get so dizzy.
I think it's a nice little
it's a completely loose track.
Bonus.
But if they're going to ult, then
I think it's fair.
Let's see if it works.
And I feel that for
right
Fnatic,
before a dragon fight,
they're very quickly running out of options. Oscar has not been really able to get into the game.
Yeah.
Just because of how far behind he felt in the laning phase. Fnatic, it's a situation where they had a lot of control in the draft, because remember that they could have chosen to prioritize their jungle in the first rotation and then allow a few top lanes to go through and then pick something else as an answer into the top side of the map. So they prioritize getting the Ambessa, which is then not prove fruitful for them at all.
What the
fuck?
Then
jungle options that they went for, along with Mickey on Rakan, meant that against this poke position, I feel like their engage was just very limited. So we're seeing a lot of these fights and a lot of these early options just not really pan out for Fnatic. And sure, they definitely have some scaling elements. I see the value of the Varus, but if the Varus isn't stomping this lane, like they just had no winning lanes.
It's also poke Varus as opposed to the on-hit Varus, right?
Which makes sense in the context of this comp, right?
League officials have received reports of potential audio issues on stage and are investigating.
Stacked into the Muramana. And so Fnatic are just conceding more and more and more. And honestly, from this position, it feels like that this is Casey's game to lose. Obviously, that might seem quite obvious from the goal advantage they have, but I don't think that the 2.7k gold lead that they have is really reflective of how far ahead they are.
Yeah.
It feels so impossible for Fnatic.
Also on Soul Point as well, which you have to put into your calculations. There are audio issues with the headset on the Fnatic side of the Rift. We are just swapping out that headset, so as soon as that is rectified, we will be Riftified as we jump back in. I see some ready checks coming through from Fnatic. Hopefully, we'll jump straight back on into the action. Fnatic had a moment to breathe, because they haven't had many in this game, especially with Kana absolutely bodying Oscar in on the top side of the map, with help, obviously, from his jungler, from his team. I will say, Humanoid has about a 1.5k gold lead. It's not massive. He is at 2 items, has a Seekers as well, I believe. He's just about to go back and grab that. So, we'll be in a pretty strong spot overall. There we are, there's the Seekers in his inventory. So, what can Fnatic do? How do you set up around here? You spot Targamas, you jump in, Unraveled Earth coming out, Razzle still with a Cyclone, but look at the knockback onto Mickey. He gets in with the quickness, Chain of Corruption coming out as well.
We're back in and it's over.
Mickey down though to a Mystic Shot. And now Razork is running for the hills as Yikes begins to chase him down. But Targamas and Yike have gone a little bit too deep. Razork
they got 2 kills actually. Wait, hold up. Kalist is dead? Nope, he couldn't get the soldier auto.
Get the damage down in time. Oscarinin and Razork having to retreat. Oscarinin, he's met with a full HP Kana. Kalist is very low if he can get close enough. Does have the flash and he misses it across the wall, trying to get to safety. Kalist knows that's his opportunity to jump in.
A scrappy fight that falls apart for Fnatic as Razork tries desperately to get an engage onto Vladdy. But again, we see the value of this Unraveled Earth from the Taliyah. The moment that the Wukong goes in, you'll see him get stunned. And then as Mickey tries to follow up, Targamas is there to protect him. So while the knockup does come through, Razzle gets chunked out. Mickey's engage doesn't provide any value, and the front line gets obliterated. Immediately on the retreat, things get a bit sketchy here as KC divide. And unfortunately for Yike and Targamas, they don't quite have the damage to actually get the kill onto Razork, especially with the assistance of Oscar. But either way, once the fight becomes more regrouped and KC bring back their carries. They're able to convert it into a 4-kill advantage to 2.
Really well played by Core, as you say. A little bit over-eager from Yike and Targets down towards the bottom side, but they do manage to pick up those kills in the end. Atakan there, current target.
I mean, Humanoid is the only strong one, and Wukong is like solid in fights.
But Fnatic are a mile away, upset.
Wukong Rakana's here can play, but
now Razork looking for a long flank. He'll be spotted out by this far side alteration.
It has the base already.
Down towards the bottom side.
Razork has a flank, which is decent.
The kill isn't important. It's all about the flowers.
Kill goes
Razork
down.
comboed. No Talia combo. Mickey's getting some flowers. Razork is in there. Kalis might die, actually. Big kill. Knocked up the Neferi ult. Knock back. I think Fnatic will take that. Fnatic will take that. Fnatic will take that.
The flowers secured.
From both sides, I would say.
I will say, even if you don't get all the flowers, you do get that buff to your.
I guess Wukong is kind of good into Neferi in fights.
Still nice.
You just disrupt her ult every time you're spinning.
I mean, based on what I can tell, Fnatic actually got more value out of the flowers than KC did. But yeah, of course,
Fnatic have 34 and KC have 24.
But not really the point. The point is that Fnatic got a pretty good fight considering their position. Remember that Humanoid wasn't even there, so they got a kill onto Kalis. They were able to force them back, and if that tier 1 tower in the bot lane wasn't there, I think Fnatic could have converted that into a lot more. So you can see how their team fighting, if they can find the right angle, then there are ways in which they can come out ahead. It's just about being able to find that angle. And as we know, Atakan is always a very dangerous place to fight, and that was definitely one of Fnatic's best opportunities. The question is, can they find another play like that in this game?
Is the question. Currently sitting about 2,000 gold behind. Humanoid, the only one with a gold advantage for Fnatic, but still unable to break that tier 1 in the bot lane. Fnatic, well, neither team's really taken a tower since very much the early portions of this game. It was pre-14 minutes for Carmine Core that it took 2 of their 3. Third falling just after. Drake up in 40 seconds time. Razork trying to farm up in the meantime. Has done a really good job of not dying this game, but you can see how hard it is for him to actually find the engage onto that Talia. You kind of want to
30 seconds on Soul.
A flank
How's
fight.
the game been going?
Want to be able to catch, pick someone off towards the top side where Vladdy's not there, but Carmine Core are doing a really good job of having everyone in the same sort of vicinity.
In terms of itemization, Fnatic is in a pretty solid spot, but with the dragon spawning, and KC looking for an engage.
Oh my god, he just gets Humanoid like that? Yeah, stopwatch and flash. What?
No time at all. Great catch there from Carmine Core.
Humanoid had Zhonya's, he had Flash available, and he just didn't respect the collapse coming through from KC. This was a really important moment, especially with Soul spawning.
Nice upset, good confidence.
Set. Nice side step.
Razork goes in onto Vladdy.
Vladdy, no stopwatch. Dead. Varus ult miss. TP from Kana. They didn't do Drake yet. Ambessa basing with TP. Mickey heals on the plant. No, he doesn't. He's running for his life. Ambessa got top tier too.
I was going to say how great of a pick that was for Fnatic.
Like, Fnatic's comp in fights 5v5 is really solid.
Unfortunately, they got shepherded in towards the topside river, completely exposing the mid lane, meaning that the dragon really can't be contested. And so KC, even though they end up trading 1-for-1 mid laner for mid laner, it ends up being a 1 exchange for KC. Soul secured, mid tier 2 locked down as well, and KC back in the driver's seat.
Now Baron, the objective that comes into both of these teams' minds. How are we going to play around it? It's a little bit of vision for Fnatic.
Bet your eyebrows.
This jungle. You can see Mickey on his way to try and get some vision for himself. We'll have another look at this play.
So again, Humanoid, he should have just flashed here. Instead, he tries to use his E to get over the wall, and he gets interrupted as a result of that, which means that just disrespectful play results in the cost of his life, and it opens up that dragon for KC to secure. The Baron now alive. KC, they don't have to be too aggressive when it comes to forcing it.
Fnatic can win this, I think. Like, this might sound fucking delusional, but I actually think Fnatic can win this game. Just think about it. They have a level 16 Azir with 3 items. They have a Wukong with 2.5 items, soon 3 in fights. And KC has a bit of a poke comp. So if Fnatic can get like 1 solid engage on a Talia with no flash and Baron, I think they've turned the whole game. This Ocean Soul is not that big of a deal because they have a poke comp. I actually think Fnatic can win the game. I'm not even kidding.
Looking for a
game state doesn't look that bad.
For a very, very, very long
it feels a lot worse than it looks.
Yike still searching to see if anyone's here. Razork does have that good flank position. Mickey jumped on by Targamas. Grand entrance used. Now Razork spotted. He'll dive onto the cow and then just use him as a taxi to get out.
Then it's a good fight.
Flash forward from Targamas, gets the knockup.
No
Mickey's
flash on
gonna flash
Alistar,
himself
traded
as
for
well.
Rakan. That gives space to Azir and Varus. If they can get this red buff, I think Fnatic can stop this Baron. Ambessa has to TP in. Like, Ambessa is catching up. Look at Ambessa's items. Look at Ambessa items, look at Jace items. Tell me that this Jace is really far ahead. He's not.
Is gonna come through now.
Oh god. Don't TP there. Okay, he flashed it.
Able to get away from the seismic shot. Targamas going
like, Fnatic is really fine. You would be very surprised.
Apprehensive he is about the dive. Fnatic get one, as you say, might be the Baron for them.
And their scaling is so good.
You now use the quickness.
Mickey, no flash. Upset has flash. Good movement. It's hard for Upset to connect, but like I said, the Azir is so strong. Flash turn by Razork is solid. Good Ambessa ult. Nice. Upset needs a flash. He's gonna die, I think, Upset. He has a blast cone though. What's happening on the Baron? Can Yike steal it? Humanoid should go over the wall and push him right now. Oh my god, why does he take so long to do it? He does it at 1.2k! Why did he just do it earlier? No W. Can they kill him? Nah, the Jace is gonna kill everyone here. Fnatic had a chance, but it's gone now. Jace kills everyone, I think. Oh man, I really think Fnatic had this. I actually think Fnatic would win the game there. But they threw it.
A breath of life comes to Fnatic, and immediately Yike with a gut punch to win them back into a deficit. The Baron is stolen away. KC
now KC are 4k up with a Baron, so yeah, now it's lost. Probably. They can just end top right now, I think.
Who let him out, man?
Actually, maybe they can't. Talia has no TP. Man, I really think Fnatic could have just won the game there. That is crazy that they throw a Baron. I think what has to happen is Azir goes over the wall, ults, Naafiri W's, and then they have to just turn on the Fury and kill her.
We'll see the resets come out from Carmine Court. The list slowly building this wave.
But you can see the team dynamic, right? Even though they're behind, quote unquote, like their champs are spiking and they're good team fight.
The knockup comes through from Razork, and the follow-up from Oscar Renin is beautiful. After he's gone, a lot of the damage disappears, and Kana turns his attention onto trying to kill Upset. The good thing about doing that is it divides the
here,
fight.
Azir needs to go over around 4k. Azir should now, anytime now. Azir should go over.
You're invulnerable when you do that, which means
and
that it's easy for him to get over the wall.
And if he ults and Naafiri W's and tries to kill him, he stopwatches. And when he stopwatches, Wukong's there and they kill him. And they don't do Baron in their base.
Yike. Baron secured. Kana regroups with his jungler, and they're able to clean up the fight.
Huge play from Yike and Kana. Also isolating Upset, forcing him away towards the bottom side, meant that
and they get a big shutdown.
Him at their disposal
and then
for
the play.
Baron fight, and now everything collapsing around Fnatic. As you say, they had a small moment of hope, and immediately it was extinguished by Carmine Court.
Now it's really hard, because now they have Baron, 6k gold lead, and both carries have flash, so Mickey can't do anything. Oh, beautiful from Targamas. This Talia plus engage support, they're so good at it, K-Corp. K-Corp is so good at this Talia plus engage support. What is Vladdy doing? He is fucking in there.
As Razork falls, Carmine Court knocking on the doors of the Nexus. Targamas looking for more. It was close until it wasn't, and most of the game, I'm gonna say, it wasn't here for Carmine.
That was a rough one, man. Like, top got blasted, but the game was still playable.
Game one of this best of 3.
I really like the draft from KC. I like the way they executed it, and while the Baron was definitely a bit suspect, Yike was able to clutch up and close out for KC.
Great stuff all round from the Carmine Court players. For Fnatic, a small moment in the mid game where you thought they might get back into it, but weren't quite able to. We're going to go to a short break, but if you want more of this exhilarating action, make sure you stay tuned.
What is this? What is this?
It's a map.
Is this Shox's most recent TikTok? Who let Caedrel in? Okay, dude. Okay.
Let's have a break.
I can dance like that though.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like me.
What about me?
No, I'm not gonna do it, chat. I only do it for special moments.
Give me chaos. Never gonna settle for those boring plays, no way. Give me chaos. Never gonna feed, but we will create some space. Give me chaos. Greedy for the glory, so we're only chasing dreams. Making titles, trophies, highlights, international memes. Give me chaos.
Oh, BDS SK, wrong one. Yeah. Yeah.